CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's an old jingle that goes, "The rain, it raineth on the just, and also on the unjust fella. But chiefly on the just, because the unjust steals the just's umbrella." Which is another way of saying that honesty doesn't seem to be the best policy. The dishonest are so fiendishly smart about figuring out how to turn a dollar without the tedium of hard work. Well, sometimes.
Back off, driver! Don't you see the light at the corner?
Duke, don't lose your temper. Remember what happened last time?
Stupid cabbies think they own the street. I ought to hand him his head.
Duke, cool it. You want to end up in the slammer again?
Okay, Penny, you're right. This is no time to take chances.
Our mystery drama, Chapter of Errors, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Court Benson and Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The time-honored picture of the artist is a bearded, emaciated figure in paint-smeared clothes, freezing, half-starved in some cheerless attic. I suppose his lot hasn't changed much today, which is not to say that fine art doesn't provide a great many with an excellent living. The art dealer, for example. Very few dealers starve to death. Then there are those art fanciers on the wrong side of the law whose occupation can be even more rewarding.
Pull over to the curb and stop a minute, Tuggy.
Sure, Professor. Well, I can't park here. You get a ticket.
Oh, that would never do. We must at all costs remain on the right side of the law.
Well, I could park around a corner.
No. I don't want to park more than a second. I just wish to take a quick glance at Rich's window.
You gonna get out in all this rain?
Dear me, no. I can see enough if I roll down the window. Yes, just as I thought. Same old display. Man has abominable taste. Still, he commands a respectable price.
Like, how much would a picture like that cost?
That, between 4,000 and 6,000, perhaps.
No kidding. Looks like one of those things a kid does with his finger, you know?
They do better in kindergarten.
I like some of them others, though.
Trash. And what isn't trash? Cheap copies. Nothing there for us. Drive on, Augie.
Yes, sir, Professor. Where to now?
Well, we've covered most of the main galleries. Take the next left. We'll have a peek at Pinochet's before we call it a day.
Too bad we can't find a boat. Good weather for it.
Unfortunately, there aren't many people around. Pull up here. That's Pinochet's window. Yes, it's interesting. Very interesting. Augie, the umbrella.
Yes, sir.
The signs are propitious.
What'd you say?
We may have found the hit. Now, let's have a closer look. Oh, you do have the phony license plates on the car.
Sure.
Just in case. Let me see.
Well, there's nothing here.
Quiet, ignoramus. You know what you're looking at.
More junky paintings.
Magnificent. Quite magnificent. Where did he dig them up, I wonder? 2 Picasso-colored prints very early. About 100 big ones easy.
100,000 grand? What are we waiting for?
Augie, there's still someone in the store. We shall have to possess our souls and patience until after the witching hour.
Professor, please, talk English, will you?
We'll heist them after midnight, Augie.
Hello, Pinchot Gallery.
Hello, chérie. C'est Gustave ici. Are you all right?
Oh, but of course.
Well, I was worried. I called home as soon as the plane landed, but you were not there.
Oh, and I was worried too. You are so late.
What could I do? I only ride in the plane. I don't fly it. What are you doing in the gallery so late?
Oh, I have been preparing a surprise for you. Are you coming here?
Oh, no. I'm too tired. I'll go straight home.
Oh.
Well, is it important that I come there?
Oh, no. It does not matter. I will hurry home too and tell you about it then.
All right. Take a cab. Don't go out in this rain. And don't forget to turn on the burglar alarm before you leave.
I won't. Au revoir, chérie.
À bientôt.
Too bad, Gustave. I wanted you to see how well the window looked. But tomorrow is another day. It will still be there.
I tell you, ma mignette, tonight I'm weary to the bone.
Oh, I think you are depressed, no?
Jet lag, maybe. I really don't like to fly.
Oh, I think you are just disappointed because you did not find a new artist.
Madrid, London, Rome, even beloved Paris. There is no new talent. I think they've forgotten how to paint. And the last of the great ones are dead. And I wouldn't mind if business weren't so bad. I need a new discovery to wake up the gallery.
I know we do not have much money.
Because I'm not a good businessman. Well, let's get to sleep. Oh, I forgot. What was the surprise you had for me?
Oh, it can wait for tomorrow.
No. You must tell me tonight.
Well, this morning, Mrs. Leslie Carlyle came by the gallery.
What did she want?
She has decided to sell her Picasso color prints.
Eh bien, that is good news. And a good commission.
Oh, more than that. It is good, what do you say? Oh, public relations. Publicity for the gallery. Make the competitors sit up and take notice.
Once they hear of it.
Oh, they will know by first thing in the morning.
How?
Who else has two Picassos in the window?
You put them there?
Oh, chérie, I changed the whole window. Wait till you see it. It is beautiful, the way they are displayed.
I would like to have seen it right away. Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you were tired, Gustave, and it can wait. So much more pleasure for the morning.
Picasso. Ah, yes. What did you insure them for?
Insure? Why, Mrs. Carlyle must have insurance on them.
Not when they hang in our window. Jeanne, I have to get up.
What for?
They should be in the vault if they are not insured.
They are safe in the window.
How can you say that?
Oh, because, mon fou, no one could steal them. They are too well known to sell. And besides, we are protected by an alarm system. Oh, go to sleep, Gustave.
I don't know. I'm worried now.
It is raining very hard, and it is cold. I will not have you going out in this weather. There's no need. All the things you worry about, Gustave, they never happen.
Okay, babies. Jump to Papa.
I hereby the alarm bell. You were successful, Augie. Hand me those quickly before they get any water damage.
Here, Professor. Now, we better get out of here.
Yes, the most felicitous idea. Home, James, and don't spare the horses.
What are you talking, Professor? I'm Augie, and what's with the horses?
Oh, figure speech, my dear boy. As for the other, what's in a name?
Hey, Professor, you all right?
Never felt better. Never had more. Come on, Augie, let's haul tail out of here and fast.
Hello?
This is Detective Sergeant Gomez, Safe and Loft Squad. Mr. Pinochet Gallery's there.
Why, yes, he is, but he's asleep, Sergeant.
I guess you better waken him, ma'am.
What is wrong?
Well, I'm here at the gallery now, and there's been a robbery. I think he might want to get down here and figure out what's missing.
Oh, but where did they break in?
They didn't get into the store, best as we can tell. Just slung a brick through the window and cleaned out whatever was in there.
Oh, which window?
The one on Walnut Street.
Oh, no. I'll tell my husband, Sergeant. He'll get there as fast as he can.
You tell me what, Sherry?
Oh, Gustave, someone has stolen the Picassos.
What Picassos? We have no... What, the prince? Mrs. Carlyle's prince?
Oh, too small, Sherry.
Too small? You realize what this means? If those Picassos are gone, with no insurance, Pinochet Gallery must make good. Where will I find $100,000? We'll be bankrupt.
Look at them, Augie. Magnificent, are they not? And hanging on my wall.
What's our payoff going to be?
I'm afraid we shall have to settle for what the traffic will bear.
How much?
Oh, somewhere around the dealer's fee, I should imagine. Makes it seem so much more legitimate somehow.
When do we collect?
Augie, haste makes waste. Let us bask in the glorious heat of genius. At least until things cool down.
But how long do we have to wait?
But how long do I have to wait, Sergeant?
Till whoever heisted the prince feels the heat's off.
Well, can't we do something about it in the meantime?
Well, we'll work on it, but there isn't much to go on. I mean, the job was done 3:13 a.m., and we got there within 10 minutes. But guys like that, they're in, they're out. You know what kind of a night it was. Right then it was coming down in buckets, so dollars to donuts, there wasn't a soul in the streets. It's a business district like. Of course, we'll check out the few apartments overlooked there, but that's going to take time.
And meanwhile, we just sit and wait?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do, Gustave?
Well, one thing I am not going to do is sit and wait.
What else? Oh, perhaps Mrs. Carlyle will do...
Mrs. Carlyle has been a good customer, but she's an old penny pincher with all the loving kindness of a barracuda. When she finds out, she'll want her piece of flesh.
I am desolate, mon chéri, that I should have done this to you.
Be of good heart. All is not yet lost.
But it is. We are bankrupt.
Not quite. Perhaps we can salvage something yet.
How?
They know where the window is, or was. Once the glass is replaced, I shall put a sign there.
What kind of sign?
A nice, polite little sign that asks whoever it was who took the prince if they don't please return them.
And you actually think this person or persons will?
For a price. Regrettable as it may be, but everyone has a price.
Oh, how much?
Voyons, that's a matter of negotiation. First, we must make the contact. Then, the contract.
Our professor has an interesting way of making a living. He kidnaps fine art pieces, much more tractable than human beings. When he returns them, in his own good time, after any hue and cry has died down, their owners are glad to pay a reasonable sum for recovery, since it's not from their pockets, but the insurance companies. But the first hitch in this caper is about to show up. I shall return shortly with Act 2. another of those stories reinforcing the old adage that truth is stranger than fiction. Another bizarre happening from real life that I culled from the newspapers. The first hitch in the case of Gustave Pinochet is that he has no insurance. Therefore, time becomes of the essence.
So, Jean, my little sign. What do you think?
If the person or persons who have borrowed the 2 Picassos from this window will return them to me, they will be well rewarded for their trouble. $5,000 will be paid, no questions asked. For any further information, please phone me at my home number 555-4477 or at these premises 555-4300. G. Pinochet. Very nice. Now, you put it in the window.
Of course. There. Voila.
Do you really think someone who broke in here is going to come walking past that window?
Why not? It's a very busy street.
But why would he risk it?
Don't you know what they say? A criminal cannot resist coming back to the scene of the crime. You see, people are stopping already.
What good does it do if they are not the ones?
Well, how can it be a bad thing? Something piquant, eh? They stop, they read, they say, so this is Pinochet's gallery, where the pictures are so desirable, people steal them. Then they say, let's go in and see this place. Then, while they're here, we are charming, we tell the story, we walk around with them. Who knows? Some listen and walk away, but some stay to buy.
I hope this public we are going to attract are all not like those 2.
Where?
Hey, reading your sign.
Hippies. I don't want to know them.
Oh, no, me either. But I would like to know what they are saying. Oh, I wish I could hear as easily as I can see through the glass. Come on, Duke, let's move.
Cool it, Penny. Look at this here.
Look at what?
The notice stuck in the window here.
Huh? Oh, if the person or persons in the 477 or these premises, 555-4300 G. Pinochet. $5,000. Well, what's a Picasso?
He's a famous painter. He hauls in a lot of bread for his pictures.
Yeah? How much?
I don't know, 10, 15,000, something like that. Maybe even more.
For one picture?
Yeah.
No wonder this guy don't mind putting out to get them back if somebody hooked them.
It sure would be an easy way to pick up a stake. $5,000. Just returning in a couple of pictures.
Well, what's the use thinking on it? We ain't got them.
No. But supposing he thought we had.
What do you mean?
Hey, you got a good memory. Remember those phone numbers?
Yeah, I got a pencil. I could write them down.
No. Just fix them in your head and let's move.
What are you cooking up?
Just keep walking. I'll clue you in. Come on, let's cross the street and get around the corner. Back off, jockey. Don't you see the light on the corner?
Put a lid on it, Duke. Don't lose your temper. Remember what happened last time?
Okay, pennies. Them lousy hackies think they own the street.
You're supposed to cross at the corner.
I ought to hand him his head.
Oh, please, Duke, cool it. Do you want to end up in the slammer again?
No, you're right. No time to take chances. Come on. I got a phone call to make.
Why not just a phone call, Professor? No. These things must be handled with finesse, Soggy. Besides, the money isn't enough. Well, couldn't you hassle that on a phone? And give the police enough time to trace the call? No, thank you. Still and all, Professor, $5,000? We are not that desperate. Furthermore, it's a matter of professional pride. To take less than $20,000 for these exquisite prints would be demeaning. That should do it. You want an envelope? No fingerprints, please. Handled carefully with gloves. Think I got a stamp? Dear me, no. This is much too precious to be entrusted to the post office. You are going to deliver it by hand. Hey, what you say in it, boss? What I said is far less important than what Mr. Pinochet will have to say in reply.
What are you going to say to him, Duke?
You'll hear. Hold it.
Hello? Pinochet Gallery?
I want to speak to Mr. Gustave Pinochet.
Gustave Pinochet, yes. This is he.
Listen, Gus, and listen good. I got to talk fast. Now, you're in the market for some merchandise that I happen to pick up.
Yes?
Now, I'll do the talking. You offered 5 G's.
Well, now, that depends.
5 G's or no deal. You wouldn't have one at all, except I got to have a fast turnover. Now, you want them pictures back or not?
Well, of course, but...
Now, just listen. Like I said, you get the 5 G's and 10s and 20s, and you be at the park at 10 o'clock tonight. You know the entrance by the carousel?
But of course.
Okay. Now, you come in that way, you walk by the carousel till you get to the fork in the road. You know, like where the right side goes up the hill and the left part takes you down by the lake?
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so far, so good, man. Now, you're coming on just the way I like it. So, you walk around by the summer house, you know?
You have not lost me yet.
So, after you pass the summer house, start counting the benches. Number 9, numero 9, that's where you stop and sit, right under the lamp.
Yes, and then what?
Well, then you wait till there's nobody else around. Then when I figure the time is right, we make the switch.
The switch?
You got it. The pictures for $5,000.
Well, how do I know you have the pictures?
You'll see them. Like, how do I know you'll have the money? You'll show it to me, okay? Are we on?
There are a few questions I would like to ask.
No. You keep me hanging on the phone while you try and trace the call.
I'm not doing any such thing.
All right, then, what about the cops?
There are no policemen here.
You mean you didn't report the heist to the police?
Of course I did. But they are too busy to spare any men to watch me all the time.
Now, you better keep them out of it. You try and double-cross me, you'll never see the pictures again. Dig?
Yes. Please, Mr. Whoever you are, don't harm them. Not only for my sake, but...
You just get over to the park on time tonight. 10 o'clock. Got it?
Oh, you really come on strong, you know what I mean?
I had him eating out of my hand, Penny.
You think he'll really bring the dough?
Like I know my name is Duke. It was a breeze. Hey, I should have laid into him for more.
Oh, what's the sense getting greedy? $5,000, that's a fortune. But what about the cops? How do we know they're not in on it?
Yeah, that's what you and me you got to make sure. I'm going to be in the park by 9 and scout that area. You pick him up at the entrance and make sure he ain't followed.
I don't know if I'd know him.
Oh, sure you do. That must have been him, that little fat character we seen through the window.
I didn't look at him real good.
So, we'll go back for another game. What's that?
Oh, just some guy waiting to make a phone call. He wants to get in.
Okay. Don't have to tear the booth down. I ought to jam it.
Please, Duke, your temper. We got bigger fish to fry, huh?
Okay, Penny, I'll cool it. Sorry to hold you up, fella. Lois Lane here was just helping me get out of my Superman costume.
Who was that on the phone?
Lady Luck. Someone who is willing to return the Picassos and for a price.
Oh, how? Where? When?
Tonight, 10 o'clock. All I have to do is to take the money to... the money. I have to get to the bank before it closes.
But, Cherie, wait a moment.
No time. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. You Mr. Pinochet?
Yes. But I can't stop now. I've got to make the bank. Oh, excuse me. Jeanne.
Yes, Gustave.
You can take the sun out of the window now. I'm sure Mrs. Pinochet can help you. But I must go this minute.
You say he just left this minute, Augie?
That's right, Professor. In such a hurry, he nearly knocked me down.
He left for the bank?
Yeah.
And he told his wife to take the sign out of the window?
Yeah, that's why I figured...
That someone is horning in on our act. Some crook who can't deliver.
That's the way I read it.
Well, he's not going to get away with it.
Now you're talking.
Augie, I want you to stick by Pinochet like glue. Don't lose him.
I won't, Professor.
Don't let anything happen to him. This is our caper. We set up the mark. I don't want anyone queering our pitch.
Yeah, sure, boy, sure. But
What about cops?
That's another story. Let's just keep our fingers crossed he hasn't brought them in.
Why did you have to call the police, Jean?
I did not want to take any chances with you, Gustave.
And I don't want to take any chances with the Picassos. This boy is very nervous who has called me. He said no police. If he suspects when he may take to his heels, I'll never see the prince again.
He won't suspect, Mr. Pinochet. I can promise you he won't even know we're there.
Better you shouldn't be.
Mr. Pinochet, let me ask you something. How do you know this boy, as you call him? How do you know he has your picture? Supposing he doesn't?
No pictures, no money.
Well, let's say he doesn't buy that, but this is just a holdup. Supposing he's armed with a gun or a knife. Don't you think we might come in handy then?
You are right, yes. But please, don't let him see you.
Don't you worry. Like I said, none of you will know we're there. Till we're needed.
Yeah.
Duke, it's Penny. He just went in the park gate.
Alone?
I think so.
Oh, you better hope so. Okay, trail along in case I need some help.
Duke, don't hurt him.
What would I want to hurt him for?
You know, you get excited.
Button up. You just get yourself over here. Okay. Come on, sucker, move it. Where are you? Hey. That's better. Come on, baby. Come to Papa. Okay, Dad. Just no quick moves. You got the dough?
Is this the young man I spoke to on the phone?
Yeah. Where's the cash?
Where are the pictures?
Forget him, old man. This is a straight holdup. Now give me the cash.
Not without my Picassos.
Hey, Daddy-o, you know what I'm holding on you? A knife. And don't think I won't use it.
I'm not afraid of you.
Well, you better be, man. Just freeze.
No, Duke, not the knife.
You button up.
You, the dough.
You'll have to come and get it.
That's just what I'm going to do. You asked for this.
No.
Get out of the way. Okay, Dad.
Oh, no. You killed him.
A shot in the dark that found its mark. But from whose gun? And what mark? Not from Duke. He carries only a knife. From the weapon that the Professor's gunzel Augie carries? Or perhaps from the police. But more important than where the bullet came from is who stopped it. We'll discover that shortly when I return with Act 3. It's the boy, Duke, who lies on the ground. Penny kneels beside him, her face chalk white, her eyes wide with terror. Gustave Pinochet, his hair tousled, one lapel of his jacket torn, clings numbly to the bag with the money in it. Above them on the bank, at the edge of the circle of light from the overhead street lamp, the bushes still wave slightly in the wake of Augie's flight from the blare of police sirens as two patrol cars come hurtling out of the night.
Pinochet, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. The boy, someone shot him.
Vic, Prentice, check the boy and radio in for an ambulance. Where'd the shot come from?
I don't know. That direction, I think.
All right, Porter, take the rest of the men and check out this whole area.
It wasn't you who shot the boy?
So you can bet it was no cop. We don't shoot till we're fired on. Besides, we weren't here.
What happened to you?
Well, believe it or not, we got held up in traffic.
I said I didn't need you.
Oh, sure. You did real fine without us, didn't you? Everything went just right.
And of course not. The boy was an impostor. He never had the prince.
What did you expect?
Excuse me?
Well, you put a dopey ad like that in your window. You're just asking you to get taken for a sucker. You're lucky you didn't lose your dough and your life.
I was not afraid of this boy. You listened to his voice, you could tell he was a lot more scared than I was.
Yeah, that's just when these young punks are most dangerous. He'd have carved you up without batting an eye for holding out on him if it hadn't been for your unknown friend.
The man who shot him. Have you any idea who...
No. Looks like he got away clean. Oh, maybe the girl can give us some idea when she comes out of shock, but I wouldn't count on it.
Well, what do we do now?
Get the kid to a hospital, get you home, and wait till the real guy contacts you.
You think he still will?
Oh, yes, I do. Better than that, I have a fat hunch it'll be real soon.
Why?
Because there's only one person I figure took the kid out. The guy who really has your Picassos. He just didn't want anyone else picking off his private pigeon. Only, do me a favor, Mr. Pinochet.
What's that?
This time let us in on it from the beginning. Give us time to set up a foolproof stakeout.
Augie, what did you have to shoot him for?
He was taking our mark for $5,000, money out of our pocket.
Still didn't have to hit him.
I didn't mean to. The way things was, I could smell copper on the way. Professor, it's lucky I took him off soon as I did. I just slipped him.
You sure no one saw you?
Yeah, I'm clean.
No sign of police.
I didn't stick around long enough to find out.
I wonder if he did either. Obviously, he didn't have a deal with the cops.
It figures.
Which also figures we don't have the luxury of time. We're going to have to move fast.
Like how?
Like the way things have gone. First, we have to authenticate ourselves. Once burned, twice shy. And we have to move fast before Mr. Pinochet yells for the police. I think I shall go to the nearest coin booth and make a call.
Hello?
Monsieur Pinochet?
Yes?
I have in my possession 2 exquisite colored Picasso prints of inestimable value. To return them to you, I must reluctantly put a price on them. A fair price, a fraction of their value. The price is $20,000.
How do I know you have them?
Well, that's a reasonable question. You will have authentication in your hands before tomorrow morning.
And if I do, what then?
Monsieur Pinochet, I'm going to speak to you frankly. So far, you seem to have been a most astute man and stayed away from the police. Fortunately, I have my own proof of that.
Was it you who fired and hit that silly boy?
No, and I will not amplify that. But I see you as a sensible man. Can I be assured that the police will not be part of any future arrangements?
You seem to know about the first arrangement. If they were not part of that, why should they be part of this?
Why, indeed. Then let us make the final arrangements. By tomorrow morning, you will have proof positive that I have what you want. With that proof, you will have your instructions. If you meet them to the letter, there will be no problem.
What are the instructions?
You will have them. And when you do, I urge you, so there are no more accidents, follow them to the letter.
Eh bien, chérie. Wait here till I turn off the alarm.
Gustave,
Yes, ma belle.
there is an envelope here, pushed under the door.
Momo. There, the alarm is off. All right, let me see. You can close the door.
What is it, Gustave?
It's from them.
Who?
The ones who stole the prince.
Oh, how can you be sure?
Here. 2 instant photographs of them. And also the name plaques from the frames. No doubt this time.
But what do they want?
$20,000. Delivery tonight, as they describe here. And no police.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Call in the police.
After what happened last time?
I'm going to tell you something. We have a very lucky thing. We are one up on the thieves. They think we're not in touch with the police.
But we are. Why don't they...
Because this first time the police were late. This accident was made by God, it seems, and we must take advantage of it. Premièrement, there is a sign to be made for the window.
Oh, not again. Look at all the trouble the last one caused.
But not this one.
Well, what must it say?
Very simple. Convinced, advise on safe delivery. Let's get it into the window right away. Hello?
Monsieur Pinochet?
Yes?
You can guess who I am, so listen carefully. Do you have the money?
Yes, as you requested. The largest bins are $100. No sequence in the numbers.
In a shopping bag?
Yes?
No markings?
Plain brown paper.
Then listen carefully. Go to Farley Plaza by the waterfall. 11 o'clock tonight. Sit on the bench furthest to the west. Put the bag between your feet and wait for a man with a beret and a red scarf. The exchange will be made.
Observe, it's raining. I wouldn't want any damage.
The artwork will be protected by plastic. You need have no doubt of our good faith. I hope we have your word. No police.
There were no police before.
Good. We have a date. 11 o'clock tonight.
You can hang up too, Mr. Pinochet.
Could you have traced him?
I doubt it, but it doesn't matter. You go through with this, we'll have him sewed up tonight.
Like about that time, boss. Want to travel?
What time is it, Augie?
10:30. Gives us enough edge to make sure we can make the drop.
That would be on the other side of town.
Where else?
Well, there is a last-minute switch in plans. Yes, a little closer to home. Get me that pigeon of ours on the phone.
Sure. Why the switch, Professor?
Oh, just a precaution. In our business, who trusts whom?
So we're all set, Mr. Pinochet.
Yes, Sergeant.
You know what you have to do.
Yes, I have the money in the bag. Keep the rendezvous, and then I wait.
But you have nothing to worry about.
But supposing these criminals find out that it is, what do you call it, a gambler's role my husband is carrying?
Where would you want him to risk $20,000?
Where my husband's life is concerned, it would be a small price.
Jeanne, my sweet, trust the sergeant. There's no danger, and the criminal should be apprehended.
Eh bien, all right. I only wish you did not have to go.
And if they don't see me, there's no way it can work.
Okay. Now, we're going to clear out so there's no sign of us around. But we're going to be covering that drop like a tent. You get there, Mr. Pinochet, we're all home free.
Yes?
Mr. Pinochet.
Yes?
There is a change in plans. You want your Picassos? Be at the corner of Stanhope and Chalmers within 10 minutes.
But I don't know if I can make it.
You had better, Monsieur Pinochet. If you are not there, you may never see them again. Don't stop for anything. Just get there.
Please, whoever you are, please.
What is it, Gustave?
My coat. Quickly, I have no time to talk.
Well, here is your coat. But what?
Change of plan. I must hurry on. The pictures will be gone forever.
But what about the sergeant?
It's too late to let him know.
But you cannot go without his protection.
Give me the brown bag.
No, Gustave. I won't let you risk it.
I won't allow you not to let me.
But if they find out that all the money is not there...
I will explain. I will make other arrangements. Jeanne, I must go.
They could take what money you have and also your life.
If I do not get those pictures back, I have no life left.
Monsieur Pinochet.
Yes? You have my pictures?
Right here. You have the money?
Here, in the brown bag.
Get in.
No, I...
Don't you want to check the Picassos?
Yes,
I would like to check the money. Get in.
Why can't we just make the exchange?
Okay.
It's a gun.
Oh,
Move.
Let's get away from here fast.
there's something I have to explain, whoever you are.
There will be plenty of time for that when we get to where we're going. You seem nervous. Monsieur Pinochet, this wouldn't be some kind of a double cross, would it?
Oh, no, not exactly. You
have put us to a good deal of difficulty in this, sir. I wouldn't want anything else to go wrong. If it did,
Patrol car! Roadblock!
It is a double cross. Turn! Go back!
There's no chance! 2 police cars behind us! We're trapped!
All right, you're locked in. Cut the engine and come out with your hands over your heads. This is Sergeant Gomez, City Police. Do not harm your passenger or the pictures. You are boxed in.
But how did you get there, Sergeant?
Well, Mr. Pinochet once burned, twice shy, huh? After that first goof of mine, I was sticking closer to you than your own shadow. I let the boys stake out the first drop while I stuck to you from the moment you left the house.
I don't know how to thank you.
Just doing my job. But, just for kicks, can I have a look at what $100,000 worth of art looks like?
Oh, be my guest, as they say. Let me hang them. Here, on the wall. Eh bien, what do you think?
Maybe I better not tell you. It could be just lucky I never saw them to begin with. I could have figured what's all the shooting about anyway.
De gustibus non disputandum est. In matters of taste, there are no arguments. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But whatever your point of view, the Picassos were saved for posterity. One factor is beyond dispute. Their value in the marketplace and the story, which is in the main a true one, that happened last year in one of our major cities. I shall be back shortly. In all of our lives, there is at least one story which happened to us, or a close relative or friend, which is stranger than any fiction. As a storyteller, I love to collect these yarns and retell them for all our listeners. If, as you listen to Mystery Theater, you find any story strikes a chord or parallels something that happened to you, you're probably right. Reflect with Ecclesiastes 1:7. That which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, Russell Horton, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You can't wait to take charge here, can you, Victor?
Father.
Well, I'm not dead and gone yet. See, dear guests, I have an important matter to attend to. If you will forgive me, gentlemen, I'll see you at dinner.
Let me help you to your room,
Leave me alone, Victor. I'll manage to stay alive without your help.
Oh, dear. Feisty old gentleman, isn't it?
Quite changed since I saw him last. I wonder what he's afraid of.
He did have a strange look.
Did you notice his walking stick, Watson?
Walking stick?
Yes, had a rather unusual brass club head.
Oh, nothing unusual about that, Holmes.
True, but if you were to examine this one a bit more closely, you will find that Sir James has taken pains to bore the head and pour lead into the hole to make it a formidable weapon. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever noticed, passing a man walking his dog in the street, how much they resemble each other? If you haven't, take a look next time. Somehow the leash becomes a sort of umbilical cord that establishes them as kin. I don't always find the same thing with women, perhaps because I don't always get as far as the other end of the leash. But men, it may be only my fancy. On the other hand, this fancy, in a way, is what this story is about.
Hey, whiskey boy, what's the matter? Oh, you, Bishop.
It's about time you got here, Bo.
I came as fast as I could. Never quite as quick as you, old long nose, always sniffing in the wind.
Chadsworth, what the devil's the matter with this flea-bitten hound?
Smarter than humans, the dog often is, sir. I'm sorry to bring these tidings, but the squire is
not dead. My God, wouldn't you know that whiskey would be the first to know? Oh, Woody. Who was with him last, Chad?
Mr. Bishop.
By heaven, Bishop, you'd better hope two things.
What, my loving brother?
That father died naturally and that you are not his sole heir.
And if I should be?
We'll take that up, brother, when we get to it.
Our mystery drama, Every Dog Has His Day, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Court Benson. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Rokesby Hall is long gone now. Even in the last century, or at least the latter half of it, the great Georgian mansion had fallen into ruin and decay. The broad latticed windows with their diamond-shaped panes broken, the cage-work of the upper stories dirty and dilapidated, the somber, lifeless avenue that swept from the coach road under the giant elms to the hall itself, overgrown and choked with weeds. Before the Civil War, it had been one of Virginia's proudest landmarks, till the death of the old squire's wife.
You might say I came with the foundations of old Rokesby Hall, for on the death of his father, the squire left England behind him and took his new bride to the Americas, and built this magnificent old house to welcome her here. Ah, those were the days. Never a one without the carriages passing by and the gentry leaving their cards, the balls, the hunting breakfasts, all the society of the New World I opened that front door for and welcomed in to meet and socialize with the squire and his lovely bride. But
With her ladyship's death, it all changed. I remember the night she was buried, as well as my own name.
Chatsworth, my light has gone out. Pour yourself a brandy and join me.
Oh, me, sir?
Oh, God's wounds, man, you're closer to me than all my family.
You have your sons?
My sons. Neither of whom could quite break off their own affairs to mourn their mother's death. Bishop, since his province is the field of business, bartering, buying, and selling. And Beauregard too busy with wine, women, and nothing but debts, which I am heartily sick of paying. Pour that brandy, damn it. At least I won't drink alone.
Yes, very well, sir.
Now that the gout has hobbled me, Demi, if I've a friend left. Saving yourself an old whiskey there. Oh. Best dog I ever had. The only one left now that I've put by the horses, whiskey boy. By my eyes, Chatsworth, he has more love and thought for me than either of those ungrateful pups I wept. As of you. Oh, here's looking at you.
To your very good health, sir.
I doubt if I have much of that left.
Well, Squire Rokesby, what is it?
On the sideboard. Little white pill.
Oh, you didn't tell me that Dr. Summers had prescribed for you. How many, sir?
Yeah, just one, and get me some more brandy.
No, Squire. You've had more than enough of that. Here's some water.
Water? The man wants to kill me.
Oh, the last thing I would do, sir.
Oh, no. Only two in the world I can trust. You, Chatsworth, my old boy there.
I didn't know that the master had been seeing a doctor, so I was relieved when the first of his sons, Mr. Bishop, the older one, turned up the next morning. I put the matter of calling the doctor in his hands, but the first person he called wasn't a doctor, but a lawyer. Our nearest neighbor, Mr. William Tremaine.
Tremaine, don't try to push me over the edge yet. I'll hang on long enough to get a good long look at both those young jackanapes who can't wait to inherit Rokesby.
Bishop is here already, Sam, and anxious to see you.
Yes, I can imagine. But first he was careful to let my lawyer in, huh?
Now, Sam, you mustn't sell your son short. Give them a chance to present their own case.
Oh, of course, Mr. Lawyer. They shall have their chance. Is Bo there, too?
Why, no. We are not sure he's received our messages yet.
Not even the thought of being able to win your fair Antoinette was enough to coax that rascal back home.
I cannot answer for my daughter. I'm not sure which of your sons engages her deepest regard.
Well, if Bishop is waiting, I suppose I should see him.
Sam, may I speak as an old friend?
Better speak as my lawyer. You insist on my making a will, right? Why?
A matter of form.
I don't take it ill that you have a deep interest in this, Tremaine. As long as we both can remember, it was supposed that your daughter would marry one or other of my sons. And you still feel that way?
You know that the joining of our two families is the strongest way in this land of savages to ensure that the best of the breed...
spare me all that. What's important is which of my sons inherits how much and what, huh? That's what you'd like to have sewed up in a will.
As your lawyer, I feel it's what you should have sewed up in a will.
Well, I don't. Not till I take one good last measure of my sons. There isn't enough to leave for both. It has to be one or the other. The one who'll maintain Rokesby Hall as my wife loved it.
For as long as anyone can hope.
Very well. Still, some sort of document.
All right. Draw up your documents. And when I meet and judge my sons again, and I shall enter the name of both, or the one who best deserted.
What the devil is the matter with that dog, Chadsworth?
Mr. Bishop, he misses his master. Being shut away from him, he dotes on the master, does old Whiskey.
Only wish he'd be a little less vocal about it.
Dogs are very strange, you know. Sometimes they have a sixth sense, like... maybe I'd better go into the squire.
Don't be ridiculous. My father's perfectly all right. He wanted to rest, and I saw him off to sleep.
You wouldn't think he might be failing, Mr. Bishop?
Nonsense. Nothing could kill that old devil. Gout, apoplexy, heart. He'd laugh them all off. He just asked me to have you witness this and settled off to sleep like a baby.
Oh, witness what, sir?
Well, his signature. You can see the ink isn't even dry.
What's the document, Mr. Bishop?
Heaven only knows. Anything from a rent, mortgage to his will. He scribbled his signature and said to have you witness it along with the housekeeper, Mrs. Armbruster.
A little out of order, wouldn't you say, sir?
I would, but then, since when has my father ever been either orderly or ordinary? Go wake him up and ask him if you want.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. He needs the rest.
Yeah. And sign this and get Mrs. Armbruster, too. He particularly wanted it in shape before my brother arrived.
Very well.
Oh, damn that hound. But go ahead, Chadsworth.
Yes, sir. I will, sir. I suppose I might have questioned things more. But the thing is, when you have spent a life in service, you don't normally. And it was the master's signature, which I knew well enough. So I wrote my own name and got Mrs. Armbruster to add her scrawl, little thinking that by doing so, I was setting a match to the fuse for the terrible series of explosions to come. Better I had paid attention to Whiskey's warning howls than to the smooth and easy way of Mr. Bishop Worksby, for a storm was on the way in the person of his younger brother, Beauregard.
Well, it's about time you got here, Beauregard.
Well, the stagecoach was late, Mr. Tremaine. And it isn't that serious with the old boy, is it?
Would you care?
Well, of course I would, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. For my daughter's sake?
I guess I'm a little out of my depth, Mr. Tremaine.
Well, then let me get you back to shallow water so you can put your feet on the ground. Was there not a kind of understanding between Toinette and you?
Oh, yes, sir, attendant upon my making my way and my fortune.
Which I take it you have not yet succeeded in doing.
Oh, I have great prospects, sir, many connections, and, well, frankly, a lot more debts than I can properly handle.
Well, at least you tell the truth. I'll answer in kind. If it weren't for Toinette's feelings, I wouldn't give a tinker's damn about you. If I had my way, I'd rather see her marry your brother.
To old Bish, that cold stick? Oh, not really, sir.
Now, don't you now really, sir, me. Your father is far from well. He may not recover from his last attacks. I hope for your sake he'll be conscious to give you a chance to renew an acquaintance which should never have been broken off.
Well, sir, if I'd had any idea the old man was...
If you had a brain in your head, you'd have stayed home to help him manage the property. But while you've been having your fling, your brother has had the good sense and the common decency to keep in touch with your father. Since the squire has been sick, he's been with him 24 hours a day. While it's taken you the better part of a week to bestir yourself and come home.
Mr. Tremaine, what are you trying to tell me?
I am your father's friend, his lawyer.
and a prospective father-in-law to one of his sons.
One of us? Well, you can't seriously consider Bishop to...
Your brother has been paying considerable attention to Toinette. You may be surprised to discover how she has bloomed in your absence.
And you favor his suit?
For myself, quite frankly, yes. I have more faith in Bishop's future.
I didn't hear Mr. Beauregard come home. The insistent, mournful wail of the hound had sent me running to the squire's room, a dreadful premonition clutching at me. So that when the front door bell rang, for all I hurried with my heart in my mouth, it was Mr. Bishop who got to the door first. Whiskey was all over Mr. Beauregard in a wild kind of desperate greeting, whimpering and snuffling and licking at his hands. And when he saw Mr. Bishop...
Hey, Whiskey boy, what's the matter? Oh, you, Bishop.
It's about time you got here, Bo.
I came as fast as I could. Never quite as quick as you, old long nose, always sniffing in the wind.
Chadsworth, what the devil's the matter with this flea-bitten hound?
Smarter than humans, the dog often is, sir. I'm sorry to bring these tidings, but the squire is...
No, dead. My God, wouldn't you know that Whiskey would be the first to know? Oh, would he? Who was with him last, Chad?
Mr. Bishop.
By heaven, Bishop, you'd better hope two things.
What, my loving brother?
That father died naturally and that you're not his sole heir.
And if I should be?
We'll take that up, brother, when we get to it.
The two brothers face each other. The kind of raw hatred that can only be bred in family relationships, named and writhing between them. The dog is suddenly silent, his somber, brooding eyes measuring them both in turn. Now the brothers, Mr. Tremaine and Chadsby, go into the house, traversing the long hall and climbing the winding staircase to the squire's room. I will return with Act 2 in just a moment. When they came upon him in the bedroom, Squire Samuel Rokesby lay, half fallen, with the upper part of his body out of the great four-poster. His face was suffused with the livid blood of apoplexy, his hands crooked as if in some great battle against the angel of death. And what was most startling of all, his blue eyes wide, stark, and staring with a kind of terrible accusation. And his death was not an end, but a beginning.
Whiskey, poor old hound, was the first to announce the death. And outside of myself, as the next days passed, seemingly the only one to mourn the master's passing.
By heaven, I'll not suffer it. I'll take it to law.
Though I ask you to let us discuss this calmly.
Calmly? Calmly, is it? When my father, his face black and his tongue out gasping for air, quite obviously had help in leaving this world?
That's quite an accusation.
Oh, I do heartily agree. Prove it, brother mine.
The proof is on the table there amongst us.
Your father's will?
My father called me in and signed this document, which proved to be his will. At the time, I didn't know what it was. It was sealed with his signet ring.
Naming you as sole heir.
As you see.
Without this will, we would share the inheritance. Isn't that true, Mr. Tremaine?
If your father had died intestate, yes. Since it doesn't apply, there's only one will which appears to be valid.
Are you satisfied, brother?
No. Will you listen to that? I swear by all that's holy, we might all be ashamed. The squire is dead, and there's only one who really mourns him. But I warn you one thing, Bishop, if it's the last thing I do, I'll make sure you don't profit from his death. Yes, Toinette. I wasn't sure you'd be here.
I got your message.
It seems my brother's has been more urgent during the time I've been absent.
I didn't come here to quarrel.
Well, no more did I. But what's all this my father tells me about Bishop and you?
The families are friends. How would you have me treat him?
Like the black snake he is. There are 2 Rokesbys left, my brother and myself. All right, Toinette, which do you choose?
I didn't think your message suggested that this was why I need you.
What did you expect to talk about with a Rokesby? Love instead of hate?
I thought the first was all that lay between us.
And so did I, till I came home so tardy. You know that I've been disinherited?
Well, Yes.
But it makes no difference to us.
Oh, please. It's different now.
It isn't when I see you again, Toinette, and touch you.
You never wrote.
I never write anyone.
We thought you were never coming back.
We?
Bish and... Well, I mean, Daddy and I, and Daddy felt that...
That I wasn't worth the powder to blow me to hell.
You don't have to be so violent.
Why not? We're a violent family, Toinette. Oh, don't let my brother's cold, tight control blind you to what he really is. Not all the money in the world could bring you a moment's peace with him. That's why I made this tryst. To tell you that he murdered my father. And to ask you to run away with me before it's too late for all of us.
Oh, what are you saying? You can't believe that... Well, that Bishop killed you.
Of course I do. But prove it? Oh, that's something else again. So you won't come with me?
Bo, be fair, be reasonable. How can I?
All right, forget it, Toinette. You've made your choice. I thought I owed you one last chance.
Where are you going?
If I can't have you or Rokesby, by heaven, neither will Bishop.
Bo, what are you going to do?
Put a bullet in my brother and then another in myself.
You're mad. You can't kill Bishop.
I will unless he backs down, but you and I are through. All right, get away, boy. Get away, Whiskey, or I'll take my riding crop to you. Whiskey, will you let go of the stirrup leather? Damn you, this horse is skittish enough without...
He's rearing. Bo, look out. Oh, no. Bo, are you all right?
No. My leg, my back, I think broken. Help.
He was in a bad way, the poor young master. His back was broken, and his leg, and Lord only knows what damage to his innards from the horse stomping on him. For near a month he lay in a sort of half-world from all the morphine and laudanum for the pain, his wits wandering while his father was buried, and Master Bishop and Miss Antoinette announced their marriage. Mrs. Armbruster, the housekeeper, and I were his only nurses and only companions, save old Whiskey, who could not be kept out of the room, and an occasional visit from Squire Bishop.
Well, how's the living corpse today, Chadsworth?
Oh, about the same, sir. Although he does seem a little perkier.
That's dubious news. Oh, good Lord, what's that mangy hound doing in here?
We can't keep him out of here. Even with the doors and windows closed, he seems to be able to slip through some chink in the wall, so... Well, I don't know. But he's better here. He keeps him quiet, like.
Look at him. Look at him curl his lip at me. I don't like the dog any better than he does me. I ought to have you take him to the stables and shoot him.
Oh, hush now, old boy. Oh, you wouldn't do that, would you, sir? He was your father's boon companion and friend.
Get him out of here, Chadsworth. I'd like to have a word with my brother.
Yes, very well, sir. Come on, Whiskey. Lad, come on, old boy. Don't make me drag you. Got to obey the new master, you know.
Get him out.
Yes, sir. I'm doing that. There we go. Come on, then. Come on.
He doesn't like you, Bishop. He has good taste.
So, you're back in the land of the living again,
No, I'm not sure. Halfway. Someplace halfway back from where I've
Ben.
Where have you been?
Oh, the other side of the curtain, perhaps. I talked to Father.
You what?
That scares you a little, doesn't it, Bishop?
Why should it?
Aren't you afraid he might have told me how he died?
How he died from apoplexy, congestion of the blood and heart. What else?
What my father told me. Would you like to hear?
Oh, I have no intention of listening to your delirium and your dreams.
Only you're going to. Not in my words, but in his own words. Our father's words. Your father's words.
No, Bishop. I must wait for Bo to come home. I promised Molly before she died that I would never let Rooksby Hall pass out of our family while I had any control over it. I want to lie beside her in the garden and keep it ours as long as it is humanly possible. Oh, God be with it.
Father, you could trust me to see that it stayed in family hands. The family fortune would prosper.
I wonder, Bishop, if we all worship different gods and yours is money.
If you should die intestate and the inheritance is split between us, the house would have to be sold.
No!
Yes, face it, Father. One of us must be in charge. Trust me, I'll take care of Bo. But the purse strings should be in my hand. Here, I have pen and ink. Sign the will.
You seem very anxious to help me to the grave.
I am anxious to see your affairs in order before you enter it.
No, I don't trust you.
My God. You hold back any longer and I will help you to the grave. And make certain that Bo joins you there very shortly.
True colors at last, huh?
Make no mistake. I mean what I say.
And if I sign, you will keep the hall over and you will provide for Bo. See to it that the servants have a home till they die. And my dog, man's best friend, they say, Whiskey, you will protect old Whiskey, too.
I promise. I promise anything. Only sign.
Very well. Give me the pen. You'll need witnesses, you know.
Give me the paper. Not to what I am about to do.
No, my time is not yet. Miss, no.
You took the pillow and held it over his face until you choked the life from our father.
Good Lord. Every word. Every syllable. How could you know?
I told you I'd been beyond the curtain. I talked with Father.
Well, you'll have no chance to tell anyone else. I'll take care of that now.
How will you do it? The same way you did with Father?
Yes. There's no way to trace it, and no one will stop me. The dog. How did he get back in here?
It doesn't matter. What does matter is he's going to stop you.
No, by heaven. Let go off my sleeve, Whiskey. Let go.
I told you he'd stop you.
All right, only this time. Next time I'll have a gun, and I'll kill you both.
How did I know these things? Because Mr. Beauregard told me, and much, much more. Strange and hard to believe, and not of this world.
Curiouser and curiouser, as Alice said of Wonderland, are the turns and twists of this strange, brooding story of a house divided against itself. The disintegration of a family, a dead man, and a faithful dog. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Down through the years, King Lear's agonizing cry has echoed to haunt every parent's heart. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Certainly, no one could have more cause for lament than the late Squire Rokesby, one of whose sons has already hastened him to the grave, while the other, seeking his own selfish revenge, is about the task of raising him from it. We return to learn why, as Chadsworth, the old butler, hurries agitatedly into the room where Beauregard Rokesby lies helpless on the bed.
Are you all right, Master Beauregard?
What's wrong, Chad?
Oh, the way your brother went by me down the stairs, his face white and his eyes so wide and blank, I thought perhaps...
That I'd followed my father's example and left this baleful world? No. Not yet, Chad, not quite yet.
I don't understand. There's so much I don't understand. Whiskey, how did he get back in here? Mr. Bishop let him in.
Oh, not my brother, never him, the last two.
Then how did he get in this room? The door was closed when I left, taking him with me. And it was closed when I returned.
And still, he did return. No ordinary dog, wouldn't you say, Chad? I want you to leave us alone. There's a lot, I think, to be done, and very little time left to do it.
Now, Mr. Beauregard, the doctor...
Oh, the doctor is long since out of this, as are Miss Toinette, her father, but not quite yet my brother and myself and my father. Leave us alone a little, please, and trust me when I ring to tell you all that needs to be told.
I'll take the dog with me.
No, leave Whiskey behind.
Are you sure you're all right, Mr. Beauregard?
Right as I'll ever be. Goodbye, Chad. At least for now.
Goodbye, sir. I hope you know what's best.
I may not. But how about you, Whiskey? Or whoever you are.
Now, the rest you'll have to take on faith, as well as I can remember it. Some was what I saw, and most what I was told. But here's about how it went.
What is it, Whiskey boy? Huh? What? You want me to go with you somewhere? You know I can't do that. I can't walk. What? All right. If you insist, I'll try.
Meanwhile, I was downstairs trying to cope with Mr. Bishop and Mr. and Miss Tremaine, who'd come to call.
Chadsworth! Chadsworth!
Yes, Mr. Bishop.
Where is the brandy? Curse it, we're out of brandy. Get some more. Haven't I told you to keep this bar stocked?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there's a bottle right here below.
Well, give it to me. No, you old fool. I'll open it myself. And get me my shotgun.
Your shotgun, sir?
I am going to take that mean speckled hound with his long, lugubrious face out to the barn and shoot him.
Whiskey? With a shotgun?
He's so treacherous, I don't want to take a chance on missing. And don't worry. I have a handgun to finish him off.
But, Mr. Bishop, your father's dog, kid.
When I get through with him, he'll be nobody's dog. And see who that is.
Yes, sir. I can see by the ring it's Mr. Tremaine and his daughter.
Oh, get rid of them. I don't want to see them now. And don't worry. I'll handle the guns myself.
Good evening, Mr. Tremaine and Miss Antoinette. Tonight is a bad night to be here.
Why?
Well, miss, it's just that things are at sixes and sevens, as you might say.
Is Mr. Bell worse?
I don't think there's been much change.
My daughter and I will wait in the sunroom, Chad. Please inform Mr. Bishop we're here.
Yes, sir. I'll do that right away, sir.
I don't believe we should have come tonight, Papa.
I don't believe that for one moment we should lose touch with the Rokesby family until You're one of them, Antoinette.
Daddy, really, must you be so open about it all?
Honey, when you're as stretched over a barrel as I am, a person has no shame. Only the determination to survive. And that has to go for both of us. You're not as young as you might be, and I'm so overinvested that I haven't any dowry to offer you.
Daddy, it's all right. We'll make out. You can trust me, be sure of that. But, why, Bishop, honey, were you just going to pass us right by and pay us no never mind?
Lynette, forgive me. This is a bad evening. Things are a little out of hand.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Oh, I think not, sir. Nothing I can't handle by myself.
Well, then, please excuse us, Antoinette.
You're sure there's nothing? I mean, is it Beau? Is he worse?
He's not well, my darling, not well. I think he's not long for this world. He's in a wild delirium at the moment.
Well, have you sent for the doctor?
Yes, and for the priest. I think I'll need more of the second. And now, please, forgive me. I must attend to my brother.
Oh, yes, of course, Bishop, son. Don't worry about us. We can let ourselves out.
But I had seen something that the Tremaines had not. The gun that Master Bishop was carrying, hidden inside his coat. And now I stopped him at the foot of the stairs.
Out of my way, Chadsworth.
No, Mr. Bishop, please. In the name of heaven, hasn't enough misfortune come to this house? Leave the poor dog alone.
You want to die with him, Chad? And my brother?
No, sir, but I...
Then step aside.
No, sir.
What?
I cannot shut my eyes to murder anymore. Before I let you harm an innocent beast and Mr. Beauregard, who cannot defend himself, I'll raise the countryside.
Why, you...
Help! Help! Mr. Tremaine! Help! I lay unconscious till the shot awoke me. And yet, somehow, I seemed to step out of myself, to be a witness of all the things which could not have happened, and yet did. I could see Mr. Bishop stop at the bottom of the stairs, staring in incredulous disbelief as Mr. Beau, Whiskey, tugging at his nightshirt and leading him, a man paralyzed and unable even to stand, across the upper landing and through the door to the squire's room. And then, somehow, as if picked up by the wind, I was behind Mr. Bishop as he raced up the stairs, taking out the gun. I was watching the drama in the squire's old bedroom. Mr. Beau had unscrewed one of the big knobs of the four-poster bed and drawn from a hollow place there a document which he was reading, while Whiskey lay on the bed, as he often did with the old master, watching him and licking his lips.
What do you have there, Beau?
Something Whiskey led me to. The real will, Bishop.
What do you mean, the real will?
One that our father had drawn and validated before we ever came home. And would you like to know who the real heir was? Whiskey there, with Chadsworth named as his guardian.
That would never hold up in a court.
Oh, wouldn't it? I wonder. Chadsworth didn't really see Father sign your will, and I doubt if he'd support you once he knew Father's real wishes. He knows just as well as the squire did we're neither of us worth a damn.
It doesn't matter. It's all beside the point. Because that one's going to be destroyed. Give it to me.
Oh, no, Bishop. A little late, but this is one wish I can grant my father.
Give it to me, cripple, or I'll take it from you.
Try it.
I'll have it. If I have to put a bullet through you, hand it over or I'll shoot. My wrist! Stop! Oh, no. Whiskey made me shoot myself. I never thought it would be like this.
Before my time, you took me. Now I take you in the same way.
Father. No.
Father Beau's no better.
He'd have sold the house from under you just as soon as I would. Why didn't you take him too?
Tell him, both. He didn't have to. You see, I'm already dead.
As I said, the shot brought me awake. But by the time I got to the room, it was empty, save for Mr. Bishop lying dead on the floor with a bullet through his heart and the will, the real will, in his hand.
Shocking thing, really, shocking. Bishop, you think actually committed suicide because he murdered his father?
That's the way it would appear, sir.
Well, and there's absolutely no question about this will being valid. You'll be a rich man, Chadsworth.
It's all been a few years past now, and we're both a bit grayer and a little nearer the end of it all. But they've been pleasant enough years for all the sad memories. Whiskey and me sitting here by the fire of a night. I look across at him in the squire's wing chair, and I wonder if it's a trick of my old eyes. But moment by moment, day by day, year by year, that long hound's face with the jowls and the sad, wise old eyes grows more and more like the master, till when the fire burns low and the candles wane, I could swear he sits there and nods at me and winks and says,
Not the best way to end, perhaps, Chad. But at least there's been the satisfaction of knowing that the old dog had his day, after all.
If a man and his dog live together long enough, and you believe my fantasy that I stated in the beginning, do you suppose a man and his dog could change ends of the leash and no one would notice the difference? I'll be back shortly. Looking in some old records, I found that a Thomas Chadsworth, the last resident of Rokesby Hall, lived to be 93. There's no mention of how many years Whiskey lived, but there is a note to the effect that the day the old man died, his dog, an old gray speckled hound, went to his long last sleep as if in sympathy. I wonder if they're buried in the garden beside the squire and his wife. Our cast included Court Benson, Russell Horton, Morgan Fairchild, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You cannot fly like an eagle with the wings of a wren. Ordinarily, this proposition would be only of interest to wrens, and not to all wrens either. Just those tiny, puny birds who have an eagle's mentality. Well, fate plays her ironic little jokes on us all, doesn't she? Sometimes the smallest people can get the biggest ideas. The piranha, a fish that's half the size of your little finger, is more than a match for the whale, which could be twice the size of your house. Our mystery drama, How to Kill Rudy, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. The nutritionist will say, you are what you eat. There may be some validity to that, but isn't it also true that you are what you read? The ideas, the principles that govern your life, where did they come from? Did you just create them out of nothing? Or did you read about them somewhere? So many books do not end on the last page. They go on and on forever and ever.
Hello, Rudy.
Good morning, Lieutenant Foster.
Well, now, if you're going to call me Lieutenant Foster, I'll have to call you Mr. Slaymaker, huh? I thought we'd become friends by now. Joe and Rudy.
I appreciate your efforts to help me, but I...
Oh, come on, Rudy. You'll feel better after you tell us.
Why can't we just leave things the way they are? I killed them. I admit I killed them. I'm willing to pay for killing them. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other crimes you could be concerned with.
Okay, Rudy. It's one of those mornings. I can see that. I'll drop by after lunch. Hey, anything I can bring you?
Oh, yeah. There's a new book out by Mace Hacker.
Sure.
Yeah, he writes the best murder mysteries in the world. Don't you read them?
No. Tell you the truth, after a hard day's homicide, my taste runs to Stendhal and de Maupassant.
Yeah, well, that's too bad. Mace Hacker is truly a giant of literature. This is the last book. It's been published posthumously.
I'll pick up the book for you, Rudy. I could also bring you some of the critical essays of Anatole France.
No, thank you. I prefer Mace Hacker. I saw that, Lieutenant. I saw that patronizing smile. You are a literary snob. Just let me tell you something, Lieutenant. If you'd read Mace Hacker, you'd know beyond all shadow of a doubt why I killed him. You'd realize what destiny is. Destiny. This is the story I'll never tell you or anyone else. My story, my very own story, as written by destiny in the form of Mace Hacker. Well, to begin with, life was pleasant. Some would have found it placid. But not I. I had Ramona, the loveliest woman in the world, for my wife.
Oh, dear, I had no idea it was so late.
Oh, no, it's all right.
No, it's not all right. A wife should make her husband's breakfast before he leaves for work.
Oh, all I ever want is coffee. That's easy enough.
No, you want more than coffee, and my job is...
Dearest, I'll miss my bus.
Oh, Rudy, darling, you're so kind, so patient, so understanding.
I can see you're sleepy. You just go back to bed, huh?
Oh, darling, you're so good to me.
I love you, Ramona.
And I love you.
Where would I be without you? Must have missed the bus. Jack Jessup glowers at me if I come in late.
He glowers? By that mean old thing.
Although recently he's taken to coming in late himself.
Is that so?
Yeah. Some days he doesn't get in till 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Something ought to be done about that.
What? He's the boss, darling. And besides, the less I see of him, the more work I can get done.
Oh, you're just too nice for your own good.
Well, can't finish my coffee. Have to run. That's how it was at home with my wonderful Ramona. Of course, at the office, things were... Well, I didn't have an easy time of it. Because Jack Jessup was not an easy man to work for.
Rudy, why didn't we bid on this North Side project? How could you be so... I mean, the biggest job in town, we didn't even...
Jack.
I don't want to hear any excuses now.
Jack, look,
The fact of the matter is you're losing your grip.
if you read the morning paper...
Oh, yes? What else are we missing out on?
Did you look at the paper?
Oh, for crying out loud, I'm sitting here talking business. You're shoving a newspaper at me. What do I care? Who murdered whom?
The North Side project is on the front page.
Yeah, sure. It's making history. What are we getting out of it?
We're getting out of it with our lives. It's bankrupt.
It's what?
It folded. All the contractors are stuck.
Now, let me see that. Well, sure. What did anybody expect? You know that gang that's in there. They've been involved in one shady deal after another. Well, we'll see if their City Hall connections keep them out of jail this time. What'd I tell you? The minute I heard who was in it, keep away from that North Side project. Isn't that what I always said?
Yeah, that's what you always said.
And as I recall, you suggested preparing a bid, didn't you? Well, let this be a lesson. Look behind the corporation. And doesn't this prove it?
Oh, yeah, sure does. That's Jack Jessup, owner of Jessup and Company Electrical Contractors, the most difficult man to work for. But these days, a job is a job.
Why do you put up with him, darling?
Oh, I have a rather pacific temperament, as you know, Ramona.
Oh, but still,
Besides, I understand him. You see, he was an all-American football player at college. He was a hero, a celebrated man of importance. Afterward, well, there are what are known as triumphs of the flesh.
Triumphs of the flesh? What an odd phrase. Wherever did you get it?
I read it somewhere.
Oh, and I know where. Mace Hacker.
Yeah, I know it's fashionable to make fun of Mace Hacker, but his insights...
Yes, dear.
We were discussing...
Triumphs of the flesh.
Yeah. Well, these were the triumphs Jack Jessup knew very well. He graduated, grew older, and then, well, the body no longer ruled supreme. He went into his father-in-law's business, an enterprise he simply cannot understand.
You do all the work.
Well, yeah, he knows that, and resents it.
You should be told in no uncertain terms.
It doesn't matter, darling. Believe me, it doesn't matter. And it didn't. I was happy. I didn't mind my job. It was just an interlude. The important part of my life was the time I spent with Ramona and reading Mace Hacker. Hacker is, without a doubt, the most prolific writer in the world. A new novel comes out almost every month, and each one is better than the last. Why, I asked myself, am I so enthralled by Mace Hacker? Look, I do have taste, and he deals in sex, violence. Well, so does Shakespeare, for that matter. But Mace Hacker, well, his language is so explicit. Nothing is left to your imagination. It was a mystery. Until one evening, I found the answer. I was rereading an old Mace Hacker, and suddenly... Ramona.
What is it, Rudy?
Do you remember reading about the man who murdered those 3 women?
Darling, why do you bring up such a gruesome subject?
What was his name?
Well, I'm sure I don't remember.
His name was George, wasn't it?
Yes, it was George.
Yeah. And the 3 girls. One was Felicia, the other was Prudence, and the third was Charity.
Very good. So you remember, too.
No, I don't remember. How could I remember?
It was in the papers. Only last month.
Yeah. This crime, this triple murder, it came to light last month, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. This is an old Mace Hacker novel, published 7 years ago. The murders are described here minutely.
Well, a story of a man who murders 3 women. What's so special about that?
It tells exactly how he murdered the women, why he murdered them, and their names.
There must be an explanation.
Ramona, darling, he predicted these murders some 7 years ago. It's uncanny.
I'll say it again. There must be an explanation.
There was. And I found it. Everything Mace Hacker wrote happened years afterward, years after a particular book was published and forgotten. I checked through all my old Mace Hackers. I went back almost 20 years. And sure enough, all of them had come true. And all the murderers and all the victims had the exact same first names as they bore in the Mace Hacker story. It was a fantastic discovery. Somehow, Mace Hacker could foretell the future. My story, Lieutenant. Yeah, the story I'll never tell you or anyone else. Began on the day of the building contractor's annual golf tournament. I'm a rather indifferent golfer myself, poor actually, but Jack insists that I play in the same foursome because he, being a scratch golfer, has an opportunity to feel superior.
Keep your head down, Rudy. You're bending that elbow. Don't sway. Well, what do you expect? In the rough again. Listen, you were lucky you hit the ball at all. Well, fellas, we may as well help Rudy find his ball.
Do you see any signs of it, Mr. Slaymaker?
No, I don't believe so, Mr. Tallow. I don't think we'll ever find that ball. I'll put a new one in play. I'm just slowing up the game.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, no hurry. It's such a lovely day, I'd rather sit under a tree, like this one here, and just read.
Yeah, so would I.
As a matter of fact, I wish I could sneak back to the locker room and get my favorite book.
Oh, what's that?
The latest Mace Hacker mystery.
Triumphs of the Flesh. Hey, that's fantastic.
Why, are you a Mace Hacker fan?
Oh, from way back. I've read all 140 Mace Hacker mysteries.
141?
No, I think you're mistaken, Mr. Tallow.
Oh, no, I'm sure I'm quite right.
If you read your jacket on the latest Mace Hacker book, it says the 140th greatest...
Oh, I know it says that, but it happens to be wrong. You see, this particular publisher has brought out 140.
Yeah, but that's his only publisher.
No. The very first Mace Hacker was called...
Yeah, I know what it was called. Death is a Lonely Woman.
I'm sorry, but that's not so.
Mr. Tallow, I don't like to boast, but I can name all 140 of Mace Hacker's books.
Oh, I'm sure you can, my boy. But there is one other book. His very first. It was with another publisher long since defunct.
Huh. I've never heard of it.
Few people have. A fantastic book.
Oh, yeah? What was it called?
Why, the name of it is Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
All right, here we have Mr. Rudy Slaymaker, a dedicated fan of mystery writer Mace Hacker. And why? Because Rudy is convinced that Hacker's stories are all prophecies of murders that will occur in the future. Hacker even names his fictional characters after the real-life ones, who will one day make his tale come true. You only have a few moments intermission until I return with Act 2. Rudy Slaymaker is 40 years old, quiet, shy, even retiring, a man who sincerely believes in turning the other cheek. He is convinced that a soft answer turneth away wrath. Rudy Slaymaker, who, despite his rather threatening last name, is really a man of peace, has just received an intimation that he is about to be involved in a murder.
What did you say the name of that book was, Mr. Tallow?
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
That's impossible.
Impossible? Why is it impossible?
Oh, because
It was Mace Hacker's very first published work. A rather small-time publisher who went out of business shortly afterward. And then Mace Hacker caught on with the present firm where he's been ever since.
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. What is the book about?
I don't know. Do you know? I've never read it. I've only heard about it. However, I would assume one of them kills the other two, wouldn't you?
Where could I get a copy?
Oh, I don't think you can. The book's out of print and the publisher is out of business.
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
It's probably the only cast of characters that didn't come true.
What do you mean?
Well, you call yourself a Mace Hacker fan and you ask that, you know what I mean. After he writes the book somewhere, that story really comes true. Same names, everything.
Well,
Do you remember any murder cases involving 3 people named Rudy, Jack, and Ramona?
Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. I'm Rudy. My boss is Jack. My wife is Ramona. I felt a cold chill down my spine. I didn't know what to do. One of us was a killer. But which one? I must find that book. I must. I haunted all the second-hand bookshops. I wrote away to the companies that specialize in finding rare books. And then, one day, after considerable trouble and quite a bit of expense...
Darling, there's a package for you.
Oh, what's in it?
I didn't open it. I think it's a book.
A book?
The return address reads, Bookfinders Incorporated.
Oh, yeah. Let me see that. I grabbed the package, ran into my den, closed the door behind me, and tore away the wrapping paper. And there it was. The book. A book that was almost 25 years old. Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. A murder mystery by Mace Hacker. The very first Mace Hacker ever written. I sat down, turned to the first page, and began to read. Rudy was boiling water for his coffee when Ramona walked into the kitchen.
Oh, dear, I had no idea it was so late.
It's all right.
No, it's not all right. A wife should make her husband's breakfast.
All I ever want is coffee.
No, you want more than coffee. And it's my job to...
Dearest, I'll miss my bus. My blood froze. I looked at the printed page. That was the dialogue. Those were the actual words that passed between Ramona and me on any given morning. And here, Mace Hacker had written it all down 25 years ago. Why, that would have been 12 years before Ramona and I were even married. I closed the book. I was afraid to go on. What would be on the next page? I didn't want to find out. I didn't want to know. But that was a resolve I could never keep. Never. And so I turned the page. The dialogue was still familiar. Mustn't miss the bus. Jack glowers at me if I come in late.
He glowers? Why, that mean old thing.
Although recently he's taken to coming in late himself.
Oh, you're just too nice for your own good, darling.
Can't even finish my coffee. Have to run. There the page came to an end. What would I find on the next page? I took a deep breath and turned. Ramona watched him hurry down the street to the corner bus stop. He and the bus arrived simultaneously. He stepped on board and was gone. She smiled. Her hand strayed to the telephone. She lifted it and began to dial.
Hello? Hello, Jack, darling. He's gone. Yes, he just got on his bus. Oh, yes. Get here as fast as you can. You know I do, darling.
I let the book fall to the floor. I couldn't believe my eyes. I could not accept what I had just seen in black and white. Ramona. My Ramona. It couldn't be true. It couldn't. I picked up the book again. I had to read that scene between the two of them, the scene I knew would have to begin on the next page. She knew it would take him no more than 10 minutes to arrive at the apartment. She sat calmly, quietly, controlling her excitement. Finally, the doorbell rang. She raced across the room. Threw the door open.
I wish we could go away, Ramona, darling.
I want that more than anything in the whole world.
Yes, I know. So do I, but how would we live? Loretta's father would fire me in a minute.
I know. And I'm content with what we can have, even if it's only a stolen hour.
You know, I didn't know you'd turn out to be like this.
Like what?
Soft, sweet, understanding.
Jack, what are we going to do?
I should divorce Loretta and you should divorce Rudy. Rudy should marry Loretta and I should marry you. Yes. Loretta and Rudy are made for each other. Two sticks in the mud who don't like to do anything, go anywhere.
But that can't happen, darling.
Yes, I know.
And you should be returning to the office.
I know.
Rudy talks about it sometimes. He says he covers for you when your father-in-law happens to drop by. Your father-in-law gets very upset when you're not around.
Yes, I'm aware of that. But I hate to go to that office. You know something, Rudy scares me.
He scares you?
I give him a hard time. But it's only in self-defense. It's just he knows so much about the contracting business and I know so little. I couldn't care less. Listen, maybe we should get divorced and you and I
Rudy
could go.
would never give me a divorce. He doesn't believe in it. Besides, darling, you're absolutely unfit for any work at all. In 6 months, you'd hate yourself and you'd hate me.
Yes, I guess you're right.
What we have now
Isn't enough.
But it's better than nothing. Now, darling, you better get back to the office.
Those were the next 3 pages of dialogue. Is that the way things had been going when I was out of the house? I refused to believe it. I hid the book in my desk, and I went into the dining room. Ramona had just started serving our dinner.
I made you those Brussels sprouts you like so much, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
What? Oh, what should be wrong?
Well, I don't know, darling. It just seems to me that you're
No,
very...
I'm fine. I'm all right.
You seem very upset, very nervous.
I'm not aware of it.
Did you have a hard day?
No, harder than usual.
Was Jack Jessup troublesome again?
Jack Jessup?
Honestly, Rudy, darling, you're not yourself tonight. What's bothering you?
What was I going to tell her? Yes, I was determined to get to the bottom of this thing. So I decided that tomorrow morning after I got on the bus, I would just get off a few blocks away and come back and catch them. So that's exactly what I did. I boarded the bus, got off after it turned the corner, waited about half an hour, then I went back to the apartment. I opened the door very carefully, quietly. I could hear music on the radio. And suddenly...
Oh, Rudy. What are you doing home?
What am I doing home?
Goodness, you scared me. I heard the door open. I couldn't imagine who...
Oh, I forgot something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I better get it. It's in the bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah, in the bedroom. He wasn't there. Nobody was in there or anywhere else either. So what did that mean? It meant Miss Hacker was wrong. That Jack Jessup wasn't coming here mornings after I left. But my relief was short-lived. That night, I finally got all my courage together and got out the book. This time I was determined to read it through. If he was seeing her here at the house, I had to find out. But why hadn't I caught them at it? I soon got the answer. According to the book, When Rudy left that morning, Ramona had a premonition. She couldn't explain it, but she was a woman who lived by the psyche, and so she refused to ignore it. She dialed Jack's number once again.
Jack? Darling. Yes, he just left, but don't come here. No, please, don't come here. Yes, my darling, I want to see you more than anything in the world, but I have this feeling, this terrible feeling. No, meet me for lunch. Yes, the usual place. Yes, darling, at 12.
She hung up the phone. She knew something was wrong, terribly wrong, something that could destroy all of them, but she couldn't put her finger on it. At 12 o'clock, she arrived at the little East Side restaurant where they had spent so many happy hours.
Darling, what's wrong?
It's Rudy.
What about Rudy?
He knows, Jack.
He knows? How much does he know?
He knows about us, and he knows everything.
Are you sure?
I had this premonition. I can't account for it, but I can't disregard it either. I told you not to come. Well, a half hour after he left, he came back.
He what?
He came back to the apartment.
Why?
He said he'd forgotten something.
Well, maybe he did.
No, Jack. No, you know he didn't. He came back expecting to find us together.
Well, what are we going to do?
We'll have to stop seeing each other.
Oh, no, we can't.
For a while.
Not now, we can't. Loretta's going out to the coast to spend a few weeks with her aunt. I planned for us to use that time.
No, darling. But Rudy suspects, and
I can't let Rudy come between us.
But Rudy exists.
I'll kill him first.
No, don't say that. It wouldn't solve the problem. Loretta would be alive. You wouldn't be able to marry me.
There's got to be some way to kill Rudy, some safe, foolproof way.
There probably is. But the problem is to find it.
Just like that. Just as cold-blooded as that. There's got to be a way to kill Rudy, a safe, foolproof way. That's how Mace Hacker has them talking in his book, and here I am, reading all this in a 25-year-old detective novel as if it's all happening to some fictional character. But it's going to happen to me. I'm Rudy. And Ramona is Ramona, my wife. And Jack is Jack Jessup, my boss.
Well, it looks as if our hero, if he is a hero, could very likely be in the soup. However, Rudy has an advantage. Rudy knows something that evidently Jack and Ramona are unaware of. Rudy has a copy of the script to this little scheme. Assuming, of course, that A, it's a scheme, and B, there's a script. I'll be back in just a few moments with Act 3. Our story thus far concerns Rudy Slaymaker, who is in a prison cell where a homicide detective is urging him to make a confession. Well, Rudy isn't paying very much attention. Rudy is reviewing the events in his mind. And as Rudy relives them, he is convinced no one would ever believe him. He may be right.
It was out in the open. They realized I knew about their affair and that they would have to find an opportunity to kill me. And since all this had been carefully plotted out some 25 years ago by Mace Hacker, all I had to do was to continue reading about it in Hacker's book, Rudy, Jack, and Ramona. You think that's easy? Suppose someone handed you a book and said, here is the story of the rest of your life. Would you be anxious to read it? I would have thrown the book away, but I had to read it because my life depended on it. So, from the book, I continue. Ramona Slaymaker led a double life with brilliance and flair. She was Jack Jessup's ardent lover, And she was also Rudy Slaymaker's wife. Then, one afternoon, the bell rang. She opened the door. Her eyes grew wide with fright.
Jack!
Ramona, darling.
You shouldn't come here.
I know.
Rudy suspects. He could do something desperate.
I just had to see you before I left.
Where are you going?
To the coast. Loretta.
What about Loretta?
She's dead.
Oh, my.
Yes, she was thrown from a horse at tavern this morning.
Oh, I am sorry.
I had to see you. I'm on my way to the airport, but I had to stop here first. Ramona, I can't pretend to be overcome by grief.
I know, darling.
For years, there's been nothing between Loretta and me, so now I've got to tell you that we've got to start planning.
Planning? Planning what?
Oh, come on. You know very well what. We'll have to find a way to kill him.
Yes.
You see, that means you'll be a widow, I'm a widower. My father-in-law can have no objection to our marriage. He'll even think it's logical for us to get together, and you'll be an excellent mother to his grandchildren.
What we're doing is wrong, Jack. It's murder.
My darling, it's the only way we can find happiness.
I looked up from the book. Finally, the plot was arranged to kill Rudy, to kill me. That was the way Mace Hacker had written it. It had worked out for Hacker because he could kill off Loretta, Jack's wife. But in real life, Jack's wife, Loretta, was still very much alive. And as long as she was alive, there was no point in their trying to kill me. And then one day, I was at the office. The telephone rang. It was Loretta's father.
Rudy?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be the one to break this to Jack, but I'm afraid I have very bad news.
What is it, sir?
It's Loretta.
Loretta?
Poor Jack. I know how much she meant to him. It's very bad. Tell him Loretta's dead. She was out riding and the horse stumbled.
Dead. Loretta was dead. Jack's wife dead. And that meant that the way was clear to kill me, that I would soon be dead. I read the rest of the book as quickly as I could. How clearly Mace Hacker wrote it down.
He likes to go for walks at night near the river where it's deserted.
I keep telling him how foolish it is.
Well, right near the old bridge, there's a clump of birch trees. I'll be waiting there. When he comes by, I'll shoot him.
Oh.
I'll take his wallet, watch, and his ring so it'll look like burglary.
Jack.
Yes, what is it?
Be careful, darling.
Of course, my dear. Next time he goes out walking, call me.
Now I knew what I had to do. I had to see Mace Hacker. I had to talk to Mace Hacker. But I ran into trouble. Nobody seemed to know Mace Hacker. Nobody had an address. There had to be something, some line on Mace Hacker. At the publishers, they maintained a stony silence, but I knew how to break through that. $50 invested in the right people can bring you all sorts of useful information. And so, in a few days, I found myself in a modest apartment building, and a small, neat plate on the door read, M. Hacker. I rang the bell, and an incredibly old lady answered the door.
Yes?
I am looking for Mace Hacker.
Go away.
Please, it's a matter of life and death.
That means nothing to me.
Please, you must let me see Mace Hacker. You can't turn me down.
Very well. Come in.
Thank you. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Tell Mr. Hacker I won't take too much of his time.
Mace Hacker has little enough to spare.
Oh, I'll wait.
For what?
For Mace Hacker.
I am Mace Hacker.
You?
Yes.
But you...
I'm a woman. Does that mean anything?
But
Speak quickly. I have no time to waste.
All right. All right, tell me, who is Mace Hacker?
I am Mace Hacker.
Oh, no, but who are you? I mean, do you have the gift of prophecy?
I have a gift. I don't know what it is.
You write stories about murder, and years later they come true.
Ah, do they?
Oh, yes, even the people's names. How do you account for it?
How do you account for it?
Look, I came here for answers, not questions.
There are no answers. There are only questions.
25 years ago, you wrote a book called Rudy, Jack, and Ramona.
Did I?
It's about me. It's about me, my boss, and my wife.
Is it?
How did you know about us? How? I mean, even the words we speak to each other in private. How did you know?
I'm very tired. I usually nap about this time.
How did you know?
I've never been so tired, so sleepy.
Tell me first. Tell me.
Goodbye,
No.
Rudy.
No, don't go to sleep. Tell me what I must do.
I've already told you. It's in the book. In the book. Follow the book.
Mace Hacker closed her eyes and never opened them again. I went home, read the rest of the book, and I found the little .22 caliber pistol I kept in a desk drawer, made sure the clip was filled. I put the gun in my pocket, and I went into the living room where Ramona was sitting.
Hello, darling.
Lovely night. I think I'll go for a walk.
At this hour?
Well, there's a bright moon. Would you like to come?
No, dear. I have a slight cold.
Ah. Well, I won't be long.
Don't walk too far, and please, dear, do be careful.
Yes, I would be very careful. I headed for the clump of trees near the bridge. I'd get there before he would. She couldn't call before I left the house, and that was just the head start I needed. I arrived at the bridge. I hid behind the trees, and I waited. I waited until I heard the sound of footsteps. I waited till he came into view, till he was almost upon me. And then I fired. The little pistol barked like an angry dog in the night. He fell on his face in an ungainly sprawl. He was dead before he hit the ground. So much for Jack Jessup. And now I must finish the story the way Mace Hacker had commanded me to finish. I walked home. Slowly, very slowly, I opened the door. And when she saw my face, a look of terror came into her eyes.
Rudy.
Surprised to see me, Ramona.
Surprised? Why should I be surprised?
It wasn't supposed to work out this way, was it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure you do.
Rudy, what are you doing with that gun?
What do people usually do with a gun, darling?
No, Rudy, no. Have you gone crazy?
Goodbye, darling.
Why? Rudy, why?
You had your friend Jack try to kill me. You told him I'd gone for a walk. But I saw him first. I killed him first. And now you...
Rudy. I don't know anything.
Your affair with Jack is over.
What affair? Rudy. You're killing me for nothing. For nothing.
Don't lie.
Nothing. Why would I have an affair with...
You should not have died with a lie on your lips.
Yes?
Rudy, did you take home the figures on the Marine project?
Jack.
Hello. Rudy, this is Jack Jessup. Rudy, are you okay?
You see, I killed her because I thought that she was... But it was wrong. And that man who was there by the bridge, guess it wasn't Jack. Which means she didn't tip him off. And I guess they weren't having an affair, but according to Mace Hacker...
Rudy, you ready to make a statement?
Lieutenant, you'd never believe me.
Oh, you'll be surprised some of the stories I hear.
You never heard a story like this one.
And neither did the jury. So they voted to put Mr. Rudy Slaymaker away for the rest of his life. A pity. He certainly thought it was self-defense. For all we know, maybe it was. You just stay there, and I shall return in a few moments. Who was Mace Hacker? We'll never know. And who was Rudy Slaymaker? We'll never know that either. Because Rudy has reached a point where he doesn't know himself. It could even be seriously doubted that the book Rudy, Jack, and Ramona ever existed. Don't worry about it. There are times late at night, in the dark of the moon, when you can believe that nothing exists. Well, we do, 7 times each week. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Patricia Elliott, Ian Martin, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I think it was Charles Kingsley, that notable 19th century clergyman and novelist, who said, "There are more ways of killing a cat than choking it to death with cream." I leave it to you to decipher exactly what he meant to suggest by that. I bring it up only because this is a story of a cat with many lives who at length, without violence, had to end his career.
The police are coming back. You better report it to them, Nicole.
No, Josh. But if you love me and you want to marry me, say nothing. Let me do the talking.
Mademoiselle, I see you waited.
You didn't find the man you were chasing?
No, as usual. He has given us this paper.
Who is he?
I wish we knew. A burglar who roams the rooftops like a cat. That is the police force's only name for him. Le Chat. Our mystery drama, The Cat is Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marion Seldes and Ian Martin.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Are you a people watcher? I mean, whenever you pass or sit with others on the street, a bus, wherever, can you resist the impulse to speculate who your fellow travelers are, what they do, what kind of people they are? For example, we're on flight 843, bound from New York to Paris, and across the aisle is a tall, slim, still stunning woman in her early 50s. Beside her, in the window chair, is a ramrod-straight, all-whipcord and steel man, whose age is only attested to by his almost silver-white hair. Who would you guess them to be? Well, why guess? We're about to find out.
Vicky.
I'm awake, Josh.
I just wanted to be sure your belt was fastened. The sign's up.
I didn't have to see it. I felt us losing altitude. You?
Oh, I never take mine off, habit.
I love you.
Because I keep my seatbelt fastened?
Just habit.
Now, there's a left-handed compliment.
Well, I mean, after 30 years. No, Josh, not even a general can make me fall into habit. I wake up to it fresh every morning. What time is it?
5 a.m. Paris time.
Midnight our time. American. Happy anniversary, dearest.
Ditto. 30 years.
How's Paris? You were looking at it out the window.
Oh, Paris. It's incredible as always. What is the mot juste?
Formidable.
No. For coming to our other home.
Mine, not yours. Except that I am American now.
And part of me will always be what you were, my French siren.
Oh, thank you, Josh. It is the most wonderful 30th anniversary present you can give me. Already I feel 23 again, or younger.
Well, that makes two of us. Oh, Nicole. Never ask a general to defend war, except me. Because a war brought me you. Vive la guerre.
Vive la résistance. Because it brought me you.
Darling.
Oh, Mommy.
Well, he should be down any minute. He's gone into his approach. We don't have anything to declare, do we?
No, why should we?
Oh, I don't know if I like that hesitation. Are you up to something?
Don't you trust me yet?
Wouldn't I be a fool if I did it all the way? You know you manipulate me like a puppet.
Why, Brigadier General Josh Maynard, I declare, how can you talk that way?
Nicole Lautier, where did you get that phony southern accent?
It wasn't phony.
All right. Was pretty good. But, I still want to know about the hesitation.
Oh, that pause was only because I wasn't quite sure what it was you thought I ought to declare. Shall I tell the customs officer if he asks me that I love you?
Oh, all right. Forget it. The only reason I asked is that I'm so anxious to get to the hotel, unpack, and start prowling all the old haunts. You, don't mind being on the left bank?
Oh, Josh, we're here to return to the past and make it live again. That's the best present you could have given me for my 30th anniversary. To get rid of all those 30 years and to go back as near as we can to where it all began.
What's on the agenda for today?
Oh, nothing. Rien, pas du tout. We're on vacation. Why don't you munch a croissant or brioche? Let me read my journal.
What's in the news?
Who knows? Who cares? I'm in the back pages. I thought maybe we could have a look at what's playing at the Comédie Française, only by...
Or what? L'opéra? Folie Bergère? The café?
Attendez. Oh, how easily we slip into the past. Wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
It's something I just ran across in the obituaries. Listen. Monsieur Paul Etienne Cramois, mayor of Montcarnet, a small town in Normandy, died quietly last night in his sleep. Mayor Cramois, prominently identified after World War II as a leader in the resistance, had been known for some time to be suffering from a heart condition. As well he should.
What?
Never mind. That settles it.
Settles what, Nick?
We've been talking about making a memory tour of Normandy, haven't we?
Well, we decided not to, I thought.
Well, now we can't. We have got to go back. Back to Montcarnet.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Back to Montcarnet? Are you crazy, Nicole?
Oh, darling. Don't you remember?
Yes, too damn vividly. Look, Nicky, in spite of time, 30 years, technically, we are still accessories after the fact and liable for arrest. Not me, I'm an American, but you. Well, you know, the French still consider you a citizen of La Belle République on their soil. It's crazy. Just give me one solid, sensible reason for returning to Montcarnet.
I have to. Because I have something to return. You see, Georges, for all that happened to us there, I never told you the full story.
Oh, happy anniversary. Now she's ready to tell me 1 generation later. Look, let me billboard it for you. Once upon a time, a long time ago, a war was fought to make the world safe for democracy. That was its particular slogan. Its number was World War II. The only point I would care to make for it is that one day, at long last, it ended. And a sexy, sensational, loving young woman named Nicole Autier, who had saved the life of a young pilot who had crashed in France.
And whose name was Josh Maynard. You know, you were the only one I helped pass through the underground and back to the 8th Air Force. That made me want to defect and keep you in France, even in German-controlled France.
No, you don't mean that.
Well, of course not. It's just that I loved you, and I still do.
Well, do you think after I met you, I was that eager to get back to Great Britain and start flying again and try to get myself killed?
It was the best part. I mean, that you didn't get killed.
Well, obviously. Now, where was I?
After the war, thank heaven.
Oh, yes. When I found you again, and I was still trying to persuade you to marry me.
Well, I wasn't sure I had enough to offer you. And face it, you were not all that sure about me. In the excitement
I knew
of
what
war,
I wanted.
You thought you knew. No. Listen, Montcarnet has settled it for us. Don't you remember? After VE Day, when we got together at last, we took that trip by car through Normandy.
Oh, how could I forget?
All right. And it all started with us getting lost. Oh, what a lovely night in autumn it was. The moon riding high, tossed like a ship at sea on scudding clouds. 1946. Over 30 years ago. Lights ahead, Josh. We're coming to a town.
Town? Oh, yeah. It ought to be Montcarnet, according to the map.
Why are you stopping?
It's a guy on a bicycle. Maybe he could recommend a pontoon.
Oh, we're in luck. Who could be better? It's a gendarme.
Hey, Monsieur Gendarme.
You scared the poor man so he almost fell off the bicycle.
You called me, monsieur.
Yeah, I'm sorry I startled you.
Very bien, monsieur.
I'm sorry if I barged into the middle of your concert.
Pas de quoi. After all, I paid nothing for the ticket, huh? But enough. May I be of assistance?
Oh, yes, we haven't been here for many years.
And so many things have changed.
So we thought by now we would have been...
In Montcarnet.
Ah, Montcarnet. But you are almost there.
We would like to stay overnight. There must be an inn or a pension.
You and your wife?
No, it's not my wife. My name is Maynard. I'm a major in the 8th Air Force.
Ah, then bienvenue, Monsieur Major.
And this is my fiancée, Nicole Autier.
Nicole Autier? Mon Dieu. Un moment, s'il vous plaît, my lantern. Ah, it is vraiment you, mademoiselle.
You know me.
Know you? Voyons. I remember so many years ago. You used to sing in Paris at Le Paragil, no?
Oh, I just filled in. I was not known.
Oh, you were to me.
You are kind to remember me.
How could one forget? How you sang. I was, of course, covered with shame.
Why?
Oh, évidemment. I should have known who I was worshipping. But those were the years of the war, and the whole world was upside down. Are you still singing?
Oh, no, I have found a better career.
Ah, oui. L'avenue d'Amour. C'est votre mari, ce soldat, Mike.
No, this young American soldier is still my fiancé.
But you've got the right idea, gendarme. Marie is what I want to be.
You would be lucky, Monsieur l'Américain. And I think you too, petite chanteuse. These will be bad times for France after the war. Marry him and go to les États-Unis.
I'm going to take your advice, I think. But first, Monsieur le Gendarme, we need some place to stay for tonight.
Oh, of course. Mille pardons. Voyons. If you are to reside in Montcarnet, there's only one choice. L'auberge. Down the road, next turn to the right, drive 1 kilometer to the heart of town. You cannot miss it on the left. Very small, but for les amis, très à propos.
Well, if it's right for lovers, it's sure right for us. Oh, brother, I finally found it.
Well, it's my fault. I should have made you turn left.
I never can learn the difference between droit and gauche.
In the world to come for the rest of our lifetime, I think you'd better.
Well, I don't know about the right, but I don't expect to be bearing that far left.
It's no time for a political discussion. We need accommodations for the night. Go see.
Looks pretty dark.
Well, it's pretty late. Now go in and see if you can wake up the concierge.
Keith? Oh, aren't you coming with me?
No, I think I'll just stay for a moment and look at the moon.
Okay, moon lover. Won't be a minute.
Au clair de la lune, mon ami Pierrot, ouvre-moi ta porte. Oh, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Mademoiselle, pour l'amour de Dieu, je vous en prie. Nicole.
Quoi? Oh, Barrère. What is it? What's wrong?
No time. For the sake of old days, I beg you, hide me.
From whom?
The police.
Where?
In your car. Will lie on the floor in the back.
Have no fear, Jean. You will be safe.
Mademoiselle, pardon me, but did a man run past you?
A man? What man?
A thief. I'm sure he came this way. I was following him.
Oh, yes, the man who was running. He turned. I saw him turn that corner, down that way.
Dubois, did you see him?
No, Lieutenant.
Well, this lady said he came your way and turned the corner.
I just came from there. Ah, mademoiselle, we meet again.
You know this lady. Can you vouch for her?
With my life, Lieutenant. A old thief. He must have run off the road.
And perhaps he could be in the car. I heard the door close, I thought.
Oh, look if you want. I just got out when I heard all the excitement.
Oh, I know the mademoiselle. You can trust her. Quickly, mon lieutenant, or le chat will escape.
Very well. But I warn you, mademoiselle, do not leave. I will be back to ask you some questions.
All right, Jean. They have gone.
Like old times, eh?
Yes, sure. But what?
And no time for words, ma chérie. Only for this.
Oh.
God bless you. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Jean. But why should it be like old times when the war is over for more than a year? Or is it?
So, now we know who the people we were watching are today. And we're beginning to know who they were over 30 years ago, before they became Brigadier General Joshua Maynard and his wife, Nicole, who once was a member of the French underground. We've opened a door. Want to come into the past with me and find out where their story began all those years ago? If you do, I'll be back to escort you with Act 2. You'll remember we left Nicole in the year 1946, gazing after the two French policemen who were chasing a man named Jean Barrère, whom she had just hidden from them.
and that the moment they were out of sight, she had released the man from the car where he was hidden, that he had embraced her fervently, kissed her, and vanished also into the night. Now Josh, a major in the U.S. Air Force, still in uniform in those days, comes rushing out of the inn to her.
Nicole! Nicole, are you all right?
Ça marche, chérie. Do not worry.
But I heard shots.
No, not at me.
Oh, what was it all about? Just after the cops ran off, I saw you helping some guy out of our car.
Josh, listen to me quickly and understand. I have just aided a man to escape from the police.
What? Why in the name of...
Don't ask questions, Josh, please. This man who escaped, we were in the underground, the resistance together. His name is Jean Barrère.
Okay, the resistance, that was the war, and you had to choose up sides. But now, Nicky, you don't know what this guy has done. He could have murdered someone.
No, not Jean.
Oh, come on, he didn't kill anyone during the resistance?
It was different. In peace, Jean could not harm a soul. He's too gentle, too kind, too... What would you say? Moral. No, I know him too well.
From the clinch I saw, you know him very well. I think you're crazy to take any chances.
In the old days, such a short time ago, we took many chances together, Jean and I. You were one of them, although you never knew him.
You mean when I crashed during the Stuttgart raid, he helped you and the others smuggle me out and back to England?
He was the one who picked you up when you parachuted down. He risked his life for you, dragging an unconscious man in daylight right under the noses of the Germans to one of our hideouts.
Well, so my hat's off to him, but these are different times.
What different times? To help any member of the underground is simply a reflex action, as tonight. And at any time, I would trust Jean with my life. I would always be sure that...
What is it?
Oh, something in the pocket of my coat. He must have slipped it there when he embraced me.
What?
It's a necklace, a diamond necklace.
Shh, the police coming back. You better report it to them.
But if you love me, if you ever want to marry me, say nothing. Let me do the talking.
Mademoiselle, I see you waited. That is good.
You didn't find the man you were chasing.
No, as usual, he has given us this slip.
Who is he?
Oh, I wish we knew. We know him only as Deschamps. But Guillaume tells me that you and he are old friends.
Lieutenant, I do not claim so close an acquaintance.
Oh, anyone who has sung together at the Lapin Agile is an old acquaintance.
Je vous remercie.
And your companion?
Major Maynard, 8th Air Force, and my fiancé.
Ah, c'est bon.
The 8th Air Force was the savior of France. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I would. So you and Mademoiselle are beyond reproach. I was going to ask to search your car.
Oh, go ahead, go on. You may. What is all this excitement about?
During the past few months, Mademoiselle, we have had a series of robberies in our town by a man who can climb buildings as quickly and surely as he can.
Enfin, since we do not know his name, that's what we call him. Le Chat.
But what happened tonight?
Tonight, he robbed again. And again, as usual, gave us the slip. Will you be staying here for tonight, mademoiselle?
Josh?
Oh, yeah, they have 2 rooms open for us.
But why, Lieutenant?
The city police will want to see you personally because, believe me, we are determined to catch and punish this man, Léchard. For he is a thief of the most formidable.
Nicole, it's Josh.
Just a moment.
Look, I have to talk to you.
Is that all? Haven't you noticed I've changed since dinner?
Oh, I'm sorry. You look... look, can I come in?
I shouldn't let you after the way you brush aside all the trouble I've gone to make myself look beautiful for you.
Nicky, I've been getting stewed about this whole thing, and for the last few hours,
Please, we discussed it after the police left. We agreed to get settled in the hotel and forget about it for tonight.
But for Pete's sake, don't you recognize that you're compounding a felony? That you're making yourself an accessory after the fact?
Yes.
All right. So now will you march right down to the police station, turn in the necklace, and identify this Jean Barrère as the thief?
No.
What?
Oh, don't you see, George? It's a little late for that. I am already an accessory after the fact, whatever you call it.
Yes, but...
I don't know. I give up. What are you going to do then?
Something else I learned in the underground.
What?
Wait.
For what?
For Jean to get in touch with me. I'm quite sure he will.
Oh, and then I suppose you'll just turn the necklace over to him, no questions asked.
I don't know. It depends on what Jean will tell me.
Oh, fine. Well, I just hope they run a clean jail in Montcarnet and the chow's up to scratch.
Oh, darling, don't be mad at me. It's very late and we should get some sleep. But tomorrow this will all be straightened out. And then we'll talk about our plans for the future.
I wish I could be as sure of that as you pretend to be. I mean, it isn't even so much this crazy thing you've done as the guy himself.
What do you mean?
Well, the way you act, you could almost be in love with him.
I'm in love with you, Josh. Can't you trust me?
Yes, but you do sort of crumple it around the edges.
Trust isn't a matter of degree. It is all or nothing. You either have it or you haven't.
You know something, Bibi? You're quite right. Okay. I'll back you all the way down the line.
That's all I need to know. Now. Yeah, that's good. Happy?
Moderately.
What now?
I just can't help asking one more question. Were you ever in love with this guy? I mean, these last couple of years during the resistance, like a fellow says, in those days?
In those days, we were all in love, Josh. But not with each other. We were in love with a cause. Good night, darling.
Nicole! Nicole, open the window. C'est Jean.
Jean?
Shh. A moment. Now, close it. Vite. Bien. Draw the curtain. So. Now we are safe enough. You answered my signal quickly.
I was waiting for you. I knew you'd come.
How could you be sure it was...
The old one. Beethoven's Fifth. Why did you come?
To thank you for what you did for me earlier tonight. There are no words.
None needed between old comrades in arms. How many times you have saved my life.
And pourquoi? What time do you have?
4:45.
It'll be light in a few minutes. I have to go. And this time it must be adieu.
That's all you came for. To bid me goodbye.
Of course. And to get the necklace, obviously. You found it?
I found it in my pocket.
Then, may I have it, please?
No questions asked.
There never were in the past. Must we start now?
Oh, times have changed, my dear. Is the necklace yours?
No.
Was it stolen from someone last night?
Yes.
And have you stolen other things recently?
Yes. Let me show you something. Here. Pictures of my wife, my children. You never knew about them. You see, during the war, we were individuals, people with only a false name, no background, no future. But now, you see here in Montcarnet, I am a man of position. The slightest whisper of scandal might ruin me. The best for you, for me, is to give me the necklace, leave Montcarnet, and forget what has happened. I have involved you enough already. Please, give me the necklace and leave Montcarnet forever.
And the police?
If you say nothing more, there's nothing that they can hold you for.
I will give you the necklace on one condition.
And that is?
That you will return it and everything else you have stolen to the rightful owners.
To their rightful owners?
The people they were originally stolen from. Do you agree?
I agree. But it will take time.
Why? 24 hours should be enough. Right?
Yes. That should be enough time to complete everything. Then what?
I have promised to stay here in Montcarnet till the chief of police returns. He's out of town till tomorrow night. I have no choice till he returns because the lieutenant is very suspicious of me and of the way you disappeared. So you have until the day after tomorrow.
And if the stolen property has not been returned by then?
I will tell the chief of police everything I know.
Eh bien. I shall give you my word that if you are not satisfied that the property is back in the right hands, I myself will confess to the thefts, and you will not be involved. Will it? Who's that?
I don't know, but...
It could be the police. I must go.
Wait here. The necklace.
Bien. Now the window. And my thanks. I commend you to le bon Dieu.
It is you who needs the commending. Hurry.
Nicky, you all right?
Huh? Who is it?
It's Josh.
Just a minute.
Well, hurry.
I'm coming. What is it, Josh? Come in.
I don't know. I thought I heard voices in here. Were you talking to someone?
Yes.
Oh, Jean?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's gone.
The window?
Yes.
And the necklace?
Gone. With him.
Nicky, what are you letting yourself in for? The man is a thief.
No, perhaps, but he was a comrade and a patriot. He deserves a chance to redeem himself.
What chance?
He has promised to return everything he has stolen within 24 hours. I gave him that chance.
You trusted him?
I trusted him. I can only hope he will not fail my trust.
Anytime you reach for a quote, it's odds on that it will be from the Bible or William Shakespeare. This time it's from the latter, and we're going to take the liberty of substituting one word. The quote: "Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows." Change misery to war, and do you have a true description of Nicole's old comradeship with Jean? Or is he really an honest man who will live up to his promise? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Examining that quote again. Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. There is perhaps one other word that has a bearing on our tale, which affects only one in our cast of characters. Remember that we are back in the year 1946, that Josh is a young man deeply in love with, but not yet married to, Nicole. So suppose we paraphrase the quote thus: war acquaints a woman with strange bedfellows. And with that in mind, we can understand Josh's fury as he bursts into Nicole's room the following day.
Josh, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing at all. I just thought you might like to see the afternoon paper.
Don't tell me we're back at war.
Just read it and weep.
Le Chat prowls again. Daring robbery yields him over 200,000 francs.
Yeah. There's your knight in shining armor. Not only has he failed to return all the things he has stolen as he promised, but he laughed at you and did it again.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I would have trusted Jean with my life.
You've trusted him with part of it anyway. Nicole, if you have to confess your share in this, I don't see how you can stay out of jail. What are you going to tell the chief of police?
I don't have to tell him anything. Yet.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. Nicole, what were you and Jean Barrère to each other that you still can trust them?
Comrades in arms and nothing else.
That gets a little hard to swallow when you're willing to go this far out on a limb for him. And if you think I'm going to stand by and see a generous impulse get you in trouble...
No need. A few more hours, I can cut myself free. I gave Jean 24 hours, and I will live up to that. And then I'll go to the chief of police.
Mademoiselle Autier, the chief of police will see you now.
Very well.
I'm going with you.
Why? Are you afraid I won't tell the truth?
I'm sorry, Monsieur Ménard, but the chef wishes to see the mademoiselle alone.
Too bad about him. I'm still going along.
Please, Josh, don't make a fuss.
Okay, I don't like it, but... Okay.
Just keep your fingers crossed. Hello, Lieutenant? What is the name of your chef de police?
Capitaine Georges Gérard.
Permettez-vous, hein? Capitaine Gérard, Mademoiselle Nicole Autier.
Thank you. You may leave us.
Oui, mon capitaine.
Capitaine Gérard.
Georges Pierre Gérard. My real name.
But you're Jean Barrère. What are you doing here?
I belong here because my true name is Georges Gérard. And I'm chief of police of Montcarnet. Like most others, during the resistance, I did not use my real name. You knew me only as Jean Barrère.
But you actually are chief of police here in Montcarnet?
Yes.
And you are also the criminal Le Chat, who committed a fresh robbery last night?
Quite correct. I could not explain fully to you because this one last job remained to be accomplished. And, as you so correctly pointed out, values have changed.
Now, just what does that mean?
I was no longer sure that you would recognize the same values as I.
Well, one value I do recognize is a promise. Evidently, you don't. That the money and the jewels should be returned to their rightful owners. Well, have they?
I shall let you be the judge. Enfin, let me explain, as perhaps I should have done before. As you know, situated where we are, Montcarnet was an active center of the resistance movement until our underground was wiped out when one of our members betrayed us. He is since dead and matters no longer, but the rest of us had to escape. Many of us were helped by neighbors. Some betrayed. But, like everything else in the world, nothing is black and white.
What do you mean?
I mean that some of us were forced to deal with the gray people. Those who are willing to help us escape, but for a price. Mon Dieu, to feast and grow fat on the desperate and the helpless, that is to forfeit all claim upon humanity and its rights.
The gray people. These are the people you have been robbing.
Here is a list of the stolen goods. Stolen? Let me show you. Stolen last night from Lemaitre, the jeweler. 200,000 francs in diamonds. The price to the very sou that this jackal demanded from my friend Moret to hide him in the back of his car and drive him through the German patrols to Holland and safety. Moret, who risked his life 1,000 times for France, and who lives now blind and alone in Paris. Here is another. 250,000 francs stolen from Blanche, the printer. The price of a forged carte d'identité to enable Pierre Dunois to escape. Pierre, long since dead, but leaving behind him a wife and 3 children, without resources, with little future, and less hope. I could go on down the list. But must I tell all the other sad and tragic stories? They are substantially the same.
No need. Except the necklace?
The necklace? A bribe to Paul Etienne Cramois, at this moment our esteemed mayor of Montcarnet. Blood money to secure my own escape. Except that it will never be turned into money. It was my mother's. That cannot be returned to its rightful owner, since my beloved mother is dead. She has no need for it. Here it is. I couldn't bear for it to be owned for greed in place of love. Well, there you have it, Nicole. For myself, I have no regrets. I will stand on my own values of right and wrong. But for my wife and children, I am afraid. And for the good job I believe I have done here otherwise as chief of police. So, it's up to you. You can save me or ruin me. Which shall it be?
You make a very hard choice for me, Jean. You ask me to condone crimes, whatever good they were committed for. You ask me to join you in setting yourself above the law. You ask me to trust you for the future. To accept your word that you're a private crusade is finished. You ask a great deal.
See, I see that I ask too much. I want you to leave now, Nicole. And as soon as you are gone, I will surrender myself to the lieutenant of police and admit my crimes.
No, Jean. Sit down again, please. I have something to do first. I wish to make a statement. Would you send for a stenographer? And may I have a witness? He's waiting outside.
Who?
My future husband, Major Josh Maynard. Josh, this is the Chief of Police, Gerard. With you as witness, and aware that a transcript is being made of all I say, I wish to make a statement. 3 nights ago, a man named Jean Barrère came running down the street in front of our hotel, with the police chasing him. Because of my past knowledge of this man, believing in him and his basic morality, I helped him to escape from the police.
Nicky, hold it. Don't do this. Wait till you have a lawyer.
Please, Josh. On thinking things over, in spite of the fact that I believe this man, in my heart, is innocent of any crime, I decided the best thing to do was to make this confession to the police and, having identified the man, leave it up to them to trace and find him. That is all.
One more thing, mademoiselle. What did you say the man's name was?
Jean. Jean Barrère. Monsieur Gerard.
Then I can promise you, if this Jean Barrère ever shows his face again, he will be punished to the full extent of the law.
And am I free to leave, Monsieur Gerard?
Yes, mademoiselle, free to leave. Oh, just one more thing.
Yes.
Mon ami Americain, you are in love with this young lady?
Too darn right.
Then I ask you to forgive me this. I have stolen a kiss, young man. I saw you flinch. But believe me, oh, please believe me, sometimes there are urgent reasons for stealing.
I don't get it.
Perhaps not. But I'm sure your bride-to-be understands. I will leave it to her to explain. Only, let me assure you, this was not a kiss out of passion, but out of love and respect.
So now, 30 years later, at last you have the whole story, Josh. And you can understand why, when I pick up a paper and learn that the mayor of Montcarnet is dead, I have to go back to Montcarnet.
I'm sorry, honey, but I don't understand. Why do we have to go back there? It's past history.
Not quite.
Oh, you're so anxious to see Jean, whatever his name is again?
No, I have something to return.
What?
The necklace.
You mean you've had it all these years?
As long as the estimable mayor of Montcarnet was still alive. Obviously, Jean had no use for it.
Since he heisted it from the mayor, I see your point.
And besides, I thought it was a good idea to hang on to it as a guarantee of, well, Jean's good behavior.
Okay, darling. You know I can't refuse you anything.
Oh, I have to take it to him. It was his mother's. And though she's long since dead, I think it belongs to his wife.
You know something?
What?
I love you.
Still, after 30 years of marriage.
After 70, 80, 100... And you know how I can prove it?
How?
I'm still jealous of every other man now, today, tomorrow, and yesterday in your life. Like
what?
When you see this cat burglar patriot top cop again, you wouldn't be planning to return anything else, would you?
What, for example?
Well, for example, there's still the matter of that goodbye kiss he swarmed all over you.
30 years ago, you still remember.
Yes, and I still resent it.
Then I have a better idea. I will let you return it right now.
Oh, now you're talking.
Oh.
Well, better than the chief of police?
So much better, darling. That was a kiss that didn't have much respect, but it did have love and passion. We can always go to Montcarnet tomorrow. Hmm?
Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. Someone is responsible for that statement. Who? Benjamin Franklin? What does it matter? It's a piece of very specious wisdom, especially in a case like this, where love is concerned. Love is immediate, demanding, necessary, and should be taken while it can be had. So with that, we draw the final curtain on General Josh Maynard and his wife, Nicole. I'll be back shortly. And so the cat is dead. Not choked to death with cream, perhaps, but laid peacefully to rest because he had lived out all his lives and had no reason left to exist. Wouldn't it be nice if all of us could bury our alter egos, the cats that snarl in the back of our minds? Prejudice, hate, despair, envy. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bellwether of this flock that assembles here to mull over the mysterious and the macabre. Doomsday is near, said Mr. Shakespeare. So, die all, die merrily. Or to put it another way, eat, drink, and be merry. For tomorrow... At any rate, since the very beginnings of the human race, we have had our prophets of doom. Our seers and sages who have thundered or whispered their awful predictions for a frightful finish that will overwhelm all of us.
And what are you called?
Gold.
Gold. A very revealing name. Your hair shines like gold.
What do I call you?
You will call me Mistress, because you are now my slave.
Do I have the right to know your name?
You have no rights at all.
As your slave, what am I supposed to do?
Our mystery drama, The Children of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Nobody knows how or why it all happened. And actually, it doesn't matter. All those people who argued about the end of everything, who warned, who threatened, who pleaded, those who hastened it, and those who tried to prevent it, all of them are gone. Long ago, they became dust. And long ago, that very dust has been blown into the skies and washed into the streams and the oceans. And who could ever find it today? For a few short millennia, they ruled this earth with their great tools of metal and fire. But they couldn't rule themselves. And when they finally turned on each other, it was awful to behold. They might have created a heaven. Instead, they produced a hell. And it consumed them. And now, others walk this world.
My name is Gold. I am called Gold because my hair is yellow. It shines like that metal you can see shimmering sometimes in the stream. That metal, it's not really good for anything. You can't use it to edge or point a weapon. But it has such a bright and happy color. Like me. I'm not good for anything either. But I'm always bright. And I'm always happy. There are those who say that if I were not the son of the high priest, well, it's true. I'm no good at hunting, either animals or women, and I'm no good at reciting the law either.
Speak the first holy principle.
The first holy principle,
Woman is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Oh, yes, Father. Now I remember.
Speak the second holy principle.
The second holy principle.
Birth and death.
Birth and death.
She lives but to bear a child, and when he enters the world, she must leave it.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Gold.
Yes, Father.
You are my son, the only son of the high priest. One day you will be the high priest. You must be able to speak the ritual.
Yes, Father.
Now, repeat after me. The third holy principle,
I must admit, I never could understand it. I never could see why we couldn't live at peace with the women. We were always raiding and killing and capturing them. And they were always raiding and killing and capturing us. And why? Didn't we need each other to make the children? I once said to my father, why can't we and the tribe of the women live at peace? And he looked at me, and I could see the storm gathering in his eyes, and he shouted,
Blasphemy!
But, Father...
Silence!
I only want to know why.
All that you need to know is contained in the 10 holy principles.
But, Father, those principles don't tell me anything.
Sacrilege!
Father, it would seem to me that peace...
Perversion! Sound the signal drum.
Please, Father.
Build the fire!
No, Father.
Bind him to the stake.
Please, Father.
We must purify you.
No! I was purified. I was surrounded by leaping flames. And there's nothing like fire to teach a man wisdom. I became very wise that day. I mean, I learned that silence is the highest wisdom. And I never spoke about women, or war, or peace for a long time. Until the day my father sent for me.
Your time has arrived, Gold.
My time, Father?
The law says that you must also become a father. You are my only son, and you must take a woman.
Take a woman?
Take a woman. And have a son of your own.
You know me by now, Father. I couldn't capture a warrior woman.
You shall not disgrace me. Your time has come to capture a woman.
I'll be killed.
Then you will die in the embrace of the gods.
Why do we have to catch each other and kill each other?
This is the way it has always been. And this is the way it will always be.
And that was the answer I would always get. All morning would be spent in prayer to make sure my heart was pure. And all afternoon would be spent in sword fighting to make sure my hand was steady. And my teacher was the great hero of the tribe. An older man now, he had been the mightiest hunter of both animals and women. The mightiest hunter and the greatest killer. And that's why his name was Death.
Parry. That's it. Now I shall fight like a woman. Make use of your reach, your longer reach, to keep me outside. No. Never let a woman get close. No man is a match for their blinding speed. Keep her outside.
I'm sorry.
You should be. You'd either be dead or a prisoner.
I'm not very good at this.
I would say you're hopeless.
That's true.
Yes, you could be very good. You just don't care. Why is that, Gold?
Well, I don't believe in killing.
How is it possible for a man or a woman not to believe in killing? If we don't kill the women, they kill us. Now, you want to go out there and die?
No.
Pick up your sword, and we'll start all over again.
What can happen to a man who refuses to capture a woman when his time comes?
The law says he has to be put to death.
Where could a man go?
What do you mean?
You traveled more than anyone else. We have this part of the forest, which belongs to the men. And beyond the mountainside, the forest which belongs to the women. What else is there?
Nothing.
That isn't true. There must be more.
There's nothing else. Nothing.
I'll go around the forest of the women, toward the river we can see from the hilltop.
Gold. Don't do it.
Why not?
Because it's a haunted place.
Then you've been there.
Yes. I've been there.
Well, what's it like?
I don't know.
Yes, but you say you've been there.
I don't know how to describe it. There are stones.
Stones? What's so remarkable about stones?
They're very large. And they're placed one on top of another.
Why would anyone wish to place stones one on top of one another?
And other things, which I cannot describe, especially a thing that talks.
A thing that talks?
Yes. A thing in the shape of a square stone. Except that it is not a stone because it is very light to the touch.
And it talks.
It talks.
What does it say?
It's blasphemous, so I must not repeat.
Blasphemous? How?
It speaks of men and women. And both men and women speak from it.
How is it done?
I picked it up from the ground, and as I held it in my hand, something moved beneath my finger, and the voices seemed to pour forth from it.
But this is madness.
Ask your father.
My father?
He was there with me.
The high priest.
Ask him.
What is this place he speaks of, Father?
It could only be the place of our ancestors.
How do you know?
They were people like us, men and women together. And that's why they were punished.
Punished? How?
Great flames destroyed their world.
Why?
Because they lived together in defiance of the gods.
How do you know this, Father? How?
They told us.
Who told you?
They did. Their voices spoke to us from the box that Death told you about. They said they were being punished for arrogance.
But
they were great people, mighty shapers of metal. They were wiser than we are in so many ways, except in one. They did not believe in the gods. They denied the gods. And you, my son.
Is that what they said?
And you, my son. Do you not also deny the gods?
No longer, Father. No longer.
Then you will go to the land of the women. You will capture one and bring her home.
Yes, Father.
Then there is no longer any doubt?
No, Father.
Do you believe in the 10 holy principles?
Yes, Father.
Then go. Capture your woman, my son. I give you my blessing.
Well, the ultimate enemies, men and women. And in the primitive world of the future, and who is to say this is not our future? The combat is ceaseless and unrelenting. But here and there, we have the doubters, the questioners, the boat rockers, who ask unsettling questions. We'll have quite a bit of that when I return in just a few moments with Act 2. Our story has postulated a strange, savage world, far in the future, where combat is the order of the day, and the combatants are men and women. They capture each other, they use each other, and then they kill each other. And if you stop to think about it, actually, in a way, that's not too different from how things are right now. But why bother with truth when we can enjoy fiction?
And so, I was pronounced fit and ready to capture a woman. And the tribe held a great ritual celebration for me. There were prayers and dances. Mighty tales were told of great feats by heroes who had already captured many women. And finally, armed with my father's spear and sword, I was led to the edge of the forest, the forbidden forest, by my teacher and sponsor, Death.
Are you frightened, Gold?
No.
Say the truth.
Well, yes.
Remember what I taught you?
Yes, I remember.
They're very good fighters inside. Never let a woman get close enough to use her dagger.
I remember.
No. No, you won't remember. In the heat of the fight, you'll do what's in your heart.
I wish I knew what was in my heart.
Before this night is over, you may find out.
Slowly, I walked away from him, and soon I was alone. All alone in the forest. I'd never been alone in my life. And now, I was all by myself. How frightening it is to be alone in the world. What was to become of me? Now I had to kill or be killed. Capture or be captured. I'd never done anything like this in all my life. And then I heard it. The sound of a spear striking the tree I was leaning against. It landed scarcely an inch away from my throat. The entire spear had buried itself in the trunk. The shaft was still quivering. A powerful arm had hurled that missile. And then I saw her standing some 30 feet away. She was tall, like me, blonde, like me. She was wearing a shirt of fur, like me. And in her hand, she was holding the long, murderous, two-edged blade the women always carry.
I missed you on purpose. Throw down your spear if you dare.
Why? Why did you miss me?
I want a capture, not a kill. Will you fight?
Bad. Bad, very bad. No one ever said so out loud. No one would dare to admit it. But between us and the women, there was a kind of... it was an understanding. If a man and a woman should encounter each other, and they felt they were evenly matched, they would pretend that they didn't meet and go their separate ways quietly. You only risked combat when you felt you could win. The fact that she had decided to challenge me was a bad sign. Why couldn't I have encountered a small, puny woman? This one appeared to be so alert, so capable. But what could I do? How could I refuse to fight? Besides, she looked as if she could outrun me.
You're not very good. I could have run you through. You should have learned to fight before you came out. This is too easy. Still, you're handsome. You should father a beautiful girl for me. But first, I must disarm you.
I was her prisoner. There was no escaping my fate. It would be useless to try to run away. We had met in combat, and the gods had decreed the winner. There was nothing to do now but submit.
What's your name?
Gold.
Gold. I see why. Poor Gold. Bright, shiny. But so soft.
And what do they call you?
You will call me mistress, because you are now my slave.
Have I the right to know your name?
You have no rights at all.
Will you tell me your name?
My name is Flower.
Flower.
Oh, I see you're easily amused.
I don't know how it is among the women, but among us, a name describes a person. I'm like Gold. My friend is a great killer. He's called Death. One who runs swiftly is named Deer.
It's the same with us.
You're hardly a flower. Am I your first captive?
Oh, no. And you won't be my last. I hope, for your sake, that you'll do better than the others.
What do you mean?
Why do men talk so much? What does it matter? Come. We have a ceremony to perform.
I was taken to the village of the tribe of the women. And it was very much like the place of the men. Like the men, the women lived in tents made of fur. Like the men, the tent of the high priestess was larger and finer than all the rest. And like ourselves, they had built a huge stake in the center of the village. If they weren't women, and if I weren't a slave, I would have thought I was at home. I was taken before the high priestess. She was a tall, handsome woman.
You are.
Gold.
You are the son of...
The high priest.
A good catch. I give you my blessing.
Well, that's a good sign.
What are you saying?
You're blessing me. That means...
That means I wish you to be the father of a girl who will bring glory to her people.
Oh. I had thought, perhaps, that you...
You? You are of no importance, no consequence. You are merely an instrument. And when you have performed your mission, you shall be cast aside.
You mean killed?
These things are the will of the gods. As the son of a high priest, you should know that better than anyone else.
I don't really know very much about it.
It is clear to me that you do not know very much about anything, including the most important thing of all.
What is that?
How not to get captured. Well, here you are.
Yes, here I am.
I was looking for you.
Do you want me to come back to the tent?
Yes, we have a ritual to perform.
All right. It's such a beautiful night, though.
Beautiful? What do you mean by a beautiful night?
Well, look.
At what?
Well, at the stars. The moon.
We see those every night.
Yes. I suppose so.
And yet, every night you stare at them? As if you've never seen them before?
Every day. Every night. I look at the sun, trees, mountains, the streams, the moon, the stars, as if I'm seeing them for the very first time.
You do? Why?
Why?
Yes, why? What purpose does it serve? Wouldn't you have been better off to study sword fighting?
Better off?
Well, if you had, I might have been your prisoner and slave, instead of how it is now.
That's your good luck, isn't it?
It's the will of the gods.
What would you do if one day you suddenly asked yourself, what if there were no God?
You shouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because you're very close to the next world. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
If I have a child, you will die at the moment of its birth. If the child is a boy, it will be killed with you.
How would you feel about that?
Feel? These things are decided by the gods. And if by the time the first snow falls, there's no sign that I'm to have a child, you will be sacrificed to the gods in any event.
Then I might as well be happy while I can.
I don't think the gods want me to have a child.
No?
You're my... I have captured 5 slaves, and I've never... It's cold. There's a sudden chill in the air.
Winter is coming.
We should go back into the tent.
You sent for me, priestess.
The snow is on the ground, Gold.
I know that.
We will miss you.
You will...
I have never said anything like this before. How could I, to a man? But you are different. You make people smile.
I wish I knew why.
The gods, they made you different. They made you happy. Perhaps they should have realized this and protected you. Although I am not criticizing the immortal gods.
And since I believe I'm due to see them soon, I'll tell them that.
You must die 7 days after the first snow, since flower is still barren. Prepare yourself for death.
Prepare myself? What am I supposed to do to prepare myself?
I cannot understand such a question.
I would imagine that the best way to prepare yourself for death is to lead a long, full, happy life. What do you want me to do in a week?
You're a madman. Do what is sensible. Prudent people always do.
And what's that?
Pray.
Why? Do I have a chance to get the gods to change their minds?
Pray that they will give you another life after this one, and that in time you will be born again, but as a woman. Gold? Gold, wake up.
What is it?
Gold, I want you to close your eyes and pray to the gods.
All right. But why?
Because I'm going to kill you.
You're going to kill me?
I don't know why.
Don't you have a reason?
Pray to the gods to accept you in the other world.
I know I'm supposed to be killed.
Pray to be born again.
Yes, but the week isn't over.
Pray.
I believe I still have 2 days.
I could have killed you while you slept, but I wanted you to know why.
Well, I appreciate
You
that.
must know why, Gold. You must know why.
All right. Why?
It's because of the way I feel toward you.
How do you feel toward me?
Don't know. But I do know what I feel is wrong. Do you hate me?
No. No. I don't hate you.
Well, you should. I'm a woman, and you're a man. And the gods tell us that you have cast a spell on me.
What do you mean? A spell?
I have a feeling that it is new. Tonight, I looked up at the moon and the stars, and it was as if I was seeing them for the first time. Everything seems different and exciting and wonderful. What have you done to me, Gold?
I don't know.
I've gone mad, and the gods are punishing me.
For what?
For not hating you, for not wanting you to die. And so, to prove to the gods that I still obey and believe them, I must kill you myself. Right here. Now.
Flower. Don't.
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. And, in this case, angry. Well, these sworn foes, these warrior men, these Amazon women of the far and distant future, how can they finally resolve their differences? Or can they ever? The scheduled time for all resolution is, as you know, the third act, which I shall bring you here in just a few moments. Does the future repeat the past? There are those sages who will insist the future is merely the past in another variation. Perhaps. It is said that in the dim and distant beginnings of the race, men and women vied for supremacy. As we know, the men won this time. But suppose there comes a time when the world has to begin all over again.
I must kill you.
Very well. Go ahead. Kill me. It'll be better. Quicker. Easier for me than the stake. Go ahead.
No.
Why?
I can't.
I want you to. I would rather.
I can't kill you, and that's all there is to it.
Is this flower talking? Flower? Blood red flower?
Something has happened to me. I'm frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. I've never been frightened in all my life, and now you frighten me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you can.
But I do. Because you frighten me, too.
Gold?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
Gold, this is the ritual we must perform on the eve of sacrifice. Are you ready?
Well...
We must recite the 10 holy principles. You know them, of course, since you are the son of a high priest.
I know ours. How would I know yours?
Repeat after me the first holy principle. Man is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Woman is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Do not blaspheme at this time and in this place.
But, priestess, that is what I was taught. Woman is...
I am speaking of the law, as it was revealed to our ancestors.
But I am only speaking the law that was revealed to our ancestors.
Repeat after me the second holy principle. Man but lives to give woman a child. And when she enters the world, he must leave it.
Woman lives but to bear a child, and when he enters...
Gold!
But this is how my father taught me.
Your father is in error.
Why?
The answer is evident. Your father is a man. Men are incapable of understanding the holy laws.
Why?
Because they have neither the intelligence nor the piety.
Are we talking about the same God?
The holy gods are the holy gods. They rule alone. There are no others.
I am sure that there is a misunderstanding somewhere.
I shall save you from yourself. I shall not permit you to insult the gods further. And so, when you die tomorrow, they will accept you. Return to your tent.
I've had other slaves. All of them had to die. I never thought about it. It never bothered me.
The truth is, you've also cast a spell over me.
What's it like?
I don't know.
Oh, Gold, I wish... It's so fantastic. I don't think I could tell you.
Why not?
Because...
I feel that I could tell you anything.
The fact is, I'm a practical person. And no one who is alive today, either man or woman, ever heard the gods speak.
That's true.
And so, since they spoke so long ago, we don't really know what they said. And we can never really find out unless... Unless they should choose to speak again.
Flower, listen. We can hear the gods speak.
How?
There's a place. Do you know it? It's called the place of our ancestors.
The forbidden place.
I know a man who's been there.
And he wasn't struck dead?
No. And he said he had heard the voices of the ancestors.
How? It's been so many years since the ancestors perished.
He heard their voices.
How?
I don't know. He said the voices had been captured and placed in a thing.
Magic?
I don't know.
Well, what did the ancestors have to say?
He couldn't tell me.
Why?
Because he was afraid to listen. The ancestors, don't you see? The gods spoke to our ancestors. The ancestors, they can tell us what the gods said.
Let's ask them.
How can we? It's the forbidden place.
I'm not afraid. Are you?
But if we go, then you will be...
I know. I will be put to death. But they'll have to capture me first.
Flower, do you mean that you would die for me?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
I would die for you, too. And I don't know why, either. Are you afraid?
Yes, I am. The ancestors lived here.
The stones heaped one atop another, so high.
These must be, what, tents?
The ancestors made tents of stone.
Yes, they'd be strong. One would be safe from attack.
Yes, but that didn't save our ancestors. They died anyway.
Why did they die, Gold? Why?
Inside one of these tents is a thing shaped like a square stone. Must be the snare that has captured the voices of the ancestors. We must find it.
And must we go inside the stone tents?
Don't be frightened, Flower.
I'm not frightened. As long as I'm with you.
That's how I feel.
What is this place?
I don't know. I can't even imagine.
Along the walls. Pictures.
such as we try to draw on rocks with the juices of berries.
And such pictures.
These people, our ancestors.
Look, men and women, together.
And children, boys and girls.
What does this mean?
It means they sinned, and that's why they were destroyed.
No.
Why do you say no?
Well, look at their faces. See how happy they are. These are good people.
If they were good people, why did the gods destroy them?
I don't know. If only... Wait a minute. You see that? See that thing? It looks like a square stone on the ground.
Yes?
That's where the voices are.
How can we make it speak?
My friend said he picked it up, and something gave beneath his fingers, and the voices came out. So, let me see.
No, don't.
Why? Why not?
It might be blasphemy to touch it.
But it's why we came here.
Then let us pick it up together.
Now.
Yes, I have this end.
It's light. So light.
Why doesn't it speak?
Because something is supposed to move.
Wait. Something has started. What's that?
The gods.
My name is David.
My name is Lorna.
Very soon now, we will have destroyed the world.
It's the gods. The gods speaking.
We had everything to live for. Every reason to be happy and prosperous.
All we had to do was love each other.
Why didn't we love each other?
Why did we hate each other?
Hate. Like an army of invading locusts that destroyed everything in its slow, deadly march across the world.
In the end, hatred became the universal measuring rod. Hatred. It drove us all mad.
And once we started to hate, we couldn't stop.
Those who were of different colors hated each other.
Those who lived in different places hated each other.
The young and the old hated each other.
And even men and women hated each other.
And the circle became smaller and smaller.
And finally, you had to hate everyone who wasn't you. But all God ever told us to do was love each other.
And we didn't do it.
We couldn't do it.
And so, we destroyed ourselves.
The bombers, the missiles, are now in the sky. I love you, David.
I love you, Lorna. And I pray that God will allow our words to live somehow. And that sometime, someone will listen.
We are the children of death.
May you who hear this always be the children of life.
I love you, David. What did she mean? What does it mean? Love.
I love you, Flower. I love you.
Oh. I love you, Gold.
The gods didn't destroy the ancestors.
The ancestors, they destroyed themselves.
Just as our people will destroy themselves. Flower, we must bring this box back to our tribes, yours and mine. We must say to the people, listen. Listen before it's too late.
But Gold, they'll only...
Only what?
Nothing. It doesn't matter. Gold, I love you.
And so they took what they could only imagine as a magic box back to their people. And now we're going to let you write the end to the story. Because what is the fate of the prophet who brings the word? Is he greeted with bread or a stone? Were they hailed because they were saviors, or were they destroyed because they were saviors? Let your own hopes and your own visions, or your own doubts and your own fears, supply the final chapter. I'll be back shortly. Hate unleashed becomes the master. Or, he who rides a tiger dare not dismount. Put it any way you please. Hate is a fire that requires constant fuel. And sooner or later, he who hates must finally be consumed by the flames. Isn't it simpler to love? Of course it is. And we'd love to have you here 7 times each week. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Marion Seldes, Evie Jester, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, I'm the only one, the only guy down here, that's all. I'm fixing up the garage.
Well, just remember, dinner at 6 sharp. I don't want to miss any of my shows.
Who's that old bag?
That's my mother. No. You didn't say that.
You mean you don't like an old battle axe like that?
It isn't that. Oh, no. Now, on top of everything, I'll have to go to a psychiatrist. B could never live that down.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking for? You're a horse. Horses aren't supposed to talk.
Well, I ain't no ornery horse.
I don't believe it. I just do not believe it. Here I am talking to a horse. But worse than that, the horse is talking to me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some call it mental telepathy. Others say it's thought transference, and it's also been named mind reading. Mark Twain stated firmly, it is not a jest, but a fact, and a thing not at all rare, but exceedingly common. Though to most of us, it has never happened at all. I do not intend to take sides or even offer an opinion, but simply bring you a story called The Doll.
He's coming home, Mother.
Are you sure?
Don's coming home. He's on his way.
When'll he be here?
Within the hour, maybe sooner.
How do you know?
I've always known where Don was. What he was doing, what he was thinking, what he was feeling. I've always known, and I know now. He's coming home.
Our mystery drama, The Doll, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Christopher Tabori. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Telepathy is defined as apparent communication from one mind to another, otherwise than through the channels of sense. Don't overlook the word apparent, meaning that it appears to be, but is not of necessity actual, real, or true. However, simultaneously, it does not mean that it is not actual, real, and true. So, for the time being, we must content ourselves with the thought that telepathy is a phenomenon which may be valid or may not exist at all. Not very satisfactory, but the best we can do for the present.
Have you got your key?
Yeah, got it right here.
I forgot mine for some reason.
Go ahead. Go on in, Emma.
Where's Don and Bob?
Well, they'll be along.
I thought they were right behind us.
They'll be along. Go on in, Emma.
They were right behind us when we left the cemetery.
Let me have your coat.
No, I think I'll keep it on.
Now, Emma, you don't want to do that.
I feel cold.
The house is as warm as toast. Now, come on, give me your coat and I'll hang it up for you.
I don't know why I feel so cold.
Well, it wasn't easy.
Oh, I thought the grave looked very nice, didn't you?
Yeah, very nice.
All that ivy and the headstone.
Yeah, they take really good care of it out there.
Oh, I don't know why I feel so cold.
I'll tell you what. Let's go out to the kitchen and I'll make us a cup of tea. How would that be?
Oh, that would be nice, I guess.
Sure, warm you up. Come on.
Can't imagine why I feel so cold.
It was just a year ago today that, you know.
I know.
A good, strong cup of hot tea, you'll be fine. Now, you just sit there and rest yourself.
I don't think rest is what I need.
Water will be boiling in just a minute or two.
What I need my little girl. I need my daughter, that's what I need.
Emma, now don't cry, Emma. I can't stand it if you cry.
And I can't stand it if I don't.
All right, then. Just go ahead and cry.
No. I'm all right now. Henry, do you realize that if she'd lived, we might be grandparents by now? We might have a little granddaughter looking just like her.
Mm-hmm. Or a little grandson. I realize that.
She was going to be married the very next day.
To that Arthur, what's his name?
I hear he's engaged to somebody, some girl from the East. Didn't take him long, did it?
A whole year.
Even so.
Well, he's a young man. You can't expect him to grieve forever.
I expect I'll grieve forever.
No, you won't.
How would you know?
Well, I don't really, but...
Remember when we brought her home from the hospital? And she was all pink and white, and she was never red and wrinkled like most babies.
Water ought to be boiling by now.
You take Don and Bob. They were really funny looking when they were born. All wizened like little old men. Oh, but she was never like that.
There now. Water's boiling.
It's all pink and white and smiling. And so pretty.
I wonder what's keeping Don and Bob.
She hardly ever cried.
Well, they ought to be here by now.
They slept most of the time.
Here's your tea now. Drink it.
Never a bit of trouble.
We've been very fortunate with our children. Now, go on. Drink your tea.
Henry, I don't think I want it.
Drink it, Emma.
Oh, all right. No, Don and Bob weren't any trouble. Not much trouble, anyhow. But then they had each other. No matter what, they always had each other.
Being twins, it's a special bond. Or so I've been told.
Remember how excited they were when we brought her home? So pleased to have a baby sister. They just stood there and stared at her in the bassinet.
I don't understand why they're not home. They left the cemetery when we did, didn't they?
I think so.
I'm sure they did. They were right behind us. Don had his hand on Bob's shoulder.
That's the way they always walk, always have.
Well, why aren't they home?
They'll be here. Oh, now, see? What did I tell you?
Was that the front door?
Of course, I told you they'd be alone.
Don, Bob, we're in the kitchen. Certainly took their time getting here.
Well, they're here. So put out some extra cups, why don't you?
Sure, I'll do that.
We're in the kitchen, boys. Having tea?
Hi.
Oh, sit down, dear. You have some tea.
Where's your brother?
What?
Where's Don?
Don?
Sit down, Bob. Here's your cup.
Oh, okay.
Didn't Don come with you?
Come with me.
From the cemetery. Didn't he come home with you?
We saw you leave together.
You were right behind us.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
So, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know where Don is.
A grown man just doesn't disappear like that.
4 whole days now.
I'm not going to worry too much about it. After all, Don's 23. He's old enough to look out for himself.
But why doesn't he get in touch with us? He must know we're worried.
Well, what worries me the most is Bob, locked up in his room like that. I've tried to talk to him through the door, but he won't even answer me.
Well, I've left food for him every day. Sometimes he takes it in. I guess he eats it. And sometimes it just stays there on the floor in the hall.
Well, what if...
Yes? What?
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
You were going to say, what if he never comes out, weren't you? Well, weren't you?
I guess something like that.
You think there's something wrong with him?
Well, isn't there?
Something wrong with... in his head. You think he's not quite right in the head, don't you?
I don't want to think that.
You think something happened to Bob when he was with Don on the way back from the cemetery, and now Don's disappeared somewhere, heaven knows where or why. And Bob shut himself up in his room and won't come out.
He hasn't said one word since we asked him, where's Don? And he said he didn't know. Not a blessed word.
Oh, Henry, what have we done to our children?
Nothing, not a thing. Except try to bring them up properly, or what we thought was properly.
Our daughter dies the day before she's going to be married. A year later, one son's gone off somewhere, and his twin shut himself up in his room, won't tell us where his brother is.
Doesn't know where his brother is. Or so he says.
Do you think he does know?
Emma, don't ask me things like that, things I've got no answer to.
Those 2 boys have been closer than any 2 people have ever been. Remember, Henry, how neither of them ever said, I've got a headache. It was always, we've got a headache.
And they always had sore throats at the same time, too. That wasn't just a way of talking. That was real. The doctor said so. You remember that?
Yes. And you remember how each of them always knew whether the other had passed an exam or not?
Sometimes even knew what grade the other one got. So I found that hard to believe, I must say.
There was so much that was hard to believe. So much that seemed strange. Weird, even.
Well, not to them. Never seemed strange to them, or weird. As far as they were concerned, it was perfectly natural.
Yes, and after a while, we just accepted it. You and I, we just took it for granted.
It never did either of them any harm, though. Not so far as I could see, anyhow.
It did them good. Because they were never alone. Never. Even if they weren't actually together, their bodies, I mean, they were never alone. Never lonely. The way the rest of us are. From time to time, I mean.
I know what you mean. I used to envy them, I admit it. I used to envy them never being lonely. Wait. Hush. I think I heard Bob's door open.
You did?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he coming out, do you think?
I don't know. I think so.
Do you think he'll come downstairs?
I hope so.
Do you think he'll talk to us?
Emma, how should I know?
I only meant...
I know what you meant. I know perfectly well what you... Oh.
Oh, good morning, Bob.
Hi.
Good to see you, son.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
Well, as long as you're all right.
Oh, yeah. I'm all right. More or less all right.
Well, sit down, son.
Can I get you anything? You want anything?
No, thanks. I don't even want to sit down, because I have to tell you something, and then I have to go someplace.
Oh. Well, all right.
You see, this is the first time since Don and I were born that I haven't known where he is. Since before we were born, maybe. Before we were born, I certainly knew where he was. He was right next to me, inside you, Mother. We were lying right next to each other for 9 whole months. And I think that's when it started.
When what started, dear?
Knowing each other's thoughts, each other's feelings, and always knowing where the other one was and what he was doing.
And now you don't know where he is or what he's doing.
Now I don't know. And it's so lonely without him.
Oh, darling.
The last thing I really remember is his hand on my shoulder, walking home from the cemetery. We were both thinking about her. We hadn't talked about her, but we didn't have to. We knew we were both thinking about her. And then I don't know when it happened. I certainly don't know why it happened. But all of a sudden, I didn't feel his hand on my shoulder. And I looked up and he wasn't there. He simply wasn't there. He'd gone off and he'd left me.
Darling, he'll come back.
Of course he'll come back.
But that's not the point, don't you see? I should know where he is. I always have before. Why don't I know now? So, I'm going to find out where he is.
You mean you're going to go looking for him?
Oh, no, that wouldn't do any good. I couldn't find him that way. No. I'm going to church. I'm going to ask God to tell me where my brother is.
Though there is no proof, still there is reason to believe, at least there is no reason to disbelieve, the theory that identical twins, during the 9 months spent in close proximity before birth, can develop a telepathic communication with each other. This telepathic communication may, in some instances, continue through life, unless, as we have just heard here, the line of communication is, for some obscure reason, broken. We'll return shortly with the second act of The Doll. A year after the death of their well-loved sister, the twin brothers, Don and Bob, started to follow their parents back home after a visit to their sister's grave. But it was only Bob who arrived there, and he has, at this point in our story, no notion of where his brother is. His despair is many times greater than that of his parents, for never before has he failed to sense his brother's whereabouts. At the end of Act 1, he announced to his father and mother that he was going to church to ask God's help.
Can I help you, my son? Are you the pastor here?
Yes, I am.
I'm not one of your parishioners. I'm not a member of your church.
That's all right.
Matter of fact, I'm not a member of any church.
All right.
I haven't been inside a church for years, not since I was a kid.
Oh, but you're here now.
I just turned in at the first church I came to.
Mm-hmm.
It just happened to be yours.
It's not my church, really.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's God's church.
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
You should, I think.
Yes, I should. It makes everything easier.
You're in some sort of difficulty, am I right?
Oh, yes, you're certainly right. You're certainly right about that.
And you think that God can help you?
Nobody else can, I know that.
But you don't know how to reach God, is that it?
Yes, that's it. That's it exactly.
Well, that's why I'm here. To try and help you reach him.
You mean that?
Well, that's my job. That's my whole life.
Really? and I thought you just preached.
Oh, I hope not.
Well, it looks like I came to the right place. You see, the thing I need God to help me with, well, it's not your ordinary run-of-the-mill problem. It's you might call it peculiar.
So I don't think God considers any problem peculiar.
You don't?
Well, I'm quite sure he doesn't. In fact, I'm positive.
Hardly anybody really understands it.
Hardly anybody is God.
Well, yes, that's true, all right.
I hope you don't think I am. Or that I think I am.
Only God is God, right?
Right as rain.
Only I don't know how to approach him with this particular problem.
Well, would it help you to approach him if you told me first? Told me what this problem is that's giving you so much trouble? Putting it into words to me, would that help?
I think maybe it would.
Well, then if it would help, why don't you?
Okay, I will. You see, I have a brother, Don. Don and I are identical twins.
Yes?
I don't know if you know what that means, what it can be like.
Well, not from personal experience, no.
I'm not sure if it's the same with all twins, but it certainly was with Don and me.
Don is your twin brother?
Oh, yes. Not that we look exactly alike. I'm a little taller, about a half inch. And we don't sound exactly alike. But we're identical twins.
Born from the same ovum?
Yes, I think that's the medical explanation. The ovum splits in two, and you have two babies. I think that's how it is anyway.
I believe so.
With Don and me, it's as though the split never happened. I mean, we stayed together. As much as two people can stay together who are really two separate people. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I'm beginning to.
It's like we never accepted the fact of being two people. We were always trying to be one. And we were one. Anyway, whenever we wanted to be, we could become one. No trouble at all. No matter what we were doing or where we were, one of us would think about the other and know right away what he was doing and where he was.
Sounds very interesting.
Oh, I guess it was. It always seemed perfectly natural to us.
And your parents, did it seem natural to them?
Oh, I don't think so, not at first. But they didn't object to it or try to interfere or anything. Not that it would have done any good if they had.
I think you're quite right about that.
And it wasn't just a matter of knowing where the other one was and what he was doing. We knew each other's thoughts and feelings. Like maybe I get mad about something or anything. Before I had a chance to say anything, Don would put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Take it easy, Bob." And I'd calm down and tell him about it.
Remarkable.
Oh, I guess so. Lots of times I'd do the same for him.
Of course.
It was a reciprocal sort of thing.
And it always worked between the two of you?
Yes, as far back as I can remember.
Well, go on with what you were telling me about what brought you here.
When Don and I were about 4 years old, my mother had another baby, a little girl. They named her Amelia. Mother says she was a beautiful baby, hardly ever cried or made any trouble for anybody. Of course, I don't remember anything about that. But I do remember about later. Amelia started to grow up, and she was a really wonderful girl. Don and I were both crazy about her. Oh, we helped to take care of her. We kind of protected her from other kids, stuff like that. And then...
Yes?
About a year ago, Amelia died.
Oh. I'm so sorry.
Yes, it was very sad. Because she was beautiful and sweet. She was just 18. She was engaged to be married. Very next day. Very nice guy.
That must have been a terrible shock.
It was. Terrible. For everybody. Don and I... Well, I guess you'd call it we grieved together. Even if we didn't talk about Amelia, we thought about her a lot, and we always knew we weren't grieving alone. Am I making any sense to you?
A great deal of sense.
I think one of the worst things in the world must be to have some terrible sorrow and nobody to share it with.
I agree with you completely.
Of course, I never had it happen to me on account of having Don. Anyway, it never happened until now.
Are you trying to tell me that, something has happened to Don?
Oh, no. Or maybe it has. I don't know. That's the awful part, the not knowing. I should know if something happened to him. I've always known before. Why don't I know now? What's become of the communication between Don and me? It's like it's been short-circuited or something. It doesn't work anymore.
Have you tried talking to him about it?
I can't. He's disappeared.
Oh, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, no, I didn't, did I? Well, 4 days ago was the first anniversary of Amelia's death.
Yes?
We all went to the cemetery. Mother and Father and Don and myself. We took flowers, of course. We all stood by Amelia's grave and talked about her a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. And then we sat by the grave, and we were quiet for a while. I don't know just when our parents left, but pretty soon, Don and I got up and followed them. Don had his hand on my left shoulder, his right hand. We often walked that way. It was a habit we had from way back. Neither of us was saying anything. We were just looking at the ground and thinking about Amelia. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about.
Not Don?
I thought he was. Now I don't know. Because all of a sudden, I felt that Don's hand wasn't on my shoulder. Know what I mean? About feeling the absence of something?
Of course I know what you mean.
It startled me, that absence. I looked up. Don wasn't there. Without saying a word to me, he'd simply gone off somewhere. At first I didn't worry, because I knew that if I thought about him, I'd know right away where he'd gone to, and I'd go after him. So I thought about him.
And?
And it didn't work. It didn't work. For the first time, it didn't work. I didn't have the slightest inkling of where my brother was, or where he'd gone to, or what he was doing.
Or what did you do then?
I got home somehow, and I told my parents. And they said, don't worry, Don would be home eventually. They meant well, I know that. But what they didn't understand was that I was supposed to know where he was. I always had known. Why didn't I know now? I shut myself up in my room. I thought it would, I don't know, come to me where Don was. But it didn't. It didn't. It's been 4 days now, and I still don't know where Don is or what he's doing. It's driving me crazy.
I think what has existed between you and your twin brother all these years could be called telepathy.
I guess you could call it that.
For some reason we don't know at the moment, the telepathic communication has been interrupted.
Yes, that's it.
Have you ever heard that prayer is telepathic communication with God?
I never heard that.
Maybe you knew it without ever having been told it.
I know that I had to ask God to help me. I know that.
So you really came here to pray, didn't you?
I guess so. Only I don't know that I know how to pray.
Did you know how you communicated with your brother?
Oh, no. It just happened.
Well, then why not communicate with God the same way? Just let it happen.
Sit down, Emma. Stop walking around.
I don't want to sit down.
Bob will be back. He just went to church.
Bob hasn't been in church in years.
Well, maybe it's about time.
He went because he's worried about Don.
Well, for whatever reason.
Henry, what is the matter with this family? Are we all falling apart?
Well, what kind of a thing is that to say?
We've been a very loving family. We've always been very loyal to one another. We've been honest with each other. What's happening?
Nothing's happening.
Is there some kind of curse on us? Were we too happy, too fortunate, too close? Because in the last year, losing Amelia, then Don's disappearance, then Bob acting crazy, locking himself in his room. Now he's been gone for almost 2 hours. He hasn't phoned or anything. It's like he's forgotten he has a father and a mother.
He hasn't forgotten.
How do you know he hasn't?
Because he just came in.
Oh, thanks the Lord. If anything had happened to Bob.
Nothing has. Hi there, Bob.
Hi.
Oh, dear. Everything all right?
We were just starting to worry about you.
Well, just, a little.
Everything's okay. Anyhow, it's going to be.
You mean you found out?
I found out where Don is.
Bob, that's wonderful.
Where is he?
I'm going to fetch him and bring him back here.
Well, where is he?
Oh, he'd come back anyway all by himself, but I'd rather go get him. It would make me feel better, and I think he'd like it better that way, too. Don't wait dinner for us or anything. I don't know exactly when we'll get here.
Oh, wait a second, Bob.
Well, probably in an hour, maybe more. I don't know yet how long it's going to take. Oh, yeah, one more thing. If he acts a little strange, a little odd, not quite like himself when he gets here, don't pay any attention. Don't take any note of it. Just leave him alone.
Why should he act strange?
In his own house, with his own family.
He's been through a lot. That's the feeling I get. Some kind of terrible strain.
What kind?
I don't know yet. But I'll find out. Now that I've reached him, I'll find out. I've got to get going now if I want to catch up with him.
But where is he?
What's he doing? You said you knew.
Why, he's in a store. A department store.
What's he doing there?
Didn't I tell you? He's buying a doll.
Few of us are startled by the idea that a telepathic relationship exists between mother and child. The body and the love that has protected the baby from the first will continue that protection and love. While two small bodies lying within the same woman may not have the strength or the wisdom to protect each other, is it really surprising that they should develop an empathy that may last a lifetime, an ability to sense the other's thoughts, feelings, and needs, and, conceivably, where the other is and doing what? I shall be back with Act 3 shortly. Lately, certain researchers have become interested in the telepathy between mother and child. They tell us that they have demonstrated its validity by electroencephalographic patterns of the dreams of mothers and their children. These, they tell us, show such extraordinary similarities that they are forced to assume that an extrasensory relationship truly exists. So far as I know, no such patterns have been established between identical twins, but perhaps when science searches further, that too will be demonstrated.
Would you like this gift wrap?
I guess so, yes. Could you, would they wrap it in pink? Maybe a pink box or pink paper, a pink ribbon, something like that?
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate it.
Hello, Don.
Who?
It's Bob.
Oh. Yes, Bob.
Hey, you remember me, don't you?
Well, certainly I remember you. You're my brother.
That's right.
What are you doing here?
Well, I just thought I'd see what you're up to.
How'd you know where to look?
Well, I'll tell you about it sometime.
Well, why not now?
I'll tell you on the way home.
All right. If you say so.
Well, here's your package. That look all right?
Oh, yes, that's beautiful. Thank you very much for taking the trouble.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
That looks nice, doesn't it?
Very nice.
It's plain white paper, but the ribbons are pink. That's good. Well, shall we get going?
Yeah, let's.
Don't you want to know what's in the box?
I know what's in the box.
Well, how could you know? You saw me buy it. That's it?
Something like that, yes. After you.
No, you go first.
Okay.
I have this package. I have to be very careful with it.
I understand.
No, you don't. That's all right.
You want to take a taxi or you want to walk?
Oh, I don't know. What do you want?
I'd rather walk if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Let's walk.
Don, mind if I put my hand on your shoulder?
What for? What do you want to do that for?
No special reason.
I'd rather you didn't.
Okay. What makes you think I don't understand about the package?
Because you couldn't. You, of all people, couldn't. I just hope Mother and Father will understand.
I'm not sure they will, Don.
You mean that? You think they won't understand?
I said I'm not sure, that's all.
Oh, that's just your opinion.
But that's right, and I could be wrong.
You are wrong.
It's certainly possible.
Well, it's not just possible. You are wrong, completely wrong.
Okay, Don.
You're humoring me, aren't you, Bob?
Is that how it seems to you?
That's how it is, I can tell.
You can? You can really tell?
Why not? You're saying to yourself, poor old Don, he's all mixed up. I have to be careful how I talk to him. Well, isn't that what you were thinking?
Oh, boy. Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, really? What's so wonderful?
You see, nothing's changed. Nothing's really changed. Everything's just the way it used to be. Oh, what a relief. I thought... For a while there, I thought... No, never mind what I thought.
No. Tell me. What did you think? That I was crazy?
No. I never thought that.
No? Well, I did. Maybe I still do.
You're not, so don't think it.
Look at this package. You looking at it?
Yes, it's very pretty.
Remind you of anything?
What does it remind you of?
I asked you first.
It's your package.
Yes, it's mine, and I'm going to give it to Mother and Father. Are they home, by the way?
Well, they were home when I left, and I don't imagine they've gone anyplace. I think they're waiting for us.
We better hurry.
No, wait, Don. Don't walk so fast.
I want to get there before they go out.
Yeah, this time. They're not going to go out anywhere.
You can't be sure.
Yes, I can. I am sure. Will you slow down, will you? There's something I have to talk to you about.
I can't think of anything we'd have to talk about.
There is something, and it's very important, so slow down a little, will you? That's a good guy.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
Don, by any chance remember how it used to be?
How what used to be?
Things between you and me.
You're my brother, that's all I know. My brother Bob, my twin brother Bob, that's all.
No, it isn't all.
It's all as far as
It used to be quite different. We had a communication between us. Some people call it mental telepathy. Whatever you want to call it, we had it.
We did. When was that?
All our lives, Don. Maybe even before we were born, we always knew what the other one was doing and thinking and feeling.
I don't remember anything like that.
You do, you must.
I don't. I know what I remember. It was nothing like that.
Then you've got some kind of amnesia about it. Because just a minute ago, you knew without my telling you what I was thinking.
When was that?
When you told me I was humoring you. When you said I was thinking, oh, poor Don, he's all mixed up and I have to be careful how I talk to him. Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, Don. Matter of fact, those were the exact words that were going through my mind at that very moment.
Yes. Yes, I know it.
Of course you knew it, because you've always known what was going on in my head. And I've always known what was going on in yours.
Is that how it was?
That's how it was. You do remember, don't you?
Not really.
That's because something's happened to break the line of communication.
What happened?
I don't know. And you don't know. But between us, we've got to find out. I'll try if you will.
I think we ought to walk a little faster.
No.
I want to get home.
There's time. Believe me, there's time. There's plenty of time.
If you say so. I just hope you're right.
Don, do you remember going to the cemetery?
When was that?
Last Tuesday.
What day is it today?
Saturday.
Saturday. You say we went to the cemetery on Tuesday?
Yeah, that's right. You and I and Father and Mother went to the cemetery and we put some flowers on Amelia's grave. You remember that, don't you?
I'll tell you the truth, Bob. I don't know if I do.
Will you believe me if I tell you we did? The four of us went to the cemetery. We all stood by the grave. It's got a plain little headstone. And the grave itself is all planted with ivy. Remember now?
I'm trying.
Good. We took some flowers, some yellow roses, and some pink carnations. Remember that?
Kind of.
And we all stood there for 15, 20 minutes. And Mother and Father left. And then we left.
We did?
Yes, we did. Try to remember that, Don, because it's important.
I am trying.
Oh, maybe I told you wrong. Maybe you shouldn't try. Maybe it doesn't work that way. Maybe you should just let it come to you out of the air, sort of. You know how it is sometimes when you can't think of a word or somebody's name, something you know perfectly well, but you can't think of it, and you try, and the harder you try, the more you can't think of it, and you start to feel like you're losing your mind.
I know, and then maybe an hour later or the next day, there it is. You've got it. For no reason at all. You got it.
Yes, that's exactly how it is.
Right.
So don't try to remember. Just walk along with me, and I'll tell you what happened, and maybe it'll all come back to you, okay?
Okay, I guess.
Just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What's that?
Put your right hand on my left shoulder.
What for?
Just do it for me, Don, please.
Oh. Okay.
Doesn't that feel familiar?
Kind of, yeah.
This is like it was Tuesday. We're walking very slowly, just like we are now.
Yeah?
And we're not talking.
We're thinking about Amelia.
That's right. We've just come from the cemetery, and we're thinking about Amelia.
How pretty she was. How sweet.
That's right.
How little.
What?
How little and helpless. Lying there. And that's when it came to me. Right out of the blue. And that's when I took my hand off your shoulder right then.
Oh, leave your hand there, Don. Please leave it there.
No, because that's when I remembered that you wanted her dead.
Me? I wanted my sister dead?
Lying there in her bassinet. It was white wicker, and it had pink ribbons hanging down from it.
Yeah, that's right. But that was a long time ago.
Never mind about that. Never mind when it was. We were standing there, looking at her. And you thought, I wish she'd never been born. But now she's here. And I wish she would die.
I don't remember thinking anything like that.
Well, you did.
I know you did. I've always known what you were thinking, always.
Yes, that's true, but
Standing there and looking at her, you thought, what do we need her for? We were fine, just the way we were. Why did she have to be born and spoil everything?
I thought that...
Yes, you did. Oh, maybe for just a second, less than a second maybe, but you thought it. You thought it. And when I remembered... what was it? Tuesday? Was that the day?
Yes, Tuesday.
Tuesday. When I remembered Tuesday, what you thought about that poor little baby. Yes. I took my hand off your shoulder, and I walked away. I didn't want to be near you. I didn't want to touch you. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. I thought you were the worst person in the whole world. I thought you ought to die for thinking such a thing, and I still do. You are a monster. You are an unspeakable monster. I ought to kill you.
Oh, Don, listen to me.
Don't come near me, Bob. Don't touch me.
I have to.
Get away, you murderer.
No, Don, no.
Kill him. I told you. You shouldn't have.
Ah, Don.
Get up. Why don't you get up?
I will. In a minute, I will.
Your nose is bleeding.
Yeah, that's all right.
I hurt you, didn't I?
No, I'll survive.
Let me help you out.
No, just let me sit here for a minute.
I didn't mean to hurt you. I hope you understand.
I'm starting to understand a lot. You know, in all our lives together, it's always been like one life lived by two people.
Yes. Yes, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, the year you went away to camp and I couldn't go because I had the flu. You remember that?
You knew when the canoe upset and I nearly drowned.
Yeah, you see, you do remember how it was with us.
Yes. Yes, I do. It's all coming back to me.
So if you say I wanted Amelia dead when she was a baby, I believe you.
Oh, it was only for a second.
But you caught it, didn't you? And you remembered it all these years. And coming home from a grave, it came back to you all of a sudden, and you thought, it's his fault Amelia's lying in that grave. He wished her dead, and now she's dead.
That is what I thought.
And that's when you took your hand off my shoulder.
I couldn't stand touching you.
And you went off by yourself?
I wandered around a lot.
And finally you went into the department store and you bought a doll. Had it wrapped in a white box with pink ribbons.
Like the bassinet?
Yeah. What were you going to do with it, Don?
I don't know exactly.
Give it to Mother and Father?
I guess that's it.
Say, here's your baby back again. Forgive Bob for his terrible thoughts, and we'll all start over, make everything the way it used to be.
I guess that's what I was thinking. Matter of fact, I know it was. But I don't know how you know.
We've been twins for 23 years.
Yeah, till I broke the connection. Well, it beats me how you set it up again. You feel all right now?
Oh, I'm fine.
Give me your hand. I'll help you up.
Thanks. What about the package? Where is it?
Oh, it's around somewhere.
Oh, yeah, here it is. You want it?
Huh. Really does look like a bassinet, doesn't it? All pink and white. But it's not. It's just a package from a store.
That's right.
There's a doll inside.
It's not Amelia.
No. It's just a doll.
So, what should I do with it?
Just leave it there.
Okay. Let's get on home.
You know something, Bob? I'm not sure that it was just you who wished Amelia had never been born. I think it was me, too.
Possible.
Or maybe it was just me, never you at all.
It really doesn't matter. Let's get started for home. What do you say?
All right with me.
And on the way, there's a church. We might stop in there for a minute. That is, if you feel like it. I was there for a while this morning, and I want to tell you, it did a lot for me. whole lot.
Nobody knows for certain whether it is empathy or hostility that lies at the root of the telepathic experience. What surely is embedded there is a powerful emotional attachment. And as we all know, every strong emotional tie is made up of both love and hate, tenderness and rage, and all the other feelings that nest in the hearts of humans. I shall be back shortly. In an effort to interpret ourselves to ourselves, I offer you the words of a Roman poet named Catullus, who lived 2,000 years ago. I hate and I love. Why I do so, I do not know, but I feel it, and I am in torment. Perhaps when we comprehend a little better our own torment, we will better understand the torment of others, and in consequence be a little kinder to one another. Is that not possible? I'll leave it up to you. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Terry Keane, Russell Horton, and John Beale. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of the uncanny, the eerie, the unearthly. Strange things happen. They have happened to me and will again. They've happened to you and will again. They happened to Norman Meredith, but they will never, never happen to him again. Because, well, listen. Who are you?
How can you ask, Norman? Don't you know me?
How would I know you? We've never met.
Oh, yes, we have.
No.
Norman, dearest heart, I am the woman of your dreams. Your dream woman.
Well, why do you hold that knife? That long, sharp carving knife.
To kill you, Norman. To kill you.
Our mystery drama, The Dream Woman, is based on the classic by Wilkie Collins and was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is a dream? From where does it come? And why? Wiser men than I say that dreams rise like mist out of various levels of the subconscious and the unconscious. But what is the subconscious? What is the unconscious? No one really knows. Oh, there are theories, yes. But no one can say with certainty why we dream. Why, for instance, Norman Meredith dreamed that certain dream.
You say you're the woman of my dreams, my dream woman. If that's so, why would you want to kill me with that knife?
So you can stay in my world always. Be mine always.
No, I don't understand.
Only when you are dead, physically dead, can your spirit live, really live.
And you come from the spirit world?
A spirit world. One of countless spirit worlds. Oh, join me in it now, dearest Norman. Dearest heart. Join me now.
No!
Yes! No! Yes!
No!
Yes!
Norman!
Yes!
Norman!
I must kill you, Norman. I'll kill you, Norman.
No, Stanley, please don't.
Die, Norman. Die, Norman.
I can't
Die,
take
Norman.
Norman, wake up, Norman!
Oh.
Norman, darling, you've been having a dream, a nightmare.
No. Agnes, it's you.
Of course, dear.
Oh.
Yes, now relax.
Oh, that woman. Horrible. That murderous woman with a knife.
Dream, sweetheart. Nothing but a terrible dream.
No.
Now, Norman.
I saw her so clearly. Her and the knife. A long carving knife. Razor sharp. Gleaming, and she struck at me with it. Struck. And struck. And struck.
Oh, Norman.
I saw it all clearly, vividly. She was tall. Long blonde hair that fell below her shoulders. A voluptuous figure, and eyes, light blue, hazel eyes flecked with green. Oh, heaven help me, I'll never be able to get her out of my mind. Oh, she and that knife.
Well, now, Norman, I can tell you this. As a psychiatrist, I have a number of patients who are troubled with nightmares, often with the same recurring nightmare, but they never come true, Norman. And neither will yours.
No. What about that feeling? How do you explain that feeling that the woman last night, in that dream last night, seems as real to me today as she did then? That's why, even though I know how terribly busy you are, I had to see you today. She stays there. She won't leave my head.
Never too busy to fit an old friend into my schedule, but that... Oh, excuse me. Yes, nurse? Tell Miss Lawrence I won't be more than another 5 minutes. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. I was about to say, I'm all but positive you won't have this dream again, Norman. Frankly, I think you've been driving yourself too hard.
All right, now what's the meaning of this, Dr. Gerstein?
Miss Lawrence.
You have kept me waiting more than 20 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss
You're
Lawrence.
sorry.
But you...
I've got a hairdresser appointment at 3, and you're sorry? Look, Buster, you may be the great psychiatrist, Dr. Arnold Gerstein, but I am Sandy Lawrence, and nobody pushes me around, okay?
Nobody's pushing you around, Miss Lawrence.
You don't call making me wait 20 minutes pushing me around?
No. Not when an emergency comes up.
He the emergency?
Miss Lawrence, if you'll just be patient another minute or so.
All right, another minute, but no more, you understand? And I mean it. What's the matter with him? Why is he staring at me like that? Hey, what's with you, Buster? Give me the willies.
1 minute longer, Miss Lawrence. I won't be more than another minute. What is with you, Norman? You were staring at Miss Lawrence as if she had shocked you.
Who is she, Arnold?
Her name is Sandra Lawrence.
What does she do?
Well, she claims to be an actress, but I don't think that's quite the profession she's in. Why were you staring at her like that?
Didn't you notice?
Notice what?
Tall, sexy, long blonde hair,
Hazel eyes flecked with green.
Oh, yes. She resembles the woman you saw in your dream.
No, not resembles, Arnold. She is the woman in my dream.
Yeah?
My name is Norman Meredith, Miss Lawrence.
So?
Well, I was wondering if I might talk with you for a few minutes.
Well, about what? You selling something?
No. I'm not a salesman, nothing like that. Could I come in?
Well, I don't know. Somebody give you my name? A client of mine?
No, I'm a friend of Dr. Gersten's. I saw you in his office this afternoon.
Oh, hey, you're the character that kept staring at me.
I apologize for that. It was very rude of me.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, lots of guys stare at me.
Could I?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
I followed you after you left Arnold's, Dr. Gersten's office.
You followed me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hey, you got it bad. Unless you got some other reason for playing bloodhound. How about a drink first, huh?
First?
Oh, well, if you got it that bad.
No. I don't think you understand. I want to talk to you.
Talk to me. Well, if that's the way you get your kicks.
Tell me about yourself, Miss Lawrence. Tell me all about yourself.
You're real flaky. You just want to talk?
I want to know all about you. All about you. Who you are, where you come from, what you do for a living.
Oh, come on. You must be kidding. What I do for a living? Hey, Norman, you put me away. You really do.
Dr. Gersten said you're an actress?
Yeah, you could put it that way. I put on a real good act.
Well, if you mean what I think you mean...
Well, what else would I mean? I mean, you can't be as square as you sound. Or can you? Look, will you stop staring at me like that? I really don't like being stared at.
I'm sorry. I can't help myself. You fascinate me. Miss Lawrence.
Sandy, that's for Sandra.
Sandra? I dreamed of you last night.
Uh-huh. Well, lots of guys do.
Men who've never met you.
Well, okay, so you dreamed of me last night. I mean, what do you want, an Academy Award?
No, I want to get to know you better.
Come on, Normie, what's the angle, huh?
No angle. I told you. You fascinate me.
Look, Normie, you level with me. You level with me right now, or just blow, okay?
I am leveling with you. When I say you fascinate me, I mean, well, there was the dream to begin with, and then meeting you, a dream woman in the flesh in Gersten's office. There's something so strange about it. About it and you.
Oh, now I'm strange.
No, it's more than that. It's you. I'm drawn to you. Waiting for you outside the medical center, I kept telling myself I was crazy and that I ought to just put you out of my mind, go about my business, but I couldn't do it. All the time that I was following you, waiting for you, I didn't want to, but I had to. You see, I was incapable of doing anything else. It must be like being an alcoholic or a drug addict. It's a compulsion. I have to be with you.
Well, whatever you got, you sure got it bad. Now, Normie, dearest heart, my time is valuable. It's $50 an hour.
Dearest heart. Dearest heart. You called me that in the dream. Dearest heart.
Oh, yeah? How about that? How about the $50?
Well, sure.
Okay, in advance.
Oh, sure. Anything you say. Sandy. Here.
Put it on the table, Normie. Attaboy. Okay. What'll we talk about?
I don't know. Anything. Anything, as I said. I want to know all about you. Tell me about yourself.
Okay, but how's about I slip into something more comfortable first?
All right.
You fix yourself a drink. The bar's over there.
Thanks. You got any scotch?
Yeah, try the shelf under the bar.
Okay. Oh. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
This knife. This carving knife. Where did you get it?
How do I know? I had it for years. Oh, you fascinated by knives, too?
No. No, not knives. A knife. This one.
Well, I said it before, and I'll say it again, Normie. You put me away. Divorce. You want a divorce, Norman?
Yes, Agnes, I do.
To marry this tramp?
Yes.
I can't really believe you're saying this. I can't understand your being fascinated by a woman who resembles the woman you saw in your dream.
She is the woman in my dream. I'm in love with her, Agnes.
In love? With the kind of woman you tell me she is?
Hmm?
Norman, in love?
Hopelessly, helplessly, compulsively. I'm gripped by something out of my control. I've tried to fight it, to free myself of it, and I can't. Agnes, I can't.
But my darling, you've got to. I love you. Yes, and you love me. I know you do.
Yes.
We've been married for 20 years,
yes.
happily married. You can't throw years away like old shoes. Destroy everything we've built together. Everything we've come to mean to each other.
I'm powerless to do anything else.
Well, I am not.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're suffering from some sort of aberration. You're sick, Norman. Mentally sick. And I am not letting you do anything as stupid, as disastrous as marrying that girl. I will not divorce you, Norman.
Agnes.
No, Norman. In a few months, it'll all be over. This sudden romance of yours will be dead. Stone cold dead.
No. In a few months, I will be stone cold dead.
There are, we are told, dreams of precognition. Dreams which foretell events that will happen in the future. There are, in fact, many such cases on record. Explain them? I can't. The truth is, no one can. Not even Norman Meredith. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. We have asked, what is a dream? And come up with anything but a satisfactory answer. We might ask now, what is a compulsion? And find the answer equally unsatisfactory. A compulsion is, of course, the doing of something in spite of yourself. The doing of it against all the dictates of intelligence, reason, sanity. And that is precisely what Norman Meredith, well-to-do stockbroker, finds himself doing in the suite of a palatial hotel in Rome, Italy, close on to 4 o'clock of a summer morning.
What am I doing here? 4 o'clock in the morning in a Roman hotel, walking up and down, pacing the floor and talking to myself. Talking to myself like some kind of nut. Some kind... Ah, the prodigal returns.
Oh, still awake, Normie?
That's right. I haven't been to sleep. Where have you been, Sandy? And that package. What's that package?
Oh, a little item I picked up in the flea market around 2 this a.m.
Flea markets aren't open at 2 in the morning.
Well, they are if you know the right people.
Huh? And what creeping things have you been running all over Rome with this time? Answer me, Sandy.
Oh, Normie, flake off. I don't have to answer you about it.
Oh, yes, you do. No, you don't. I have no hold on you. We're not married.
You still have no hold on me, married or not.
True enough, I guess. True enough.
So anytime you want out, Normie, you just say so. Anytime you've had enough of me.
Oh, I'll never have enough of you, and you know it, damn you. You know it. How do you know it, Sandy?
Normie, come on. We're not going to hash that all over again, are we? Not at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm dead beat. Look, I'm going to go to bed. You?
No. I'm not sleepy.
When are you ever? You know something, Normie? I don't think you sleep more than an hour or two in 24. What are you, an insomniac or something? Are you afraid of the dream?
The dream?
Yeah, the one you had about me.
No. Oh, I'm not afraid. Why should I be?
I don't know, except you never told me what it was. And you're scared to death.
Oh, what, for Pete's sake?
Me.
You? Would I be here in Rome with you if I was scared of you? Would I have taken you all over Europe these past few weeks if I was scared of you?
Oh, not me. Not scared of me in the flesh, me in the dream. Come on, Normie, what happened in the dream? What did I do?
Go to bed, Sandy.
Okay. But that must have been some dream. Oh, hey! Let me show you what I picked up in the flea market.
I'm not interested in flea market junk, Sandy.
This isn't junk. It's got some kind of royal crest on the handle, and Milo said, he's the one of the guys I was with, he knows steel, and he said the steel in this knife was the best Toledo money could buy. Hey, Normie, what's the matter? You're white as a corpse.
Why? Why did you buy that knife?
I saw it. I liked it.
Why? Why did you like it?
What's wrong with me wanting a carving knife?
Everything. There's everything wrong with you wanting a knife, a carving knife. What do you need with one? Do you cook? No. Are you even ever in the kitchen? No. So what do you want with a carving knife?
You want to know the truth? I've been sort of thinking of taking up cooking, maybe, okay?
You? You learn to cook? You can't boil water?
All right, Normie, you don't have to rub it in. Look, I just thought, you're really a nice guy. You're square, but you're nice. And I know I've been giving you a hard time. I mean, I'm out on the town all hours of the night living it up, and, well, we'll be leaving for Paris tomorrow, and they've got a real out-of-sight cooking school there, and I thought if I could just make things up to you. What do you care?
I care a lot. If you're saying that you're thinking of maybe settling down, of acting like a wife when we're married, that is, and don't worry, Agnes will give me a divorce. Well, if that's what you've got in mind, I care. Is that what you're thinking?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's it. What else would have made me decide to learn to cook? What else would have made me buy this knife?
Sandy, will you snap it up? We've got less than 40 minutes to make the plane to Paris.
I'm trying to find that knife.
Knife? What knife?
The carving knife, the one I picked up last night at the flea market. I left it right here on the table when I went to bed, and now it's gone.
Forget it. I'll get you another.
It's got to be here somewhere. You didn't take it, did you?
Me? What would I want with a carving knife? You're the one who's going to take the cooking lessons.
Well, if you didn't take it, where could it have got to?
I don't know, and I don't care. Now, come on, or we'll miss that plane.
The usual, Arnold?
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks, Agnes. The scotch and water, easy on the scotch.
Right. Arnold, you're a psychiatrist. What's wrong with Norman? What's happened to him? Why is he so fascinated by this cheap, common tramp?
I can't answer that. No doctor could. Without at least months of investigation, of talks with Norman, of treatments.
But you must have some theory.
I don't. Some things that happen in this world are beyond us, beyond our understanding. Now consider, Norman had a dream in which a woman tried to stab him to death. The next day, he meets in the flesh the self-same woman of that dream.
So he said.
Norman is no fool, Agnes. He meets this woman who tried to kill him in his dream, and is irresistibly drawn to her. Now, is Norman mad? He is not. What, then, is the answer to all this?
Who are you?
How can you ask, Norman? Don't you know me?
How would I know you? We've never met.
Oh, yes, we have. And Norman, dearest heart, I am the woman of your dreams. Your dream woman.
Why do you hold that knife, that long, sharp carving knife.
To kill you, Norman. To kill you.
Oh, why would you want to kill me with that knife?
So you can stay in my world always. Be mine always.
I don't understand.
Oh, dearest heart. Join me. Now.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Don't.
Yes.
The knife.
Die, Norman.
I can't escape the knife.
Die.
No. You die. There. I've got the knife away from you. Now, you die.
Norman. Norman, stop it.
Die.
Stop it.
Die, Norman.
Norman, you're crazy. You're going crazy. Norman.
What? Sandy.
What are you, on acid or something? You having a bad trip?
No. You know better than to ask. Where am I? What happened?
We're in Paris. We're in Paris, France. We've been here for a week. It's 2:30 in the morning, and you've been having a nightmare. And, boy, you nearly killed me.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
yeah. Look at me. You've ripped my gown.
Gown. I'm in pajamas. You're wearing a gown?
I just got in. Came into the bedroom, and there you were moaning and tossing. I tried to wake you up, and you attacked me. You grabbed me. You kept trying to look like you were trying to stab me.
You said you'd be home early. You said you wanted to be rested, fresh for tomorrow's ceremony at the Curtain Rouge cooking school.
Yeah, well, the people I was with, they decided to make a night of it, you know? They're still at it. Me, I broke away, so you see, I am home early, Normie.
And stop calling me that. I've asked you a dozen times. Stop calling me Normie.
I'm sorry. Honest, I am. Norman, I don't know what it is with me. I mean, I try. I really try to be the way you want me to be, but I don't know what it is. And it's funny, because at first I didn't care what you thought, how you felt, but being with you all these weeks, you're really smooth, Norman. You really are. And I'd like to be more than I am for your sake, but there's just something in me. I just can't control it.
You too.
What do you mean, me too?
Oh, you can't help yourself. I can't help myself. We're in the same boat, Sandy, and I have the feeling it's just begun to sink.
Alors, puis-je demander votre attention, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît? Ah, merci. Today, as the maître of this particular class in cooking here at Le Cordon Rouge, it is, as you know, my pleasure to award prizes to the 3 best students. I'm delighted to see that Monsieur Norman Meredith has accompanied the beautiful Sandra Lawrence today, because to her goes the first prize. Come forward, Sandy. Venez ici, hein, and accept your award. Avec mes compliments, chérie.
Oh, thank you, your maître. Thank you very much. Shall I open it so everybody can see what it is?
Yes, but of course.
Okay. Oh, hey. It's a knife. A beautiful carving knife.
Take notice, chérie, the name Le Cordon Rouge inscribed on the handle and your own name on the blade. Monsieur Meredith, are you not proud of Miss Lawrence? Monsieur Meredith.
Hey, Norman.
Are you ill?
Norman?
No, I just need some fresh air. Excuse me.
You heard me, Normie. Where is the knife?
How do I know?
Now, you listen to me. The first time I met you, when you came to my place in New York, you acted real funny when you found that carving knife on the bar. You remember? And somehow I never saw that knife again. It just disappeared. Because you took it.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't?
No.
Then what happened to the carving knife I picked up at the flea market in Rome? I know I left it on that table when I went to bed that night, and it wasn't there when I got up, and somehow it disappeared forever.
Just why you're accusing me?
Because you took them and you hid them, or you threw them away, or you did something. And you've done the same thing with my cordon rouge knife.
Not me.
Then where is it? Now, you took the knife, Normie. You've taken them all. I don't care about the other two. But this one, it means something to me.
So you won first prize in a cooking class. What's the big deal?
You can say that to me? Listen, I went to that class so I could learn to cook for you, not for me.
Oh.
And I succeeded. I won first prize. Me, Sandy Lawrence, first prize. I don't care about the knife. I care about what it stands for. And it stands for the fact that I'm falling in love with you, Norman.
Oh, Sandy. Sandy, baby.
I don't Sandy baby me. I want my knife. Now, where is it? What have you done with it?
I threw it away, Sandy.
Where?
In the river, in the Seine.
Then it's gone.
I'm afraid so, honey.
Norman, how could you do this? Why did you do it?
Well,
why?
Oh, well, I guess you might as well know, but because of the dream.
What, the dream about me?
Yes.
What in heaven's name can the dream have to do with knives?
In the dream, you try to kill me with a knife.
I try to kill you?
With a carving knife. Exactly like the knives I took and threw away. Long, gleaming, razor sharp.
Are you telling me that I'm going to kill you? Stab you to death with a carving knife?
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of, Sandy. It's why I've been throwing away the knives, the carving knives that you somehow come up with again and again.
You know something? You were out of your head. Just because that first prize is a carving knife is no reason. I'll get it. Monsieur Philippe.
May I come in, Sandy?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Monsieur Meredith.
Hello.
Can I give you a drink?
Oh, no, merci, no. I stay only a minute or two. The fact of the matter is I am somewhat embarrassed to be here.
Embarrassed?
Something has happened which I do not understand. This morning I presented you with a beautiful carving knife. First prize for your work in my cooking class.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, this afternoon, a man come to me. He had been fishing on the banks of the Seine, and his hook had caught on this.
A knife. A carving knife.
Oui, Monsieur Meredith. The knife I gave you, Sandy, as first prize. It is, how should I say, a puzzle to me, an embarrassment, because the knife could have got into the river only one way. It must have been thrown there, and, well, alors, what I'm trying to say is if you do not want the knife... No, hey, Monsieur Meredith, he has fainted.
Yeah.
Is it something with knives? When I gave it to you this morning, he turned white, looked sick. And now, do knives bother him? And so... They what?
They kill him, Monsieur Philippe. They kill him.
Well, all things considered, I think they'd kill me, too. It is curious, this affinity Sandra Lawrence has for carving knives. Or they for her. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Can dreams come true? Do they ever? If they do, is Norman Meredith fated to be stabbed to death by the woman who haunts his dreams? The woman he finds irresistible in real life?
Sandy.
Yes, Norman.
Tell me where it is.
Well, what is?
You know what.
The knife.
Norman, we said we wouldn't talk about it anymore, remember?
I remember you said we wouldn't. When I came into that hotel room in Paris and asked you what you'd done with the knife, you said we wouldn't talk about it anymore. Not me.
I threw it away.
You're a liar.
Norman.
You wouldn't have thrown it away. It meant too much to you. You've hidden it.
All right. I hid it.
Get it.
What, so you can throw it away? No.
Listen to me.
No, Norman, you listen to me for once.
I'm listening.
Now, the first time we met, I was... well, not what I am now. I was kind of tough. I was kind of coarse. Kind of person I don't want to be anymore because you showed me another kind of life.
Where's the knife?
Listen to me, please. Norman, I'm trying real hard to be the kind of woman who'd be worthy of you, you know? The kind of woman you could really love. The kind of woman you'd marry.
We'll talk about all this later. Right now, I want that knife.
Norman, forget the knife.
Sandy, you get me that knife. Wherever you hid it, get it and give it to me, or so help me out.
All right. Here. You want it? Take it.
You threw it at me. Another inch and it would have...
You wanted it, Norma. You got it. Pick it up.
I'll pick it up. Well, pick it up, all right. I'll pick it up. That's the last you'll ever see of it.
There are plenty of others. There's no trick buying a carving knife.
Don't buy no knives. I'm going to get rid of this, and it's the last carving knife we'll ever see in this house.
We'll see about that.
I'm telling you.
Well, I'm telling you.
Nothing. You're telling me nothing.
Norman. No.
Nothing.
Oh!
Oh, what have I done? I don't understand. I killed her. I stabbed her to death. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So, Agnes, all I can say is you were right from the first, right? It was just an aberration or infatuation, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it's over. Will you take me back?
Of course, Norman. I never really let you go. But...
Yes?
Are you sure it's over? Done with? Are you absolutely sure?
Oh, yes. I left her this morning. I told her that everything was over between us. Everything.
What did she say?
Nothing.
She must have said something.
Nothing.
Norman, darling.
I'm sorry. Nerves.
Oh, you poor dear. You're worn out on the ragged edge.
Done for. Through.
No.
Yes, I've ruined our marriage. My business.
Now, that's nonsense.
Never.
Our marriage is...
Never be the same. You know it won't, Agnes. Oh, I did. Leaving you, running off with her.
Well, you were caught up in something beyond your control. Too powerful for you to handle. But it's over now. Put it behind you. Begin again.
I can't.
Well, it isn't the end for us, Norman.
It is for her.
What?
It is the end for her.
You mean Sandra Lawrence? Well, yes, in a way, I suppose it is. But her kind, she'll get by. She'll start living again.
Don't say that.
Darling, she will. It isn't all over for her either.
It is. I killed her, Agnes.
What kind of nonsense are you talking? Norman, we're not going to talk anymore, not now. I've got to go out for an hour or two, but while I'm gone, I want you to rest. Now, lie down for a while. Will you do that?
Yes.
And if you feel like a snack, ask Nora to fix something for you.
Nora?
Oh, I haven't had a chance to tell you we have a maid, Nora. Wonderful cook, too. So if you want something, just ask her. You'll find her in the kitchen. She loves it, so she practically hibernates there. What is it, dear?
This isn't a dream, is it? That I'm home with you. I'm not dreaming, am I, Agnes?
If you are, it's no nightmare, darling.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
I'm afraid I told a little lie, Arnold. I just said I had to go out for an hour or so, but of course I came straight here to see you.
I'm glad you did, Agnes. I was worried about Norman as you are.
He talked about Sandra Lawrence as if he had killed her. I mean, really killed her. When, of course, what he meant was that he felt that he'd ended her happiness, ruined her future.
Oh, excuse me, my nurse. Yes? Captain who? The police. Oh, yes. Put him through. Yes, Captain, this is Dr. Gerstein. Yes? Well, she was a patient of mine. What's that? Stabbed to death? Oh, good heavens, Yes, of course. I'll answer any questions you may have. No, not at all. Goodbye. Agnes, you said you left Norman at home?
Yes.
We'd better go there at once.
Why? Arnold, what is it?
That was the police. Sandra Lawrence was found this afternoon in her apartment, stabbed to death.
Oh. Norman was telling the truth. He did kill her.
It seems likely, Agnes. All too likely.
Norman? Norman? Oh, he's probably in the bedroom asleep.
I'll come with you.
No, bed's empty. The kitchen. I told him if he wanted a snack to ask Nora. Nora, have you seen... Nora!
Easy, Agnes.
And Norman on the floor, a knife in his chest.
Hang on to yourself.
Nora's sitting there at the kitchen table, blood all over it. Norman, dead. Stabbed to death. Arnold, is this happening? Am I going out of my mind?
Come with me.
Norman.
Please, Agnes, come with me.
Arnold.
Now, you just sit here in the living room and let me handle things out there. Nora, that is your name, isn't it, Nora?
Yes.
What happened here?
I don't know. I can't make any sense out of it.
What happened?
He came here into the kitchen. I had just started dinner. He stared at me like I was some kind of ghost or something. And then he flung himself at me, grabbed me by the throat, and he was screaming, "I'll kill you once and for all. I'll kill you and be rid of you." I grabbed for something to protect myself with. The carving knife was handy. I grabbed that. And the next thing I knew, he was there on the floor with a knife in his chest. Dead. I killed him. But he would have killed me if I hadn't.
Why? Why would he have killed you?
Agnes, go back into the living room. Leave this to me.
I want to know. My husband didn't even know you, Nora. Why would he have wanted to kill you? I don't understand.
I do. Or do I?
What do you mean?
When did you hire Nora?
Yesterday. Yesterday morning.
According to the police, that's about the time Sandra Lawrence was murdered.
Oh, what of it? What in heaven's name has that to do with Nora?
Look at her, Agnes. Take a good look. Tall, hazel eyes with flecks of green. Long blonde hair. You never met her, but I can tell you, Nora is the image to the life of Sandra Lawrence.
of those strange twists that fate so often takes, Norman Meredith's nightmare became reality, as he always knew it would. I'll be back shortly. As I said when we began, little, if anything, is known about the origin of dreams, where they come from, why they come, what they mean. I can only wish, most sincerely, for all your dreams to be happy ones, but I doubt that they will. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Terry Keane, Grace Matthews, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
You're mine, Claude. You gave me your ring.
But I told you...
Claude, you may play with other women. You may deceive other women. But no man in the history of the world has ever deceived me and lived. I am Venus. I am Aphrodite.
But I only...
Hundreds, thousands, numberless races of men on this planet have worshipped me under numberless names. And now, I choose you. You must leave this woman.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free diet 7-Up and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some very strange things are about to happen, wherein the basics of normal living are drastically altered. And two people become lost in... Well, you'll hear. It'll all come out as we go along. Norma and Hal, he's Harold Glenford III, have inherited an ancient brownstone on New York's East 58th Street. Hal hasn't seen the house or the uncle who left it to him since he was a little boy. He doesn't know what to expect any more than Norma does, as they inspect the old house now for the first time since it became their own.
Yeah, you need a machete to get through these cobwebs.
Well, nobody's lived here in 10 or 15 years, you said. But it's going to be beautiful. A little belt tightening, maybe, but we can make it.
I don't advise tightening your belt. No kidding, Norma. The baby's due in April. You're going to have to stop working pretty soon. It's not going to be easy on my salary alone.
Oh, nobody said it was going to be easy.
And there are the ghosts, of course.
Cut it out.
Well, now, according to Uncle George, that's the reason nobody's been living here. The ghosts drove Uncle George himself out. That's what he said. And he couldn't keep the place rented, so he just gave up.
Okay. A house like this needs a ghost.
mystery drama, The Fatal Connection, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Jennifer Harmon and Nick Pryor. It is sponsored in part by Contac, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Many scientists and philosophers see time as a road along which we pass, or a river along which we drift, the future waiting for us just around the bend ahead, the past obscured but not obliterated by the turn we just made. The rest of us, ordinary mortals that we are, find the moment in which we are currently trapped just about all we can handle. Norma and Hal Glenford have moved into their old house on East 58th Street. The furniture from their former 3-room apartment only half fills the first floor. The second floor and the attic-like third floor will have to wait.
Except, Hal, we'll have to have a nursery. You know, our baby's bedroom.
You stand there, the living proof of it.
And there's no place for it on the first floor, so we'll have to find a place on the second floor, right?
Logical.
Then our bedroom will have to be on the second floor, too, don't you see? I mean, we have to sleep on the same floor with the baby.
Hey, you're right. I hadn't thought of it before.
The back room on this floor makes a very small bedroom anyway. We could use it as a sort of, I don't know, music room or study or whatever.
You make us sound very prosperous.
We will be. Lawyers are always rich when they get a little older.
I like the sound of that, Norma. Doesn't make any sense, but I find the simplicity of it comforting.
So shall we go upstairs and see what there's for a bedroom and a nursery?
Okay. I'll go first and clear away the cobwebs.
Oh, we'll carpet this stairway. Later, of course.
When we're rich. Now, that's an old bedroom, as I recall. One of the doors is a linen closet. There are 5 doors, so that leaves just 3 rooms.
One more than we need. Well, this would be all right for our bedroom. It's much nicer than the little room downstairs, don't you think?
Okay. Bedroom here. That takes care of us. Now about Junior. Hey, this door's locked.
Well, just stuck, probably.
No, it's locked. Why would anybody lock an inside door? That's odd. Where did I put that bunch of keys the lawyer gave us?
In your jacket pocket, dummy. You think maybe there's a treasure hidden in that room?
Or ghosts. It's been locked for a while.
It's all furnished.
Son of a gun. Right out of the 19th century. It looks like what used to be an upstairs sitting room or something of the kind.
Oh, Hal, just look at that secretary. It must be 100 years old, and it looks just as solid as...
Oh, my gosh, a telephone.
One of those old wall phones. I've seen pictures of them. Shouldn't it have a crank? Oh, I'd like to furnish the whole house just like this. You know, everything to match the house itself. I wouldn't change a thing in here.
Well, I could live without the cobwebs and the dust.
Well, I'll speak to the upstairs maid about it. Good help is so hard to come by lately, my dear. Have you noticed?
Oh, I have indeed.
It's the times, I'm afraid. Everything seems to be going to pot. What? Darling, would you believe it? The butcher today wanted 18 cents a pound for steak. Just plain old beef steak. 18 cents a pound.
Well, we might as well eat at Delmonico's if it costs that kind of money to cook at home.
Oh, let's, shall we?
This evening? Well, why not? I'll order a hack. Excuse me, my dear. Operator, I'd like a hansom cab sent to 621 East 58th Street at once. At once, understand? We'll be going to Delmonico's. Let's go back downstairs where the 20th century is and see if there are any hot dogs in the refrigerator.
Actually, though, I guess 18 cents was hard to come by in those days, as $2 is today.
Not for old Grandpa Glenford, it wasn't. Great-grandpa, that would be. He was filthy rich.
Was he the one who built this house?
No, I don't know that he built it. He was the first Glenford to own it.
Whatever happened to all that money?
Gave it away.
Gave it away?
That's what my father told me. Maybe it was just a figure of speech.
You know what we ought to have? We ought to have a bottle of champagne to break over the bow of the house, or the stern, or whatever they break it, if houses had them.
Well, now, if you look in the refrigerator, just to the right of the meat drawer, you'll find a quart of excellent domestic champagne cooling. To be taken internally, though, not broken over anything.
Oh, what a doll you are. Shall we have it now?
Well, I thought after dinner, but if you'd rather...
What was that?
Well, it sounded like somebody at the door.
Well, what's the matter with the doorbell?
Honey, I don't know. Maybe it's broken. Maybe somebody likes the knocker better. I'll see who it is. Yes? What can I do for you?
Your hansom cab, sir? For Delmonico's, I believe?
It was a joke of some kind, Norma.
Who played it if it was a joke? I mean, who knew you made that nutty pretend phone call upstairs? I don't see how it could be a joke.
Well, then, a coincidence. There are hansom cabs still operating over at Central Park.
Oh, sure. And one of them just happened to drive all the way across town. And as long as it was in the neighborhood, the driver just thought he'd knock at our door and tell us our cab was here to take us to Delmonico's. Oh, come on, Hal.
Well, okay. You explain it.
I can't. That's what's bothering me.
Well, you don't think... No, you surely don't think...
No. No, of course I don't. What did the driver say when you sent him away?
Well, something about it was a funny mistake for the office to make if I didn't order a hansom. He was grumpy about losing a fare.
Did he look like a real hansom cab driver? I mean, did he look like somebody you've seen driving a hansom around the park today, or was he, well, you know, dressed like the real old-timey ones?
I didn't really notice. Look, now, why don't we just forget him? Why don't we just have dinner and see what's on TV and drink our champagne and go to bed? I've got to go to work in the morning, even if I do live in a mansion. Especially since I do.
Here's to great-grandfather Glenford.
Look, take it easy with that stuff, will you? The bottle's half gone already. You're a novice at this, remember?
And here's to hansom cab drivers everywhere. Hey, you know what we ought to do?
There isn't any more champagne, if that's what you mean. I only bought one bottle.
No. What we ought to do is something about that phone upstairs.
Yeah, like have it taken out.
No, I want to order something. A new dress. Something like that. I mean, if they send over cabs when you order them, why not?
You'd better let me finish this bottle.
Bring it upstairs. Come on.
4 years it's taken me to find out I married a lush.
There it is. Our fairy godmother compliments of the telephone company. You want to go first?
No, you go ahead. I'm just along for the ride.
What shall I ask for?
No, look, don't fool around with one dress. Ask for a whole new wardrobe. As long as you're going to be a kook, you might as well be kooky in the grand manner.
You're a genius. Hello? I want a whole new wardrobe. Oh, no, 2 wardrobes. One for myself and one for my husband. Everything in the latest style, and everything must fit perfectly. Oh, and have everything finished and delivered by the time I get home from work tomorrow afternoon. That's, I guess, it for now. You want to order something, Hal?
Well, sure. Why not? Here, give me that. Hello. I want the house completely redecorated. Completely. Restored, I should say, exactly as it was when the place was new. And I don't mean just when you get around to it. I want that finished by tomorrow afternoon also. By the end of the working day. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Let's finish this bubble water and get to bed. Hey, what do you bet you have a headache in the morning?
You'd have lost that bet. No headache. All I want is a cup of coffee, though.
Me too. That's all we have time for anyway.
Well, pick me up after work this afternoon.
Sure. I may be a little late, though.
That's okay. A secretary's work is never done.
So, after I spend the better part of 3 weeks working on this brief, and it's brilliant if I do say so myself, who do you think is going to take it into court?
Mr. Fuller?
Old J.C. himself. Who else? How was your day?
Oh, you know. Once you've typed one letter, you've typed them all. You know something? We ought to walk home from my office every evening.
Hold my briefcase while I unlock the door, will you?
I wonder if they finished.
Who finished what?
The decorators, you know. You told them it had to be finished by the end of the working day. How?
Now, this is too much. I mean, what kind of a joke?
It is, Hal. It's all been redecorated, restored. Just like you ordered. Oh, Hal.
Hey, where's our new television set? Now, that is going too far. That set cost color TV. That was a 21-inch screen.
But how did they do it? Who did it? I mean, I can't figure. Hal.
What?
The refrigerator's gone. Look at this thing. What is it?
It's an old ice box. It's full of ice. I don't think you can get ice like this anymore. There's something... This is all wrong, Norma.
It's not a joke, is it, Hal? Nobody makes this kind of a joke.
A coal range. An old coal range. My grandmother Scott had one of those out in her summer kitchen. Nobody used the things even then.
The toaster, the blender, everything, Hal, it's all gone.
That telephone. That damn telephone.
It's real, isn't it? It really is real. You tell the telephone you want something and you get it. It's like a genie in a bottle. You just order it and I think I'm scared.
All right. If it'll work one way, it ought to work the other too. In reverse.
What are you going to do, Hal?
Come on. I'm going up there and I'm going to tell that lousy telephone to put our own stuff back in this house and then leave us alone. That's what I'm going to do. Now listen, you, whoever you are, I want you to stop...
Number, please.
Oh, my God.
Hal?
Norma, let's get out of this place.
A telephone? Redecorate and completely restore a 19th century house? And all in the course of an 8-hour day? It seems impossible, doesn't it? And yet there it is. And somebody did it. Or something. We'll look into it further when I return shortly with Act 2. Time. One of the many things we still don't understand about our universe. Now here, in an old house on New York's East Side, Hal and Norma Glenford have found an antiquated telephone that seems to constitute some kind of flaw in what we consider the natural passage of time. At least in the incredibly short objective space of 8 hours, the house has somehow become its original 19th century self. The past, if Hal and Norma can believe what they see and hear, has been trapped within its walls. The eeriness of it has sent the two of them frightened out onto 58th Street.
It's so quiet out here. And so dark. I don't remember it being this dark before.
Well, we haven't been around this neighborhood much at night. I guess east of First Avenue, the city just doesn't waste money on bright lights.
Let's walk up that way, Hal. Right now, I don't want to go back into the house.
Okay. Up toward 3rd Avenue or Lex? You know, I don't think I ever heard New York this quiet before. East side, west side, day or night. It's like a tomb.
Hal? Hal, do you hear it?
I don't hear anything, just...
Now do you hear it?
Well, yeah, I hear something like a... It's like a...
It sounds to me like an L train. A few blocks away, like the 3rd Avenue L.
Which was torn down. When? 15 years ago.
Well, listen to it.
Hey, this I've got to see.
But Hal, if it's the old 3rd Avenue L, then that means that everything... everywhere...
No, listen, we don't know what it means. Some nostalgia freak with a recording, probably. Something like that. Come on, let's go see.
Now, if that isn't an L stopping, I've never heard an L stopping.
You haven't in a long time.
But I've heard plenty of them when I was a kid.
Wait a minute, Norma. What do you hear now?
A horse. Don't tell me that's not a horse.
That sure sounds like one. Mounted cop, most likely, or maybe that same nostalgia buff.
If that's a recording, then it's some recording. I've never heard a record.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. That horse is no recording. It's either a mounted policeman or...
There's your nostalgia buff. All 4 hoofs.
Well, some companies must still use horses. You know, late at night. And...
It's not that late. Anyway, look what's in the wagon.
I see them. Those big milk cans. They used to... Well, look, I don't know. Maybe they still use them.
I'm scared.
Well, it's spooky, I admit that. So still and no traffic except that horse and wagon? Well, look, Norma, there's got to be a logical explanation. I mean, if there's not, what's happened? Have we lost our minds?
Oh, no.
Well, no, Norma, don't get upset.
No, Hal, that's not what I mean. Look up there.
Up where?
At the light. The street light on the corner.
It looks like a...
It's a gas light, that's what it is.
I think maybe we ought to get back to the house and see if we can't get organized.
It's back there, too, Hal.
Okay, but if everything's gone back to the 19th century or something, let's at least go back and face it in our own home.
If we still have a home.
The key seems to turn easier.
What if there's somebody in there? I mean, we didn't live here in... Oh, what year do you think it is, Hal?
It's... Oh, Lord, I'm so mixed up. How can it be anything but 1974? That's what it is.
Or was, or will be.
Now, we've got to stop this foolishness. The first thing we need is some dinner. Maybe with some good, solid food inside us, we can take a more reasonable view of this mess.
I don't know how to cook on a coal range. I don't even know how to make it burn, do you? Well, we were lucky there was some stuff in the icebox already cooked. I wonder who cooked it.
Maybe my grandmother.
What do you suppose happened to them? Your great-grandmother and grandfather. Are they supposed to be living here? Are they going to come walking in and...
Listen, what's that?
It's that phone upstairs, Hal.
You mean the one that... Oh, Lord.
Let it ring, Hal. Just let it ring.
I can't. If it's somebody from whatever year this is, I've got to talk to him, Norma. I've got to.
All right, but I'm going with you. They put carpet on the stairway, or had it on the stairway, whichever.
Hurry up, will you? I don't want whoever it is to hang up before we get there.
It's actually a new house now, isn't it? You don't see the signs of age anymore. It doesn't look like 1,000 coats of paint on everything.
Hello?
This is Bill, Harold. Where have you been all day?
Well,
I practically camped outside your office all afternoon, and you never did show up.
Who did you say this is?
Are you all right, Harold? It's Bill Voigt, your partner.
Oh, yes, of course. I was wool gathering.
I guess you were. Listen, I've got to talk to you bright and early tomorrow morning. You're in a jam, Harold.
A jam? Well, can't you tell me about it now?
You'd better get in here tomorrow for your own good. It's nothing to do with me, but for your own good.
Oh, well, if it's that important...
It is. It's to you, Harold, not to me. To you.
All right. Thanks for calling, Bill.
What was that about a jam?
He didn't say. But you want to know something weird? He thought he was talking to my great-grandfather. That man called me Harold, and that was his name. I can't remember anybody ever calling me Harold my whole life. He thought he was talking to my great-grandfather. I can't see. How did they read by these silly gaslights anyway?
Well, there's an oil lamp right there on the desk. I think they used oil lamps to read by at night. The gas fixtures are all up on the wall.
Well, do you know how to light one of these things amid the lamps?
Well, just take the chimney off, the glass thing. Then you hold a match to the wick like a candle.
Because if this is my great-grandfather's desk, I mean, the way he left it only yesterday, I want to know what's in it. Is this what you mean by the wick?
Yes. Do you think we'll ever get back, Hal? I don't know if I could stand it stuck here forever.
There's no way of knowing, Norma. Everything's written in longhand. This looks like a deed of some kind. Most likely for the house. No. My gosh.
What?
This is a deed to an office building on Fifth Avenue. Way downtown, but that's where the action was in those days. These days.
Your great-grandfather owned an office building?
I told you, he was loaded. There goes that lousy telephone again.
Don't answer it, Hal.
Look, you can come with me. It's no good just letting it ring. It's got to be somebody important. There weren't many phones in those days. These days, damn it. Only rich people could afford telephones.
It'll just mix things up all the more, though, answering it.
Look, it's our only contact the way things are.
I wish. Oh, it's no good wishing.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Glenford?
Yes?
This is Maud Spencer, Mr. Glenford. Is Norma in?
Just a minute, I'll see. Norma, do you know a Maud Spencer?
I don't know anybody here.
She asked for Norma. Norma. Now, maybe it's a link of some kind. You'd better talk to her.
Oh, Hal, I don't want to talk on that thing.
Look, this could be the breakthrough. Here, talk to her.
Hello?
Norma, my dear. We were all expecting you at Sarah Aldrich's tea this afternoon. I do hope you're not sick.
Sarah who?
Aldrich. Sarah Aldrich. Well, you were invited, weren't you? Sarah said you were.
Oh, well, yes, I guess I was. I mean, yes, of course I was. I've been having these spells, you know, headaches and that kind of thing.
Oh, dear. No trouble about your delicate condition, I hope.
Well, it's related, I guess. Nothing to be concerned about. I'm just supposed to get a lot of rest, you know, stay at home and take it easy.
Oh, dear. Is there anything I can do? I'll come and see you tomorrow afternoon.
No, don't do that.
What?
I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. All I meant was I'm perfectly all right. I really don't need a fuss made over me or anything like that. It just isn't necessary. That's all I meant.
Well, I'm sure I have no wish to intrude where I'm not necessary.
I wish you wouldn't. Hello? Hello? She hung up.
It wasn't anyone you know?
No, I was supposed to have gone to Sarah somebody's tea this afternoon and didn't show up.
Well, it could have been the breakthrough.
One thing. Whoever was supposed to have answered this phone is called Norma, and she's pregnant.
I'll tell you this. My great-grandfather was not a very popular man.
How do you mean?
Well, if he had any friends, they sure didn't write to him. These letters are all from people who hated his guts. Claim he stole them blind.
Stole? Do you think it's true?
I'm beginning to believe that old Harold Glenford Esquire was mixed up in some pretty shady enterprises.
What kind of shady?
Kickbacks, near extortion, character assassination, embezzlement, or something very like it. If a third of these letters are right, you name it, an old great-granddaddy Glenford was into it.
Oh, that's shocking.
Listen, you want to hear one?
I'm not sure I do.
Glenford. This guy signs himself James Blakely. Glenford, you are unfit to breathe God's pure air. The ways of God are beyond understanding, but justice is inevitable either in this world, which you befoul, or in the next, where, never fear, the punishment you deserve has been prepared for you. To hasten you into that world would be an act of the highest nobility. If I do not do the deed myself, rest assured that another will in good time.
Wow.
A sample. Only a sample.
Hal,
Well, what is it?
look at this.
It's a... This is a picture of you and me. That sure is what it looks like. But in those clothes? Where did you get this?
In this desk drawer. Look on the back.
Mr. and Mrs. Harold W. Glenford on the occasion of their wedding, June 1894.
And look at those signatures. Except for a couple of curlicues, they're yours and mine. I can't help it, Hal. I'm scared.
I don't see how it's possible, but it must be. I have somehow become my own great-grandfather. Not only that, but you're my great-grandmother, and that child you're carrying, due to be born next April, is my grandfather.
Paradoxical? Well, yes, of course. You presuppose paradox the moment you start moving about in time. How do you know you aren't your own great-grandfather or grandmother? If tomorrow you found an old telephone in your attic, well, how do you know? I'll return shortly with Act 3. If I had my life to live over, that's not an uncommon expression. We've all heard it. But have you ever heard anyone say, if I had my great-grandfather's life to live over? That's exactly what has happened to Hal Glenford, if his conclusions are correct. He has not only gone back in time to his great-grandfather's day, but he has also taken on his great-grandfather's identity, and the wife he loves is now, as he must believe, his own great-grandmother. A situation of many complexities. Hal has broken open the strongbox he found in old Harold Glenford's desk and has gone quickly through its contents.
Well, there's one comfort. If we actually are my great-grandfather and grandmother, we're very rich people.
What difference does that make?
A lot. If we're stuck in this time.
I want out, rich or not.
Well, honey, so do I, of course. But there are securities and deeds in this strongbox representing well over $1 million in assets. And $1 million was really worth something in 1897.
Is that when it is now?
Mid-November of 1897, according to the dates on those letters I read.
How can't you do something about it?
What? Invent a time machine? Look, I don't know. Maybe it'll just happen. Like the other time, only in reverse. Norma, I'm sorry. That's the best I have to offer. Meantime, I think we ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? In the middle of a thing like this, sleep?
Try to, anyway. I wish we had that bottle of champagne we drank last night. Oh, Lord. It wasn't last night. The grapes that went into that champagne haven't even been planted yet.
Hello there.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had someone in your office with you.
Never mind. I was just leaving.
Sit down, Harold. You were wise to shave off your beard.
Oh, yes. Well, my wife never really liked it, and I thought...
Well, it served you well. Blakely didn't recognize you.
Was that James Blakely?
What are you talking about? You know perfectly well it was James Blakely.
No, I mean, I had a letter from him yesterday. I could have... do you know I could have him in court for some of the things he said?
Yeah, that's rather funny, you know. You having James Blakely in court instead of the other way around? That's really very funny.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I want to dissolve our partnership, Harold, as of this moment.
Oh? Do you mind telling me why?
Do you really think that's necessary?
I wish you'd tell me.
All right. I've had my fill of being a thief's associate.
Now, wait, just
I
a
know.
minute.
I took my share in the beginning. You're not the only fool in the room, but I'm through with it now. And thank God I had no part in the Blakely thing.
All right. I was checking things over last night, thinking things over. Some of my business tactics have been, all right, shameful. I admit that. But I decided last night to change things. I mean, no shady dealings of any kind from now on.
I see. Change things. And make restitution?
Well, where it's reasonable, where it's possible.
Without costing you money, you mean? I don't believe you, Harold. Not for a minute I don't. How are you going to make restitution to Jim Blakely?
I don't... Would you mind refreshing my memory on the Blakely thing?
Oh, now, really,
No,
Harold?
I've been Lately, I've been reassessing. I've been reevaluating, and there are just so many details. I'd just like to hear the Blakely affair clearly stated. Objectively, you know.
Oh, nonsense. Well, all right, if you want to hear it all over again, if you really want to wallow in that miserable can of worms a second time.
Please. Bill, it would help me.
Well, Blakely came to you in the first place, looking for a handout. On the tape, granted. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that.
No.
You were still under 30 at the time, but you were already under my guidance, damn it. That's what I hate. You were already a power in the construction industry. Blakely was sure you gave kickbacks, and he wanted one.
Then he was as much to blame as I if he came to me.
At the time, you managed it so that you had his signature on a dozen damaging documents. And you never signed so much as a letter to him. You remember that?
Well,
you've always worked that way, and you gave him a low bid on that job, and good value, too. The State Parks Commission building, wasn't
it? I don't remember.
And Blakely got a promotion because of it, and another, until he was made State Highways and Buildings Commissioner. It wasn't until then that you started blackmailing him.
Blackmail? Well, it's not an uncommon practice
and you bled him white. No more kickbacks, but every contract out of Blakely's office has gone to you for, what's it been, 2 years now?
Well, if I put him where he is in the first place...
They've caught him, Harold. He's going before a grand jury next week, and they'll indict. He's finished. There isn't a shred of evidence against you except his word, which, of course, isn't worth a tinker's damn now. You never signed a thing, did you?
A man who signs damning documents is nothing more than
a fool, like Blakely. Well, does that refresh your memory?
It puts things in perspective.
Well, as I've told you, I'm very happy that I had anything to do with the Blakely business. Right now, he's thinking about killing you. No, seriously. That was just what he was telling me.
Oh, God.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just remembered something. I'll have to leave now. There's something I must do.
But before you go, about dissolving the partnership. I don't know how you feel about it, but
Anything you say. It doesn't matter. We'll do it any way you like. It isn't important now.
Hal? Oh, Hal, I'm so glad you're home.
Yes, listen, we have to get out of here.
So awful, Hal, being in a place you're so terrified of and being even more terrified of leaving it. I've never in my life...
Norma, we have got to get out of here.
Out of here? Where to?
I mean, altogether out of this time. We've got to get back to the 20th century.
Hal, something's happened, hasn't it?
No. Yes. Norma, there's no time now. Let's try the telephone again.
I want to know. Tell me, Hal. Tell me.
Number, please.
Listen, I want you to get off the line. Do you understand? I want you to just unplug yourself or whatever it is you do and just get off the line. Just for a minute or two. Will you do that, please?
Number, please?
Oh, for God's sake, shut up. If you can't get off the line altogether, at least shut up. Don't talk. All right. Listen, you, whoever you are, we have had enough of this nonsense. We want to go back to the 20th century, and we want to go back now. You're the one who got us into this mess. Now get us out of it. Do you hear me?
Number, please?
Damn!
Hal, what are you doing?
Pulling the wires out of the wall. Can't you see? I'm trying to get this lousy telephone back the way it was when we first moved in here. All right. Can you hear me? You in there in your damn stupid telephone? I want you to put us back. Do you hear me? We didn't ask to be brought here. We're not responsible for anything that happened before we got here. We want to go back. You can't punish me for something my great-grandfather did. Do you hear me? All right, don't answer. You don't have to answer. Just do it. I don't know what else I can do.
Hal, the phone isn't hooked up. You pulled the wires out of the wall.
It wasn't hooked up before when all this started. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll get us out of here before...
Before what, Hal?
Okay. Come on downstairs. I guess you'll have to know. And he's threatening to kill me. Blakely is. That's what my great-grandfather's esteemed partner told me this morning.
Well, then what are we sitting here for? We have to get out of this house.
It won't do any good, Norma.
It will. There must be 1,000 places to hide. You're just a sitting duck here.
No, there's no hiding place but the 20th century. Back where we're really Hal and Norma Glenford. There's no hiding place at all in this century.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
The thing is, I remember now. I remembered while I was sitting there in Boyd's office.
Remember what?
I remembered hearing my grandfather... Was he my grandfather or my son? I remember when I was just a little boy hearing my grandfather telling my father about it.
About what, Hal?
My great-grandfather was shot to death by a business associate. By a man he'd cheated, ruined. That's what my grandfather told my father.
All right. That was your great-grandfather.
But it's already happened. To whichever one of us was here, it's already happened. It can't be changed.
I don't believe any of that. I don't. I want you to do something.
I've done all I can do. It's up to that telephone upstairs.
Maybe if we just sit here and think 20th century, it'll work. Close our eyes and just know we're in the 20th century. Listen for auto horns. Think about the Pan Am building. Try to decide what we'll watch on TV later. Breathe the polluted air. Mightn't it work, Hal?
It couldn't hurt.
Close your eyes.
That'll be Blakely.
Don't answer it.
Do you think I'm crazy? Now listen to me. If he's got a gun, he can get at us through the front window. I want you to head for the coat closet as fast as you can and get in there and stay in there until I tell you to come out. Have you got that?
Yes.
Norma, get in the closet.
No. Not as long as you...
Get down, Norma. Get down on the...
How?
Don't move, Norma. He may still be out there.
How? You're bleeding.
I am. I don't feel anything, but I can't seem to...
All over your shirt. I'm going to call an ambulance. Now, don't move. I'll be right back. Don't move.
I can't call an ambulance. I pulled the wires out. Remember?
I'll go out, Hal. There must be a cop or something.
I'll go, Norma. Please. It wouldn't do any good. It's already happened.
But I can't just...
I might not be here when you get back.
Oh, Hal.
I want to tell you something important.
All right.
The kid. Next April.
I'll name him Harold and I'll call him Hal.
No. Anything but that. Anyway, his name was Edward. My grandfather.
Hal, don't you think I ought...
No, tell Edward. Tell him when he's old enough. Understand? Tell him get rid of the money. All of it. Dirty, filthy,
dirty money.
Justice must be served. That goes without saying. But how many times? It's unlikely, of course, that anyone listening to me at this moment will ever find himself unexpectedly living in the 19th century. But just in case, how much do you really know about your great-grandfather? I'll be with you again in a few minutes. Young Edward Glenford, Norma's baby, was born in April 1898 and lived a long and, in some respects, fruitful life. He never made much money, but he gave away several millions of dollars, according to the instructions left by his father. But was it his father or his grandson who gave him those instructions? I leave you to puzzle it out for yourself. Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Nick Pryor, Robert Maxwell, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hugh, what are we doing? What is it?
It's all over now. It's gone. Let's see what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That poor Sandy. Just look at him. Ripped to pieces. As if he'd run into the blades of a threshing machine.
But what did it?
The damn thing!
What?
That's what I call it. The damn thing. First, it did away with my chickens, and then the pigs and the cattle. And now poor Sandy, slashed to pieces. And that's not the end. Only the good Lord knows what the damn thing will destroy next. Or who?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man against the odds. Why he takes chances to overcome obstacles. Why he challenges the seemingly impossible. That is one of the most elusive puzzles we know, and barely understood. Today, we shall try to uncover the story of one man who dared death in order to live.
Herr General, have you ever been to Königstein?
I have never even visited the place, Captain.
That is where you will be imprisoned. It's on a mountainside 750 feet above the Elbe River, and the fortress itself is 150 feet high.
Are you telling me it is useless to try to escape?
And live. I have an army of guards with orders to shoot to kill. My orders, Herr General. I take great pride that Königstein is the ultimate lock for which there is no key. Mystery
Runaway General was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One. I think the time has come for another of my WWHI stories, which is initially what I call my what would happen if stories. For instance, supposing the dead could talk to us. I don't mean aunts, nephews, cousins, or closer relatives. I mean the greats of the past. What light they could shed upon what shrouded corners of yesterday, huh? Fascinating, if they only could. Hang on by your fingernails if you can, because that's just what someone you'll be meeting shortly actually did, and live to tell the tale. Let me introduce you to a man who knew him, Charles.
Henri, Giraud, and I are closer now than we ever were in France. It's because of circumstances, you might say. We are both dead now. Henri, he died as commander-in-chief of our forces in the last Great War. I also speak to you from the grave. I died not long after he did, having a position of some responsibility to the government. Henri was the most wise and foolish, foolhardy, and completely brave man I have ever known. For example,
I do not know how much longer we can hold out against their mortar fire.
There is a movement 100 yards ahead.
It cannot be a Frenchman, it must be a German. Fire and keep firing. Paul, find out who has been hit. Paul, rake them with fire. Paul, is there no one at the machine gun?
General, over here, over here.
Help me pull this man away from his gun.
He's badly wounded.
He's dead. Keep the belt straight. You feed as I fire. I'm swinging around to the right. Move with me, move with me. Jam the gun. Is there no other gun? This one will not fire.
In the name of the Führer, we demand that you French surrender. If you desire your wounded to be taken care of, raise the white flag. You will have 1 minute to decide.
Mon General, what shall we do?
Does anyone have a clean white handkerchief?
I cannot believe my eyes.
You had better believe them. You recognize me?
Oh, but naturally I recognize you, General Giraud. You have not changed that much. But do you recognize me?
Let me look more closely. We have met before.
Von Meist. Captain von Meist. I was only a corporal then. We met in almost identical circumstances, you and I, 25 years ago. I was among those who captured you then.
I only pursues me, Herr Commandant.
Another war between France and Germany. Always we are at one another's throats. And again, you are my prisoner. What were you doing in that machine gun nest? The commander-in-chief of the French army.
Reconnaissance.
Well, nothing can be done, General Giraud. Germany cannot be turned back.
If you are a betting man, Captain, do not bet on that. The war is not over for me.
Escape nowadays is considerably more difficult. Do you know Königstein?
Königstein, an old fortress on the river Elbe?
No, not on the Elbe, General, but on a cliff 750 feet over the Elbe.
No, I have never visited the place, Captain.
The German people will take great pleasure in introducing its advantage to you. Imagine a fortress high on a mountainside. The fortress itself, 150 feet in the air. The view is splendid. It is overpowering.
You are telling me it is useless to try to escape.
And live. Should anyone attempt to leave, the sentries have orders to shoot to kill. My orders, Herr General. I take great pride that Königstein is the ultimate lock for which there is no key. I was on there by the boss of this German captain, where a challenge Henri could not overlook. I knew how stubborn Henri Giraud could be. Having been a student of his at SIRE, our military academy, there was one precept of his which none of us ever forgot. A soldier's duty is to fight. If he is captured, it is dishonorable to sit out the war in an enemy camp.
George Martin. George, put your ear to the radiator, and you can hear me.
Hero?
Yes. We have half an hour before the guard comes around to our rooms again. George, how are you feeling?
Between my bad lungs and the shrapnel in my shoulder, I'm not good for much. But tomorrow I shall feel perfect. I shall be happily on my way back to France.
Yes, they will take good care of you at St. Cloud. I know that hospital. You will first go see who I have asked you to before you go to the hospital.
I shall go visit your wife right away.
You have it safe, what I gave you?
General, I don't expect that anybody will search me. Do you see anyone between Königstein and Paris unwinding all that bandage I've wrapped in? I tell you something about a wounded soldier on a train. He is left severely alone in case he should suddenly decide to die. A soldier dying on a train is very upsetting to the other passengers.
Give my wife my love and tell her I hope I shall see her before this war is over.
Oh, General, I hope long before that.
Lieutenant Martin, please, if you will, the first-hand news. Tell me everything you know. How is he?
He is well, Madame Giraud. I have nothing but admiration for your husband. He must escape. France needs Henri Giraud. He is unconquerable.
It took him 3 tries before he could escape in the First World War. He never gives up. Not Henri. You know, of course, what was in that letter he gave you for me?
No, I don't, Madame.
It's just as well. No need to endanger any more lives than necessary. Were you followed here when you came?
I didn't think to look back. I don't think so.
You are certain?
No, but what harm is there in my visiting you? I shall go right straight from here to the Army Hospital in St. Cloud.
I'm sure your orders and regulations did not include paying me a visit. Lieutenant, Paris is now an occupied city. None of us are that free to come and go.
Open the front door!
Do you hear that? The front door at the end of the hall. It's the Germans.
Will someone let them in?
No. Because they know they are Germans who are always searching for victims to take with them.
What happens finally? Do they break down the door?
No. They have no real authorization. If no one answers, they think no one is here, and they will go away. I shall need someone to help. I cannot do what he asks alone.
Then you will permit me to be a fellow conspirator.
So that he can run away and not be caught. Or he needs certain things which he is going to ask me for. In this letter, there is a code. Already I know it.
You mean he will write you the usual letters permitted, but secrets will be contained in them?
For instance, I'll tell you. He says when he writes, "My dear one," that will mean, do not do anything for the present. They suspect something. Then he will write, "I miss you, my darling." That will mean, send me so and so, whatever. And then when he writes, "I think of you day and night," that means, stop sending me, whatever.
What are we whatevers?
He will need clothes to go from Königstein to whatever transportation he will get out of where he is. All he has now is his general's uniform. So, if he writes me, "I see sparrows from my window," that means shoes.
Of course, it's very clear. He writes, I miss you, my darling. I see sparrows from my window. That means send me a pair of shoes.
I smell the flowers and think of you means a shirt, and so on and so on.
He thinks of everything.
You don't know my husband. He even sent me a code for send me 2 bottles of cognac, which I will share with the gods.
But he's going to need tools, something to make a rope ladder, heavy work gloves. Those are things a man can get more easily than a woman.
Open the front door! I command you to open this door!
Lieutenant, how did you get away to come here?
Oh, when we got to the Gare du Nord, I asked to go to the WC, and I jumped out the window.
They wouldn't connect you and me?
I think I can be here on Sunday. I will let you know.
Sundays is a good day. They have the whole front of the first floor to search before they reach my door.
What are you going to do?
First of all, I am tearing Henri's letter. I have already memorized everything in it. Then, I am opening this back window and throwing the pieces to the wind.
Madame Giraud, open this door if you please.
Lie down, Lieutenant. Put this handkerchief over your forehead. Close your eyes. Do as I say.
I'm trying to keep from coughing.
No, don't. Cough now.
Madame Giraud, open this door.
Certainly. Come in, come in. This poor sick soldier has been repatriated to go to the hospital in St. Cloud. But he became lost when I opened my door where he was, in a dead faint. So I brought him in here and opened the window to revive him. I was just about to call the authorities. Do you have a stretcher with you? He's expected at St. Cloud. He's deeply wounded. And that bandage about his shoulder has come undone. You too are soldiers. I am sure you respect this brave man, even though he is your enemy.
Those were the days when everyone had to use every possible means to survive. Henri Giraud's wife had to be every bit as cunning and resourceful as she could be, not only to protect herself, but to become a backstop of aid to General Giraud so that he could escape to return to his own troops. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. We are investigating the account of the only man to escape from 2 prison camps in 2 wars. He was not a magician or a lunatic, although to be so successful, one would have to be a little bit of both. The escape artist was Henri Giraud, the commander-in-chief of the French army. His exploits are being detailed by his former student. Charles, please.
I was an average student. Giraud was a brilliant teacher at SIRE, a military tactician of the first rank. And yet he dared danger and death like no man I have ever known before. In the fortress at Königstein, he remained, planning his liberation. At the other end of the lifeline in Paris, his wife and the wounded Georges Martin worked and waited.
Lieutenant, I think to meet in church during the 9 o'clock Mass is a very good idea. We kneel and bow our heads and not look at one another. That way we can exchange news, and anyone who happens to look this way will think we're praying.
You have had another letter from the General?
I've had 2 since last I saw you. And there are 2 things I must ask you about. Are there rats up on that tower where my husband is kept?
Rats?
That's what Henri writes. Here, let me show you. He writes, I must be careful with the food.
As there are rats which nibble at everything, especially one large rat who looks at me always with one eye.
And so he explains I should send all the biscuits in the future in small tin boxes.
Rats. I have have an idea what he means. There are no cells. We were not even locked up at night. And there are no rats, not one.
Then why would he have written this?
To tell us he is being watched. The rat with one eye that keeps looking at your husband is von Meist, the captain in charge of Königstein. We call him the rat. He looks like a rat. And the one eye is his monocle. It is the way he squints at you.
All right. But the small tin boxes, what do you make of that?
When your husband makes a break for it, he would have to carry enough provisions to last him who knows how long. And the only way to keep and carry it is in small tin boxes. You said there was something else.
There is. But it's not going to be as easy to send him as a small tin box.
What is it?
Copper wire.
175 feet of it?
How did you know?
If it is copper wire he asked you for, alone it would not be strong enough to support his weight for 150 feet. He would have to wind or weave it around something else, threads or cords.
You said 175 feet?
From the top of the tower is 150 feet. He is allowing an extra 25 feet to wind it stronger.
Henri is almost 62 years old. At his age, to climb down all that distance without being seen, without being shot at. The Lord protect him. George, did you bring the wire?
Of course I brought it. Took me a week to find it, and here it is. To make doubly sure, I brought 200 feet of wire to send Henri. Look.
Oh, that's so thin.
But it is very strong. That smells good. What are you cooking?
A ham. And the trouble I had to go to get it. It must be about done. Come along, into the kitchen. Now comes the difficult part.
What a heavenly smell.
Doesn't it look beautiful? There. On to the table to cool off. Now, the problem is, George, how do we put your 200 feet of copper wire inside the ham so no one will see it?
There is only one way. Remove the bone.
I'll do it. I'll take out the bone, and you start to wind your wire to the shape of the bone, and we'll place it into the hole where the ham bone was.
Who else but you would have known a ham is so heavy by itself that whatever is placed inside it would go unnoticed.
When it is cool, you hold it, and I will cut out the bone. I hope the Germans will respect the integrity of a food package to a prisoner and not cut off some slices before it reaches my husband.
It was at this point that I personally became involved with the escape from Königstein. Giraud had been imprisoned a year, had tried 3 times to run away, and 3 times had been retaken before he could get out of Germany. I'd been at the front, returning to Paris for a week's leave, when Madame Giraud came to see me.
Charles, I am not giving up hope, but the reason Henri has not been able to escape is simple.
Madame, the days of World War I are 25 years behind us. Henri was younger then. What is he now? 62, 63? I beg you, when you write to him, tell him don't try any foolishness. Some trigger-happy German guard will shoot him, and that will be a great tragedy for France.
I was going to say, all he needs are accurate, up-to-date maps of Germany, especially Saxony, and the latest timetables of the local trains.
You haven't heard one word I've said.
He's been caught and brought back because I couldn't get him the maps and the timetables. He had no trouble getting out of Königstein. The guards take the prisoners for walks along the Elbe and in the fields once a week. It was nothing for him to disappear. But even with the compass I'd sent him in a bar of soap, he couldn't find the roads back. And he was captured.
All right. I'll get you the maps you need. How are you going to send them to him, huh? In a cake?
I'll find a way. I am confident. Do you know, Charles, I sent him a Tyrolean hat last month. He just got it. No one found out.
Fantastic. A hat in a ham?
With a feather. When can I have the timetables and the maps?
By Sunday. Is Sunday all right?
The church across the way from Dimego. 9 o'clock, Mass.
Madame, even the churches are watched.
Place what you have in your prayer book. We will leave the church after Mass at the same time, but no recognition. If there is no one watching, I shall go to the cafe and take a seat in the back room. I shall have a gentleman at my table. Sit with us.
Madame? Monsieur, may I join you?
Charles, this is Georges.
Oh, how do you do? Yes, you were in church this morning, madame?
As always.
Yes, well, I sat in back of you. You left your prayer book behind you.
Oh, thank you. That was careless of me.
The waiter is watching us very closely. I think if we desire to exchange a few words privately, we had better order something, so he will go away to fetch it.
You're right. He won't get any tips standing around and not serving people. I will have a coffee. Madame, what will you have?
I'll have some wine.
Why don't we all, Georges?
Anything.
Waiter, a bottle of red and 3 glasses, please, huh? Now, you see, he's gone.
Charles, the maps and the timetables are inside this prayer book.
As you asked.
Georges, take it to Henri. Georges has escaped from the hospital at St. Cloud. He is going back to Königstein to help Henri get out. Look out! There's trouble!
Goodbye, friends.
Halt! Or I shoot!
Georges got away from the cafe holding on to a prayer book under his arm. At one point, a shot. I saw Georges stagger a bit, then run on and turn a corner. Why he was suspected and of what, I don't know. A man who willingly returns to Germany to help a friend deserves every known medal of honor. I prayed he would reach Henri Giraud safely.
Psst. General. Oh, Georges. What are you doing springing out at me from behind a tree? What are you doing in Königstein?
I came to help. I was going crazy at the hospital.
You were safely out of Königstein and you came back?
It is nothing I had to.
It has been over a year. Are your wounds healed?
Almost. My lungs are better.
A guard will be along shortly. They let us wander this field for an hour, then they come and round us up and count noses. Temptation to escape once a week. We must talk.
You are in the same place in the tower?
The same.
I can find my way in. It's all Home Week to me.
Tomorrow night, the chimney sweeps from the village start their annual cleaning of the chimneys and fireplaces.
I remember. They are here for 3 days.
Put soot on your hands and face, and at 8 o'clock stand with them at the gate. If you talk to no one, they will think you are one of them. Now, once inside...
I know the way. Here, Henri. Hide this under your shirt.
Inside this prayer book, something for me, yes?
Keep it well hidden.
There's a bullet hole in it. And a bullet.
That book saved my life. I pray it saves yours. Tomorrow night, then.
George, we have 2 weeks and 2 days. The moon will be new and at its smallest.
2 weeks. How shall I spend them?
I need a complete change of clothes.
I have that already.
Already? How?
Henri, I am wearing your clothes underneath mine. In a package I have hidden in the woods are your shoes and shirt and socks. Your wife gave them to me for you.
Formidable.
Also, I have a wallet filled with German marks.
2 weeks, 2 days, we will meet at Chambord.
That's the 13th.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the bridge.
In broad daylight?
No one will recognize me. You will put my French clothes into a suitcase which you will carry. We will walk slowly together to the station and take the first train out in any direction. On board, you will put the suitcase in the lavatory. I will go in and change.
And what will you wear when I meet you on the bridge?
My raincoat looks civilian, and my Tyrolean hat.
Ah, yes, that hat.
I shall keep it on always. In the past 14 months, I have learned a possible German. I shall be a traveling Swiss salesman. I have to keep moving until they believe I have crossed the border somewhere. The only way to hide my 6'3" is to sit down on a train, so that is what I shall do. One train this way, another that way, until I can finally escape through the border to Switzerland. And it will be a long journey.
You will have food?
As much chocolate and biscuits as one could eat in a lifetime.
I had better go now and join my fellow chimney sweeps.
On the 13th, I will see you on the bridge at Chandau. Oh, you may find me somewhat changed. I'm going to shave off my mustache.
À bientôt, mon général.
Au revoir.
Henri, the 13th, it is not a Friday by any chance. When last I saw Georges, I didn't know whether he had escaped the Nazis or not. I decided my family could wait. I got duplicate maps and timetables, commandeered a car, and was in Chandau in 16 hours. I searched the town for Lieutenant Georges Martin and found him. We made our plans. He would be the outside man and I, the inside man. We proposed it to Giraud, and he agreed. Königstein was not hard to enter at night. Just wait and scoot past the sanctuary. Getting out might be a problem. The night of the new moon, Henri and I went over the escape plan for the last time.
Now we look over the edge of the parapet. Once the sentry has passed below us, we have 10 minutes before the next one. Behind this pile of wood is my rope. Tie it around me now, and when I say so, let me down. When I am near the bottom, I will pull the rope as a signal. Hold it out from you so I kick out and clear the moat. All right. It is time. There goes the sentry. No more rehearsals. Now, we do it.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, goes the old saying. But a soldier in his 60s, dangling in midair with sentries below, ordered to shoot on sight, is not a relaxed midnight entertainment. Hang on, I would say to Henri Giraud. I say it to you also, until I return shortly with Act 3. Radio, as you may know, is an unexcelled means of communicating across miles, even light years. But the drama of radio, as you listeners to the Mystery Theater can attest, that drama knows no bounds of space or of time. Which is why we can ask the distinguished deceased, in this case a gentleman called Charles, to divulge a story known to very few. Here again, then, is Charles.
It was the night of Henri Giraud's departure. I was fastening that famous rope of his about his waist.
That is tight enough, Charles.
It is the strangest looking rope I ever saw. I hope it holds.
I started with the copper wire my wife smuggled into me, and then every time we would be taken for an airing, Robert, the one who is standing guard, and Jacques, he's at the bottom of the stairs as lookout, we would pick some long lengths of hemp. It took months, but I wove all that together with the wire, and this is it.
And around your waist, what's that rolled up?
My old raincoat. It looks civilian enough. And inside that, you will never guess.
Oh, no, I won't try.
A Tyrolean hat with a feather. I look more Swiss than a walking cuckoo clock. My wife sent it also in a ham. I think, yes, our friend the sentry is passing. Over the parapet I go. Now, let me down easy. Au revoir, mon ami. All set, Charles?
All set.
Lower away.
I'm letting out the rope slowly. Bon voyage. It wasn't easy, loosening the handmade cable with all its knots and imperfections, a foot at a time, knowing I had but 9 minutes left to get him down and away and haul it back up without being seen. He was still within earshot when I felt a tug on the line. What is it?
I am stuck. The rope is caught.
Can you kick yourself free?
One more try. If I can only... No, I'm afraid if I do, the rope might not hold together.
I'm going to pull you back up. Stay with it. Hang on. There you are.
Thank you.
Just in time. There goes the next sanctuary.
I am climbing over the parapet. That was a close one.
Yes, the rope would go up, but it wouldn't go down. You're not going to try again tonight, are you?
Of course I am. As soon as the next sentry passes.
But why?
You do not understand, Charles. Georges is in Chandeau with all my clothing. Enough German marks to keep me undercover for weeks, months if I have to. What happens to him if I do not turn up at the bridge at 2 tomorrow?
Georges can take care of himself, as I can. We are not important. Your safety is. You are the only leader the French trust. You are the only one to rally all of us so that this shame of being occupied by the Germans can be forgotten and we can fight again.
Exactly why I must escape from Königstein tonight. What can I do for France from prison? After the next century passes, let me down.
The odds, slim as they were overcome. Henri made it straight down the cliff 750 feet into the forest. He hid there until it was dawn. And sometime later, wearing his raincoat and his Tyrolean hat, he walked into town and stood on the bridge over the river, munching a chocolate biscuit.
Follow me. I know the way to the station.
Happy to.
This is amazing.
You almost did not recognize me, did you, Georges?
Your upper lip looks a little naked.
That is a very nice suitcase you are carrying.
I put your own clothes in it. Suit, shirt, tie, shoes, everything.
The timetable?
And the maps and the money.
Good. Here comes our train. Now, after you leave that suitcase for me in the train lavatory, and I change and come out, I want you to get off at the next station and come back here to Chandeau.
Why? I want to get back to France, too.
So does Charles. He helped me last night, as you know. Then after I got down, he had one of the boys lower him as well. He will be waiting exactly where you found me, on the bridge at 2 o'clock tomorrow. It will be easier if the two of you travel together. One can keep watch for the other.
They won't be on the lookout for him?
No more than for you. Nobody knows either of you was even in Königstein. That is ours. It will be in the station for exactly 3 minutes.
Shall we run for it?
No, just walk fast enough to get to the ticket office. You buy 2 for the furthest point the train goes to. I will be right beside you, bent over, tying my shoelace.
Yes, please, Peter Hellostic. Sit in my best chair. Yes, a cigar?
I don't smoke, Capitan.
Well, then, a drink, please. Whiskey, cognac?
No.
Yes, you have come all the way to Königstein from Berlin? Well, surely there is something I can give you, yes?
An explanation?
Yes. Oh, yes, an explanation.
The SS would like an explanation.
Oh, yes, of course.
First, how did General Henri Giraud, probably the most important war prisoner of the Reich, how did he escape from your prison? Second, who assisted him? Third, where are the party or parties who assisted him? Fourth, why is it that after I have questioned every one of your staff, no one knows anything, especially not Captain von Meist, which I believe is your name?
Hellostic, believe me, it is a very complicated situation, and I am endeavoring, as I have been for over a week, to know what happened. Yet I have discovered very little.
Have you discovered also that I have today replaced your sentries with men from the SS? They are all on their way to Berlin for court-martial and execution. Dereliction to duty. That is the punishment for traitors. And why you, Captain, will also no longer be here.
Where am I going?
To Berlin. You will be questioned a little more thoroughly there.
But, Herr Lustig, I have told you everything.
The SS has many questions. They have questions I couldn't even begin to dream of. They will be interested in a rope made of wire and hemp from your fields, where you allow your prisoners to go. No discipline, Captain von Meist. Giraud is very good at disguises, and I have never met the man. All we know is he is 6 feet tall. Is that positive identification? There could be thousands of men 6 feet tall.
He has a very big mustache.
Ah, thank you. I will remember that the next 6 foot tall, clean-shaven man I meet.
What Henri Giraud had to do until his pursuers ran out of steam was to hide his height by sitting down, and the only place that was possible without attracting attention was on a train. So he traveled from one border to another, one train to another, always trying to cross into another country, always on the alert. He sat up, rarely slept, ate what he brought with him, and as much as he could, kept to himself.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Oh, not at all. The compartment is empty. 2 men just got off at Wolfsay.
It is stuffy in here, is it not? Do you mind if I open the window?
I wish you would. I have tried. It refuses to budge. When you do as much traveling as I do, you have to put up with a great deal.
Oh, you travel a lot, you said?
Oh, yes. I am a salesman for Beaufort & Company, a Swiss firm. Commerce must go on, war or no war.
And what do you sell?
Cuckoo clocks, thermometers. Would you care to see some samples?
No, thank you.
Of course you would not. I am sometimes ashamed to say what I do. But I have done my share. Africa Corps.
You were in Africa, really?
Oh, I will show you my medals. There you are. I was an Oberleutnant under Rommel. He was my hero.
Mine too.
I would still be with him, but I was wounded and they sent me home. Swiss volunteers were the first to be let go. Are we stopping?
Up ahead. We are taking on some Gestapo agents to search the train. I have been doing that for a month. Now I've had enough. I am going back to Berlin.
There have been lots of delays on the trains lately, I notice. And not due to bombing either.
It is that French General Giraud.
Who?
Giraud. We captured him in the last war and he escaped. This war, the same thing. From Königstein. 4 weeks ago he disappeared.
Oh, Giraud. It's funny, I've never heard of him. But when you are fighting with the Africa Corps, what the French do is not very important.
When were you demobilized?
Last April after Tobruk. Oh, I could hardly move. My leg is not quite right yet.
You were with Rommel at the capture of Tobruk?
Your papers, sir. We got ourselves from the British enough supplies for 30,000 men to last 3 months.
Your papers, please, Marshal. You, with the feather in your hat.
Who are you speaking to? This is a former Oberleutnant of the Africa Corps. We are discussing military matters about which you would not have the slightest interest or experience.
Schuldig. I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Apologize to my friend here as well.
I apologize.
This man is a war hero, and you are rude and insufferable. And just so that you know how easily I have let you off, here is my identification. Lustig, SS. Now go, before I report you. I apologize. Because a man is in civilian clothing, the Gestapo thinks he's a nobody. Tell me, did you ever speak with the Field Marshal personally?
With Rommel himself? Oh, yes, that was a very interesting occasion, and I do not mind telling you about it at all. By the way, when are we to cross the border?
We already have. My dear friend, we are already in your country, Switzerland.
The escape of Henri Giraud, as we have dramatized it, and as told by a character named Charles, was none other than Charles de Gaulle. He studied military strategy with Giraud and knew him well. Sometimes they were great friends, sometimes not. The great may not always agree, but they are always great, and France the better for it, that they lived. I shall return shortly. Something about unraveling a true story that has always appealed to me. I don't like the fact that the mysterious force that makes a man outreach himself disappears into history. Fame, they say, is what you do today. What you did yesterday is only good to wrap fish in. Not if I can help it. Our cast included Norman Rose, Tootie Wiggins, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's a fitting quotation to begin this story. The time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. Hamlet, William Shakespeare. And this is a story of the century in which he was born, the 16th. Young Will Shakespeare was an apprentice in his father's butcher shop. Queen Elizabeth ruled England, and Henry III presided over an uneasy France, torn apart by religious wars between the Huguenots and the Catholics. These were times bloodier than today, when no street was safe at night.
Damn, it's the night guard. What's the matter? We have safe conduct. On a dark night like this, you think these thieves in livery will stop to see them? You're right. They may even be Huguenots. If we can just reach that next corner unseen, we have a chance. Come! Oh, do not what? I stepped on a pebble, my sword against the wall.
Stand and deliver, whoever you are. Lift the torches.
Run for your life, Denny.
Hold! Are we fired?
Pay no heed.
Fire!
Oh, dear, I'm hit. Oh, they've blown my whole side out to the right before they reload. Then at the end of the twisting lane, to the left, a door. If God or love is good, behind it, you may find refuge.
Our mystery drama, The SIRE de Maletois' Door, was especially adapted from the Robert Louis Stevenson classic For the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The weapon you heard fired earlier was the arquebus, the precursor of the musket and our modern rifle. Not the weapon of the ordinary gentleman of this century whose sidearms were the rapier, a heavy weapon built two-edged for slicing and slashing with a sharp point for thrusting. Roger Chantivert and Dennis de Beaulieu were only so armed when they were attacked, leaving Roger mortally wounded on the cobblestones of Chateau Landin. But let's begin with the other, Dennis de Beaulieu, earlier that same evening, as he is finishing a flagon of wine with the landlord of the Auberge Tête du Port.
I beg your honor to stay off the streets of Chateau Landon at dark.
Why, good host, it's scarcely dusk. What have I to fear?
In the France of 1575, many things, thieves, cutthroats, and as bad as all of them, the guard itself. Most of all, the Times. Half the city is still at war.
What? With a truce proclaimed.
Piece of paper.
But I have a safe conduct.
There's also just a piece of paper.
Well, landlord, I thank you for your kind concern. May this reward you sufficiently.
Oh, the young gentleman is most generous.
Well, come with me to the door and point out to me, while the light lasts, the way I must go to my friend Chantiverd's house.
Rue de Beaux-Arts, was it not?
Ah, that's the street.
See you the church spire where the bell for evening mass is tolling?
High on the hill to the right.
The same. They mark you very close to it, the chateau.
I've marked it before. What great lord lives there?
The Sire de Malétroit, owner of this fief, and lands beyond us far and further than the eye could reach. Woe betide any man who should cross his path.
Well, I'm not likely to, since I'm here in your city only for the night. Prithee, direct me on my way whilst I can still see to trace it.
I'm sending you over the hill rather than around, for the lanes twist and turn enough to set one's head spinning. But if you steer between the church and the chateau, on the other side of the hill is a straight avenue, and 3 streets down, you will find the Rue de Beaux-Arts.
The chateau to my left, and as always, the church to my right, and I pass between them.
Ah, justement.
Don't worry about the dark. I'll not tarry for mass. I'd be too late anyway.
You were a long time at confession, Blanche.
Oui, monsieur.
What can a young bird not even out of its nest, and the Malétroit at that, have to confess that takes up so much time?
Please, Uncle.
Have no fear, niece. I'm too good a Catholic to invade the confessional. Let me hand you to the coach.
Thank you.
Eh bien, Desmond, to the chateau. But why so tearful, madame?
Oh, not tearful, just tired.
Tired? Of what, little one? Life? An arduous day? Père Maillot's usual droning of the mass, or the months of deception?
Deception?
The circles we travel in are small, Blanche. The least pebble dropped in the circumscribed pool of our life sets up waves. Among the cognoscenti, there are no secrets, such as...
Oh, hand, you're hurting me.
Loosen it, so that I may see what worm my little bird has caught.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm afraid you do. But as always, those embroiled in scandal are the last to hear. In the Malétroit family, that word does not exist, will not be allowed to exist. Open your hand or I will crush it open.
He meant no harm.
I shall be the judge of that. Open.
Oh.
A spill of paper, badly crushed. A billet doux, no doubt.
What are you going to do?
Read it and decide. We're almost home.
I think I shall defer my answer till we are behind the walls of Chateau MALETROITS. Go to your quarters, mademoiselle. Send the maîtresse de chambre to me at once.
But if only I could
Obey me. Nobody crosses my wishes.
Oui, monsieur. As you desire.
Père Maillot. Père Maillot.
À votre service, Messiah. You are late.
My niece wished to make confession. Had she chosen you, my mind might have been eased more quickly.
Even for you, Messiah. How could I break the seal of confession?
The question can be begged. It isn't necessary. I know now what is and what has to be done. I have instructions for you, the maîtresse de chambre, and send for my ironsmith immediately. There is much to be done before I set my trap, and small time to accomplish it. But once I have caught my fly, he will dance to my tune or suffer the consequence.
Darkness had dropped faster than I could have anticipated. As I climbed the twisting, meandering streets, I almost was sorry I had not come by horseback. Fortunately, against the night sky, my twin stars stood outlined, the chateau and the church. Actually, approaching the church, the torches of those leaving Mass were a beacon to lead me on. I even hesitated a moment at the sight of one beauty escorted to a carriage before passing on. And arriving at last on the downslope of the hill on the other side at my friend Jean d'Hiver's lodgings.
Ha! And one more for the road.
I drink not to that, but to you, mon vieux.
To both? God save me for any others, and punish me if this should be a lie. But I swear by the winged archer himself, or any comparable saint, if this were any other night, I would make no end of it.
I understand. Where there's a lady...
but such a lady. If I dared divulge all, but... listen, midnight. She'll be here within the hour.
I need no explanation, dear friend. I love the ladies as much as you. Indeed, on my way here, as I passed the church square, there was one who caught my eye.
Oh, damn our Breton weather. Here comes the rain again. Can we go?
At your heels or by your side, always.
We had so much to talk about, except this special night.
Forget it. Stay for your assignation. I'll find my way back to the inn. Our paths will cross soon again.
Oh, damn the weather. I'll see you over the crest of the hill. From there, can you find your own way down?
I found my way up.
Aye, well enough, even by partial daylight. But in God's name, step quietly and carefully. Trust no one. Keep to yourself. No one. These are bad times, when everything runs awry.
You lead. I promise to be as careful as any churchman can be.
There's the church to your left. Just follow this street we're on. Keep remembering to bear always to your right and downhill, and you'll be at the inn within the quarter hour. But move quietly.
Au revoir, Jean d'Hiver.
Go in peace.
As with you. Just one thing. Shh.
The night guard.
What matter? We have safe conduct.
Oh, on a night like this, you think these thieves in livery will stop to look at them?
You're right.
If we can just reach the next corner, we may have a chance unseen. Come.
Do not.
What? I stepped on a pebble and my sword hit against the wall.
Stand and deliver, whoever you are. It's the time.
Run. Run for your life, Dennis.
Hold! Are we fire?
Pay no heed. Run. Oh, dear. I'm hit. Too late. They've blown my whole side out. The left. The heart. I'm done for, Dennis. Run down the hill. Keep toward the side of Maletoit's chateau. They may be less anxious to follow you there. Why, he's a power. More than that, I cannot say. Just try his door.
There was nothing I could do for Jean d'Hiver. My dearest friend was dead. There was no treating with the pack of hounds that followed us. I fled from them, following the tortuous alleys, ever conscious of their footsteps after mine. Rushing down a lane scarce wide enough to accommodate myself, I suddenly found myself faced with a waist-high terrace, which I was about to leap, till some instinct of the rising moon stayed me. Small wonder. On my side was a 4-foot wall, but had I all leaped it, I would have dropped 40 feet to a craggy field of stone. I could hear the mob behind me. I was prepared to face them with sword and pointed, but the firearms I could not challenge. Door! To the left of me was a portico, and in its shadow a door. Any port in a storm. At least with something against my back, I could fight. I drew my sword, ducked into the shadows, and thrust my back against the door. And to my amazement, it gave way behind my weight, opening to let me into possible safety. As it gave behind me, I heard the hound pack on my trail. I had thought to close the door, not quite in order to observe what had happened outside, but as I pushed gently, of a sudden, as though it was whisked from my hands, it thudded shut. From what pursued me, I was safe. That door could stand a battering ram. But a new and strange threat had developed. I had no desire to close the door all the way shut. It had been snatched from my hands with no control from me. I stood in a small hall with a staircase, rising out of the gloom. I turned to the door. It was as smooth as silk. No way of reopening it. I was trapped. My only way out was up the staircase before me. I had no choice. I started to mount, drawing my only weapon and wondering only if it could protect me and what I faced when I reached the top of those steps. For some reason, a premonition of unnamed terror ran like rat feet down my spine.
What monstrous figure awaited Dennis de Beaulieu at the top of the steps? What swirling ghost from the underworld or some other world threatened his immortal soul? I can at least report some of that as we return shortly with Act 2. What did face Dennis de Beaulieu as he entered a large room of polished stone with arras-draped openings on 3 sides and 2 large windows on the 4th was a little old gentleman in a fur tippet seated by the fireplace in a high-backed chair. The great stone fireplace was between the windows, and carved into it the arms of the Maletois.
Seeing those arms, I was immensely eased and felt myself in good hands. Still, winded from my running, we looked silently at each other for a second or two. In the brief exchange of glances, although the man was smiling and relaxed, I found myself tensing again. Something about him, the peaked eyebrows, the small, strong eyes, so quaintly evil in expression, belying the beautiful white hair hung straight all about his head, like a saint.
I am Alain, Sire de Maletroits. Pray, step in.
I am indebted to you, sir. Pray pardon this unwarranted intrusion.
Oh, not at all. I've been expecting you since I heard the church bell toll.
Me, Messiah?
Yes.
I'm afraid this is a double accident, sir. I'm not the person you...
Really?
No, it seems you were expecting a visitor.
Assuredly, I was.
But I can assure you that nothing was further from my thoughts or more contrary to my wishes than my arriving here. I am loath to let you labor under some misapprehension.
No, Tut. If I do, surely it is the privilege of old age, and all will be straightened out in due time. Bring my guest a cup of spiced wine. You will join me, young man.
Messiah,
I have no desire to force you.
I'm wondering about that. Behind the iris your servant has opened, I see what appears to be a small army of pikesmen and arquebusiers.
I am old, as I have remarked, and these are perilous times. Even the nobility needs protection. The wine, sir.
I accept your courtesy.
The wine, don't. Bring it.
Only to explain my presence satisfactorily and perhaps be accorded an explanation of why it failed to surprise you.
In good time, in good time.
I was visiting a friend, and on my way back to the inn, my friend accompanying me, we were set on by an armed band, Huguenots, assassins, the guard I know not. But that their intentions were violent and criminal is attested to by the fact that my friend was shot and killed. I fled with them in hot pursuit. Unfortunately, picking this cul-de-sac, I saw your door and fought with my back against it to be able to make some fight for my life. But as I leaned against it, it opened with my weight. And I gladly entered to put it between myself and the assassins who would have killed and robbed me also.
A pretty story.
You don't believe me?
Does it matter so much after all?
But nevertheless, that is what happened. Once they had searched without finding me, I would have left, but your door...
Ah, yes. My door. A little piece of ingenuity.
No question of that. It fled from my hand as if someone had pulled it shut from the outside. And I could find no means of opening it from the inside.
Yes, most ingenious, most ingenious. A hospitable fancy.
Hospitable?
To be sure. You arrived uninvited, but believe me, very welcome.
You persist in error, sir. There can be no question between you and me. I am a stranger in this countryside. My name is Denis de Mazot de Beaulieu. If you see me at your house, it is only as I have told you.
My young friend, you will permit me to have my own ideas on that subject. They probably differ from yours at the present moment, but time will show which of us is in the right. Ah, here comes our wine. Let us enjoy it while the heat is still in it.
We sat in silence while the servant served the wine and left. Again, I saw the armed men beyond the arras. I was conscious in the silence now of voices. One male and one female hurriedly gabbling as if in prayer behind the third arras. Meanwhile, the old gentleman surveyed me over the rim of his cup from head to foot. I was convinced I was dealing with a lunatic, and a dangerous one. I could stand it no longer. I got to my feet, clapping my hat on my head.
You haven't finished your wine.
Nor do I intend to. This is sheer madness. If you're in your wits for all your offered hospitality, you affront me grossly.
Oh, dear.
My conscience is clear. You've made a fool of me since the first moment. I'm leaving. If I cannot make my way out in a more decent fashion, I'll hack your door in pieces with my sword.
Sit down, you rogue, and listen to me. Do you fancy that when I had that little contrivance made for the door, I stopped short at that?
I've already seen your small army behind the arras armed to the teeth.
Exactly. So if you prefer to be bound hand and foot until your bones ache, make one move to depart. If you choose to remain free, agreeably conversing with an aging gentleman, why then, resume your seat, finish your wine in peace, and God be with you.
So, I'm a prisoner.
I state the facts. Now, let us finish the wine before it is cold. It serves to make the waiting more agreeable.
But what? What are we waiting for?
You entered from one arras-covered arch. You have seen that the main house lies behind the second. We are waiting for what is taking place behind the third.
Yes, but what?
For a lady to make up her mind. Perhaps the longest wait a man can endure. À votre santé, mon brave. Speak up. It passes the time.
Again we sat, facing each other. The sire relaxed, patient, but for all his tiny stature and age, forbidding. For myself, I found myself downing the wine at a gulp, almost choking on it as my throat tightened with some unknown dread. And I faced battle with less fear in my heart than I felt in this bewildering game whose purpose I knew not. A nightmare of nightmares. I turned to the arrows as if by staring at it hard enough, I could divine what was happening behind it.
Daughter, in the name of the Lord Almighty, will you truly confess and admit to your sins?
I tell you, Père Maillot, I have not sinned.
You have lusted after men, young men who feast their eyes on you.
Oh, how can I? Whom held here in the chateau, a virtual prisoner since my father and mother died.
You chose the most sinful place of all, before the altar at the Holy Mass.
But it is the only time I leave these walls. If I lift my eyes to look at the world outside, is that a sin?
You have done more than look. You know the sire intercepted a communication to you from some man today. What was his name?
I know not.
Are you sure?
Would I lie to you, my father?
Sin leads to sin. I can look in your eyes and tell you know his name.
Even if I did, I would not tell you.
Or the sire?
Nor my uncle. I know how cruel he can be.
How cruel both of us can be to save your immortal soul. Would you prefer we found the answer with a thumbscrew or the iron bolt?
Oh, no, you would not. My uncle would not.
Do not be too sure. The honor of the Maletois name has never been sullied. As the last of the line, save yourself. The sire will never permit it to be. The name of the young man that passed you the note?
No. I have done naught to feel shame for. Nor if there were such a cavalier, neither is he. The note, I cannot deny, it exists. But everything else is your foul imagination and my uncle. I will not let you harm an innocent man because of who I am.
So be it. I commiserate with you, my daughter, in the church. You have brought your punishment upon your own head. I go to inform your uncle.
The silence between the Sire de Malestroit and myself, broken only by the intriguing murmur of voices behind the arras whose words could not be heard, had become intolerable. I was just about to speak when the third arras was pushed aside. The tall priest, his brows knitted in anger, his cool face set doggedly, came into the room. He stopped briefly in surprise, seeing me, favoring me with a long, keen stare, then crossed to the side, stopping his voice so I could scarce hear his words.
Is she in better spirit, Father?
I think she is more tractable, more resigned.
De Beaulieu, this is my père familial, attached to my family. Père Maillot, Demoiselle de Beaulieu. Let us together repair to the chapel to meet with my niece and settle our affairs once and for all.
Common decency required I offer my arm to the Sire de Maletois, who accepted it without question and limped with me along with the priest's vigorous stride. Through the arras we entered a small chapel, pierced by many little windows shaped like stars. On the steps of the altar knelt an incredibly beautiful young girl, dressed as a bride.
I have brought a friend to see you, my child. Turn around and give him your pretty hand. It is good to be devout, but necessary to be polite, my niece.
Uncle, please, don't embarrass me anymore. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Only one thing I will resist to my dying breath. I will not tell you the young man's name. He is innocent of any wrongdoing. Père Maillot has threatened me with the thumbscrew and the boot. Mayhap in my agony you could force his name from me.
Fortunately, my fair, that is no longer necessary. We have the young man here.
What?
I asked you to be polite and turn around and give him your hand.
From the moment we had entered, I held my breath. The setting was only too obvious. The bride awaiting the groom. And it was not hard to realize that I must be cast in that role. I could scarce believe what was happening to me, and was damned if I would be forced into a captivity I neither deserved nor would endure.
until the girl herself turned to me and said,
That's not the man. Uncle, that is not the man.
Of course not. I expected as much. It was so unfortunate that you could not remember his name.
I swear I have never seen this gentleman before.
I am distressed to hear it. But it is never too late to begin. I had little more acquaintance with my own late lady before I married her, which proves that these impromptu marriages often work for the best in the long run.
Marriage? Messiah, I strenuously object to being dragooned.
Of course, every man of spirit might. The bridegroom has a right to have a voice in the matter. I will give you until dawn to make up for lost time till we proceed with the ceremony.
Well, here's not so pretty a state of affairs. And the word affair is strictly used. For evidently the remorseless Sire de Maletroit is convinced that his niece has brought the threat of dishonor on his name. A threat we might treat more lightly today, but 400 years ago one lived by different standards, and the punishment for overstepping rules was more disastrous. A woman's virtue, if profaned, meant instant and unpleasant death. I'll return shortly with Act 3. In the small chapel in the Maletroit Chateau, the light flickers vagrantly across the faces of the four who stand there. Shadowed, the saturnine priest belies his garments, looking like some vulpine devil. As the light plays across the sire's face, that comically evil smile seems even more mocking. As for Dennis and Blanche, the one is white with astonishment, the girl blushing with embarrassment.
Gerald, you cannot be in earnest.
Indeed I can, and am.
I declare before God I will stab myself rather than be forced on that poor young man.
I assure you, you will not have the opportunity.
Oh, mon oncle, pity me. There isn't a woman alive in France that would not rather die than have such a marriage forced upon her. Is it possible that you do not believe me? That you still think this is the man?
Frankly, I do. But let me explain to you once and for all, Blanche de Maletroit, that when you took it into your head to dishonor my family and the name that I have borne, you forfeited any right to question my designs or even to look me in the face.
Oh, but uncle, if you'll only
Not
listen...
one word more. It is my duty to see you married at once. Out of pure goodwill, I have tried to find your own gallant for you, and I believe I have succeeded. But if I have not, I care not one jackstraw. So let me recommend that you be polite to our young friend, for damme, upon my word, your next groom may be less appetizing.
I had watched and listened to all this in puzzled silence. And silence for another reason. In 2 short minutes, watching the emotions that crossed her exquisite face, I felt I had come to know this girl. Her capacity for love, her tenderness, her bravery. And know, did I say? More than that. Admire, revere, love her for all she was. I was already jealous of her unknown cavalier. But that milady had spirit as well, I was soon to discover as the arras closed behind her uncle and the priest. And she whirled upon me with flashing eyes.
Now, what, sir, may be the meaning of all of this?
Oh, Lord knows, this house seems to be full of mad people.
Do you count me one of them?
Oh, I did not mean that.
Good. For I can tell you, I am enough in my wits to see that my uncle and yourself have made some monstrous bargain between you.
If you think I'm engaged in some plot without old devil out there, you're beyond your wits. I've no bed to marry with you, nor would I have if you asked me. I'm as much a prisoner in this house as you appear to be.
Then pray, how came you here?
I was on my way from Paris to join my regiment in Alençon,
and stopped off in this misbegotten town to seek an old acquaintance and spend an evening with him. While he was seeing me back to the inn, we were set upon by a bunch of assassins, and my friend was shot and killed.
Huguenots.
Huguenots, cutthroats, your own night guard, who knows? Seems that everyone is mad in this town. In all events, I took to my heels for my life, made the mistake of turning into your street from which there was no escape. I backed against your door, hoping perhaps to stay unnoticed in the shadow of the portico. To my surprise, it opened with my weight, and naturally I stepped in, only to have it closed by some mechanism beyond my comprehension. When I tried to open it, there was neither latch nor handle nor any means to accomplish that.
Well, of course. That's what Jean and the other ironmongers were working at down there all evening. It wasn't you they expected to trap, but...
Who? Who?
The cause of all this. Oh, please, I know not your name, but please forgive me for what I said before.
Oh, mademoiselle, the longer I spend with you, the more I could forgive you everything.
Oh, don't jest with me, please. It is all my fault that you are caught as you are. Oh, what can I do?
Well, let's make a start by doing what I have done and tell me the answer to all these riddles.
I'm ashamed. And yet, there's so little to tell. I was left an orphan early and had been brought up in this house mainly by the sire himself.
He's not married.
His wife died when I was 14. I've not been very happy since. That's why 3 months ago, when a young captain began to stand near me every day in church, and I saw that I pleased him...
Why wouldn't you? Go on.
Oh, I'm much to blame. I was so glad that anyone should offer me love, that when he pressed me a letter, I took it home and I read it with pleasure. And since that time, he's written me so many. But in the last few, asked me to leave my door open some night, so he might come and talk with me on the stairs. How my uncle came to suspect me, I don't know.
There are always idiots who's little to do but let their tongues wag.
I suppose so. Well, tonight at Vespers, the captain handed me a desperate note that he was to be transferred. Tonight was his last night, and again he begged that I would leave the door open. And in the carriage, coming home, the sire forced the note from my hand and read it. And when we got home, he ordered me to dress as you see me. And when I would not tell him the captain's name, he must have laid the trap for him, into which you fell. I don't know how to apologize or to ask you to forgive me.
Neither is necessary.
Oh, but it is. To have put you, a complete stranger, in such a degrading and embarrassing position, I'm so ashamed.
Mademoiselle, you've honored me with your confidence. It only remains for me to prove myself not unworthy of the honor. I see your uncle is back in his favorite chair.
What are you going to do?
If you will go first and let me follow, I'll show you.
Are you in some haste for the ceremony?
Messiah, I believe I have some say in the matter of this marriage. So let me say this at once and for all. I will be no party to forcing your niece against her inclination.
Really?
Had it been offered to me freely, I should have been proud to accept her hand, but it is clear that she is as good as she is beautiful. But as things stand, I have the honor, Messiah, of refusing. Why do you smile, sir?
I am afraid that you do not clearly understand your options. Follow me to the window, please. See this rope weaved efficiently through the ring set in the upper masonry? Now mark my words. If you refuse to marry my niece, I shall have you hanged out of this window by sunrise.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Your family may be well enough in its way, de Beaulieu. But if you sprang from Charlemagne himself, I would not permit you to refuse the hand of a Malétroit with impunity.
Oh, for pity's sake, Uncle, listen to me.
This is between this young man and myself. Be quiet.
The honor of my house has been compromised. I believe you to be the guilty person. At the very least, you're now in the secret.
There are other ways of settling affairs among gentlemen. You wear a sword, which I hear you have used with distinction.
Am I you?
Yes, Messiah.
You would be dead out of hand before you reached your sword. And let us not rush anything. You have a good 2 hours to resolve your problem. If you will give me your word of honor to await my return before attempting anything desperate, I shall withdraw my retainers and leave you in privacy.
You have my word of honor.
I declare, monsieur, the more I see of you, the better I think of you. Well, come, Captain, with your excess baggage for the moment. But marry you shall, or dangle from yonder ring.
You shall not die. You shall marry me, after all.
I've been trained for knighthood, madam. Think you for a moment I stand in fear of death?
But I cannot have you slain for a mere scruple.
You underrate the difficulty. What you may be too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. In a moment of noble feeling for me, you forget what you may owe to another.
Oh, Monsieur. How you shame me.
Oh, mademoiselle, please,
no,
please.
In God's name, leave me alone. I can hold it back no longer.
I was in an agony of embarrassment. I cannot bear to see a woman cry. And I was as helpless as a babe. I looked at Blanche and thought how much I had grown to love her. But steal her from another man who was not there to stand and fight?
Monsieur Beaulieu, I want to help you, for you have been so noble. Put it in my power to do something more for you but weep.
What service can I ask of you? You have a sweet nature. And overestimate a small service.
I am looking at you and seeing the noblest man I ever met.
Who is to die in a mousetrap? With no more noise than my own squeaking.
I will not have my champion think meanly of himself. You have no cause to hang your head, nor will I mine. Pray, do you not think me beautiful?
Oh, indeed, mademoiselle, I do.
Well, I'm glad of that. And how many men in France have been asked in marriage by a beautiful maiden with her own lips, and who have refused her to her face?
You are very good. But you cannot make me forget I was asked in pity, and not for love.
Can you look in my eyes now and believe that it was for anything but love? I have loved you since the first moment you took my part against my uncle.
As I have loved you.
Oh.
But the captain...
Oh, he means nothing to me. He never did. It was just a contact with the outside world. Good Lord, it's sunrise. Come with me quickly to the window. There, open the arras. The sun is shining. The world is still there. Now, what are we to say to my uncle when he returns?
What you will. Blanche, you have seen whether or not I fear death. If you do care for me, don't let me lose my life in a misapprehension. But make no mistake, I love you better than life itself.
I can offer you your freedom. My uncle would far rather punish or capture the real culprit. If you must escape, the captain's name is René de Parterre.
I never heard the name. And if I did, it is forgotten.
Well, children, have you decided?
Messire de Malétroits, not by suasion or fear of death, but because I have learned to know the lady and love her. I, Dennis, Demoiselle de Beaulieu, request the honor of your niece's hand in holy matrimony.
Damn me. I had a feeling for you the first moment I set eyes on you.
Welcome to the Maletroits family, nephew.
So, once again, and this time for the last time, we close the Sire de Maletois' door on a happy ending. I'll be back shortly. For any sentimentalists among the listeners, Captain Parterre had no serious intentions. He was indeed trifling with Blanche's innocent affections. Little did he know, nor would he have cared, that he brought two young people to a happy and enduring marriage. The captain died shortly thereafter in a brawl over a gaming debt, which is neither here nor there in our story, except that it's nice to know that every so often virtue does triumph. Our cast included Michael Wager, William Redfield, Marion Seldes, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Marvelous how you can get around when you've got no body, isn't it?
See him? Little white dog, curly tail.
Oh, silly little thing.
And see that big blue station wagon? It's going to hit him.
No! I've got him. Got him, Cynthia. I've saved him.
He'll probably get run over anyhow one of these days.
No, he won't. No, he won't. I'm going to keep my eye on him.
What about all the others?
Them too. And cats and people and everybody. Oh, Cynthia, why did it take me so long to find out what I was born to do? I could have spent my whole life doing this. Cynthia, my afterlife is going to be 100 times more exciting than my life ever was.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If your blood runs cold at specters rising from the moss-grown grave, or bloody murder of the innocent, while the evil and the damned hold sway, now is the time to leave. All right, if you prefer to stay, come with me now to the strange and forbidding house that fades and reappears strangely in the mists of the moors where it is situated. The house of Cadmus Melchior, where the handsome Baron Mark Staunton is making a request which sounds more like a command.
I want Melinda. Must you invade my privacy? This laboratory is open to no one but me.
I was your son-in-law. I have the right. I cannot live without your daughter.
Melinda has been dead for 7 years.
But you can raise her from the grave. You must!
It's true. I believe I am very close at last to the elixir of life.
Then in God's name, use it to bring Melinda back to me.
No, not yet. Not yet.
You were so close to death yourself. What are you afraid of?
My fear is more for you.
I warn you, my son. I warn you. Do not try to wake the dead.
Our mystery drama, The Spectral Bride, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager and Joan Loring. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I warn you, do not try to wake the dead. And yet, who among us who truly believed that some power could restore a loved one, could be strong enough to resist the temptation? Let us remember, too, that in other days an alchemist was a man accorded most infinite respect. Quite apart from his search to transmute baser metal to gold, his basic interest was his humanistic effort to produce the cure-all, the elixir of life, which would alleviate and end all human pain. To a man like Baron Mark Staunton, the alchemist was a figure of total respect, almost adulation. And as for his daughter Melinda, but Mark can talk about her better than I.
Oh, that's a handsome filly.
A little short in the leg, I'd say.
Beneath that billowing skirt, how can you see? Oh, not the horse, cousin, the lady. Look at that. Take that wall. Beautiful.
Oh, I'll grant you the lady has a firm hand and an admirable seat. But she's a wild one, and highly selective.
Ah, so you've made your own advances and gotten your knuckles wrapped?
Cousin Mark, if I didn't have a natural fondness for you, I could resent that. Particularly since it's true. But it goes a little deeper than that.
How so?
I am scarcely a man to be ridden by superstition. I distrust all philosophers, dreamers, astrologers, and most of all, the alchemist.
All right, I won't argue, but must the alchemist's daughter pattern herself on what her father thinks?
I couldn't figure out what the alchemist's daughter thinks or believes. She is too much for me. And like a good soldier, I know when to retreat and when to accept defeat.
But how am I to find out what she thinks or believes? Or what she's like?
That's simple enough. I may not have measured up, but I am still welcome at their home.
Can you take me there? Soon? When?
I don't know why I retained any family fondness for you. Your insistence on not going home without a bag full of grouse has kept us so late. The afternoon mists are already clouding the moor. It might be best to ride to Mantra Manor till they blow away with the setting sun.
Mantra Manor?
The center of your heart's desire. If Professor Cadmus Melchior is out of his laboratory and in a good mood, we may even enjoy some good mulled wine.
What about his daughter? Shall we meet her?
That will be strictly up to the lady who has a mind of her own.
Does she also have a name?
Her name is Melinda. But if you'll forgive some friendly advice, she's as hard to gentle as your own stallion was.
Melinda. Not the way the name sounds.
What's in a name? But if it's your wish...
It's more than my wish. I know it as well as my name. Let's go! The alchemist was a tall, cadaverous man with piercing green eyes that gleamed like emeralds from the shadows beneath great tufted brows. But my own eyes had little time to spend on him. Instead, they followed Melinda as though controlled not by me, but by the spell of her presence. She had changed to a long white silken robe which clung to her body. Her face was impassive, but the long raven hair danced in curls against the white of her dress and her skin. And her eyes, so dark brown as to be nearly black, shone with excitement and mystery.
You picked a fortunate hour, Baron Hayward, to visit with me again. Just at the evening meal. You and your friend will join me?
After a day's hard riding, I would be honored to accept your invitation.
And your friend?
Mark?
Mark.
What? We have been invited to share the doctor's meal.
Most gracious of you, Dr. Cadmus.
First, some wine. Melinda?
Bruce.
Thank you, Melinda.
Sir?
From your hand, even wormwood and gall.
I trust you will find my wine more to your palate than that.
Sire?
Thank you, daughter. You may leave us alone now.
I could have killed him cheerfully. Naturally, I thought Melinda would be joining us. Here I was, already hopelessly in love, and instead of being able to feed my eyes on her, I had to face some strange gelatinous potion ladled from a steaming pot onto my plate.
When Bruce first came calling, he used to look on these potpourris of mine as if they contained newt's eyes, bat wool, and dog's tongues. I assure you, it is naught but the best of venison, flavored with some condiments my daughter and I favor.
I've never tasted better. And I speak for the wine also. Your taste, Doctor, is impeccable in all things. But does your daughter not join us for the meal?
My daughter leads her life like a cat. An untamed one, may I add. And especially with this visit, I think she feels there would be less strain with her absence.
Mark is my cousin, Doctor. He knows Melinda did not choose to marry me.
Does he also know that I was against the marriage?
No, sir.
Well, I ask why. My cousin comes of a long and honorable line, and his wealth and position are secure. I know no finer man.
I will not speak for Melinda. For myself, I write it off to the fact that no one else has a better grasp of my work. And I'm selfish enough to want to hold on to her just a few more years.
Why just a few? Have you so little time left?
My death is written in the stars. I'm not as selfish as you might think, but I am close, so close to the elixir of life that I hope I do not lose her help till that moment is here.
And you will hold her till then?
I will try. The end is all.
At my age, I'm less concerned with ends than with beginnings. My remark in itself might have seemed harmless enough, but the professor or doctor was supersensitive to underlying meanings, and those searching eyes turned on me as if they could search out the uttermost meaning of my soul. I felt for a moment as though a ghost had crept across my grave. Thank you for your hospitality, sir.
You are welcome, sir. I apologize only for having no household staff. All my slender resources go into my experiments. That's why I had to ask Bruce to go fetch your horses.
I should have gone with him. I lingered only in the hope of bidding good evening to the Lady Melchior.
And I held you only to suggest that you forget Melinda.
I'm afraid that would be an impossibility, Doctor.
I was afraid of that.
You object if I try to call on her?
I doubt if it would do any good. But my daughter is her own mistress. I can only caution you that...
Caution is for old men, Father, not for the young. Still, I am here in its name.
What do you mean?
The mist lies like a blanket on the moor. Even Bruce, as well as he knows the way, could not find it to the town, let alone Sir Mark. I have made up beds for both of them. They must stay and be our guests.
For myself, I accept gladly. But perhaps Dr. Melchior...
No. Melinda is right. It's as dark as a witch's pocket abroad. And unseasonably cold for these old bones. And besides, who am I to stand in the way of fate?
Go in, Father, dear. I shall see our guests settled and safe.
Settled. But Safe? God's will be done. I shall see you in the morning.
Good night, Father.
Good night, Dr. Melchior.
Well, Sir Mark, shall we walk together to the stables and tell Bruce he need not saddle the horses?
Or to the end of the earth. And beyond.
Or to the end of the earth and beyond. But we should tell Bruce.
Of course. If you'll lend me your hand to lead me the way.
Come.
It's beyond all reason, wild, improbable. But since I first saw you take your horse across that stone wall...
There's a gap in it not 3 feet away from where I went over, but I wanted to be sure you noticed me.
How could I have missed you?
Bruce might have wanted you to.
I know about you and Bruce. But there never was anyone more honest and true-hearted, and he loves me like a brother.
I think it would be very hard for anyone not to love you.
Even you.
It's scarcely seemly for the maid to make the first declaration.
Does it have to be put in words? The moment our eyes crossed, you knew. I love you from the present dark to tomorrow's dawn. And all tomorrows. From this first moment to the last. To the grave and beyond.
You don't even know me.
And teach me to learn.
It will not be hard. For I love you the same. Tomorrow we will say the words. The actual words that bind us.
Forever.
Will you love and protect me and never let me go, Mark?
You know I will.
Oh, I want time to stand still. I won't grow old.
It will for us. You never will for me.
Even if we're parted.
We won't be.
But should we be?
I'd kill myself.
No. No, never. I won't allow you to harm yourself. Just never stop loving me. Never. Promise me that, and I can never truly die.
I promise you, and you will not die. We were married and lived 6 months in such a state of bliss and absolute love that not one solitary thing, not even a vagrant thought of any world beyond us, intruded on our paradise. And then, one day, out riding.
I think your love is cooling. It needs reviving. Remember the first day you saw me? Feel this fan the blaze?
Before I could move, she clapped spur to her horse and headed for a high stone wall. The approach was too short, and the horse could not clear the wall. His front legs crashed knee-high against the stone, and the horse and rider catapulted head over heels among a shower of rocks. By the time I got to Melinda, she was dead. No goodbye, just gone like a snuffed-out candle. Dead. Up a broken neck. Father-in-law, in God's name.
I've been waiting for you, my son. I know.
You are the alchemist. Your elixir of life.
Another 6 months. But I have not yet found the key. We're both to blame for her death.
You knew it was coming?
If I had known for sure. But second sight is not infallible. And I wanted her happiness even above my mission in life. We both gambled and lost. Or perhaps I should say, all 3 of us.
Isn't there some hope that your elixir...
For centuries, that has remained a dream. Melinda is in the grave forever.
No, I'll never accept that. I'll find a way.
We cannot fly in the face of God, my son.
From this day forth, because of what he has taken from me, I renounce him. And I damn him to take his place with Lucifer and all the other fallen angels.
How
easily in the heat of passion, of the agony of loss, the thoughtless words spring to our lips. How fortunate we are that so seldom are we held to account for them. But the Baron Mark Staunton was not to escape so easily, nor his unwilling partner, Dr. Cadmus Melchior, as we shall see when I return shortly with Act Two. Time, they say, heals all wounds, particularly if one is in the early 20s. And loneliness was far from Baron Mark Staunton's natural estate. Indeed, the extent of his physical estate made it incumbent on him to be married and to produce heirs who would maintain the line. And so, within the year, he had married well, unlike his cousin Bruce, still a bachelor.
Darling, why so pensive?
Oh, I was just thinking of poor lonely Bruce. I swear he enjoys our children more almost than we do.
I hope that isn't so with you. It certainly isn't with me, Mark.
Oh, Anne, my lovely wife and mother. No man could ask for a fuller, richer life than I have.
You find me a satisfactory wife?
You have all the love I have to give. Why should you question it?
It's foolish, I know, but every time Bruce comes to visit...
What?
Oh, I'm ashamed of myself, really. But it brings her to mind, and I ask God to forgive me for what I feel about a young girl who met a sad death so early.
We have never talked about my first wife before.
I must be growing older or more secure. But I do love you so.
Which makes us a pair of doves.
Thank you, my love. And now I must go up to the children's room and be a bear. I know how they adore their Uncle Bruce, but he does get them so excited with his games and fun, and I can never get them off to sleep. I'll send him down.
As I stepped to the fire to stir it up, somehow that simple exchange between a comfortably married man and wife had evoked another picture. That wild, tempestuous, selfish passion of 7 years ago. And from the glowing embers, the face of Melinda, dark eyes ablaze, hair flying in the wind. The face I had so long forced out of my mind suddenly faced me, accusing me, reminding me of all the irrevocable promises made in the heat of youth. I was glad to be interrupted as Bruce came to join me.
You lucky old sinner. 2 wives and kids like that.
What?
What's the matter? What ails you?
Oh, memories. More and more they haunt me. First it was only in my dreams, but now they invade my waking hours.
What are you talking about?
Melinda. What else?
All those years ago and still not out of your mind.
Is she out of yours? Bruce, how would you like a visitor by month's end?
You? Well, you know my hunting lodge is too small.
Just your old hunting companion. And the grouse season is at its height. Anne and the children go to visit Milady and her Earl, and I would go to greater lengths to miss that dull, dreary household.
That's not fair to Anne.
Oh, not Anne, bless her. She's been the finest of wives and mothers, just her kin. For the sake of old ties and friendship, Bruce, free me for once from this deadly annual visit or part of it. Invite me, when Anne returns, to shoot with you over old grounds. A man's retreat to his own company.
It would be good to ride along with you again across the moors. Selfishly, I would welcome the visit.
A whole month?
Why would you miss me so much?
Every second of every minute of every hour of every day. That's all.
My gentle, kind, and loving Anne. Shall we split the difference? 2 weeks away from your mother's patronizing me and your father's cold dislike.
I'm sorry about my parents.
You more than I. You've had to suffer them all your life.
I know how much you've taken from them, and I hate going just as much as you. I go only for the children's sake, and because I owe them some respect. But I don't blame you for not wanting to be there. So go with Bruce, and be free for a little while. But meet me halfway, just 2 weeks.
I may be longing for all 3 of you before that and return.
I hope so. At least that you miss us. And no ghosts will haunt you from the past.
Ghosts?
Well, didn't your first wife come from nearby Bruce's lodge?
She did. And after 6 years under the ground, she is surely dead enough. And you know me well enough by now to know I hold no traffic in ghosts. And so I went with Bruce back into the past. Did I really believe it had no hold on me? Was the tomb I had built in the darkest recesses of my heart for Melinda total recognition of her death? Or did some irrational hope still burn like a flame? That first night at Bruce's hunting lodge, we drank more than we should have and stayed up far too late. It was the darkest hour before the dawn when I was awakened by... Huh? Asleep.
Mark! You have come back.
Melinda.
Look.
Melinda.
Look to the window.
Melinda, as you were.
As I could be. It's the 7th year, and 3 nights from now the moon is new. Go to my father. Make him bring me back.
No. Melinda, let me talk to you now. Melinda!
What's going on?
Melinda. She was there just beyond the window. I could see her.
Oh, you're as drunk as I am. Nobody outside that window. It's 30 feet to the ground. There'll be no hunting tomorrow. We're due for heavy rain. Oh, my head is splitting. Let's both go to bed and sleep off our carousing.
I could ask for nothing better than that. But whatever sleep I had was fitful because, as Bruce had predicted, the rain came slanting down and the black clouds lay so low across the moors a man might have reached and touched them from the back of a tall horse. At last I could stand it no longer. I had to face the magnet which had drawn me back to my past. I looked in on my snoring cousin, breakfasted on black bread and brandy, and saddling my horse, rode for the alchemist's isolated home. Suddenly it was 7 years ago, and I almost expected Melinda to appear out of the fog.
Yes? Who is it?
You don't recognize your own flesh and blood?
All I have ever had of flesh and blood has lain moldering in the grave for 7 years.
I'm not so close then, I admit. But I was your daughter's husband.
What? Why should you return at this particular moment? Oh, first, come in. 'Tis foul weather. And chill enough in here. Alone, I cannot tend the fires and watch my experiments. What brings you here?
Melinda.
You are married with a wife and children. What does Melinda mean to you anymore?
My heart, my soul, my only real reason for being. What I was died with her. What I am is a dream I live. A dream no longer worth living. Especially after last night.
Come
Come into my laboratory. It's the only place where there is warmth. What do you mean by especially last night?
I saw her.
Where?
Outside my window. It's a Bruce Hayward's lodge.
The sleeping quarters are on the second floor. It was but a dream.
I tell you, her spirit was there. She sent me here with a message.
What message?
That this was the 7th year, and in 3 nights the moon is new. She bade me tell you, bring her back.
No. I cannot listen to her plea.
Why not?
What do you know of science, any of you? The weary hours, the years of failure, and the curse of failing hope. The need for direct experiment and the lack of subjects to try it on. And beyond and deeper than that, the right, whether man has the right to meddle in the affairs of God.
That means you have found the elixir.
I didn't say that.
You must be close.
Close, yes. Close. And little hope of being closer. My age, and there is no more money.
Why not try it on yourself?
How do you suppose I have existed these past years?
On the elixir?
One person doesn't create proof. I can make so little, but I think it has sustained me.
And can't it do the same for Melinda?
Oh, that is so different. She has been dead for 7 years.
But you can raise her from the grave. You must.
Reflect on one thing. If she could be brought back from the beyond, you are hers forever. Be aware now that if I could bring Melinda back, you would never be rid of her. This marriage would be for eternity, forever, till the graves all open wide and the dead revive on Judgment Day. What you are risking here is your immortal soul.
If I must, I must.
So be it. The time will never be more advantageous. Meet me alone by the gallows tree, and I will transport you from there to the grave where Melinda waits for you. And me. But I warn you, if you value your life, do not keep our appointment. Do not try to wake the dead.
A woman moldering to dust in the fetid earth, to be brought back to life. And if his first wife lives again, what happens to Mark's second? And his children? And most of all, himself. Could he live with both? Or must he make a choice? Will he be allowed a choice? In attempting to give life to Melinda, is he perhaps signing his own death warrant? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It was the poet Swinburne who said, "We thank with brief thanksgiving whatever gods may be, that no man lives forever, and dead men rise up never." Certainly all of us could subscribe to that and believe in it, and yet we could oppose that other famous quotation from Hamlet. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Let's see which proves more apt this time in this tale.
For 2 days I tried to find another world to escape to, but no amount of wine or liquor dulled my thoughts or dampened my hope. Fortunately, it had the opposite effect on Bruce, and so when I left on the night of the new moon for my rendezvous with the alchemist, he was out as if he'd been clubbed.
Mark?
Yes, Doctor?
You are alone?
Yes.
Then follow me to the graveyard.
Will the rain make any difference?
There will be no rain there. We are expecting.
The old man was right. From the moment we left the gallows tree, the rain had stopped. And high above the scudding clouds, the fingernail of the brand new moon appeared and disappeared as if pointing straight at us.
Come with me to the grave. For the last time, I warn you, wake not the dead. Let her rest.
Aye, let her rest. But upon me...
Reflect. She is 6 years dead. Who knows what awesome creature of loathing I am to resurrect?
Then if it be so, I will join her now.
It shall be as you wish. Step back. Now the Savior.
As I stepped back,
Glowing sun.
I took the sorcerer's stick and drew 3 circles about the tomb. As he traced them, he muttered words of enchantment as he completed the 3rd circle with a great flash of lightning. The stone rolled from the grave. And the coffin was revealed. Bat and owls rushed by. A rushing wind blew the earth, scattering the mold before it. And of a sudden, with a rending sound, the coffin lid burst open as the moonbeams streamed as bright as if it were the full. Then from the skull which Cadmus had filled with the smoking liquid, he poured the elixir on the grave, crying,
The heart beats once more with the flood of life. Thine eye is open to sight. Arise, Melinda, from the tomb.
And suddenly, rising from the rotting wood as fresh as though it had been yesterday, pale and cold from her long sleep with the black eyes flashing, and that glorious black hair tumbling about her shoulders was my Melinda, alive and breathing. Thank you, my beloved doctor, for restoring her to me.
My last act. My last warning. We should have left the dead in peace. May God forgive me.
A flood of torrential rain made anything but emergency action possible. I had scarce time to fold my chill and lovely bride in my arms before we had to drag her father to the tomb she had so recently risen from. Together we rolled the stone back into place. Melinda mounted my horse while I took the old man's. Darling, we'll ride to Bruce's lodge and warm you.
No, Mark, please. I want to go home.
In this weather, chilled as you are already...
My blood flows warmer every minute, and the longer ride will warm and bring me back to full life again. Is there any reason why we can't go home?
No reason in the world. Beloved, you're so cold, so cold.
How could you expect the chill of the grave to melt so soon?
Shall I take you to my bed and warm you with my body?
Too soon for that. You're not my husband anymore.
I am your lover.
Who broke your pledge to me. Remember.
Oh, Melinda,
You left me to rot in the grave.
I begged your father to try the elixir to raise you again. He said it was not ready. He told me he had foreseen your death if you married me. He felt it was God's will.
So you married another woman, and with her you conceived the children who might have been mine.
I did all that. But it was I who drove your father into bringing you back.
And now?
Anne and the children will not be back for 3 weeks. We have all that time together to renew our love.
For 3 weeks. And then?
Well, we will come to some arrangement, some place for you to stay, or part of the castle, or Anne back with her parents, whatever works best.
No. I want that woman out of my life.
Divorce. That would be next too impossible. The bishop
I'm not interested in divorce. You will be all mine. Or there is nothing between us.
She would have to die before she...
Before she'd give you up. Then let her die. Her time has come. There is only one way for me, as what I was, and will forever be, your wife. Alone.
I was warned. I should have known. Admitted it. And I was trapped. I loaded my pistols and, mounting my horse, rode for my father-in-law's house. And Anne. I had no clear idea of what my intent was. I was mad, of course, and possessed. I had to have Melinda no matter the cost. And Anne was in the way. At her father's castle, I found Anne in the turret. It was a mild evening with a soft wind blowing, and I didn't know what I would have to do after I'd explained it to her, like everything else in our life. She resolved it.
Hear the gulls cry in the distance, Mark. So strident when they are near. So mournful far away. It's like a sound I've heard faintly in my heart ever since we married.
I gave you all the love I had to give.
You said that once before. I should have read it more clearly. I thought Melinda could be forgotten. Vain thought now.
Oh, and what can I say?
Say? There's nothing to be said. What can you do? That's more to the point, isn't it? There are no halfways, and divorce would never be recognized. So what? Shall you shoot me?
No.
I wouldn't want to force you to do that. I used to come up here when I was a little girl, and I would think, how lovely if I could step from this turret, spread my skirts, and fly like the seagulls, skimming downward to the sea. It's because I love you, you see. Go fast, for no one knows you're here. Take care of the children.
Anne! No!
Goodbye. I love you.
She was gone before I could reach her. Her skirts spreading like wings, but too weak to hold her up against the crags below. How long do you decently mourn a wife? Certainly more than 3 short weeks. But Melinda could not shake her chill, and the roses, once so bright in her cheeks, seemed fading, and the luster of her hair and eyes dimming. To have her in my bed, she must be my wife, and I felt that only I could bring her life again. To save her, anything was worth it. The censure of my neighbors, the sullen resistance from my servants, even the disgust from my old friend Bruce.
I'm as mad as you are to stand up with you at this wedding.
I cannot live without her, Bruce.
Was there ever such a wedding? At least don't take your pistols to the altar.
I carry them everywhere I go. No one believes I did not push Anne to her death. There is no one, perhaps save you, who would not like to see me dead. You and Melinda. Oh, God. Look at her in that white veil and pure white dress. Was anything ever lovelier? I was drunk with love and undeserved happiness. The ceremony went by in a daze until at last I turned to put the ring on her finger. In sick horror, I gazed at her hand. A skeleton's hand. The jointed bones with their shreds of desiccated flesh disintegrating in my hand. With a cry of agony, I stepped back and whipped the veil away from her face. 2 socketless eyes looked blindly at me from the crumbling skull. Then, slowly, her whole frame collapsed inside the beaded dress to a pitiful heap of empty silk. Melinda was gone, and there was only one way I could join her.
Mark!
Take care of the children. It was all foretold.
alchemist knew only way Melinda and I can be with each other.
It was Cadmus Melchior the alchemist who knew it as a philosopher, and yet was as weak as Mark, who was only a man who loved too well. We cannot fly in the face of God, and I warn you, do not try to wake the dead. Such is the story of the spectral bride. I'll be back shortly. I don't know at what hour you heard this story, or what season of the year. For me, whenever I tell it, even on a summer's evening, some hint of old age always creeps into my bones. The fingertips chill, and my wife complains of cold feet. Mine. It does chill the blood, no doubt of it. And I hope it isn't true. Our cast included Michael Wager, Joan Loring, Patricia Elliott, Robert Dryden, and Jordan Charney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
You'll help, George.
I've always helped him. I'll still help him after I'm dead.
Walter. Oh, Walt.
Mrs. Loomis, you must leave now.
After I'm dead, I'll come back for George.
Mrs. Loomis.
Yes. Goodbye, Walter. Goodbye for now. Doctor.
I'm sorry, but there isn't a chance in the world. He can hang on for minutes, days, but we can't save him.
But I was just talking to him. You heard.
I heard nothing. He wasn't saying anything.
But I heard him. I heard him.
Mrs. Loomis, it's just your imagination.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you had a mystery to solve, and you were given your choice of the greatest detectives in the entire world, whom would you choose? I took a little poll of my own, and most of the people I asked had no hesitation in naming Sherlock Holmes as the man they'd most like to help them. So, I must assume that it would come as a shock to hear of someone who didn't want the help of the world's greatest detective.
Dr. Huxtable, when I learned that the purpose of your visit to London was to enlist the services of Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I was shocked.
But, Mr. Wilder, the police have failed.
His Grace is by no means convinced that the police have failed.
But I cannot understand why you object to using the services of Mr. Holmes.
There's a great deal you can't understand, Dr. Huxtable. Suffice it to say that we neither need nor want the services of Sherlock Holmes.
Vanishing Herd was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett from the A. Conan Doyle classic and stars John Beale. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Unfortunately, the crime of kidnapping seems never to go out of fashion. Historically, it reaches as far back as the ancient Greeks and Romans. However, I didn't know until recently that Sherlock Holmes was once called upon to solve a sensational abduction. Holmes' good friend Watson called it the case of the Vanishing Herd.
Snug quarters at Baker Street have had some dramatic entrances and exits, but none more sudden and startling than the first appearance of Thornycroft Huxtable, M.A., Ph.D. After his first thunderous knocking, the door opening and closing behind him, he took one step forward and collapsed, almost at Holmes' feet.
Quick, Watson. I'll get a cushion. You fetch the brandy.
Yes.
If it's your diagnosis that that's what our visitor needs.
No, I'll check, Holmes.
Here's the cushion.
Right.
What's his illness?
Absolute exhaustion. Possibly mere hunger and fatigue. I think some biscuits and milk would be better than brandy.
Oh, dear me, gentlemen. Forgive this momentary weakness. See, Mr. Holmes, I left the school to ensure that you come with me immediately to Mackleton.
Dear Dr. Huxtable.
How do you know my name?
It's elementary, sir. He took your card from your pocket when he went to your aid.
Oh, for which I do thank you both. But I'm quite recovered now, and we don't have much time if we're to catch the next train to Mackleton.
I'm afraid that's out of the question.
Have you heard nothing of the abduction of the only son of the Duke of Holderness?
The ex-cabinet minister?
Exactly.
Excuse me, sir. What have you to do with the abduction?
My dear Watson, Dr. Huxtable is the headmaster of one of England's most exclusive schools. It's only logical to assume that the boy was taken from his school.
We tried to keep it out of the papers, but last night the Globe printed some rumors which I thought might have reached your ears.
Well, I'm well aware that the Duke is one of the great men in the kingdom.
Oh, and one of the wealthiest. His Grace will hand a check for £5,000 to whomever locates his son.
Watson, pack a bag. We're accompanying Dr. Huxtable to the north of England.
Yes. Excellent. You relieve my mind, Mr. Holmes.
And you, sir, when you've finished with your nourishment, will you tell me how it happened and what you now have to do with the matter? And finally, why you come to me 3 days after the event to engage my humble services.
But you told me you hadn't heard of the abduction. So how could you know it took place 3 days ago?
The state of your chin and the growth of your beard gives me the date. Now, finish your biscuits and milk, and we'll hear the story on the way.
Mr. Holmes, you seem to be familiar with my school. The Priory is the best and most selective preparatory school in England. But I felt that it had reached its zenith when the Duke of Holderness informed me that he wished to enroll his son and heir, Lord Saltmire.
And when was this?
3 weeks ago. The boy was charming and soon adapted and was extremely happy.
Which was not the case at his home, huh?
Well, it is an open secret that the Duke's married life hasn't been as happy as one could hope. But the Duchess left Holderness Hall for the south of France about a month ago. The boy sided with his mother and was certainly discontented, which was the reason for the Duke sending him to my school.
And he disappeared
He was last seen Monday night. His absence was discovered on Tuesday morning. His bed had been slept in. He dressed himself fully before going out, and his room was in perfect order. There was no sign of any struggle.
You've been very remiss in not coming to me sooner. However, it can't be helped. We can continue with this on the train.
But can you hold out any hope at at all, Mr. Holmes. Dear me, I'm not sure I've told you everything, but is it enough?
It's enough to raise some very curious questions, Dr. Huxtable. I agree, Holmes. And my biggest question concerns the missing German professor,
Heidegger.
Yeah, that's the chap. Holmes, don't you think it's suspicious that he turns up missing the same day as the lad?
As I said, Watson, it's curious. Dr. Huxtable has assured us that there was no contact between the boy and Professor Heidegger. Oh, none whatever. The boy wasn't taking German, and so far as I know, they never even exchanged a word.
That's all very well, but it's more than a coincidence that both he and the boy disappeared on the same day. Don't you agree, Holmes?
Yes, Watson, I'm in complete agreement. It's much more than a coincidence, and one which we'll look into when we get to the school. Gentlemen, the Duke and his secretary, Mr. Wilder, are in my study here at the school, and I should like you to meet them.
Of course.
And follow me, please. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. His Grace the Duke of Holderness and Mr. Wilder.
I came this morning, Dr. Huxtable, too late to prevent your starting for London.
Prevent me, Mr. Wilder, from starting?
Precisely. When I learned that the object of your visit was to invite Mr. Sherlock Holmes to undertake this case. His Grace is surprised, Dr. Huxtable, that you should take this step without consulting him.
Oh, surely, Mr. Wilder, my seeking out Sherlock Holmes...
You're well aware of how His Grace feels about notoriety, and that Mr. Holmes' reputation is worldwide.
Well, I agree with Mr. Wilder that you... Dr. Huxtable would have done wisely to consult me. But since Mr. Holmes is already privy to what has occurred, it would be absurd not to avail ourselves of his services.
Your Grace, at the moment I assume you have received no ransom note?
No, sir.
Excuse me for the reference, but it must be asked. Do you think the Duchess had anything to do with the matter?
Why, I do not think so, no.
One more question, Your Grace. I understand that you wrote to your son upon the day this incident occurred.
No, I wrote the day before.
Exactly. But he received it on that day.
Aye, so I'm told.
Was there anything in that letter which might have upset him or induced him to run away?
Certainly not.
Did you post that letter yourself?
His Grace is not in the habit of posting letters himself. This letter was with the others on the study table, and I myself put them in the post bag.
Thank you. How many letters did your Grace write that day?
20 or 30. I have a large correspondence. But surely that is somewhat irrelevant.
Not entirely.
For my own part, I have advised the police to turn their attention to the south of France. Now, I've already said that I do not believe the Duchess would encourage so monstrous an action. But the lad is strong-minded, and it is possible that, aided by the German, he may have fled to her. And now, Dr. Huxtable, I think we will return to the hall.
After the Duke and his secretary had left somewhat abruptly, Holmes and I were shown to our rooms, and shortly thereafter we met with Inspector Richardson of the local police on the lawn, underneath the windows of the missing Professor Heidegger.
I've long been a great admirer of yours, Mr. Holmes. When I can, I try to fashion my methods after yours.
Well, thank you, Inspector. I take that as a compliment. What do you make of our mystery here?
Oh, no question but that the lad and the professor, this German, are connected.
I agree.
Oh, they went off together, I'm certain.
I've been told that only the bicycle belonging to Professor Heidegger is missing.
That's so. The boy had no bicycle.
And it's quite certain that there's no other bicycle missing?
Quite. I'm surprised that you haven't hit on the answer by now. The bicycle was a blind. They hid it somewhere and went off on foot.
Excellent, my dear Inspector. But weren't there other bicycles in the shed where the professor kept his?
Several.
Wouldn't someone desiring you to believe that they'd ridden off have hidden 2 bicycles rather than 1?
Oh, I suppose he would.
But Holmes, you agreed with the inspector that the 2 were connected.
And so they were, Watson, so they were.
But how, Mr. Holmes, how?
That's only a theory, Inspector. You shall have to wait until I can prove it. But I'll give you a clue. The lad, young Lord Saltmeyer, went off fully dressed, correct?
Correct.
Let me call to your attention, Inspector, that the professor's rooms face the same way as the missing boys, and the professor went away only partly dressed, since your investigation showed that he'd left his shirt and socks on the floor.
But, Mr. Holmes, what is that supposed to prove?
I suggest you check out Professor Heidegger's eyesight.
Holmes spent most of the evening poring over a large ordnance map of the neighborhood.
This case grows upon me, Watson. Come over here like a good chap and look at this map. Now, here's the school. Now, you see this line? It's the only road past the school. It runs east and west.
Very clear, Holmes.
We can take it further, my good fellow. By a happy chance, I have proven that no one passed along that road after midnight on Monday night. We have the word of a constable and an innkeeper.
But can you be sure of this, Holmes?
Definitely. The lady who runs the inn was up waiting for a doctor, and the constable never left his post at the crossroads. So, Watson, we can say the fugitives never used the road at all.
But the bicycle?
Quite so. I say they must have traversed the country to the north or south. Now, if they went south, they'd encounter a number of tilled fields with stone walls dividing them, which makes a bicycle impossible. But to the north is a great rolling moor intersected with paths. A cyclist doesn't need a road with the moon at the full. Come in. Oh, Dr. Huxtable.
I say, we have a clue at last. Thank heaven. Inspector Richardson found the boy's cap.
Where?
In the van of some gypsies who camped on the moor. They left on Tuesday. Richardson has the police on their trail. Today they found them and the cap in the caravan.
How do they account for it?
Well, they said they found it on the moor Tuesday morning. Of course, they lied, but either the law or the Duke's purse will get the truth out of them. So we can all sleep well tonight. Good night.
He's right, Watson. We'll both need a good night's sleep, since we have to be up and about with the sunrise to see if we can find the real solution to this mystery. The gypsies may be telling the truth.
From time immemorial, gypsies have had a bad name. I've tried to do some research to discover whether or not it's deserved, but it's difficult to find any definite statistics, since the gypsy people are such fierce individualists. I think we'd best leave the answer to Sherlock Holmes and his encyclopedic knowledge when we return to Act 2 shortly. Every fan of Sherlock Holmes knows that Arthur Conan Doyle was, in reality, a physician. They also know that he started out as a practicing doctor and only turned to writing to augment his income. However, I don't think I've ever heard any of the thousands of Holmes fans ever question why Doyle made Watson such a naive bumbler and also a physician. Was this really his opinion of the medical profession? I find this a fascinating question, which ought to be investigated by some fan of the Holmes saga.
The day was just breaking over the Priory School and the northern moors when Holmes was at my bedside, shaking me awake.
Wake up, Watson. Wake up. There's tea or cocoa ready in the next room. I've already done the lawn and the bicycle shed, but I must beg you to hurry, for unless I'm much mistaken, we have a great day before us.
I dressed hurriedly and joined Holmes, and we struck out on the Russet-Peaty Moor, intersected with 1,000 sheep paths. I say, Holmes, isn't it late for us to expect to find any traces of their passage, since so much time has elapsed?
Ordinarily, you would be right, Watson. But the map showed a watercourse across the moor. In some parts, it even widens into a morass. At that part, I expect to find some evidence to support my theory.
Do you think the German professor was in league with the gypsies?
Well, you may recall, Watson, that I asked you to think about the eyesight of this Professor Heidegger.
What has that to do with anything?
My dear chap, just look at the facts. The professor's window faces the same way as the Duke's sun. The professor was known as a night owl. In his room, his socks and shirt were found. Evidence that a man had dressed in haste. Now, Watson, I submit that Professor Heidegger was looking out his window on Monday night and saw the lad climb down the vine and slip away into the night. The good man immediately dressed hastily, threw on anything that came to hand, climbed down the ivy outside his window, got his bicycle, and rode after the lad to bring him back.
By Jove, Holmes, that's amazing.
Sheep. Nothing but sheep seems to have been here.
Wait. Here are some tracks that aren't sheep.
Not sheep, Watson, but not the marks we seek. These are cow tracks.
You see, we're not going to find anything. Huh?
We're temporarily checked, I'll grant you. But there's another morass down yonder, and a narrow neck between... Hello? What have we here?
You've hit it again, Holmes. We have it. Those are the tracks of a bicycle.
A bicycle, certainly. But not the bicycle. I'm familiar with 42 different impressions left by tires. This was made by a Dunlop with a patch on the outer cover. Heidegger's tires were Palmer's, which leave longitudinal stripes. Huxtable was very positive on that point, that Heidegger used Palmer's.
Well, this is the track of the boy, then, eh?
It's possible, if we could prove that the young lad had a bicycle in his possession. But this we have totally failed to do. You see, of course, that this track was made by a rider going away from the school. And we shall follow it backwards before we go any farther. We lose the tracks when we come out on the hard ground.
Holmes, I see the suggestion of a spring over there.
Excellent, Watson. Let's see if we can pick up that track again over where the ground is damp.
Here we are again. It's still moving toward the school. Oh, dash it. It's no use, Holmes. It disappears as soon as the ground gets hard, and the cow tracks cover it.
It's useless to continue backwards. Let's return to the morass and see if we can't pick up some other clues.
Is it possible, Holmes, that the professor changed tires deliberately in order to throw us off the scent?
Watson, that's a truly brilliant idea. And a criminal who was capable of such a thought is a man with whom I'd be proud to do business. But I somehow doubt this is the case here. Come, Watson, back to our swamp, and let's hope for some luck.
It was wearisome work systematically surveying the edge of the sodden section of the moor, and I confess I was beginning to doubt Holmes and his theory when I heard a cry of delight from him.
The Palmer tire! He is here, Heidegger, sure enough.
I congratulate you, Holmes.
But I fear it won't lead very far.
Why do you say that, Holmes?
Oh, we shall see. Observe, Watson. Our rider is now undoubtedly forcing the pace. Look at this impression, where both tires are clear. See, that one is as deep as the other.
Which means
that the rider is throwing his weight onto the handlebar, as a man does when he's sprinting. By Jove, he's had a fall.
Oh, here's a side slip.
I think not, Watson. Look at this clump of gorse.
I say, blood.
Bad. It's turning ugly. Very ugly. Now stand clear, Watson. Not an unnecessary footstep. What do I read here? He fell wounded. He stood up. He remounted. He proceeded. But there are no other tracks of any kind.
There are tracks of cattle on this side path.
Come, Watson. Let us push on.
Our search wasn't a very long one. The tire tracks began to swerve erratically. A gleam of metal caught my eye among the thick gorse bushes. Out of them we dragged a bicycle, palmer-tired, one pedal bent, and the whole front of it horribly smeared with blood.
I think we have our unfortunate professor, Watson. Right here. Give me a hand and tell me the cause of death.
Yes. Well, I'm sure you didn't need me, Holmes, to tell you that the man died from a frightful blow on the head. He must have been an extraordinarily strong and courageous man to go on after receiving such an injury.
Watson, we've progressed this morning. We've picked up several clues. But before we can proceed, we must separate the essential from the accidental.
I'll be blessed if I know which is which.
You do know. Now, let's go to the beginning. The lad was completely dressed. What do you deduce from that?
Well, that he planned to leave and went off on his own free will.
Capital, Watson. And now to our unfortunate German teacher. How did he leave?
In haste. He saw something from his window, or, by Jove, he must have seen the lad leaving. He went after him to try to bring him back.
Exactly. But now we come to a critical part of my deductions. What's the natural way for a man to pursue a small boy?
Well, to run after him, of course.
Of course. But the German turns to his bicycle. Why, Watson?
I simply have no idea.
Because he saw that the boy had some swift means of escape.
Ah, the other bicycle. The one with the patched Dunlop tire.
Perhaps. It's most certainly a possibility, but let's continue. Our courageous German teacher meets his death 5 miles from the school. He's killed by a savage blow to the head, delivered by a vigorous arm. So, our young Lord Saltmeyer must have had a companion in his flight.
My thought exactly.
Yet, when we survey the ground around the scene of the tragedy, what do we find? A few cattle tracks, nothing more. So, another cyclist could have had nothing to do with the actual murder. Nor, indeed, can we find any human footmarks.
Holmes, this is impossible.
A wise remark. As I stated, it is impossible. Therefore, I must have gone wrong somewhere. Can you suggest any fallacy?
The gypsies. Don't forget the gypsies.
Are you suggesting that they have supernatural powers? They can use a caravan that doesn't leave tracks, and also their tribe leaves no footprints?
Leave me at my wit's end.
Not to worry, Watson. We've solved worse problems. We still have material. It's up to us to use it. And we've exhausted the Palmer, but let's see what the Dunlop with the patched cover has to offer us.
We picked up the track of the Dunlop and followed it for some distance. But the moor soon rose into a long, heather-tufted curve, leaving the watercourse behind us, so no further tracks could be hoped for. We last saw the tracks, which could have gone on to Holderness Hall, the stately towers of which rose just some miles to our left, or to a low grey village which lay in front of us.
Well, Watson, shall we toss a coin? Head to the left and tails to the right.
I don't know about you, Holmes, but I could do with some refreshment. Tramping about in the moors gives a chap an appetite, you know.
Let's head for the village then, Watson. There must be an inn.
As we approached a somewhat squalid inn with the sign of a gamecock above the door, Holmes suddenly grasped my shoulder and groaned with pain.
Oh, Watson. Here, my ankle. All right. Hop over to the landlord sitting in the doorway. Just help me. There. Thank you, Watson. And how are you, Mr. Reuben Hayes?
Who are you, and how did you get my name so packed?
It's printed on the board above your head.
Sure it is. You're a sharp one, ain't you?
Well, I can read, if you consider that sharp. I don't suppose you have such a thing as a carriage in your stables?
No, I have not.
I can hardly put my foot to the ground.
So don't put it to the ground.
This is really rather an awkward fix. I don't know how I'm going to continue.
Neither do I.
Well, the matter's very important. I'd gladly offer you a sovereign for the use of a bicycle.
A sovereign?
Huh?
Where do you want to go?
To Holderness Hall.
Parents of the Duke, I suppose.
I know he'll be glad to see us.
And how do you know that?
Because we bring him news of his lost son.
What? You're on his track, then?
He's been heard of in Liverpool. They expect to get him any hour.
I'll help you take the news to the Hall.
Thank you. But first we'll have some food. Then you can bring the bicycle round.
I told you, man, I haven't got one. I'll let you have 2 horses as far as the Hall.
We'll talk about that after we've had something to eat.
We were alone in the stone-flagged kitchen. To my astonishment, Holmes sprang up and walked to the window. Holmes, your ankle.
A miraculous recovery, huh, Watson? That ankle was for the benefit of our gracious host, Reuben Hayes.
Gracious is certainly not the word to describe that. Ugly. What are you looking for?
The answer. It's out there somewhere, I know. It's something I've seen and missed. Something about tracks. By George. Of course. That must be it. Watson, old chap, I do believe I've found the answer.
Conan Doyle also found the answers in real life. He did in the famous case of a man named Oscar Slater, tried and convicted for murder. Until Doyle wrote a book showing that the evidence which had convicted him, a pawn ticket for a possession of the murdered woman, had been pawned before she was killed. Slater was released from prison. I'll be back with the solution to our mystery shortly. Another book by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle on the Oscar Slater case got Slater a full pardon and compensation for the years he had served in prison before Doyle managed to get him released. So when Doyle writes of Sherlock Holmes and his colleague Dr. Watson, he's not without qualifications on the logic of deduction.
I stared at an excited Sherlock Holmes as he stood over me in the kitchen of that squalid hostelry in the north of England. Quickly, he rearranged the silverware on the table as he spoke, driving his point home.
Watson, you remember seeing cow tracks today?
Yes, Holmes, many times.
Where?
Everywhere. They were at the morass, on the path, and again where poor Heidegger met his death.
Exactly. And now, Watson, how many cows did you see?
Cows? Well, come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any.
It's very strange that we should see so many tracks and never a cow on the whole moor. Watson, look at the way I've arranged the silverware and some of your breadcrumbs. Do they recall to you the way the tracks looked out there on the moor?
Well, I really can't say.
But I can. I can swear to it. I've been blind not to draw my conclusion before.
And what is your conclusion?
That it is indeed a remarkable cow which walks, canters, and gallops. I tell you, Watson, it wasn't the brain of a country innkeeper that conceived a trick like that. The coast seems to be clear, save for that lad in the smithy. Let's slip out and have a look in the stable. There were 2 rough-haired, unkempt horses in the tumble-down stable. Holmes raised the hind leg of one of them and laughed. Old shoes, Watson, but newly shod. Old shoes, but new nails. Mark that, Watson. This case deserves to be a classic. Let's go across to the smithy.
You two infernal spies. What are you doing prowling around in my barn? Tell me that now, eh?
Why, Mr. Reuben Hayes. One might think you were afraid of our finding something out. We've been having a look at your horses, but my ankle is so much better, I think I'll walk after all. It's not far, I believe.
So on 2 miles to the hall gates. That's the road to the left.
I'm convinced that this Reuben Hayes knows all about it. A more self-evident villain I never saw. Yes, Mr. Hayes does give that impression. But then there's the matter of the cows. The vanishing cows. We must always keep that in mind. But I think we need another look at the inn, in an unobtrusive way. Let's turn off at the road here and come upon it from the rear. Come, Watson. Let's scramble up this hillside. I say, Holmes. Holmes, look. Look there, along the road from the hall. The cyclist. Down, Watson. Get down. Yes. Stay quite still, Watson. Let me take a look as he goes past. I can see through these bushes, Holmes. Why, it's the Duke's secretary, Mr. Wilder. So it is. And riding as if the hounds of hell were at his heels. Come, Watson. Let's see where he's headed and what he does. We scrambled from rock to rock, making our way to the top of the hill, to a point from which we commanded a view of the road and the inn. And by the time we reached this vantage point, Wilder had disappeared. But his bicycle was leaning against the wall near the front door of the inn. Suddenly, Holmes nudged me. Mr. James Wilder. There he is now, at the door. I see him, Holmes. I suggest we go down and have a closer look. Holmes, the bar is on the other side. Quite so. These quarters are for what one might call the private guests. Now, what in the world is Mr. James Wilder doing in this den at this hour of the night? And who is the companion who comes to meet him? I cannot say. At least I'd like a look at the tires on Wilder's bicycle. Let's go quietly over there. Right. And now a match. Yes. There's our Patch Dunlop. Yes, and Holmes. Someone has lit a lamp in the window above us. I must have a look through that window, Watson. I can bend my back and brace myself against the wall. You think you can scramble up on my shoulders? Easily, old chap. Come, my friend. We've done more than enough for one day. At 11 o'clock the next morning, Holmes and I were ushered through the magnificent Elizabethan doorway of Holderness Hall and into his Grace's study. And there stood Mr. Wilder, courteous and courtly, with some traces of the wild terror of the night before still lurking in his eyes.
I know you've come to see His Grace, but I'm afraid I have disappointing news for you. His Grace is far from well.
He has my sympathy, but I must see the Duke.
I believe he's in bed.
I will see him there.
But you refuse
Mr. Wilder, I told you I must see the Duke. I intend to see him. I will wait here if you ask me, but I will see the Duke.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell him you're here and insist on seeing him.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I shan't apologize for keeping you waiting. I understand you demanded to see me. What is it?
I think, Your Grace, that I could speak more freely in Mr. Wilder's absence.
The fact is that Mr. Wilder is my confidential...
Your Grace...
If Your Grace wishes, I can leave.
Yes, perhaps you'd better go. Holmes?
My colleague, Dr. Watson, and I had an assurance from Dr. Huxtable that a reward had been offered in this case. I should like to have this confirmed from your own lips.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes.
If I was correctly informed, it amounted to £5,000 to anyone who will tell you where your son is.
Exactly.
I see your Grace's checkbook on the table. I should be pleased for you to make me out a check for £5,000. I know where your son is, and I know some, at least, of those who are holding him.
Well, where is he?
He is, or was, last night, at the Gamecock Inn, about 2 miles from your gate.
I see. And whom do you accuse?
You, Your Grace?
Mr. Holmes, how much do you know?
I saw you together last night.
Does anyone besides your friend know?
I have spoken to no one.
Well, however unwelcome the information you've gained, I'll be as good as my word and write you a check. I believe £5,000 is the sum I owe you, is it not?
I fear, Your Grace, that matters cannot be arranged so easily. There's the death of the schoolmaster to be accounted for.
But you can't hold James Wilder accountable for that. It was the work of this brutal ruffian whom he had the misfortune to employ.
I must take the view, Your Grace, that when a man embarks upon a crime, he is morally guilty of any other crime which may spring from it.
Morally, Mr. Holmes, you're right, but surely not in the eyes of the law. Well, I appreciate your coming here before you spoke to anyone else. You will at least help me to minimize this hideous scandal.
I want to help, Your Grace, to the best of my ability, but in order to do so, I must have absolute frankness. Mr. Reuben Hayes was arrested at Chesterfield on my information at 11 o'clock last night.
You continue to amaze me. Well, I must say I'm glad to hear that Hayes has been taken, if it won't harm James Wilder.
Your secretary?
No, sir. My other son.
Now it's my turn to confess amazement, Your Grace.
Well, I see the time has come to conceal nothing. Mr. Holmes, I have 2 sons. James Wilder, illegitimate, and my legitimate son and rightful heir, Arthur, Lord Saltmire.
I should certainly not like to sit in judgment on you, Your Grace, but...
Mr. Holmes, when I was a very young man, I loved a girl with such a love as comes once in a lifetime. She refused my offer of marriage because she was a commoner, and she felt that the difference in our station might harm my career.
And where is she today?
Dead, Mr. Holmes. And on her deathbed, I promised her one thing: to take care of our son, James Wilder. I have kept that promise.
You seem proud of the fact, despite your knowing that he was responsible for the abduction of your legitimate heir.
I only gained that knowledge last night after he'd heard of the murder. He confessed that he'd added a note in my last letter to Arthur, telling the lad that the Duchess wanted to see him, and that he, James, would arrange it if Arthur would meet him that night in the wood behind the school.
And Arthur did, of course.
But of course. It was then that James told my heir that all he had to do was steal out the next night, and a man with a carriage would meet him in the wood and take him to his mother. That's why Arthur dressed and went off with Reuben Hayes. It's just unfortunate that the German saw him.
It's also unfortunate that you didn't realize how your illegitimate son felt about your heir. I cannot understand what James Wilder thought he stood to gain by this abduction. Was it to hurt you?
I can't explain, Mr. Holmes. You see, James has always felt that it is in my power to break the entail. He also felt that as the eldest son, he should inherit my estate. I think he wanted to bargain with me. He'd give me back Arthur if I'd break the entail. He knew that I could never set the police on him, never.
Oh, surely Your Grace knows that you've condoned a felony.
I have placed myself completely in your hands, Mr. Holmes. Just Help me is all I ask.
I think Watson and I can consider our little visit to the north a success. But there's one small point on which I'd like some light. This fellow Hayes had shod his horses with shoes that counterfeited the tracks of cows. Did he learn such an extraordinary device from Mr. Wilder?
No, Mr. Holmes, step this way, please. Now, look at this case here in the corner.
Ah, I see that these shoes were dug up in the moat of Holderness Hall.
Those shoes belonged to some of the marauding barons of the old days, and they were designed to throw pursuers off the track.
Well, thank you, Your Grace. It's the second most interesting object I've seen in the north.
And the first?
Your Grace's check. I'm not a wealthy man.
There's one facet of the story you just heard that amazes me, and that is, it's the only tale by Conan Doyle that shows Holmes with an interest in money. After thinking about it, I decided it was because Holmes didn't like the way the Duke treated his younger son and was punishing him for it. I'll be back shortly. Did Sir Arthur Doyle prove his logical deductions in the field of real crime, but he also helped British intelligence. In World War I, he transmitted news to British POWs in Germany by sending what looked like ordinary books to them. However, he arranged to put needle pricks under various letters so as to spell out messages. But he started with the third chapter because he said the German censor would examine the earlier chapters more carefully. And he was right. Our cast included John Beale, Court Benson, Ian Martin, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My tale is about murder. That crime of crimes. Shakespeare said, "Murder, though it have no tongue, speaks with most miraculous organ." And indeed, in this case, the murderer unwittingly convicts himself by saying too much. It is a story with surprising twists and turns, with double crosses on double crosses. Listen to a man being set up to murder.
She's dying. Slowly. 10 years, the doctor said. Do you expect me to hang around in the background all that time, waiting for her to die? I'm not going to wait, Bill.
Adrian, darling, listen to me.
It's a simple decision you have to make, Bill.
We'll be penniless. I'll have nothing.
Not if she dies while you're still married to her. Not if she dies knowing nothing about me. Not if she dies before she can change her will.
Our mystery drama, Turnabout is Foul Play, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Mason Adams and Vicky Vola. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The car pulled into the parking lot of the seedy motel, which bore the name Ritz Manor, Rooms and Meals, Reasonable Rates. Seated at the wheel of the modest car, obviously a rental, is a handsome, well-dressed man in his middle 30s. At his side is an equally attractive woman whose appearance and manner would make her stand out in any company. The man parks the car in front of Cabana Numero 4, as it is called on the sign posted over the door. He gets out and opens the car door for the woman.
This flea bag again.
It's safe. They know me here. They don't ask questions.
Oh, good Lord, it's stifling in here. Turn on the air conditioning.
Okay. It'll be cool in a few minutes. Should be some ice in the fridge. Do you want a drink?
Thanks. I'll take it without adulteration.
There you are.
Thanks, darling. He's looking at you. Well, that's better. Much better.
I hope it improves your mood. You've been in a miserable state from the moment I picked you up.
Do you blame me, Bill?
Oh, come on, Adrian.
Meeting in little out-of-the-way restaurants, going to cheap motels, hiding on side streets, scared stiff we might be seen together.
It won't be forever.
How long is forever? We've known each other for 2 years.
No, not now. Not again. Are we going to rehash that old business?
No rehash, Bill. We're going to decide what we must do. We can't put it off any longer.
The divorce is out. Anne wouldn't stand for it.
She can't keep you tied to her if you don't want to stay.
Oh, yes, she can. It's all her money. All of it. I don't have a dime unless she gives it to me.
Well, there's an answer to that, too.
What?
She's not well. You're her husband. You'll get it all when she dies.
Well, if you mean waiting...
You told me yourself that the doctor said...
Dr. Richardson said she wouldn't recover, but he also said that it was the kind of illness that could go on and on. She could live another 10 years.
Why?
Why? It's the nature of her illness.
I'm not talking about her illness. There are other ways.
You're not actually suggesting...
I'll give it to you cold and clear. 1, you're married to her. You love me. 2, she's ill, dying. But now hear me out. She's dying, slowly. 10 years, you said. Do you expect me to hang around for 10 years? I won't wait, Bill.
Adrian, darling, listen to me.
It's a simple decision you have to make. Adrian or Anne?
We'll be penniless. I'll have nothing.
Not if she dies while you're still married. Not if she dies knowing nothing about me.
Now, Mrs. Sperling, I want you to relax completely. I want you to be receptive to my words.
Yes, Doctor.
But it is not my words which will cure you. You must cure yourself.
Oh, but Dr. Lupescu, Dr. Richardson
My dear
said
lady,
that...
I said I would not treat your case unless you gave me your full confidence. Has this Dr. Richardson held out any hope for you?
No. He's been very honest with me. He told me that my time was
limited.
There, you see? Words like that can be destructive. They are negative and have no place in my work. You must think and feel positive. You are to get well.
Yes, Doctor.
Have you sent this Dr. Richardson away?
Oh, that would be rather difficult.
Why?
Well, Dr. Richardson's been an old friend for many years. He'd be hurt.
My dear lady, it is obvious that I have little influence on you, and if that is the case, I cannot do you any good. So, madam, I bid you goodbye. I shall not return.
Oh, no, please. Oh, please don't go. You give me hope. I'll do anything you ask.
You will obey me completely.
Yes, yes.
Very well. I shall continue. If, however, I feel that you have the slightest doubt, I shall terminate our relationship immediately. There will be no second chance.
I understand. And I agree.
Very well. Now, I am going to put you to sleep. A gentle sleep. A healing sleep. Now, lean back. Relax. Relax completely. There. That is better. Now, concentrate on my eyes. Look deep into them. Deep. The world is receding. You can feel nothing. You can see nothing but my eyes. Now, sleep. Mrs. Sperling, you are asleep, but you can hear my voice. You will obey my commands. Answer me.
I will obey your commands.
You will awaken in a moment or two, and you will feel better than you have felt for a long time.
Yes. Yes.
I am going to give you a post-hypnotic suggestion. You will, after I have been gone an hour, ask for the telephone. It will be brought to your bedside. You will call your attorney, Harold Gifford, and you will ask him to come here next Wednesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All you will say to him on the phone is that you wish to change your will. I'll tell you Wednesday morning how you will change your will.
Hello.
Bill?
Yeah.
This is Harold, Bill. I wake you?
No, I've been up for hours. What's a good word, Harold? Are you breaking our golf date?
No, nothing like that. Mind if I ask you a personal question?
Oh, go ahead. You're our lawyer, aren't you?
I'm also your friend. Bill.
Yeah?
How are you and Ann getting along?
How are we What's a funny question? Fine, I guess.
Anything happened recently? A quarrel? Serious misunderstanding? Another woman?
No quarrel, no misunderstanding. Ann loves me. I take the fifth on the last question about another woman. Anyway, Ann doesn't know about it. What goes?
Forget it. Sorry, I woke
Now, wait a minute. You can't ask me all sorts of personal questions and then hang up without telling me why you're asking them. Has Ann been talking to you?
Legal ethics, Bill. Can't answer that.
Then she has been talking to you.
Bill.
About us, that is.
I'm her lawyer, Bill. I can't.
To hell with your legal ethics. You were my friend before you were our lawyer.
I'm ringing off, Bill.
If she want a divorce,
wouldn't she have told you if she did?
she's changing her will. That's it. She's changing her will. Harold, that's it, isn't it? That's what you've been trying to tell me.
I haven't been trying to tell you anything, Bill.
Okay, Counselor. Thanks anyway. I'm going to have a talk with her.
Leave my name out of it. And by the way, double-check that new doctor of hers, the Pescu.
Lepescu, Sure, I'll check him out. And thanks again.
spoken with your attorney, Mrs. Sperling?
I have spoken with him, Doctor. The will is being changed in accordance with your instructions.
Good. Now, when I clap my hands, you will awaken, refreshed, and in excellent spirits. There, Mrs. Sperling. How are you feeling?
Wonderful. Oh, I feel so relaxed.
I told you that you would.
Come in.
Oh, I'm not disturbing anything, Ellen.
No, darling. I want you to meet Dr. Lupescu. Doctor, this is my husband.
I do. Anne, dear, whatever happened to Dr. Richardson?
Nothing, Bill. But Dr. Lupescu's been able to help me.
When old Dr. Richardson couldn't.
Mr. Sperling, my services to your wife can be terminated with a word.
Well, here's the word. Send me your charges, Dr. Lupescu, or perhaps you'd like a check right now.
Bill, you don't know what you're saying. Dr. Lupescu's very necessary to my health. He's done more for me in a short time.
Please, madam. Please, do not defend me. I will leave you to settle this matter between you.
But you will come back, Doctor.
What? You'd ask him to come back
Please,
after...
Mr. Sperling, consider the state of your wife's health before you make irrevocable statement.
Well, if you would kindly leave, I'd be able to speak to my wife about the state of her health.
Good day.
Oh, Bill, what have you done?
And listen to me. He calls himself doctor. Whether he is or not is a matter for conjecture.
You don't know anything against him. Without knowing, with just your suspicions, you rush in here, you insult them.
And listen to me.
No, I'm not going to listen to you. You don't have my welfare at heart.
He's turning you against me. That I do know.
What? What are you saying?
What was Harold Gifford doing here yesterday?
What? Why do you ask?
He was here, wasn't he?
Yes, he dropped in to see how I was feeling. It was just a friendly call. Harold's an old friend.
He's also our lawyer.
Yes?
Did you call him and ask him to come here, or did he just drop in, as you say?
I don't understand, Bill. What's all this got to do with us? With Dr. Lupescu?
A great deal. I don't know what part, if any, that phony doctor has in this, but did you, and I want you to answer this honestly, did you tell Harold that you wanted to change your will?
No.
That's the truth?
Did Harold tell you that I did?
No, he couldn't. Confidential matter between attorney and client.
Well, then why are you so worked up? Did you think I was cutting you out?
I don't know what I thought.
Because it isn't true. I love you, Bill. I haven't been much of a wife to you since I came down with this thing.
And let's not talk about it.
No, we must. There's no point in pretending that I'm going to get well. I'm not. And after I go, everything I have will be yours, Bill. I want it to be that way. Because I love you.
Penny for your thoughts, Bill.
What?
You've been so preoccupied.
I'm sorry.
Something bothering you?
Yeah, plenty.
Do you want to tell me?
My wife is changing her will.
What? How do you know?
I know. Gifford called me. He's our lawyer. I'm being cut out.
Completely?
Oh. A few crumbs might be left for me. I don't expect it'll be much.
Okay. What's the next move?
I've spoken to her. She denies everything.
Can you believe her?
I want to, but there's this new Dr. Lupescu. He seems to exert a very strong and a sinister influence.
Listen, Bill. And listen carefully. She hasn't much longer.
No, Adrian. Adrian, you're urging me to kill her, aren't you? You're telling me to commit murder.
No, Bill. Not murder.
What?
An act of mercy. She's sick, a lingering illness. Wouldn't it be more humane to shorten her agony, her pain, the wait for death?
Adrian, please.
Okay. Let's consider it selfishly. I love you, and you love me. She stands between us. She's legally your wife. Divorce is impossible.
No, it's not impossible. We just wouldn't have the money. I'd stop being a damn parasite, and I'd get myself a job.
A job? Don't make me laugh. At what? You've never done a thing in your life but play tennis, golf, or backgammon.
So what? You
All you loved about me was the money I would get.
No, Bill. But the money was one of the considerations. With the money out of the picture, it doesn't quite balance. Now, let's stop fighting each other and start doing something constructive about it. What do you say, darling?
Yeah.
Let's go over the road again. Anne is dying. To help her is an act of mercy.
Bill Sperling is being forced to make an important decision. To paraphrase an old expression, some men are born murderers, some achieve murder, and some have murder thrust upon them. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The die is cast. The game is set. A woman is to be murdered so that her husband and his friend can live happily ever after on her money. As yet, the marked woman is unaware of the fate in store for her. She calls her attorney and asks him to come to her bedside.
You seemed very disturbed when you called me, Anne, but you were very evasive when I asked you what was bothering you.
Well, I couldn't speak freely. The doctor was with me at the time.
I want to talk to you about that doctor.
Well, I won't listen to anything against him, Harold.
Look, Anne, I'm not speaking as your attorney. I'm speaking as your friend. Lepescu... Well, Lepescu is...
Dr. Lepescu.
Okay, Dr. Lepescu. Anne, he worries me.
Why?
He's only been your physician for a short time.
2 months.
That's a very short time, don't you think, for you to be placing so much confidence in him?
The way you hesitated. I know you were thinking of something else when you said confidence.
Well, yes, I was. That guy may be after your money.
Oh, Harold, I won't listen to this from you.
Well, damn it, Anne, you are changing your will in his favor.
Yes.
And you've denied it when Bill questioned you.
Have you?
No, wait a minute. I've told him nothing, but he guessed what you had in mind.
Well, I can't control his guessing.
Why are you doing this, Anne?
Why? Because Dr. Lepescu has great work to accomplish in this world, and my useless money can be the beginning of a great medical research foundation.
Bunk.
What?
Unadulterated bunk.
Oh, I'd stop that right now. Look, I've known you, and I've liked you for many years.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's a great man. But what about Bill? Why are you cutting him off?
I'm going to set up a trust fund that will make...
I know. You told me, Anne. You're going to give him a handout, a modest little allowance.
Enough to meet his needs.
And no more.
Harold, I think I must ask you if you intend to carry out my wishes.
Sure. But I feel it my duty to...
Your duty is to me, your client, to obey my wishes.
If you're in your right mind, Anne.
I assure you, I know exactly what I'm doing.
Do you? Do you really?
Oh, Bill. Well, come in. I wasn't expecting you.
Well, were you asleep? It took you so long to answer.
No, I wasn't asleep. I thought we decided it wasn't a good idea for you to be seen here.
I had to talk to you. Look, it has to be done right away.
The sooner the better.
Gifford has got the will ready for her signature, and I found some scribbled handwritten notes of hers in the wastebasket. Guess how much she's going to leave me? $10,000 a year. I couldn't go 3 months on that.
Well, what's the plan?
Here, look at this. It's a suicide note.
Oh, to my dear husband. Bill, forgive me for what I'm about to do, but as you know, my life has been intolerable. I know I can never recover my health, and although I know how hard this will be for you, I must put an end to my pain. I know you will understand, my darling, your loving wife.
What do you think?
2 things wrong with it. 1, it isn't signed.
I'll get her to sign it. I'll slip it to her to sign along with a raft of other papers. I have to do this every month to take care of certain business and investment matters.
Okay, you'll get her signature. On a typewritten suicide note? How kosher do you think that's going to look?
Well, she uses her typewriter for almost all her correspondence.
Including suicide notes? If I were the police investigating this, I'd be mighty suspicious.
Look, I can't force her to write the note. Can I?
No, I guess not.
No, if I'm questioned, I'll point to the fact that since she's been ill, she's written everything on the typewriter. It's on a special stand next to her bed.
Yeah? Well, what else?
What else is there?
A little matter of how it's to be done.
Oh, sleeping pills, an overdose. See, every night when I'm home, I bring her a warm glass of milk.
In the milk?
Yeah. And then I'll substitute a second milk glass and wash the first thoroughly.
The empty pill bottle?
On top of the suicide note.
When?
Tonight.
Yes?
It's me and Bill.
Oh, come in, Bill. Come in.
I thought you might be asleep, dear.
No such luck. You know the trouble I have getting to sleep. What a pleasant surprise. Oh, you brought me my milk.
Just like old times. The good old times. Remember?
Yeah, like old times. Henrietta's taken over your job. She's been bringing my bedtime milk.
Yeah, I told her she wouldn't be needed tonight.
Well, glad to see you back on the job.
Would you like to take it now while it's nice and warm?
Just set it down, dear. I'll drink it in a minute. I want to talk to you.
That reminds me. It's first of the month. All those papers to sign. I got them here in my briefcase.
In a minute. Let's talk.
No. Business first, then conversation. It'll take a couple of seconds. Here you are, Ann. It's only a few. Now sign right here.
Right.
And here.
Right.
Now here. And here. That was quick, wasn't it?
Now for our conversation.
Oh, wait. One more item to be disposed of first. The milk.
Oh, leave it there, Bill. I'll drink it. I don't like it too warm anyway.
But, Ann...
Don't fuss over me. Look, Bill, I've got something serious to tell you.
What?
Well, I've been speaking with Harold, and he tells me that I'm not being fair to you. When you asked me the other day whether I was changing my will, I lied to you. I don't know why I did, but something inside me made me lie.
I suspect.
And even speaking to Harold yesterday, I was suddenly and unaccountably angry when he mentioned you and said that what I was planning wasn't quite fair to you.
Well, why are you telling me this now, Ann?
I don't know. But the restriction which kept me from telling you everything is suddenly gone.
Go on.
And I wanted to say that if you object to what I have in mind, I'll drop it completely, and I'll order Harold to destroy the new will. I haven't signed it yet.
Ann, you're too wonderful. You're too kind. I don't deserve your love.
Oh, darling, I've never seen you like this.
Oh, I've been a rotten husband to you. But I'm going to change. You'll see, I'm going to change. I'm going to be with you every hour of the day. I'll never leave your side.
Darling.
I love you.
Bill, darling. Oh, it's so good to have you back again. I know that you've strayed. When you took that apartment, I knew.
And listen.
Don't explain. I don't want an explanation. I don't need them. You're back. That's good enough for me. Now it is getting late. It's long past my bedtime and time for my warm milk.
No, give that glass to me.
Darling, you spilled it.
No, it's no good. It's cold. Let me get you another glass.
Don't bother. I'll sleep without it. Just kiss me goodnight. Oh, it's wonderful to have you back, my dear, my Bill. What? Hello?
Miss Bartley?
Yes?
Dr. Lupesco is here.
Send him away, Ann. Tell him to go away.
Oh, I can't do that, Bill. Ask Dr. Lupescu to come up, Henrietta.
Then I'm going.
Bill. But, Bill, you'll be back.
I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe not. Good night, Ann.
Yes?
Adrian, I just came from the house.
Yes?
I'm afraid
interrupted, and then...
You didn't do it. You didn't? Answer me.
No, everything went as I planned, and then...
Then you lost your nerve. You chickened out. All that money for us, and you chickened out at the last minute.
No, look, Adrian, you don't understand. She said that she would tell Gifford to destroy the new will.
Destroy it? Are you sure?
Yes.
Has she signed it yet?
No, she told me she hadn't signed it.
Can you believe her?
I believe her.
But you said you were interrupted. By whom?
By Dr. Lepescu, but I had already decided that I couldn't go through with it.
You hadn't given her the milk?
She tried to take and drink it, and I grabbed the glass. It spilled, but this was before Lepescu got there. And when he came, I left.
How long ago did this happen?
I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I stopped at the first phone I saw to call you.
You could go back. You could go back now.
No, I couldn't go back. I don't know how I could have thought I could kill her in the first place.
No. I guess I was asking too much of you.
Look, I want to see you.
No.
We've got to talk.
It's over. It's all over, lover boy.
Coming. Oh, Harold, come on in.
Been trying to reach you for the last 3 days. Where have you been?
On my boat. I just got back to the apartment 20 minutes ago.
Alone? Alone on the boat?
Yeah. I just didn't want to see anybody, talk to anybody.
Or listen to the radio?
Just the weather reports.
I see. Well, it's going to look very bad.
What is?
You're being gone this time.
What does my being away for 3 days have to do with anything?
Everybody's been looking for you. Anne is dead.
What? Anne? Oh, good Lord. Anne.
Look, you don't have to put on a performance for me, Bill.
Performance?
Everybody knows that your marriage to Anne was anything but perfection.
I loved her. That night when I saw her, I realized for the first time in years how much I loved her. I made up my mind that I'd cut out all the nonsense and try to make her last few years a little happier.
How did you leave her?
Well, the party was a little messed up. I was with her just as she was going to sleep. Henrietta knocked and said that Dr. Lepescu was downstairs, and Anne told her to send him up, and that angered me, and I left.
That's about what Henrietta told the police.
Police?
Yes. It seems that Anne died from an overdose of sleeping pills.
Sleeping pills?
They were given to her in her warm milk, which she always takes before going to sleep. Henrietta says that you insisted on taking the milk up to her.
But she didn't. I mean, I accidentally spilled. I brought her the milk, but she didn't drink it. It spilled.
You'll have to see the police, Bill. I suggest that you do it right away.
You think that I killed her, don't you?
Better try squaring this with the police, Bill. You're wasting your time on me.
After Harold Gifford left, Bill stared into space, unable to comprehend the events which had swirled around him and now threatened to overwhelm him completely. Anne's death was difficult enough for him to accept, but now he must face the police and their questions with the knowledge that despite his innocence, he must appear guilty to them. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Bill Sperling's life had taken on all the aspects of a nightmare. It is true that he had planned to murder his wife, but at the last minute, he found that he could not do it. Imagine his bewilderment when he hears that his wife has been murdered, and in exactly the manner he had contrived. The finger points in only one direction, his.
Hello?
Adrian?
Yes.
I've got to see you.
No, it's over. Thought we settled all that.
It's terribly important. Anne is dead.
Strange the way you said that.
Strange?
She's been dead since last Wednesday night. I heard it on the late news. You act as if you just found out.
I have. I've been away on my boat.
What? Another story? You putting me on, Billy boy?
I didn't do it. I'm telling you the truth. I swear I didn't know.
Ah, that's very good. What are you going to do, plead loss of memory?
I told you, Adrian, I didn't do it. You know I didn't do it.
Trying to set me up for an alibi? Well, I don't want any part of it. Please don't call me again. I won't be involved.
You can be made to talk. You can be made to testify.
Sure. You go right ahead and bring me into court. I'll say you planned it. Milk, sleeping pills, phony suicide note, the whole dirty wash.
Adrian, you can't.
Try me. I'd advise you to leave my name out of it. Bye.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, now, come on. Who is that? Yes?
Mr. Sperling? William Sperling?
Yeah.
Sergeant Joseph Marchetti, homicide. Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Thanks. Mind if I come right to the point, Mr. Sperling?
Please do.
Your wife was murdered, Mr. Sperling, and you were a prime suspect.
That's purely conjecture, Mr.
Sergeant.
Sergeant.
Sperling. Sergeant Marchetti.
Okay, Sergeant. Are you charging me with my wife's murder?
Would you like to hear what I've been able to find out while you were, missing for 3 days?
I can explain my absence.
You'll get plenty of chance to do that. But listen to me first, huh? A guy goes to see his wife. Then he gives her a glass of warm milk.
I can...
Wait till I finish. A glass of milk has a lot of sleeping tablets melted in it. Enough to knock off a healthy woman. But Mrs. Sperling is a sick woman. Very weak. She goes very fast in spite of all that Dr. Lepescu, he got there a few minutes after she drank the milk, could do to help her.
You said murder a moment ago. Isn't it possible that my wife, being in poor health, committed suicide?
I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Sperling. There was a suicide note.
Well?
We found it later.
Yes.
It was addressed to you. Typewritten.
All my wife's correspondence for the last couple of years was done on the typewriter. She had it next to her bed.
Okay, so she typed the note. But it's the signature that bothers me.
You can easily determine whether or not it's genuine.
Oh, we had a handwriting expert look at it.
And?
It's her signature, all right. No doubt about that. Only one thing.
What?
Why should she start off by addressing the letter to my dear husband, and then end up by signing it real formal, and Sperling? Can you explain that, Mr. Sperling?
I don't want to see you, Bill. You've got to help me.
No, find another attorney. I'm too busy.
You're condemning me without listening to me. You could give me a few minutes. I'm an old friend, Harold. 5 minutes.
I'll give you 5 minutes. Start talking.
Okay. Now, look, I must tell you that when I came into Ann's room that night, I did so with the intention of killing her.
It's going to be a tough job selling that story to a jury, Bill. Changed your mind at the last minute, eh?
It's the God's honest truth.
Maybe it is. But they're going to think, if he didn't do it, who did?
Lepescu. He came in right after I left.
Why should he?
He was going to get all our money.
You're forgetting one very important thing, Bill. The will had not yet been signed by Anne. The only one to gain by her death would be you at that time.
Yeah, why should he do it? All he had to do was wait. I don't get it. I mean, he knew that Anne hadn't signed the will. If he killed her, he wouldn't get a dime. Why should he do it?
Bill, that's it. He kills Anne, but there's no motive. He's in the clear. And you're sunk.
Yeah, but Harold...
You come to trial. You're convicted. Life imprisonment.
Yeah, but he still doesn't get the money.
Yes, he can get it. He sues to have the will overturned. The intent of the new will, even if not signed, is for him to get the money. Any lawyer worth his salt could win this case. They'd call me for a witness, subpoena all the papers I've prepared.
Harold, you're right. He kills her to make it look like I did it to stop her from signing.
Smart. Very smart. But now that we know, we may be able to trap him.
Wait a minute. I just thought of something else. Was it just coincidence that he came to see Anne that night?
Doctor seeing his patient?
So late? Tell me, do you think it possible that he knew I was going to be there? That he came so that he would be taking no chances that I'd lose my nerve?
Who would know that you were going to be there?
I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, what about Lepescu?
Here, I've got his number in my book. Let's see. Here, I have it. Bill, get on the other phone, quick. Dr. Lepescu? This is Harold Gifford calling.
Oh, yes, the late Mrs. Sperling's attorney. Yes, what can I do for you?
Doctor, you may not be aware of the fact that Mrs. Sperling has left you a major portion of her estate.
No, really? This comes as a complete surprise. Are you certain?
I have the papers right in front of me. Now, there's only one little hitch.
Hitch? What is it, hitch?
Trouble. It seems that Mr. Sperling intends to take the matter to court to have the will thrown out.
Thrown out? He can do that?
I don't think so. Everything is perfectly legal. However, he can claim undue influence, pressure, etc., etc.
One moment. Mrs. Sperling had signed the will?
Oh, yes.
That is not what she told me.
What? I thought that you said...
No, well, you see, doctors are privy to confidences, and Mrs. Sperling...
Hadn't actually told you about changing the will, right?
Well, I would say, yes. However...
She had not told you that she had signed the new will.
No. As a matter of fact, I was trying to dissuade her from making me the beneficiary.
Well, you can refuse to accept it, you know. That would make Mr. Sperling's suit unnecessary.
And he would get it?
Oh, yes, he would very likely get everything. As a matter of fact, I understand the police have a witness who can completely exonerate Mr. Sperling.
Oh, what is her name?
I don't know her name, Doctor. But I suppose it is one of those false leads thrown out by the police to trap the real killer, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say, Doctor? Doctor?
Yes, of course.
One more thing. There are certain little legal formalities. I must have your signature on several documents. And,
I can't be in your offices at 3 tomorrow.
3:00 will be fine. Goodbye. Bill, I think we've knocked him off base. He's got an accomplice.
And it suddenly occurs to me that I know her name.
Hello?
Adrian?
Damn it, Bill. I told you not to call.
Don't hang up, please. Now, look, I've got to see you.
No, that's impossible. I just heard on the news that you'd been arrested.
I'm out on bail. I'm coming over.
No, if you come here...
Coming. Didn't you plan this thing with me?
Bill, you leave me out of this. I warn you, it'll do you no good to involve me.
Stay right where you are. I'm coming over.
Bill! Oh, I've got to get out of here.
Well, my dear Adrian, where are you going?
Frank, Bill just called. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Oh, will he? He was arrested late this afternoon.
He posted bail. He's out. He's coming here.
I don't believe you are lying. Lying as usual.
He mustn't find you here. He'll know everything if he finds us together.
I won't be here long, my dear. Only you will be here. But you won't be a very cooperative witness.
Witness?
Yes, I heard how you have been talking.
Who told you that?
Mr. Gifford, Mrs. Sperling's lawyer.
It's a lie. I wouldn't betray
He
you.
said the police had a witness who could clear Sperling of the murder charge. Only you can do that.
He was trying to trick you, don't you see?
No, he is too stupid to lie to me. I distinctly remember he said it was a woman.
No.
He said she.
You've fallen into a trap. You've got to get out of here.
I don't believe you. You've turned the tables on me. You've thrown in again with Sperling because you think he'll have the money.
No.
Don't move away, my dear.
No, don't.
The needle won't be painful.
Don't, please. Please, you're wrong. Don't.
Hold still.
No.
You can't run. You can't fly. Ever again.
You. Oh.
Open up! Police! There he is,
the window. Stop him.
Stand where you are, Lupescu, or I'll shoot. You're under arrest.
And you'll be interested to know, Bill, that the DA has dropped all charges against you. You're free to do anything you please, go anywhere you please.
Yeah.
You're a very lucky guy. You've got off easy. But you don't seem very happy.
I'm not. Harold, I realize what a miserable character I am.
You'll get over it. The money will help you forget.
About that money.
Yeah.
I want you to set up some sort of thing where it can be given away. Give it away in Ann's name, all of it.
I see. What about you?
Me? I'll make out. I'll make out.
Bill Sperling, a weak man, a selfish man, urged, persuaded, walked down the dark road that led to murder. Only a last-second breath of decency deterred him from his purpose and made him realize that he almost killed the one person in the world he loved and who loved him. I'll be back in a moment. You have just heard a tale of weakness, betrayal, and murder. When Bill Sperling walked out of his attorney's offices, alone, penniless, his empty life before him, he had one small seed of consolation. He knows Ann's money, which he once wanted enough to kill for, would be used for good. He knew in his heart that that was the way she would have wanted it to be used. Our cast included Mason Adams, Marion Seldes, Vicky Vola, Jackson Beck, and Sid Sloan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
They got me down on the local casualty list. They think I'm dead. Do you get what I'm saying? They've listed me as dead.
But how can that be?
Well, I must have helped it along a little. I switched wallets with a guy. His was fatter than mine, but he had no use for it anyway. But then the whole train caught fire. He must have been burned beyond recognition. But the wallet was okay.
Why, that's awful. You'll have to tell them.
No, I don't have to tell them a thing. Why should I?
But what for?
No, now listen. What's the only valuable thing we own?
What?
You know about the insurance policy?
Yes.
$75,000. $75,000. More money than we could save in a lifetime.
But we can't collect it. Not if you're alive.
I'm going to stay dead, Myrna. Understand?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As your guide into the world of the macabre, I have led you along paths where we have encountered all manner of the abnormal, from apparitions to creatures from outer space. It is a shadowy land that we explore and where we come face to face with phenomena that we ourselves may have dreamed about or experienced. So beware and follow me with care. Now, if you will look where I am pointing, you will see a small room in the Hotel Pont Neuf in Paris. It is after dinner, and the man who has entered the room is an American newspaper man named Joe Smith.
What the devil? Don't move, Mr. Smith. What do you mean breaking into my room and going through my things? Oh, no. No, Mr. Smith. I don't want to shoot you. That would defeat my purpose. Which is? To find out how much you really know about Marco Hestos and the fortune he left behind.
Our mystery story, Family Album, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Search for news, a reporter has the curiosity of a cat and the imagination of an inventor. He is constantly asking why. If he cannot explain why something has happened, and if he is turned aside with a no comment, he has only one recourse. Consider what facts he has, fit them into a pattern, and then imagine the missing pieces. Then he writes his article. We accept his facts, and we indulge his speculations. Joe Smith is an established reporter with a byline on a New York daily. At 4 o'clock on a rainy afternoon.
Joe Smith. Oh, hi, Frank. Oh? Are you sure? Great. Hey, that's big, pal. I'm on my way. Ned, hold the first page. This better be good. What have we got? Frank Brady's got it. The detective, buddy? Yeah, they just found Marco Hestos. What? They fished him out of Pelham Bay. He's in the morgue downtown, and it's an exclusive. Brady, sure? He says, absolutely. Okay, what are you waiting for? Get Charlie to dig out everything he can about Marco. I'll need it for background. Photographer? The police will have shots. I'll take some of my own. It's a scoop, Ned. Yeah, the most wanted international criminal. Charlie, I'll be back in an hour. Order up some sandwiches and coffee. Yes, Mr. Editor? I want everything we have in the obit files on Marco Hestos.
What's he done now?
He got himself done in.
Marco?
Mm-hmm.
The man's indestructible, Ned.
He has been, but the police have just fished him out of Pelham Bay. Lieutenant Brady tipped Joe, and he's on his way. I'm holding the front page. Get Marco's obit file.
Now I'll type up what facts we have, but there aren't many, Ned. The guy's been suspected of everything from murder to bossing a dope ring, but he's only arrested once.
Yeah, as a spy for East Germany.
And they sprung him. It's hard to believe he's dead. Makes me sad.
Wipe your tears and get to work.
Found him Pelham Bay, huh? Marco deserved better than that. Off to Riviera or Capri, not Pelham Bay. He was my favorite anti-hero.
Yes, sir, he was a dandy. The world has lost its number one skunk.
And that's unfair to skunks.
Well, Ned, it's good, Joe. Real good.
Oh, it's better than good. And that's a good shot of Lieutenant Brady. I can't say much for the one of Marco Hestos. That bloated face could be anyone. Brady sure that guy's Marco?
You read my story, Charlie.
How long dead, Joe?
The medic couldn't say. Several days to a week or so. The clothing, as I wrote, is French-made. No identification for the money belt, but everything in it is Marco's. His visa, my ID, notes, the writing, Frank's, everything. Okay, Charlie, it's all yours. We print.
Right.
Feel kind of drained, my boy? Sure. It's been a rough few hours. Feel up to a good dinner? Well, I had half a sandwich. No. I mean a meal. This scoop has given me an idea I'd like to talk over with you. Okay. What is it? Not here. I've talked it over with the publisher, and it has his blessing. But it's really up to you. Well, anything's okay with me, Ned. Any assignment. Just don't take me off the street, huh? That's where I'm alive. The street is where it all hangs out. But not just in little old New York. Well, do we order, or are you going to tell me first? The death of Marco Hestos is a big story, Joe.
It fell into my lap. We have Brady to thank for that.
He's been a good friend. Joe, let me ask you a question. Who was Marco Hestos? Let's skip the obvious. An international criminal, a spy, head of a drug smuggling ring, an attempted assassin. He ranged all over Europe. But who was he?
Nobody knows.
Well, somebody must. He was born, and now he's dead. For 30 years, he lived by crime. I want to trace that man's history.
I see.
You're an investigative reporter. What I want is the truth about the man's life, a biography written in installments as you track him down.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Ned.
We know that with famous or infamous persons, the public has a great curiosity about them. Not just as headliners, but as human or inhuman beings. This guy was the worst. How come? I want you to string his life together. An article a week. It could be prize-winning stuff, Joe.
I'm for it, Ned. The problem is, though, where to begin?
France, the Sûreté. I'll have our Paris correspondent arrange a meeting with the head guy, and you take it from there. Write it first person. Take the reader along on Marco's odyssey in crime.
Okay.
And, watch your step.
What?
Think, Joe. You're going snooping. A snoop is never popular, especially among crooks. Marco's dead, but some of his former pals are still alive. You think they want their names in the paper?
It is guesswork, Monsieur Smith. Marco is questioned many times as a suspect, and he identifies himself as a Greek, then as an Albanian, again as Yugoslav, or a citizen of France. All lies, naturellement. We do not know where he was born.
Well, someone must know.
Peut-être. It is my advice that you go first to Marseille. It was there several years ago we exposed the smuggling band. Marco and Etienne Brissard escaped.
Is Brissard still at large?
No. Soon after his escape, he is found stabbed in the chest. It is not hard to explain. Brissard demanded money from Marco, and he killed him. The knife was Marco's weapon.
That's how Marco died. Stabbed in the chest.
Oui. And to me, that is odd.
So, I talk with the police in Marseille.
No, they may be of help, but I doubt it. Marco assuredly was not French. It is the opinion of the Sûreté that he was of Mediterranean origin. A Turk, perhaps.
Well, there is Cyprus.
It is not to be overlooked. If Marco was a Turkish Cypriot, someone may tell you so, but with reluctance. Marco was not a credit to his people.
Monsieur Kenway, I have to begin somewhere. I'll fly to Nicosia.
This is a dangerous investigation, Mr. Smith.
So my editor told me.
Yes, he is wise. There are men at large for whom we still search. Some may wonder why an American newspaperman is digging into the past of Marco Hestos. When you dig, you may discover information that has escaped the police of many countries, including your own. We think it was to America that Marco went after Marseille.
You really think some former associate of Marco's might try to stop my investigation?
It is possible, for two reasons. First, you might expose someone who wants to conceal the past. Second, what if someone thinks that you have information that could be valuable to them?
What could I know that might be valuable?
Marco was rich. Where is his money?
I haven't the vaguest.
So you say. I believe you. Others may not.
Yeah.
If someone thinks you possess this information, he will want it.
Then I'll raise the question in my first article.
Oui?
I'll include a question about what happened to Marco's fortune.
I would like to discourage you from this investigation. You report that Marco is dead, yeah? He was an evil man. I would forget him. Study our files. From them, you can write your biography.
I'll study them, and thank you, but my job is to fill the gaps between the facts. And now that's what will make my story.
As you please. I wish you good fortune, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The Sûreté will follow you. Whether you like it or not, your life is in our hands.
What's your opinion, Charlie?
Hey, it's a good first installment.
Good picture of Andre Conway, the Sûreté files. Yeah, it's good. But it needs an ending with more punch.
Oh, you read too much fiction, Ned. The story's got a theme, the search for the identity of Marcos Hestos. And it's got a hook. What happened to Marcos' money? I think it's a good start.
The hook is good. Conway's idea, probably. It relieves me. I don't want anything to happen to Joe.
You talked to him?
Yeah, this morning. He was leaving for Marseille.
But the artist?
I know. He was going direct to Nicosia. Changed his mind. Let me see. It's midnight there. Joe said he might have a paragraph about his arrival. I'm waiting around for his call.
I'll hang around. You might need a writer.
No need to. We got another day before we print the magazine section. If Joe's got a few more lines, he'll dictate them to me.
Just the same, I'll get us some coffee and keep you company. You sound kind of nervous.
I am nervous.
I'll break your neck. No, Monsieur Smith. I am not the man who attacked you. Come, I will help you to your feet.
Someone came out of the shadows. Hit me in the back of the head.
He was very swift. When the darkness falls, it is unwise for anyone to come to the waterfront of Marseille.
Who are you?
Gustave.
Hey, did you see the man attack me?
Oui.
And you frightened him away, huh?
I drove him to the edge of the pier, and he jumped into the water. I advise you not to walk down here at night.
Yeah. Hey, you saved my life.
Oui. Now, you return to the hotel, yes?
Yeah, I'll report this to the police.
There's no need to do that, monsieur.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Then we say no more about it, oui?
Okay.
You'll forget me and my name, which is not my real name. You have had a narrow evasion, how you say, escape. Oui. Almost your body was found in the harbor.
Yeah. The going gets rough.
So you were told. You cannot afford to be careless. Adieu. And bonne chance.
Gustave. That's not his real name. You know who he works for, but I don't want to say so in the story, okay?
Yeah. Joe, forget the investigation and come home. You're not a detective. I don't want you knocked off.
Not on your life, Ned. This is getting exciting. I'm leaving here in the morning.
You come home, damn it.
I'll file the next installment from Cyprus.
No, Joe, I want you back in New York.
So long.
I get the impression Joe won't obey orders.
What's the matter with that fool?
Nothing. His travelogue has turned into a dangerous adventure. Expect Joe to dodge that?
He could be killed.
Sure he could. A reporter takes that kind of risk. You know that, Ned.
Well, what am I going to do?
I'll tack this closing paragraph to the first installment, and we run it as planned. It was you who wanted an ending with more punch.
Yeah. I figured on some excitement, but not on a murder attempt.
Let's hope it's the last.
It won't be.
Crime reporting is a risky business. The underworld fears the printed word even more than it fears the police. It is hard to hide from a story in the press. Words are a hoodlum's intangible enemy. Joe Smith's attempt to reconstruct the history of Marco Hestos has already drawn one murder attempt on his life. When he reaches Nicosia... Oh, but that's when I return with Act Two. Marco Hestos is an enigma, an international criminal found dead in Pelham Bay, New York. What heredity and environment produced his evil, destructive career? That is what Joe Smith has been sent to Europe to reconstruct. It's a few weeks later. In the newsroom in New York, Ned Powers puzzles over Joe's second article.
Another good installment, Charlie.
They've all been good. So is the readership.
They've got suspense.
Marseille, Nicosia, Smyrna, Athens, Belgrade, and now Paris again. You know something, Charlie? I keep going back to that report Joe filed from Nicosia. Why would he write that Marco's money might be his?
I took that out of the report, remember?
Well, it made no sense. I asked him about it. He said he'd explain later, maybe. And he wasn't referring to reward money. There is none. That reference bugs me. Why would Joe say that Marco's money might be his?
I can't imagine.
It was in Nicosia that Joe... No, it's too far-fetched.
That's where it began, Ned. That's where Marco Hestos was born.
It was all too easy. Over the years, the police failed to identify Marco, and along comes our Joe Smith and finds out that Marco was a Turkish Cypriot. That's too easy. It's too pat. Why would Joe succeed where the police failed?
Just a lucky break. He found that relative of Marco's, that old woman in the hills. He wrote about that, you remember? Vaguely, I admit. But...
Vaguely is right. Obscurely. That old woman and her family have been up there in the hills all their lives. She never came forward with this information before.
People clam up with the police, Ned. You know that.
Well, what about the name? Hestos isn't Turkish. It's Greek. Joe wrote that Hestos was a Turk. Why didn't he give us his real name?
He didn't send us pictures of the old woman either. My guess is he's protecting her. Marco had nothing but enemies. There could be reprisals against the family.
Yeah, that's possible, but it's not satisfactory. What the devil happened in Nicosia?
He'll fill it in when he returns from Paris.
He's withholding a lot. Marco's real name, pictures, the reason he's changed this point of view.
He's returning this week?
Hopefully in one piece. Charlie, let me try something on you. I warn you, it's pretty fantastic.
Okay, let's hear it.
We began with a question. Who was Marco Hestos?
Okay.
Now, ask yourself this. Who is Joe Smith?
What the devil? What do you mean by breaking into my room and going through my things?
No, Mr. Smith. I don't want to shoot you. It would defeat my purpose.
Which is?
To find out how much you really know about Marco Hestos and the fortune he left behind.
You've been in Marseille in the last few weeks, Mr.
Hunter. No. Nicole anticipated that his name might appear in your article, so he acted to prevent it. Your mention of him as one of Marco's former associates forced him to leave Marseille. An impulsive man.
He survived his jump from the pier.
So I have been told.
And who are you?
An enemy who could be a friend.
Then lower that gun. It makes me nervous.
Of course. Thoughtless of me.
Why have you ransacked my room?
Oh, I regret its appearance. I did not expect you to return so soon from dinner.
Yeah. What were you looking for?
Information. I followed you all over Europe.
And did you find what you sought?
You keep thorough notes. You're fortunate to be alive, Mr. Smith. No, I did not find what I expected. But now that we've met, I want you to tell me what you've concealed. If you cooperate, you will live and become rich. If you don't...
Go on.
Many of Marco's circle... Shall we continue to refer to him as Marco, huh? Oh, well, why not? Many of them have been forced to scatter. Your pen did that.
Good. I hope the Sûreté rounds up all you rats. You're a big one, I suspect.
I was a business associate of Marco's.
Part of the Marseille smuggling gang. Yeah, I've heard your name.
Marco absconded with a fortune. I want my share.
Yeah, fat chance you'll ever get a cent.
But it exists. And we know where it is, don't we, Mr. Smith?
We? Gee, I haven't a guess where it might be. Cyprus, Greece, Switzerland, even France.
In your first article, you indicated that you might know where it is.
Sure I did. Pure speculation. I wrote that to protect myself. Now, if Marco's hoodlums thought I knew, others would know. My editor, for one, the police. That put the money out of reach, including yours, Mr. Hunter.
I don't believe you, Mr. Smith.
Tough. That's the truth.
You know where the money is as well as I do.
Okay. Tell me.
After we reach an agreement...
What's your proposition?
You know where the money is, and I'll tell you why you know.
How can you complete your series of articles without a smashing conclusion, huh? You've done quite a remarkable job of tracing Bayer.
Who?
Telltale slip, Mr. Smith. You have traced Bayer from his birth in Nicosia to the United States.
And to his death.
Now, in your last article, you must report the final truth about the man. His real name, his new name, his occupation in the United States, and where he has his money. You have that information. You have to have it, or the story is incomplete.
I have none of that information. You read my notes.
You have it in your head. Can you deny that you know Marco's real name? No, of course not.
Yeah, you're talking fiction.
No, not fiction. Fact. I want to share in your final investigation. I'll even share some of Bayer's money with you.
You know where the money is hidden?
Just as you do, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't. If I did, I wouldn't want any of it.
Oh, that's foolish. You have some claim to it, Mr. Smith. You must realize that, of course. I am a fair man.
Yeah, I'm returning to New York in the morning.
So am I.
I won't forget your face.
I have several. Once I have my share of the money, you may write anything you like about me. I'll vanish. The money's in New York. I need your help to obtain it. Frankly, I'm afraid to act alone. If you refuse to ally yourself with me, I'll have to kill you.
Well, either you're crazy or I'm dense. And why are you afraid to act alone? I mean, if you know where Marco left his money, why not just go there and grab it?
Tell me how.
Well, just take it.
From a bank account.
So that's where it is. Yeah, that does present a problem, doesn't it? Well, I don't think you'll ever get the money, Hunter.
But we will, Mr. Smith.
A check requires a signature.
That's perfectly true.
And dead men can't write checks.
You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Smith? Either you're a superb actor or you really don't know the truth. Well, take care of yourself. I'll call on you in New York. If you please to describe the man, Mr. Smith.
Well, he's about 5'6", slight, narrow face, parrot-like, very calm and self-assured. He didn't seem deadly to me.
We know him, of course. And now he refers to himself as Mr. Hunter?
Yes, Monsieur Kenway.
He has been arrested on minor charges, but we have not been able to hold him.
He said he followed me all over Europe.
And we have followed him without any reason to detain him. He is a man of many faces and names, but he is not a killer, except in self-defense. Unlike Marco. He enjoyed killing. He still does.
I beg your pardon, Monsieur Kenway?
Mon cher Monsieur Smith, do you doubt that Marco is still alive?
I saw his body after...
No. It is a profound mistake that has been made. Many times before, Marco is reported dead. Then he reappears. Monsieur Hunter spoke the truth. He wants money from Marco. That means Marco is alive.
But the identification, the clothing...
For a Marco Hestos, that kind of thing is easy to arrange.
Then who's the dead man? The one the police fished up?
Someone like Hunter. Someone who dared to confront Marco to blackmail him.
Well, that makes the police look stupid.
Oh, I disagree. Why should the New York police not think they've recovered the body of Marco Hestos? The flesh was disfigured, oui?
Yeah.
But the other evidence convinces the police that the man is Marco. We make mistakes, especially when we deal with so clever a man as Marco.
You really think he's alive?
Hunter is no fool.
Yeah. Well, what do you advise me to do?
It requires strong nerves, Mr. Smith. I would, how do you say it, play out the string.
Meet with Hunter?
He will lead you to Marco.
Well, that's it, Ned, all of it. And Hunter's here in New York? He said he'd be here. If I get knocked off, you got the whole story. The last installment.
I don't want the last installment. You're off the assignment as of now. I mean it, Joe. This becomes a police matter now.
What can they do about it, Ned? What have they got on Hunter? Say they pick him up. He'll deny Joe's story.
And what about Marco? Only Hunter can lead us to him.
You began to say buy something, Joe.
Something you held back? Well, yeah. All right. Let's have it. Something to do with Nicosia? Yeah.
Ah, we wondered about that article, Joe. No name, no picture.
I don't believe it myself, but... Well, it's possible. Who was by something? Bayar. Kemal Bayar. Marco's real name.
Why did the old woman in the hills tell you, Joe?
Because... It's crazy. Because of my marked resemblance to him. Now, look at me. I am Joe Smith, right? But that's a common American name, but I am not your conventional Joe Smith. I'm dark-skinned. I have black hair. I was adopted when I was a year old.
Know anything about your background, Joe?
During the last war, Kemal Bayar was lost when the trawler he was on went down off Sicily. He was sunk by a German plane. Kemal was married. He sent his pregnant wife and sister to America.
Well, what happened to them?
The sister returned. I met her in a small hill town. She told me that Kemal Bayar's wife had died and the child was left for adoption.
I begin to understand.
I have to see this through, Ned. Orders or no orders.
Of course. If Ned doesn't see it, I do, Joe.
But it's preposterous. This whole thing is wild. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. The Smith... Leave them out of this, Ned, please.
Go and get some rest, Joe.
I'm not tired. But I will go home and wait for Mr. Hunter to pay me a visit. Joe, the police... I don't want them to know anything. I don't want Hunter scared off. He knows who Marco Hestos is. He knows his new name, whatever it might be. And I know he was born Kemal Bayar.
Joe, you really suspect?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. If it's true, I'll be kind of notorious, won't I?
Ah, bunk. You're Joe Smith and always will be to us.
Yeah, but maybe not to the old woman and her family in the hills above Nicosia.
And so an investigation into the life of a notorious criminal takes two grotesque turns. Marco Hestos may still be alive, and Joe Smith accepts an alliance with Mr. Hunter to blackmail Marco. What began as a search has turned into a hunt. A coincidence is an event that is remarkable because of a lack of apparent causal connection. But is there such a thing? Everything has a cause. And the cause for a so-called coincidence may go back a lifetime and then suddenly appear. In Act 3, we will continue to follow Joe Smith's odyssey. Interest in our personal past history has become pronounced in recent years for the curious reason that we would like to know where we came from. I think it's true that we come into the world with the mark of our descent, a roundabout way of saying heredity. Joe Smith is an orphan. I doubt if he gave much thought to his origin, but now the subject seems to have been thrust upon him. He has just returned from dinner.
Oh, come in.
Thank you.
I've been expecting you. All right, I'll cooperate with you, Hunter.
Splendid. I've assumed that.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Very sure.
How did you know that Marco Hestos was still alive?
Because I followed Roger Trush to New York several months ago.
And who's he?
He was an unimportant member of the smuggling ring.
And?
He found Marco.
Who is Marco now? What does he do?
After we've collected the money, I'll tell you.
And Trush?
He's the man the police found in the bay. An easy matter for Marco.
You guys with your demands on Marco don't fare so well, do you? First Brizard, then Trush, and now you.
And now me. With your help.
What's the plot?
I've been in touch with Marco. I've given him several days to collect the money. Tonight at 10 o'clock, he will drop it in the telephone booth next to the men's room in Nino's restaurant on City Island. We will arrive there at 9:30. I will wait outside for Marco to arrive. At 10 o'clock, you will go to the booth and collect the money, join me in my rented car, and we return to the city.
Just like that, huh?
I foresee no problems.
You're dealing with a killer, Mr. Hunter.
I know that.
And you expect him to drop off the money and wave goodbye. You've made your play, he'll make his. He'll hire a gun, and before we take off, we'll be shot.
When we drive away, Marco will be in the back seat with me, covered. You come out with a briefcase with the money, and we leave. We put Marco out in mid-town.
And then you vanish, as you put it, and I go home, huh? In a few days or a week, I'm wiped out. I'm a sitting duck for Marco's mob.
You will be until your final story is printed. Once you reveal Marco's true identity, the fact that he's alive and is a successful businessman, you're out of danger. He will disappear. The danger to you is the next few hours, say until you've written your story.
Meaning I'd better hide out, huh?
Or leave the city.
Okay, Hunter. When and where do you pick me up?
9 o'clock at 62nd in Madison.
And what if I report this caper to the police? They'd nail you and Marco at Nino's.
But you wouldn't be alive to report it, Mr. Smith. Are you eager to become a martyr?
Yeah. Okay, I'll see you at 9. I hope you're not underestimating Marco Hestos, pal.
Get going. We are perfectly safe, aren't we, Marco?
This is cheap melodrama, Mr. Hunter.
I know you too well, Marco.
I agreed to your terms. You have the money.
For which I thank you. This would please Etienne Brissard and Roger Troche, eh?
You have an assistant, Mr. Hunter.
Your biographer.
The writer, Joe Smith. I've read his articles. Very thorough. Except for the one about Nicosia. It was there you should have discovered that I was born Kemal Bayar.
I found that out.
Ah, but you did not write it.
I didn't write about your sister either, or the others in your family.
Why not?
You wish them dead?
A point. I thank you for that. Where do we go from New York, Mr. Hunter? What a foolish question I ask. You will not leave New York. Marco has many eyes. They are everywhere, at the airports, at the docks.
And I have many faces. You don't frighten me.
And you, Mr. Smith, as an accomplice of Mr. Hunter, how do you feel?
Me? Oh, just great. I never felt better in my life. Why do you insist on our coming back to my place, Hunter?
Because I promised to give you information to complete your story.
If I got a chance to write it. You heard Marco.
He said nothing.
He didn't have to.
The man was Kemal Bayar. Then Marco Hestos. And when his trawler was sunk in the war, Marco escaped and became a spy, an assassin, a smuggler of dope all over Europe and the Mideast, from Tripoli to East Valley.
Yeah, I know most of that. But who is he now?
After he killed Etienne Brissard, he became Mario Estes. On his new passport, he's an American. He's here in New York as an importer. Do you know Harrison, New York?
Sure, it's in Westchester.
Well, that's where he lives, on a large estate. He's very respected. I told you I'd fill out the story about Marco. Well, I have. But I cannot permit you to write your final chapter.
And now what's your angle?
Marco lives. He has paid me a substantial amount of money.
For blackmail?
No. Money owed to me.
Go on.
I may want more. If you expose Marco, you dry up my source of money.
So you kill me and then what?
That's the end.
I mean, you really think you could get away with that? I mean, are you so stupid, Hunter, you don't know that I anticipated something like this?
Huh?
This entire apartment has been bugged. Our entire conversation has been heard by the New York Police Department.
I don't believe you.
Go ahead, Hunter. Pull the trigger.
I'm shot. Marco.
Brissard, Trush, and finally you, Hunter. I would have preferred the knife. Well, we meet again, Mr. Smith. Before I kill you...
Why hesitate?
You've done my family a service.
So have you.
Explain.
They think you're dead. That made them joyous. You know why. You sent your wife and child to the United States and abandoned them and went on a rampage of crime all over Europe. Your sister returned to Nicosia, but your wife died. The child, your son, Kemal Bayar, was let out for adoption. Now, do you deny any of this?
I did not know what happened. I've lived in the shadows.
Yeah, while your family lived in near poverty in the hills.
I could not return. I sent money.
Very little.
How do you know all about my family?
Look at me. Go on, take a good look.
I've not before seen you under full light.
Well?
It's incredible.
My name is Joe Smith. I was adopted by two fine people. But, Marco. But my birth name was Bayar. I looked so much like you when you were my age that your family thought I was coming home.
They told you who you are.
They tried. I corrected them. I was Joe Smith. Then I got to thinking about it, and I knew the truth. And you know it, too.
You are my son.
I wish you were dead. I wish you'd been the man found in the bay. And maybe I'd never have discovered the truth.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, now let's get on with another murder. Go on, it's routine. I won't resist.
I would never harm you.
Then give yourself up to the police. They're waiting outside my door. They know everything that's been said in here.
What will happen to you?
I'll be marked for life.
I have much money.
Stained with blood. Keep it for your defense.
I have none. You saw me kill Hunter.
You saved me, you could get life.
I do not intend to rot in prison.
Then make a break for it. You could be killed resisting arrest.
You have no feeling for me.
So much so, Father, that I cannot express it.
Goodbye, my son. Goodbye.
What a horrible ordeal.
You had us half dead with fear, Joe.
We're proud of you, Joe. Hell, I'm so proud I'll give you the newspaper.
It's not yours, Ned.
No, I don't want anything. Just my job, if I still have it.
Now what?
I am the son of that...
Wrong. You're Joe Smith, period.
He's dead. He left by the fire escape. The police challenged him. He started firing. He's very, very dead. Yeah. That's good news.
We heard it all as it was being recorded.
I'll write it up first thing tomorrow. Charlie's already written most of the story, the lead on page 1 for tomorrow's paper.
I've covered your conversation with Hunter about the trip to City Island and what happened at the restaurant. All I've got to add is what happened here half an hour ago. I'm going to make you a hero, Joe.
He is a hero. What's the reaction going to be, Ned? Sensational. Yeah, that is going to be hard to live with.
What is?
Well, think of the implications. International criminal trapped by his son and shot down resisting...
Wait a minute.
Nothing like that, Joe.
You don't think I'd include anything about you being the son of Bayar?
But it's the truth. So what? You're Joe Smith. No one, the police included, will ever know that you're Bayar's son. But I am.
What about your adopted parents? They're proud of you.
Do they know, or would they suspect who you were when you were adopted? No, I asked them many times. I know I'm adopted, but that's all we know. I was proud of it until I stumbled on the truth. Now I'm kind of ashamed for their sakes.
Rubbish.
They brought you up straight and tall and honest, and that's what you are. You're no more a Bayar than I'm the grandson of Jack the Ripper.
Look, write the last installment and tell everything that happened. All you omit is Marco's discovery that you're the son he abandoned 30 years ago in New York. He spared your life because you protected his family in Cyprus. Now, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's perfect. What do you say? I order you to forget your connection with Bayar.
And now we're going out to celebrate.
Okay. Hey, one question, though. How did Marco...
How did he plant himself in your room? Yeah. Ned?
You dropped him off in the 70s. He took a taxi. An unmarked police car followed him to your place here. The place was wired and swarming with cops. Marco appeared and let himself in. Well, why didn't the cops grab him?
For what reason? To them, Marco was Mario Festus, a prominent businessman. The police still thought Marco had been fished from Pelham Bay.
They needed his confession on tape, his admission of who he was.
You were the bait. Well, let's get out of here. This is an evening I'd like to forget.
Our story made a point, and a good one, about environment. Joe Smith was brought up in a good one, and it was more important than his heredity. But we cannot deny heredity, and so I'll make this point. Marco, I'll call him that, was brilliant but evil. His natural son, Joe Smith, is talented but good. Heredity furnished the inherent ability. Environment shaped it. I'll return shortly. There are incorrigibles. No question about that. There are also perfectly normal persons whose direction in life is often determined by the conditions under which they live. They are the ones we should help, for our own sake. If we don't, we, the public, are guilty of waste. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Nat Poland, William Griffiths, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Thinking I might reveal my true identity and my purpose.
To what end?
Well, I'm curious to study the reactions of the three people we've been discussing.
I remind you that I and the council are interested only in the success of your mission.
I'm sure you already prepared an alternative in the event that I should fail.
Of course. We shall do a complete min-lobotomal SIF screen of every child in Area 13.
Won't that drastically affect the unskilled labor population and give you a large oversupply in those fields?
Unquestionably. It will also throw off the balance in the skilled fields that we had carefully planned. But that is infinitely preferable to leaving the problem unsolved.
Kyle, just to satisfy my curiosity, what do your computers say would happen if an unaccommodated child went undetected into adult life on this planet?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come here. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. It is said that killing time is the essence of comedy. Just as the essence of tragedy is the killing of eternity. Tragedy, comedy. How can we ever really be sure which is which? After all, didn't Mark Twain say, how comic are our tragedies, how tragic are our comedies? So often, we never know what's expected of us, laughter or tears.
You love this. The expensive clothes, the penthouse apartment, the money, the power. You've been bribed.
That's a lie.
What is this if not graft?
I never took graft in my life. This is all a legitimate part of the job.
You once said you couldn't be had for $1 million. But that was before someone made you the offer. It's different when the money's on the table, isn't it?
Our mystery drama, Nickels and Dimes, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One. During the day, it's a run-down neighborhood of various repair shops and garages. But at least there is noise, movement, life. At night, the rickety buildings are deserted, silent, almost ghost-like. Hardly a soul may be seen anywhere on the street. An automobile comes slowly down the block. Is the driver lost? Is he looking for something? Someone? The car comes to a stop. A stout, middle-aged man gets out. He carries an attaché case. Suddenly, a tall man steps out of the darkness of the doorway. He holds a revolver.
Police! It's the police! Put down that case, put up your hands.
The stout, middle-aged man does as he is told. But meanwhile, as if from nowhere, a third man appears on the scene. He is slim, youthful-looking, and also has a revolver in his hand. Without a word, the third man opens fire. The police detective staggers and then falls to the pavement. The third man picks up the attaché case.
Come on, mister. Get behind the wheel of your car. And let's get out of here. You killed a cop. Would you rather I hadn't?
Why?
I don't like cops. What's in this little valise? Money? In case you got any big ideas, it's payoff money for Big Joe. I never heard of him. He runs the whole South Side. He does, huh? Yeah. I'm one of his collectors. You don't look like a strong arm to me. Oh, look, come on, that stuff went out 10 years ago. Today, you can work like a gentleman. And everyone knows they got to pay off. This tinsmith back there, he didn't have it in this morning, so he said he'd leave it for me in the mailbox tonight. I was just coming by to pick it up. So how much is in here? Well, I can tell you to the penny. It's $9 grand. $9 grand? Yeah. And in case you got any ideas, you can't get away with it. Because Big Joe will hunt you down wherever you go. You see, he just couldn't allow a thing like this. Why couldn't I get away with it? Who knows me? Who's seen me? Why can't I just knock you off like I knocked off the cop and take off with the dough? Who'd know to look for me? Hey, look, now would you give me a break? Will you? Look, I got a wife and I've got kids. Big Joe, huh? He runs the South Side? Oh, yeah, you want to know? He runs the whole town. And he's getting bigger every day. Is that a fact? Well, maybe it's worth $9 grand to get introduced to him.
What's your name?
Ray.
Ray what?
The name I'm using this year is Vance. Ray Vance.
My man Eddie tells me you knock off the cop. Just like that. Why?
I told him I don't like cops.
You could also have knocked off Eddie and kept the dough. You'd have been in the clear.
Maybe I'm looking for more than $9 grand.
Where do you expect to find it, huh?
I was thinking you might have something for me that pays a lot better.
So you want the job, huh? Doing what?
Whatever has to be done.
Well, I tell you how it is. We don't use rough stuff as a rule. Everything's on a highly organized business basis.
Is that so?
Yeah. We run quite a few absolutely legitimate enterprises. Now, if you were an accountant, I might have a spot for you. If you're a lawyer, I could put you to work tomorrow.
When do I start?
I'm explaining the situation.
No, you're trying to lower the price. You're not going to let me walk out of here. For all your lawyers and accountants, it's a guy like me that's the guts of an outfit like this. All this legitimate make-believe without a guy like me for the glue. It all comes apart. Maybe I won't have to knock off 2 guys in 10 years. But when you need me,
I'm the only answer.
The streets are full of guys like you.
You sure of that?
500 a week.
Guys can make 500 driving a truck. Make it $1,000.
You think a lot of yourself, don't you? Huh?
What do you want? You're $9,000 ahead of the game, right?
Shape up 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who is it?
Ella,
Ella? What do you want?
what do I want?
All right.
What do I want?
Okay, I shouldn't have said it.
You disappeared for almost a month without a word. Well, Ray, say something.
I can't say anything right now.
Well, you could have told me you were going undercover.
How did you find out?
I heard on the radio. Barney Smith was gunned down by some hoodlum. I had to take his wife to the hospital.
Oh.
When we got there, Inspector Julian was in the room. He closed the door and explained to us it was a setup. You pretended to shoot Barney Smith while he was arresting one of Big Joe's collectors as a way of getting into the organization. Oh, Ray, you could have told me.
No, I couldn't.
Why?
Because... Look, it's not just another assignment. You know what I've been doing all month? I've been studying, learning, giving myself an intensive course in how to be a hoodlum.
Well, I must say you're acting like one.
You missed the point. It can't be an act. It has to be real. I have to walk, talk, dress, think like a hoodlum. I have to convince a guy like Big Joe that I'm real.
Ray, I'm scared.
He's a genius. Okay, he's an evil genius, the toughest customer in the world to sell. The Federal's got a guy inside his organization once. Big Joe was wise to him in a week. I have to leave everything behind me. I have to lead a new kind of life until we get the evidence on Big Joe. And then it's over.
But what if...
Yeah. What if?
Well, you're not an actor playing a part. Like you say, you have to become a hoodlum. How can you be sure you can come back?
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
Look, a man can't really go against his basic instincts, the things he believes in. Ella, I have to do this job.
Ray, do you still love me?
The Ray Vance that's a police detective loves you. But the Ray Vance that's now a member of Big Joe's organization, to him you're just some dame that rang the doorbell. And who I'm going to dust off.
Ray!
You're part of another world, another life, another way of seeing things, feeling things. And right now you're poison for who I have to be. On account of you, I could get myself killed. You understand? Please try.
All right, Ray. I'll try.
Well, here it is, 8 o'clock. You're right on time.
Time is money.
You read the newspapers?
Only the comics.
It's on the front page. That cop you shot. He's in the hospital. They think he'll live.
I must be slipping.
No, you hit him in the right place. But the bullet was deflected by his shield. Well, it was a good job, Ray.
But that was yesterday.
The guy's name is Barney Smith. I'm told he's an honest cop.
So what?
I can't understand honest cops.
What's to understand?
Where are you from?
The West Coast.
Is there a record on you anywhere?
No.
How did you manage to stay clean, eh?
Smart.
And lucky?
Mostly smart.
What have you been doing with yourself?
Trying to make a buck?
How? With whom?
How? With a .38. And with who? With nobody. I always worked alone.
Why?
Because I was smart enough to figure out that the things I was after, I could get by myself.
So why'd you decide to get a job with me, eh?
Because I've learned something. On my own, I could score, but it would always be nickels and dimes. To make the real dough, you have to be part of an organization. A big organization. Because I got the whole town lined up.
Oh, why my organization?
You're the one everybody talks about. And you're getting bigger every day. It's like investing in one of them growth stocks. Anyhow, here I am.
Yeah, here you are. You'll be back by 1 o'clock. We have to meet somebody for lunch. You ever been in Luzetti's before?
No.
We're meeting Jim Terry. Do you know who he is?
Nope.
He runs the north side.
And you're going to eat lunch with him?
Why not? We're good friends.
Okay.
I want you to meet him. Here comes Jim now. Hey, Jim.
How do you?
Jim, I want you to meet a new associate of mine. Shake hands with Ray Vance.
Ray?
How are you?
Come, sit down. I already ordered your drink, and here it comes. Thank you, Tom. Gentlemen, to good health and happy days. Well, Jim, you asked for this little get-together. What's on your mind, huh?
You've got a couple of guys, Joe, that have to be told where the border is between the north side and the south.
Why? What do you mean, Jim?
What do I mean? I mean everything. One of your collectors is trying to shake down the stores in Trent Street.
Trent Street?
That's fine, Joe. It is, according to the agreement. So you just keep your collectors, your runners, your pushers, and everybody else to the south of it.
Why are you getting so excited, huh?
I'm not excited.
We got us a good agreement, Jim. We've had peace for 5 years. It's been prosperous times for everybody. Now, we're not going to jeopardize everything just for the sake of one street, are we? Huh? Ray, you want to take care of that?
Sure.
And now, let's order lunch. Well, what did you think of the lunch?
What was I supposed to think?
Why do you think we had it, huh?
We had a beef about you moving in on his territory.
Now, why do you think I brought you along?
You said you wanted me to meet him.
No, I wanted him to meet you.
Why?
He's the best judge of people I know. He took one look at you, his face turned pale. You notice how excited he became when he started to argue? It was all because of you.
Me?
Do you know why? It's because he knows that one day you're going to kill him.
How does he know?
It's true. You are, one day, when I've got everything in place. When the time is right.
Which means that so far the fruit is still green on the bough. Here we have Detective Ray Vance, undercover as a hoodlum, and succeeding beyond any reasonable expectation. As a hoodlum, he could kill for his boss. But as a cop, he would have to find a way out of it. Wouldn't he? Well, things ripen a bit in Act 2 shortly. Everyone, said Mr. Mark Twain, is a moon and has a dark side which he never shows to anyone. That dark side, that unknown and mysterious part of our innermost being. We may not even be aware of it ourselves. Does any of us know the true nature of the forces that may be raging through our subconscious?
You sent for me, Joe?
Yeah, sit down, Ray.
What's up?
Something that may become a problem, Ray.
Yeah?
I understand some of the boys are going in for freelance stick-ups. Now, this kind of thing can only get the organization into trouble. I want it stopped. You pass the word. You enforce it, huh?
Okay.
Particularly to guys like Eddie.
Eddie?
Don't let that innocent baby face of his fool you. Now, let's talk about you, Ray.
Me?
Yes, for openers. What do you do with all your money, huh?
It just goes.
Where?
Here and there, on this and that.
On what? You're not blowing it on rent. You live in a dump over on 4th Street. Your clothes? You buy a suit in some cut-rate department store. No. It doesn't go on dames. You're not nursing a gambling habit.
Maybe I'm saving it for my old age.
But suppose you don't live that long, huh? It's all been a waste. No, the time has come to take you in hand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've been waiting for a fellow like you to come along for years. You've got everything I need, Ray. Except one thing. Class. You have to know how to dress, how to live. You have to go to the right places. I found you a studio apartment.
Where?
At the Maximilian Towers. The rent's $1,000 a month.
$1,000?
It's 1 week's salary. Come on. 11 o'clock this morning, you show up at Lou Miller's.
Who's he?
He's my tailor. You'll get measured for some suits. And then I'll send you to a place with the right shirts and ties and shoes.
Hey, what do I need it for?
You need it, Ray. Everybody needs it if they want to be somebody. Like you said, till now, all you ever did was nickel and dime jobs, so everything about you was nickel and dimes. You're moving into a new world, Ray. You have to develop a new attitude.
Your secretary said it was okay to pop in for just a minute, Joe.
Oh, it sure is. Millie Morris, I'd like to present my associate, Ray Vance.
Well, how do you do?
Oh, don't you open next week at the Royal Palace in Vegas?
I'm on my way out there now. Oh, I don't want to interrupt anything. I'm sure you gentlemen are busy. I just wanted to pay my respects, Joe.
Oh, I appreciate that, Millie. Oh, maybe we'll catch you opening night in Vegas, huh?
Oh, that would be great. Goodbye, Joe, and thanks for everything. Well, so nice meeting you, Mr. Vance.
Likewise.
Hey, goodbye, Millie.
That was Millie Morris, the singer?
We own 51% of the Royal Palace Hotel and 31% of her.
Oh.
Oh, that's all part of it, Ray. Class hotels, class acts. You see why we have to be class guys, huh? Don't be late for your appointment with the tailor.
Joe, come in. Come on in. You want a drink? It's all over there on the sideboard. Help yourself.
What a difference a couple of months can make. Oh, look at you. How you dress. How you live. Now tell me, isn't this way better?
Yeah, it's better.
What are you doing tonight?
What do you got in mind for me?
Well, I thought we'd go to the Olympia Club. You know who opens there tonight? An old friend of yours, Millie Morris.
Barney?
Over here, Ray.
Barney. Hey. Old Barney Smith.
It's been a long time, Ray. At least 3 months. The inspector's worried we haven't touched base for too long. Look, we've got to keep connected, Ray. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, look at you. That suit, those shoes. Oh, I hate to think what they cost.
Yeah, I know. But I got to dress the part.
Yeah, you sure look it. I might not have recognized you. So, what are you doing for Big Joe? What have you found out so far?
Nothing we didn't know before.
You always knew he had the gambling, loan sharking, drugs. What we need is evidence good enough for the DA.
Yeah, I know.
All the money, before it gets to him, it gets washed, gets legitimized somehow, somewhere. That's what we need to know. You understand, Ray?
Yeah, I understand.
Look, the federal guy who tried to get in there before you said Big Joe has a book. A little red book with all that information in it. Now, a lot of people could go to jail if we could get that book. That's your job, Ray.
Okay.
You know, Ray, I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about you. You seem different.
I do?
It's almost like you're a stranger, a guy I don't know.
Well, I guess I find it hard to shift gears. I have to go all out at being Ray, who's with Big Joe. And now suddenly I have to be Ray the cop.
Look, you want me to tell Inspector Julian to take you off it?
Why? Look at how solid I'm in there.
Yeah, must be doing a great job, but maybe it's too much for you.
I can handle it.
It's just... you could get lost in there.
Lost?
Yeah, it's what the psychologists talk about. When you play a role, there's always a danger you can start to identify with it.
Look, who knows me better than you, Barney? I'm first, last, and always a cop. Don't worry about me, Barney.
I've got to.
How's Norma?
No, same as ever. All tied up with the kids, one thing and another. I don't know how she manages on my salary. Listen, have you thought about Ella?
No. I just had to put her out of my mind.
Yeah. But she just can't put you out of hers.
Look, the truth is, it's hard times for any woman who ties herself up with a cop.
Ray, couldn't you just see her once in a while?
No, I couldn't.
Why not?
Look, even seeing you sets me back. Because you remind me that I'm a cop. I see things like a cop again. I think like a cop. I react like a cop. I got 45 minutes till I meet Big Joe. 45 minutes to work myself back into being a hoodlum. A $600 suit, $200 pair of shoes, a $90 shirt, but still a hoodlum.
Okay. Just remember your assignment. Get that book. That little red book.
Right on time, as usual, Ray.
You, ready to go?
Well, the show doesn't start till 11. Ray, I decided to double your salary, and that's just the beginning. You know why?
No, why?
Because we're going to earn it. By the end of the year, we knock off Jim Terry. He take over the north side, and we go on from there.
Where?
The sky's the limit. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh, hold on. It's for you, Ray.
Yeah. Hello, this is Ray. Who? You know it for a fact, huh? Okay, chick, I'll handle him.
What is that, the chick Scobie?
Yeah, I use him.
What for?
Well, you passed the word you don't want any freelancing. So I used Chick and one or two other guys to find out who's breaking the rules. He tells me Jerry and a few pals are going to break into an appliance warehouse tonight.
Can you tie that? You actually have your own little espionage network inside my organization.
The work has to get done.
No, you did enough for one day. Now, it's time for a little play.
Big Joe, Mr. Vance, your result table is all ready. Please, come this way.
Well, thank you, Francois. Ray, I don't have anything small on me. Slip him $10, huh?
Okay.
And here we are. I know you will enjoy the evening. Oh, and thank you very much.
$10.
What did you say?
Who, me? I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did. You said $10.
Did I?
Well, there's something wrong, Ray.
What could be wrong?
I don't know. There seems to be something different about you tonight.
Different? Like what?
Well, I can't put my finger on it. Yes, I can. You got a little thing for Millie Morris, huh? And you know she goes for you? You can't fool Joe here. It's Millie, isn't it? You got everything else. All that's missing is a dame.
Come in. Oh, hello, Joe. And, Mr. Vance, is it?
Yeah, we just thought we'd come backstage and let you know how great you were.
Oh, thank you.
And are you doing anything afterward, Millie?
Well, I haven't made any plans.
Well, how about hitting a few of the spots with Ray and me?
Oh, I'd love it.
Look look what time it's getting to be.
Oh, the evening's young.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, I just remembered. I have to make some phone calls.
At this hour?
Yeah, to the West Coast. Ray, do you think you could see Millie home?
Yeah, sure.
Well, and if you two will excuse me, good night.
Good night, Joe. Oh, you don't talk much, do you?
I'm not a talkative guy.
Yeah. There's guys like you who say the most. I've been thinking about you since that morning in Joe's office. I don't know why.
I've been thinking about you, too. I don't know why either.
We think we're kidding.
Nobody.
These things happen when you don't look for them. You least expect them.
What are we going to do about it?
You know what we're going to do about it.
That much is obvious. It was Mr. William S. Gilbert who wrote that a policeman's lot is not a happy one. Mr. Gilbert never met Detective Ray Vance. The way it looks from here, Detective Vance may be headed for an unhappy ending. But he's certainly going to have a happy time getting there. And so will we, in Act 3. The best pretenses are the ones that are sincere, said a Roman philosopher. But if the pretender actually begins to find reality in his make-believe, then it can no longer be considered a pretense. This is obviously the problem of our hero, Ray Vance, seems to be struggling with. He is losing track. Is he pretending to be a cop? Or is he pretending to be a hoodlum?
Darling?
What is it?
I have to go.
Why?
I'm a working girl. I have to rehearse a new routine early in the morning.
I never knew anyone like you.
Well, I never knew anyone like you either.
What's so different about me?
Oh, there's something about you, Ray. It scares people.
Does it scare you?
No, it fascinates me. You're going places.
What makes you say that?
I can tell by the way Joe tries to handle you. He's afraid of you. You're going to become very rich.
Rich?
Ray, you're going to be worth millions. You're going to have everything a man could ever want.
Including you?
Including me. I'll tell you something. This is the first time for me. I'm not saying there haven't been other guys, but this is the first time I know I'm in love. I don't know how to explain it.
You don't have to. This is the first time for me, too.
I understand you and Millie are an item, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad, Ray. She's good for you. There's been a change in you. You don't seem so nervous anymore. Oh, you want to hand me my jacket, please, Ray? I need my keys in the pocket. Thanks. I got a little notebook here, which I keep track of all these transactions. But it's okay. We can talk while I write. Anyway, as I was saying, Ray, you don't seem to be so nervous anymore. You look like you're settled. Like you've made up your mind.
Yeah. I've made up my mind. I'll be with you in a second, honey. Ella.
Well, I guess I'm not the honey you were expecting.
Listen, Ella, I told you...
Well, aren't you going to ask me to come in?
I told you that for the length of this assignment,
Even if she shows up, she won't mind. How could I hope to compete with her? I'm kind of a dowdy little school teacher, and she's one of the most glamorous and beautiful entertainers in America. Oh, quite a place. I would say it's light years away from the flat on 4th Street. And I was stupid enough to believe that you were happy there with me.
Look, Ella, you don't understand.
Do the honest thing, Ray. Resign from the department.
What do you think you're saying? Look, Ella, let me set you straight.
How can you resist her?
What are you telling me? You're jealous?
Ray, remember what we talked about 4 or 5 months ago? The pretense could become real because you would have to suppress your basic instincts and beliefs and develop a whole new set of values? Well, it's happened.
No, that isn't true.
You love this, Ray. Expensive clothes, this luxurious apartment, the money, the power, the whole lifestyle. You've been bribed. This is graft. Oh, how you used to rail against other cops who took it.
I was never on the take in my life. You can't accuse me of that.
Oh, poor Ray. You always saw yourself as straight and incorruptible, and that's because you were never tested. I remember once you said you couldn't be had for $1 million, but no one had ever offered you $1 million. It's different when the money is on the table, isn't it? And then, of course, we have Millie Morris.
Leave her out of it.
How can I leave her out of it? She's part of the bribe, isn't she? Millions of men want her, and you've got her. But could you keep her if you were only a detective first grade?
Look, you don't understand. I'm on a job.
You could finish that job tonight. You have to pick up a certain notebook.
What do you know about it?
It's true. That book has to be available and accessible to Big Joe at all times, which means it has to be in his office. Now, you have access to that office. What are you waiting for?
Things are not that simple.
Oh, I didn't come here to argue. It's just that you were in love with me at one time, or I thought you were. And I wanted to let you know how I feel. Assuming that you care.
I care. I care, Ella. It's just that nothing like this ever happened to me before. All my life it was nickels and dimes. And now suddenly... But you're right. You're right about everything. Look, I'll come through. Just have faith in me.
The question is, do you have faith in yourself? I think I'd better go now.
Ella.
Yes? Goodbye, Ray.
Yeah, hello. Chick? Who did? Eddie. He asked you to help him do a break-in on a jewelry store tonight? Yeah, what time? Where? Okay. Look, play along with him. But don't show up.
I got here as soon as I could, Ray.
How are you, Barney?
Well, me? I'm great. How are you?
Well, tell Inspector Julian we're making progress.
Good.
We should have this thing buttoned up soon.
Terrific.
It's been a tough assignment, Barney. But I've got it all straightened out now.
Inspector Julian will be tickled to hear it. He's been worried about you.
I've been worried about myself.
But you're okay now?
Yeah. I'm okay now.
Good. Call me when you're ready for the kill.
Oh, wait. I almost forgot. I can give you a tip. Strauss's jewelry on Havermeyer and Walnut. There's going to be a break-in entry at 11 o'clock tonight.
I have a little reception committee.
Strange the way these things work out. You know who the punk is? Eddie Correll.
The one I was supposed to collar before you staged a phony safe.
Yeah. And this time he's all yours. Just be careful.
I'm always careful.
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Well, I let myself in with my key.
Oh.
Well, are you going to stand there? Aren't you going to kiss me? What is it, Ray?
Nothing.
No, Ray, there's something the matter.
I was just surprised to see you, that's all.
Surprised?
Yeah, I thought you'd be rehearsing.
Oh, I should be, but suddenly I was seized with this overwhelming, irresistible urge to see you. To have you hold me in your arms.
Millie, I want to talk to you.
You mean you'd rather talk to me than hold me?
Millie.
Darling, every now and then you always appear to be troubled. Oh, put your arms around me, Ray. Can't you tell me what you're fighting against?
What am I fighting against? I must be crazy. What I almost did. What I was almost going to do. Hey, wait a minute. Let me turn on that hi-fi. And let's open a bottle of that champagne. Come over here, Millie. All right, just a minute.
Ray, I waited for her to leave. I didn't want to just barge in.
How do you know she was here?
Well, her car was parked at the curb. I came here to tell you something.
Okay, come inside. But I know what you're going to tell me.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, you're going to sing the same song, different lyrics, maybe.
You're sure that's what I've come to tell you?
What else? But before you say a word, let's cut it short. Look, you said this thing could change me. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, you were right. It did. I changed. I'm not the same way I used to be. You can see that.
Yes.
You said I'd never been tested. It's true. I never was. Well, I'm willing to face it. I can't pass the test.
I see that.
But I want you, of all people, to understand it. To know why.
Is that important?
Yes. You and I, Ella, we were born, we were raised, we grew up in a slum. What do we know about having money that didn't have to pay today's bills or go into the bank to wait for tomorrow's? Well, I don't want any more of that. See, I want this. What you see.
I know that.
Well, if you know it, why did you come here to lecture me again? Look, I'm going to resign from the department.
I know that, too.
Then what are you doing here?
I thought I would tell you the news.
What news?
About a very dear friend of yours and mine.
Who?
Barney Smith.
What about Barney Smith?
He's dead. Killed last night at 11 o'clock.
Barney?
He was on a stakeout with, Artie Connors and Fred Hale. They had a tip. A jewelry store was going to be broken into. Well, they cornered the crook, but he fired a shot at them. One shot. But it killed Barney instantly. Fred and Artie fired back, and the hoodlum is dead, too. Any consolation?
Barney's dead?
Yes, Ray. Barney's dead.
We went to the academy together. I was best man at his wedding. I'm godfather to Barney Jr.
I'm sorry.
Why am I standing around here? I got work to do.
You're late this morning. Oh, you have a rough night?
Yeah.
Why did I say rough? I should have said busy. Hey, what's different about you this morning? I mean, look at you. Where did you get that suit?
Morrison's.
Morrison's downtown department store?
They were having a sale. I picked up the shirt and the shoes, too.
Ray, what's the gag?
There's no gag, punk.
What did you call me?
I'd like to knock you right off that $1,000 leather chair. But you'd probably holler police brutality.
Police?
Keep your hands where I can see them. Don't press any buttons or go for the phone. I'll pick it up.
You're a cop. You can't be a cop.
Detective, first grade, Raymond Vance, at your service.
I must be going crazy.
Sit still. Hello, Inspector Julian. It's Ray. Send a squad car over to Big Joe's. We can bring him in now.
Do you think you can arrest me?
I'm doing it.
What charges?
I could fill a book. Let's just say drug dealing, loan sharking, bribery.
Now I know you've lost your mind.
You are not required to make any statements. Anything you say may be used against you.
You couldn't make a single one of those.
I haven't finished reading you your rights.
You think it hasn't been tried? Nobody, not the city cops, the state prosecutor, the federal, could ever get anything on me.
Is that a fact? Well, this time we have everything we need. In your own handwriting, too.
Hey, what are you...
The drawer. You notice the lock's been broken? The book. The little red book is gone.
The book. How did you know about the book?
You told me.
How much?
For what?
For the book.
It's not for sale.
Yes, it is.
I'm turning it over to the department.
You're selling it to them. Your salary is the way they pay you for it.
Have it your way.
I offer you $1 million cash for that book. And what are they going to give you? Nickels and dimes.
I guess I'll take the nickels and dimes. After all, didn't you once say I was a nickel and dime guy? But you don't have to worry about money anymore, Joe. Here comes your free ride.
And it was a long, long ride that led finally to a long, long term in prison. We hear about those people who have an identity crisis, and we wonder why. What is identity anyhow? Actually, and literally, it means the quality of being the same. But the same as what? Can everyone be the same today as he or she was yesterday? Judged by this standard, everybody goes through an identity crisis every day. Except, perhaps, most of us don't know it. I know I'll be back shortly. Our story is called Nickels and Dimes. And what are nickels and dimes? Small change, which happens to be what most of us are in this world. Nickels, dimes, quarters. We give life its jingle. We operate the machinery. Small change, small potatoes, small beer. Early in the game we find our place. And so many of us who struggle so hard to aspire to the ruffle of dollar bills may discover that all we have gained is some counterfeit money. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. This is a story of love and loss and how people deal with them, or fail to deal with them. There is hardly a more powerful emotion the human psyche can support than love. When love is lost, there is no greater tragedy it is called upon to endure. Yet no one is immune from either experience. We all love, we all lose. Most of us not once, but many times. It is a wonder that we survive. Yet somehow we do.
Look, there. Straight out over the water. You see them? One just dipped down to catch a fish.
What kind of birds are they?
See what long wings they have. Those are Manx shearwaters, the first I've ever seen migrating. Now, those must be the grown birds, the adult ones.
Where are the little ones? The babies and the children?
Oh, they've been left behind.
All by themselves? Alone? By themselves?
Don't worry. They'll catch up.
How can they? With nobody to show them, they won't know how. Our mystery drama, Sand Castles, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose and Jada Rowland.
I'll be back shortly with Act One. We were speaking of love and loss, the joy that exists and the pain that follows. For when we love, we invest a portion of ourselves in the one we love. And when that loved one is lost to us, a bit of ourselves is torn away, set adrift, as it were, with no home, nothing to which it can attach itself. We are then bereft and helpless, calling, come back, come back.
I'm Jeremy Denham. 2 years ago, I was forcibly retired because of age from my teaching job. Last year, my wife died. My children live at a distance with families of their own. What to do with myself? It was with relief that I turned to my enthusiasm of many years, bird watching, with particular interest in shore and water birds and their fascinating migrations. Now, there was a bird sanctuary on an island not too far away, and I had the name of its caretaker, Ralph Poole. I wrote to him, and as soon as I arrived on the island, I strolled down the beach to seek him out. Before I could reach him, I saw a girl. Good afternoon. Lovely day. What are you doing? That was a silly question, wasn't it? You're building a sandcastle. Anybody can see that. Do you mind if I sit down for a minute and watch you?
If you want to. I don't mind.
You're making the moat now, aren't you? Every good sandcastle has to have a moat. The sea comes in later and fills it up. I remember how it was. Yes, I built a lot of sandcastles when I was young. Oh, much younger than you. It was being on the beach so much when I was little that got me interested in birds. That's my avocation, my hobby. Especially shore and water birds. Well, I'm here now because this is about the time when most of them start their migration to the south for the winter.
Oh?
It's about time for the lesser yellowlegs to start for Martinique.
Is it?
1,930 miles. And they do it in 6 days. That's 322 miles a day. Not bad.
I guess not.
Look, they're straight out over the water. One just dipped down to catch a fish. I think they're shearwaters.
They look like seagulls.
No. You see what long wings they have. I believe those are Manx shearwaters, the first I've ever seen migrating. Those must be the grown birds, the adult ones.
Where are the little ones?
Well, they've been left behind.
All by themselves? Alone by themselves?
Don't worry, they'll find their way.
How can they? With nobody to show them.
Oh, now, don't be upset. It's not unusual among birds. The shearwaters hatch their chicks in dark burrows up north and spend all their time fattening them up. The chicks get so chubby that when it comes time to migrate, they can't get out of their burrows, and their parents simply go off and leave them.
What happens to them?
They go on a diet.
You mean that?
Till they slim down, and their tail feathers grow. And then they squeeze themselves out of the burrow, and they head out to sea.
How do they know where to go?
I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I don't know. Nobody does. But these youngsters will locate the ocean and find food and fly over the sea for hundreds and hundreds of miles, all on their own, with no one and nothing to guide them but their own instinct. That had been the only display of emotion the girl had shown. And when it had subsided, she sat staring out to sea without speaking. After a little, I got up and left her to make my way to my original destination, the small cottage belonging to Ralph Poole.
Come in, Mr. Denham. Come in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Poole.
Oh, please, call me Ralph. Sit down and I'll get you a beer.
Yes, that would be very nice.
I just finished your article on banded birds. Enjoyed it.
Well, of course, there's nothing definitive about it.
All the same, every little bit of information helps. Here's your beer.
Oh, thank you.
So, you're here to watch the migrations, you said in your letter.
Yes, and I'd like your permission to wander over your sanctuary.
Consider it done. I'm just here to keep the hunters out. Any bird watcher is welcome.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
You're a little early for the barn swallows.
I may still be here in September when they take off.
I haven't the least idea where they go.
South America. Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, all over.
I didn't know.
Oh, then you're not a dedicated bird watcher, I take it.
I'm a dedicated poet.
Wow, you don't say.
No, not the simplest way to make a living.
I should think not.
Somebody wangled this job for me. No rent, a garden of sorts out back, fish from the ocean. I make out pretty well. Every now and then I sell a bit of verse to some obscure publication. It's a good life.
Not lonely?
If it is, I don't mind it. There aren't tourists. Not that I spend much time with them. Then there are the birds.
So you don't suffer from loneliness?
Well, now and then I have a visitor like yourself. And then there's the girl. She's here every day.
A girl with red hair, eyes the color of pale jade?
Yeah, that's Maureen. Maureen Hart, her name is.
Yeah, I saw her on the beach. Talked to her for a couple of minutes.
This is about the time of day she arrives.
Every day?
Every day.
Doesn't sound as though she came to see you.
She comes to build a sandcastle.
Every day?
Every day.
Huh. Well, that's what she was doing when I stopped to speak to her. You know, a very elaborate sandcastle with turrets and battlements.
Well, she always builds the same one, in the same place.
Huh. Who is she?
I don't know too much about her. She's not very communicative.
Yes, I noticed. I tried to talk to her about birds, my favorite subject, and the only time I got a definite reaction from her was when I told her about the Manx shearwaters. I thought I saw a flock flying over.
She's interested in shearwaters? I didn't know she was interested in any of the birds.
It was when I told her that the adult shearwaters often start their migration ahead of their offspring, leaving them behind in the Canadian burrows where they were born.
She's interested in that?
No, she got sort of agitated, wanted to know how the young birds would know where to go.
I'd like to know that myself.
Well, so would I.
You mean nobody knows?
Well, instinct is the best answer anybody's come up with. But, listen, tell me more about this girl who builds sandcastles.
Her mother works in town, behind the counter at a pizza parlor. I think Maureen helps out now and then. Actually, beyond that, I don't know very much.
Pizza parlor, you said, where the mother works.
It's the only one in town. Her name is Eleanor Hart. Let me know what you find out, if anything.
Oh, I will. I certainly will.
Because I like the girl. I do. I really like her.
I don't quite know what I had in mind when I went looking for the mother of the young girl on the beach. Perhaps I was simply feeling lonely and out of touch with my life, and this was a way of taking my mind off my own desolation. Something to pass the time. Whatever my motivation, I quickly located the pizza parlor, the only one in town, with only one woman behind the counter.
Yep, what'll it be?
Are you Mrs. Eleanor Hart by any chance?
That's me.
Yes, well, my name is Jeremy Denham. I'm just here for the summer.
Oh, yeah, one of those.
You don't seem to be terribly busy at the moment. I wonder if I might talk to you.
What about?
About your daughter.
What about my daughter?
Maureen, I believe her name is.
Well, what about her?
Well, I ran across her this afternoon, and we talked a little.
About what?
Well, I did most of the talking, I'm afraid. About birds. Migrating birds.
Maureen don't know nothing about birds.
No. That is my interest. I'm afraid that I bore lots of people with it.
Well, what were you trying to do? Pick her up?
Oh, no. I'm a bit past the age for that.
Yeah, darn right. Not that I'd put it past her.
I beg your pardon?
Anything in pants. You know.
No, I don't. I really don't.
Every day she runs out of here, middle of the afternoon, leaves me to run the place by myself.
You think that she...
She goes off to meet some man. What else?
Oh, I don't think that's true. That's not true at all.
How would you know? You just met her.
Oh, that's so,
but... No new thing with her. She's been doing it for years.
How many years?
Since she was a kid. Used to run off right after school. Didn't show up till dinner time. Wouldn't tell me where she'd been or doing what or who with. But I knew. And I know now. It's some boy she's meeting on the sly. With her, it's always a boy. Always has been.
Mrs. Hart, it is not a boy.
Well, by now, it's a grown man.
The only man she meets is the caretaker at the bird sanctuary.
There. You see? I knew it was a man. Who is he?
But his name is Ralph Poole, and they hardly know each other.
That's what you think.
That is what I know. He told me.
And you believe him?
Yes. I've no reason not to. Well, he's spoken to her a few times, found out her name, your name. He's the one that told me where to find you. But that's all that has happened between them. He likes her, he says, but there is no, romantic involvement. I'm sure of that.
He wouldn't have told you if there was, any more than she'd have told me. You don't know much about the world, mister.
I think I do. No, he would not lie to me.
Why wouldn't he?
Well, because he's not that kind of a man.
Look, I don't think we've got any more to talk about. Thanks for taking an interest in Maureen.
She doesn't go there to meet Ralph Poole or any other man. Please believe me.
No? Then what does she go there for?
To build a sandcastle.
To what?
To build a sandcastle.
Why would she do that?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
It's crazy. That's what she was doing when her brother drowned. But that was 10 years ago.
I couldn't find my voice to respond to what the woman said. That's what she was doing when her brother drowned, but that was 10 years ago. Had the girl been building sandcastles by the sea for 10 years? And if she had, why had she been doing it?
I venture to say that there are literally no mundane lives. Set out to investigate the details of any one of them, and sooner or later you will come upon something that marks it unusual, dramatic, or tragic, or perhaps all three. No life is ordinary or uneventful. If it seems so, it is because it is unexamined. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Loss is a separation. In the mysterious realm of psychiatry, there is something called a separation neurosis, where the psyche cannot bear up under the strain of separation from someone loved, valued, or simply relied upon. It fills up with terror, despair, and impotency. Perhaps, I do not really know. It has its origin in infancy when the helpless baby is left alone by the mother with no certainty that she will ever return. Or perhaps it goes back as far as the original separation from her body.
This character, I thought, who'd come barging into my place of work, asking about my daughter, dredging up something I'd finally managed to live with. The death of my little son. I felt like throwing him out, telling him never to show his face again, but for some reason I'll never understand, I didn't. Maybe because he seemed so concerned. Not just interested, but really concerned.
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Hart. I had no idea.
Oh, that's all right. It was a long time ago.
Is it very painful for you to talk about it? If it is...
It's not painful, exactly. Maybe if I talked about it more when it happened.
You mean you didn't? You didn't talk about it?
It was such a shock.
Oh, yes, of course it was.
He was only 2 years old, you know. 2 years and 2 months.
That's terribly sad.
Yes, it was sad. He'd be 12 years old if he hadn't drowned. And maybe my husband... Maybe he...
Yes.
When Kenny drowned, he just took off. Hasn't been heard from since.
Oh, I am sorry.
I'll tell you the truth long as I'm at it. He and I hadn't been getting along for quite a while. Actually, I had Kenny because I thought a new baby would fix things up between us.
He did stay with you for 2 years.
2 years and 2 months. He liked having a son, but he never liked being married to me.
So you had no one to share your grief with?
No.
And neither did Maureen.
I suppose.
Very hard to mourn alone.
Well, you just put it out of your mind completely. Forget it ever happened.
Have you been able to do that?
Well, yes. There are times when I think about it, think back to what was or what might have been, but then I get real busy doing something and I'm all right. And life must go on, you know?
Yes, I do know. My wife died last year, and my life is going on.
Did you love her?
Most of the time I did. Other times she irritated me and got on my nerves. But the odd thing is, when she passed away, I missed the times she got on my nerves almost as much as, the other times.
I see what you mean.
Now, if it isn't too difficult for you, would you tell me about the sand castle?
After my husband cut out, I had to go to work. He never sent any money. What am I saying? He never even sent a postcard. And here I am in this dinky town with a 13-year-old daughter. That's not easy.
I can see how it wouldn't be.
Yeah, pretty daughter. Red hair, green eyes, neat figure. Oh, you've seen her.
Oh, yes, she's very pretty.
Yeah, always was. The boys at school were after her all the time. And not that you could blame them.
No, certainly not.
I used to bring Kenny to work with me. Then after school, Maureen would stop by here and pick him up. Take him to the beach. Anyway, that's where she said she took him.
Oh, probably was.
Maybe. I know I didn't see either one of them till that time for dinner. Then one day, she showed up for dinner without Kenny. I was half out of my mind.
Of course you were.
So naturally, the first thing I said was, "Where's Kenny?" But that girl just gave me this blank look like she'd suddenly gone stupid or something. I kept after and after her. She just kept shaking her head, not talking. She was, like dumb or something.
I think she must have been in shock.
Well, that could have been it, I guess.
Well, how did you find out that what had happened to Kenny?
The police showed up. They said some tourists had found the body and reported it. That poor little boy had drowned in 2 feet of water. Got knocked down by a wave, I guess, and drowned in 2 feet of water. Well, I had the devil's own time getting Maureen to tell me how it had happened. She didn't even know. Not really. She kept telling me how she'd been building this sand castle, and it was all finished except for the flag on top. Seems she always put a flag on top, a piece of seaweed or something. She'd gone off to look for it. When she came back, Kenny wasn't there. I don't know if it even entered her head that he might have drowned. As far as she was concerned, he had just disappeared.
Oh, I am sorry for him, for her, for you.
Yeah. I'll tell you something. I have never really believed that story about going off to look for a flag.
No, why not?
It's my private opinion she went off to meet some boy.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, how long does it take to find a piece of seaweed? There's seaweed all over the beach.
Well, maybe she wanted something different on that particular day.
Maybe. And maybe not. Anyway, Maureen, she just went on like nothing had happened.
Oh, surely not.
Oh, yes. Yes, she did. Oh, maybe she got a little quieter for a while, but that's all.
Didn't you talk to her about Kenny?
What was there to say? Kenny was dead. I mean, that's all. There wasn't anything to say.
Yeah. Well, thank you for telling me, but it doesn't explain, does it? Why Maureen keeps going back, building the same sand castle over and over again. We still don't know why she does that. I hadn't told that story in 10 years.
And here I was going over the whole thing with a man I'd never seen before. A nice, older man, but nobody who could possibly understand what I went through when I lost Kenny. I didn't know if to believe him when he said Maureen went to the beach every day and built a sandcastle. So when I quit work, I went to find out if it was true. And there she was.
Hello, Mother.
Just like the man said.
What man?
Old guy came into the pizza parlor, says, "You come here every day. Been doing it for a long time. Building a sandcastle. New one every day. How long you been doing that without telling me?"
Long time.
What else you been doing?
What?
Who is Ralph Poole?
He's the caretaker here.
How old is he?
I don't know.
Married?
I don't know.
You ever think to ask him?
Why should I?
Well, didn't the subject ever come up?
Why should it?
Well, what do you talk about? You and this Mr. Poole.
Today we talked about the tides.
The tides? What did Mr. Ralph Poole have to say about the tides?
It's the way the ocean rises and falls. Twice a day. It has something to do with the way the sun and the moon attract each other.
I see. And this Mr. Poole, do you and him attract each other?
Well, he says the reason my sandcastles get washed away is because of the flood tide.
Well, you know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
Then why, for heaven's sakes, do you keep coming back and making another one?
I don't know why I do that. I think maybe it's because I don't really believe it.
Well, why wouldn't you believe it if you know it's so?
Listen, Mother, Mr. Poole's going to show me.
Show you what?
How the tide comes in and washes away the sandcastle.
And just when does he propose to do that?
The night of the first full moon.
You are going to meet this man on this beach at night?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, you're not.
Yes, I am, Mother.
You and a strange man alone on the beach with a full moon? There's only one way that'll happen, and that's over my dead body.
Yes?
You Ralph Poole?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to come in, please. I'm Eleanor Hart.
Oh, Maureen's mother. Please come in.
Thank you very much.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mrs. Hart.
You are? Maureen's told you about me?
Well, not much, but some.
Has she told you I'm very strict with her?
No, she never said that. She really never said much of anything, except where you worked, things like that.
Well, she's told me about you.
Really?
Yes, really. And she told me what you got planned for her. Her and you.
Honestly, Mrs. Hart, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, the beach, the tide, full moon. You know all right.
No, that.
Now, if you think I'm going to let my daughter out of the house to meet you here late at night...
No. Let me explain, please. It's not anything like what you think. It's just an idea I had.
Yes, I know all about the ideas men have about young girls.
Now, listen to me, please. Someone I know, a friend of mine, he's here for the summer. He's a bird watcher, as I am, in an amateur sort of way. He's here to watch the migration of birds.
An old gentleman?
Well, yes, over 60, I'd say.
I've met him. He came to see me. That's how I know where Maureen goes every day. He told me.
Yeah. Well, I learned from him that some birds migrate by night, which astonished me. Well, naturally, I said, how does anybody know that birds migrate by night? Who's seen them?
Well, who did?
Mrs. Hart, there's something called moon watching.
And what's that?
On the night when there's a full moon, if you set up a telescope, you have a good chance of seeing migrating birds fly across the moon. What do you think of that?
You mean it?
Mr. Denham told me. He's seen them. Now, I don't have a telescope, but I have some very strong binoculars. And the next full moon, I mean to go out on the beach and see if I can spot some migrating birds.
What's all this got to do with Maureen? She don't take any interest in birds that I know of.
I know she doesn't. I don't even think she was listening when I told her about moon watching. But then I told her about the tides and how the flood tide washes away her sandcastles every night. And she was interested in that.
Yeah, she told me.
So I thought I'll combine the two things. Maybe she'll be interested in the moon watching. Maybe she won't. But she'll be there when the tide comes in and washes away her beautiful sandcastle. Then maybe she won't have to build another one.
That moon watching. I'd kind of like to see that myself. He wasn't such a bad guy. Lots nicer than I thought he'd be. Nice looking, too. About 30, 35, something like that. And educated. You could tell that right away. I knew I was taking a chance, but I told Maureen it was okay. She could go meet him on the night of the next full moon.
I suppose we could say that our young heroine is acting under a compulsion. That is, a feeling of being irresistibly driven toward the performance of some action which is irrational. One which she knows and concedes to be irrational. And there lies the mystery of the compulsion. Will demonstrating that the tide washes away every sandcastle she builds deter Maureen Hart from building yet another one? And another? And another? And another? I'll continue with Act 3 shortly. There are three people puzzled by Maureen Hart's daily, continuing construction of a sandcastle on the beach. Jeremy Denham, an elderly retired professor and an avid bird watcher. Ralph Poole, caretaker of the bird sanctuary. And Eleanor Hart, Maureen's mother. While each would like to unravel the secret of the girl's obsession, it is the history of compulsions that no outsider can influence or alter what the compulsive person does not comprehend but simply obeys.
Peculiar woman, Mrs. Hart. I suppose lots of mothers have this fixed idea that every man alive is trying to seduce their daughters. I don't know why this should be, but I don't think it's right. Not that I wasn't attracted to Maureen. I was. But not just because she was pretty. No. Because there was something helpless about her. Something that made me want to protect her and take care of her. Well, anyway, the time of the full moon came around. Maureen and I made a date to meet on the beach.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Poole.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hart.
I thought I'd come along. That moon watching business, I'd like to see that.
I'm very glad you did that. You know how to use binoculars?
I got no idea.
Well, I'll show you as soon as I get them adjusted.
Maureen, Mr. Poole's going to show us how to look through the binoculars. Oh, she won't budge from that sandcastle.
No, the tide has started coming in.
She'll have to move pretty soon.
There. Try that.
Okay. Oh, I can see the moon all right. And no birds, though.
Maybe we won't see any. You have to be lucky. Wait.
Huh?
Listen.
I hear it.
If we're lucky, some of them will fly right across the moon.
Oh, I hope so. I do hope so.
There they are. There they are.
Oh, let me look.
I think they're Wilson's petrels.
Let me look, please.
Here. Where's Maureen?
Oh, I see them. I see them.
Maureen?
I'm here.
You missed the great sight.
The tide washed away my sandcastle.
Well, you knew it would do that.
Yes, I know. Maureen, where were you? You missed the whole thing. First we heard them, then we saw them flying across the moon.
Where is he?
Mr. Poole even knows what kind of birds they were, and you missed the whole thing.
Where is he? Tell me where he is.
Maureen kept beating at her mother with her fists. Eleanor Hart was completely bewildered. And so, I must admit, was I. We stood by helpless as Maureen sobbed and shrieked at her mother. At last, she subsided. More, I think, from exhaustion than from anything else. Leaning on her mother, she let herself be taken home. A few days later, Mr. Denham stopped by the house, and I tried to tell him about it.
It didn't quite turn out the way you'd hoped, did it?
I thought just the sight of the sea washing away her beautiful sandcastle would put an end to it.
Children don't know about death. How can they? They just feel shock and horror that someone had been taken away from them.
But she just kept pummeling her mother and screaming, "Where is he? Where is he? Tell me where he is."
Children are very angry when someone they love disappears.
Maureen isn't a child. She's over 20.
She was a child when her brother drowned.
You'd think by this time she'd have taken it in, that her brother is dead.
Children can't mourn, you know. I remember when my mother died. I was 10 when that happened. I felt shocked, stunned, really, that she should have gone off and left me. Angry, too. But I never grieved in the adult sense. I couldn't. I didn't know how. I do know that there's been a shadow over my life since she died. That shadow may have been my grief.
But you seem just fine. Not like a man who's lived his life under a shadow.
No.
How did you manage that?
I don't know that I have managed it. Not completely. I do know, though, that marrying the woman I did helped a lot.
No, it hadn't turned out quite the way I'd hoped. My little plan had no effect on Maureen at all. She kept showing up day after day at the same time, building her sandcastle in the same place. I tried not going near her. I watched her from my house. And even when I made a tour of the island looking for hunters, I kept thinking about her and wondering and wanting to be with her. Hello, Maureen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Poole.
Don't you think by this time you could call me by my first name? It's Ralph.
I know.
You mind if I sit down? I could help you with the castle.
All right.
I'm sorry you missed the moon watching the other night.
Mother said it was very exciting.
We should have a drawbridge across this moat, don't you think?
I don't know how to build one out of sand.
I'll think about it. Maybe figure out something.
It's finished.
Oh, no. Not yet.
Yes, it is. It's finished.
No. There has to be a flag flying from the topmost turret with the owner's crest on it. A banner. A pennant.
No.
Every good sandcastle has one.
This one doesn't.
But it's absolutely essential. Now, I'll go look for one.
No, don't go.
Why not? What's the matter?
Don't go away. Don't leave me.
I wasn't going to go far.
I don't want a flag.
Why not?
I never put a flag on top.
Why not? Why don't you?
I just don't, ever.
But why don't you? There's got to be a reason.
No, there doesn't have to be one.
Want me to tell you what I think the reason is? It was when you went away from the castle to find a flag that your brother drowned. Isn't that right? That is right, isn't it?
I wasn't gone very long. I didn't go very far.
I know that.
But when I came back, the sea had gobbled him up.
I understand.
He was just gone. I didn't know for a long time that he had drowned.
That he was dead.
That I'd never see him again.
You still don't know it.
Oh, yes. I know it now. My mother told me.
No, you don't know it. That's why you keep coming back here and building a sandcastle. You go through the whole thing over and over again. You do it all except the last thing, putting a flag on top.
I never do that.
No, you never do that. Because then your brother would drown again, wouldn't he? You'd come back from looking for the flag, and the sea would have gobbled him up. As long as you don't do that, there's a chance that he'll be right here where you left him. This time, everything would turn out right. Isn't that so, Maureen? Isn't it?
Such a nice little boy.
If you can just undo everything, live it all over again, except the last part. Leave out the last part, and then it'll be as though he had never drowned.
Such a good little boy.
You keep going back over that day, don't you? Keep going over and over it, trying to make it different.
I loved him.
Of course you did.
I loved him a lot.
Don't you think I know that?
Even when I got cross with him, I still loved him.
I know.
I never thought anything would happen to him because I loved him.
I know.
Something did.
Probably a big wave came along and knocked him down.
And he drowned. He's dead.
Yes.
And I'll never see him again.
That's right.
It's like...
Like what?
Like I died.
But you didn't die. You're right here.
A little bit of me died. It did. It really did. Oh, I want him back. I want him to come back.
I know. Honestly, I do.
Why doesn't he come back?
Because he's dead, my dear.
I can't stand it if he doesn't come back. I need him. I want him. I love him. Why doesn't he come back? Why doesn't he? Just one more time. Why doesn't he come back? Just one more time.
We sat on the beach for at least an hour, while the tears poured from her eyes, and I held her in my arms. 10 years of tears were shed in that hour, I think, and I let them flow. I wouldn't have stopped them for the world. I was happy to hold her and let her cry.
But he won't come back, will he?
No.
Not ever?
Not ever.
I guess I know that now.
Maureen, the night we spent moon watching, you and your mother and I, you sat here by the sandcastle you'd built that day, and you wouldn't leave it. Now, after your mother and I had seen the petrels fly across the moon, we came back here, and your mother was a little bit annoyed with you.
She kept saying you missed the whole thing.
And you remember what you said? You kept beating at your mother, hitting her over and over. And do you remember what you kept saying?
I think I said, where is he?
That's right. Where is he? Tell me where he is. Now, did you think that she could find your brother for you?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think you wanted her to tell you where your father had gone to, where he is, and how to get him back. Do you think maybe I'm right?
Maybe. It could be you're right.
We'll talk about it one of these days. Now, let's go up to my house and have a cold drink. And maybe talk a little bit about you and me. Maureen and I are married now, and she's expecting a baby. For
a time, we talked about setting out to find her father. But after a while, she seemed to lose interest in it. And now, with the baby coming, well, everything is quite different now. I think the long period of mourning is finally over.
To lose a brother and a father at an early age, I think this is more than a young child can bear. The young cannot mourn their loss. They can only feel hurt, helpless and bereft. And wanting someone to stop the hurt, remedy the loss, give back their courage. This longing can go on for a very long time. I'll be back shortly. Can children be taught to grieve? I doubt it. The best we can do is help them voice the awful hurt, the endless longing. Hold them close while they yearn and cry. It doesn't seem like much, but it's all we can do. Heaven knows we would do more if we could, but we ourselves are filled with hurt and longing. Our cast includes Norman Rose, Chada Rowland, Terry Keane, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven